Chapter 201 5th Order Battleship 4th Order Biological Blood. Song Mingsong agreed, and the rest of the family naturally had no objection, and recalled their ships one after another. In the sky, the Xinhua Battleship Man certificate which had just been obtained officially played its role, but only 6 people were within its limit, and Grandpa and Uncle were not among them. After all, they were going to an unknown star field, and they still had to prevent various unexpected situations in advance, and the only 2 third-order Xinhua captains on their side naturally had to maintain their combat effectiveness. Besides, Song Chi had no shortage of second-level floating land essence. As 20 strands of second-level floating land essence were deducted, the people from the Bai family also boarded the warship. Like the Song family, the Bai family also left behind a frigate. Obviously, they also wanted to maintain the combat power of the third-level Xinhua captain, but did not want to waste the third-level floating land essence in vain. When the sky and the frigate on the opposite side were close, a light band shot out from its hull, and quickly firmly embedded the 2 warships together. At the same time, the other party immediately started charging the warship in the alien star field. Time passed, and in a blink of an eye, the sky had deducted more than 100 strands of the second-level floating land essence. Although 100 strands of the second-level floating land essence were nothing to Song Chi now, but when he thought about the waste, he still felt a little sorry. In fact, there is a way to avoid this unnecessary consumption. Just need to generate a few more embedded light bands with the embedded device, and embed multiple Xinhua warships at the same time. But the problem is that only high-quality chimeric devices can do this. And chimeric devices are rare. And high-quality ones are even rarer. It is very difficult to get one. At least there are none in the more than 20 Xinhua warships of the Bai family. Song Chi can understand this. And he has always been paying attention to such parts. However, after so long, he has not even come across the lowest blue-quality chimeric devices, let alone purple or even orange-quality ones. As he was thinking, a sense of weightlessness suddenly came, which made his drifting thoughts turn back. The launch is about to begin. The coordinates marked by the beacon mark on the Bai family's side are located directly above a floating land in the Star Sea. Just after recovering from the strong dizziness, Song Chi immediately noticed the floating land below, which was more than 3 million kilometers long and wide. Compared to those lush life-type floating lands, the color of the 3-level floating land below is much more monotonous. Gray-brown seems to be everything on this floating land. Gray-brown mountains, gray-brown craters, gray-brown gully belts. Looking at the radar map generated by the Silver 3 generation ultrawave magic energy detection radar on one side, there is no sign of any fluctuation of life energy at all, but there are some sporadic signs of activity of debris belt creatures on the small debris belt on the side. Song Chi was not surprised by this either. The floating land below was the Tongshan floating land. The Bai family did say that a 4th-level golden armored beast was sleeping on this floating land. However, the place where it was sleeping was the deepest part of a large copper mother mine, thousands of meters underground, far beyond the depth of the current Silver 3 generation super wave magic energy detection radar. So it was normal that no trace of the other party could be detected. While thinking, Song Chi opened the hatch, and then Grandpa and Uncle left the sky at the first time. On the other side, 3,000-meter warships appeared at almost the same time as the Angry Lion and the Mountain, which were the 3 cruisers from the Bai family. The moment the 5 cruisers appeared, the atmosphere of the surrounding starry sky became heavier, and the magnetic wave energy field emitted by the 1,000-meter ship was far beyond the reach of the second-level Xinhua warship. At the same time, the magnetic wave communication projection group chat of the 7 Xinhua warships was connected, and a special picture came from a cruiser from the Bai family. This was a special ground detection map, which showed the outline of a giant creature at a depth of 10,000 meters. This creature had 4 legs, and was shaped like a rhinoceros from the previous life of Blue Star. At this moment, it was curled up 10,000 meters deep in the large copper mother mine below. Okay, let's go down first. Find a safe spot, and wait for 24 hours. We can also make a more detailed battle plan during this time, and officially start 1 day later. In the group chat of the magnetic wave communication projection, and Xiaorong's voice was the first to sound. Grandma Bai Xiaoqin was not here. As the link between the Bai and Song families, she naturally needed to speak for many things. The 7 Xinhua warships landed all the way down. Of course, the landing direction they chose was very far away from the large copper mother mine, where the golden armored beast was sleeping, and separated by half of the Copper Mountain floating land. After successfully finding a temporary base, The remaining 20-odd people from the two families walked out of the two frigates one after another. At the same time, several cruisers summoned dozens of terracotta warriors. These second-level Shinhwa captains are considered to be the absolute core members of the two families. During the next 24 hours of recovery, their safety must be ensured. In the main control room of the sky, Song Chi's eyes narrowed slightly, and he stared closely at the 20 terracotta warriors summoned by the senior cruiser in the middle of the Bai family. Are they actually Tier 4 terracotta warriors? Yes, the 20 centaur-shaped terracotta warriors summoned by the other party. Their auras were clearly those of a pseudo Tier 4, and they were undoubtedly terracotta warriors that had been enhanced to LV40 or above. From this point, there is a lot of information that can be seen. First, the Bai family members who own the senior cruiser, their own seeds of fire are at least purple. Second, it is not ruled out that there are other parts on this cruiser that have been enhanced to Tier 4, which are likely to be the key combat power to deal with the Tier 4 golden armor beast in the future. Furthermore, it is highly likely that he is the boss of the 3 cruisers of the Bai family. This situation is obviously not only discovered by Song Chi, but also by his grandfather and uncle. In the separate communication between the Angry Lion and the Mountain, the two are discussing this matter at the moment. Dad, this is an invisible demonstration. It seems that they may do something about the distribution of benefits between the two parties in the future. Compared with the euphemism in Song Shan's words, Song Mingsong is much more straightforward. He only heard him say with a snort, "Old man Bai Chongwen." He is more than 500 years old and is about to be buried. And he still likes to play this trick. Song Chi and other juniors do not know the specific situation of the other two cruisers. But Song Mingsong is naturally clear. Bai Chongwen, the most senior person in Bai Xiaorong's lineage, is now over 570 years old and is not far from his death. However, it is precisely because of this that his career as a Shinhwa captain for more than 500 years has made his ship extremely powerful, and no one knows what kind of trump card he has. However, what surprised Song Mingsong was that in his impression, Bai Chongwen was still a blue Shinhwa seed 80 years ago, and he didn't know when he was promoted to purple fire. From this point, he thought of many things, and he only heard him say in a low voice, "Boss, if I'm not wrong, the titanium crystal vein this time is probably just a bonus. What the Bai family really wants should be the corpse of the golden armored beast." Hearing this, Song Shan was not a person without vision, and he had already thought of the implicit meaning of Song Mingsong's words. "Dad, are you talking about the 4th level biological blood?" Song Mingsong nodded. "Yes, as the blood that can only be extracted from 4th level and above creatures. It can not only increase the success rate of the cruiser's promotion to the Zhulu ship, but also effectively assist the Shinhwa captain in breaking through the high-level guidance technique. It is a rare resource that those 3rd level and even 4th level Shinhwa captains are eager to get. I just don't know if he wants to use that drop of blood on himself or on his ship." After Song Mingsong finished speaking, Song Shan, who still had some doubts on his face, continued, 4th level biological blood. It is not easy to extract this thing. At least a captain of the same level of Shinhwa must take action. And it will take a long time. Are they going to take it back and let the 4th level ancestor of the Bai family take action later? This is a 4th level star beast, and its size is larger than that of creatures of the same level. Song Mingsong was also puzzled by this. Who knows? Maybe they have special parts that are scaled in proportion. And your idea is wrong, boss. Even if they bring the body of the golden armored beast back later, they will most likely not go to the Bai family's 4th level Shinhwa captains. The internal factional struggles of the Bai family in the capital star field are far more serious than you think. As he said, seeing the strong curiosity on Song Shan's face, Song Mingsong continued, "If it weren't for this, why would they go through so much trouble to find us to fight together? Wouldn't it be much more convenient to call our own family? Then how about the Bai family? It is said that the family has been passed down for more than 3,000 years. If it is really like our Song family, where the ancestors personally make the final decision on major issues, and we are relatively united, why has there never been an absolute leader at the level of the 5th rank? It is difficult to advance to the 5th rank, but it is not enough to keep a family that has been passed down for thousands of years, and has many 4th rank captains in charge from being stuck at the door, unless they have serious internal constraints." Song Shan's face was slightly condensed. After all, he was less than 150 years old, and he had only been promoted to the 3rd rank for a short time. Naturally, He did not understand some things as well as Song Ming Song. Dad, what you mean is, if the other branches of the Bai family knew about Aunt Xiaorong and her group's actions, would someone deliberately interfere? Aren't we all from the same family? Even if there are some disputes in the past, it wouldn't go to this extent. Right? Hearing this, Song Ming Song smiled and shook his head. Boss, you are still a little stunned. A family without an actual controller, with absolute power, will naturally evolve into this. For 3,000 years. This is not just talk. The various factions derived from it are so complicated that they can make you doubt your life. You can refer to the Eagle family in the Golden Wind Star region. Compared with them, the Bai family is just child's play. There are 3 fifth-level direct captains fighting for orthodoxy. Over the past thousands of years, there have been several captains who died in this internal struggle. After hearing this last sentence, Song Shan was completely speechless. He had heard a little about the 3-lineage struggle in the Eagle family, but he didn't expect that it was accompanied by the death of the 4th-level Xinhua captain. To be honest, this was not only shocking to him. A 4th-rank captain of Zhulu. What kind of existence is this? Even in the Dinghai Song family, he is also a clan elder with a superior status. Not to mention the family's pillar of support. But each of them is at least the family's pillar-level combat power. And his importance is self-evident. But even this level of combat power died in the internal struggle of the family. Which is really unbelievable. From this, we can imagine how intense the internal struggle of the Eagle family has reached. Even Song Shan suspected that if it were not for the clear regulations of the Xinhua human civilization, that battleships, and above Xinhua battleships, could not personally participate in internal struggles. The 3/5 ranks of the Eagle family would probably fight each other. That's right. The 5th-level Xinhua warships are battleships. Under the rules jointly formulated by the 4 super empires of Xinhua humanity. The struggle within the Xinhua human civilization can only rise to the level of 4th-level Zhulu warships at most. Of course, battleships cannot take the initiative. But it does not mean that they have no deterrent power. On the contrary, in the Morning Star Principality, only forces with battleships can be regarded as the real top forces of the principality. For example, the Dinghai Song family, the Eagle family, the Morning Star family of the principality, etc. The Bai family, on the other hand, can only be regarded as the upper echelons of the principality. They have a certain influence within the principality, but only within their own star regions. They are far inferior to the families that are famous throughout the principality. Even the Morning Star royal family and the Morning Star family have a great reputation in other countries around them. Rosetta Morning Star is even more respected by the surrounding countries as Grand Duke Morning Star, or Grand Duke Rosetta. One person can represent most of the principality. Seeing Song Shan's uncertain expression, Song Ming Song interrupted him. Okay, don't think too much. Anyway, you only need to know one thing. Our Song family's family tradition ranks among the top 3 in the entire principality. There is no need to worry about these things. Besides, before setting off this time, I have already reported to the family in advance. Even if the other party dares to have any ideas that they shouldn't have, the entire Bai family will suffer the strongest revenge from the family. They don't have the courage. At most, they can try to suppress us in the subsequent profit distribution. After hearing this, Song Shan didn't believe it. The advance report should be true, but it is most likely not proposed by Song Ming Song, but by Bai Xiaoqin. With the old man's personality, it is impossible for him to go through all these twists and turns in advance. And he could only listen to Bai Xiaoqin's proposal. Song Qi naturally didn't know about the conversation between his grandfather and uncle. He didn't go to the market, nor did he recall the sky, nor did he completely extinguish the engine of the sky. Instead, he kept the dark matter energy shield generator running. He constantly reminded himself that there was a 4th-level star beast sleeping on the continent beneath his feet. And he could not be careless. Of course, it was not just him. The 7 Xinhua warships were all like this. Whether it was the Bai family or the Song family, they were both big families in the Morning Star Principality. There was no need to say much about the education of the clan members below. No one would make such a low-level mistake as slacking off before the war. Chapter 202 The Terrifying Starry Sky Beast. However, he could not enter the market to practice the guiding technique, but his visualization of the mythical mecha projection rubbing was not affected. He divided his mind to look after the outside world, and asked the humanoid alien shell to pay attention to the surrounding situation at all times. Song Qi took out several high-quality soul stones, and began to visualize. In order to improve the power of the mind to the level of 1 mind and 6 functions, he still needed to continue to use high-quality soul stones, and even second and third level soul cores, to cooperate with the visualization, and he could not relax. This visualization lasted only 1 hour, which was far from the at least 3 hours in the past. This way, his mind would not fall into a state of fatigue due to excessive consumption, and he only needed a few hours of shallow sleep to recover to his peak state. Time passed, and the second day came quickly. Before returning within 24 hours, Song Qi temporarily took the sky back to the Xinhua Zuqiu and refused to return. The frigate in the Bai family team was different. It rushed to the sky with 2 second-level Bai family members, who had been stationed here, and had just come not long ago. Soon they disappeared in the starry sky with the return of the warship. These 2 people were responsible for monitoring the situation of the Copper Mother mine here before. And their subsequent ship was a transit warship for the second pickup. And the 2 will not come at the same time. The first one will try to be deployed half a month later, if an accident occurs during the journey. The second one will try to be deployed again 1 month later to ensure that there will be no subsequent failure to return. Of course, whether the Bai family has left other beacon marks, only they know. As the frigate left, the remaining 31 Xinhua warships took off and flew all the way to the large Copper Mother mine. Tens of thousands of meters above the sky of the Tangshan floating land, 31 Xinhua warships were quietly floating. Directly below them, the large Copper Mother mine was located. In the middle of the fleet, 5 cruisers slowly descended towards the Copper Mother mine below. In the Song family warship group chat, Grandpa Song Mingsong spoke up. The subsequent fight with the golden armored beast will be the responsibility of our 5 cruisers. You all pay attention to your positions, and long-range fire attacks will be enough, and you must not approach without permission. Did you hear that? Dad, I got it. Understood. In the Sangqiong, Song Qi's eyes were solemn, and he stared at the bottom with full concentration. At the bow of the ship, the 1,000-meter sword intent divine light was gradually condensing, which was the mixed whole extreme yang sword intent divine light being charged. The moment the golden armored beast behind was let out from the ground, it would be the perfect time to attack. Once this opportunity was missed, it would be very difficult to hit it after it released its own golden armor domain. Everyone was very clear about this. So it was not only the main gun of the sky that was charging in advance, but the 1,000-meter-long mixed whole extreme yang sword light was a bit eye-catching among the charging attacks. When more than 20 frigates in the sky were charging at the same time, the 5 cruisers gradually approached the large Copper Mother mine below. At this time, at the bottom, Bai Chengwen's ship suddenly sent out a very high-frequency ultrasonic wave directly downward. This special ultrasonic wave has a strong stimulating effect, which can achieve the purpose of awakening the 4th-level golden armored beast below. Buzz! Not long after, a slight tremor came from the entire ground below, and as time went by, the tremor became more and more shocking, which was quite a precursor to the collapse of the mountains and the crack of the earth. Seeing this, the 5 cruisers began to pull up quickly. Judging from this posture, the golden armored beast underground has obviously awakened. Faced with this situation, even the cruisers did not dare to confront it head-on. Perhaps Bai Chengwen's warship had the ability to confront this severely injured golden armored beast head-on for a short period of time. But unless it was absolutely necessary, who would think of confronting a 4th-level star beast head-on? Flexibility is one of the biggest advantages of the Xinhua warship. Being able to use artillery fire to deal with this golden armored beast from a distance is what all the Xinhua captains present wanted to see. The sound of crackling continued to come from below. When the crack on the ground reached a length of several thousand meters, a terrifying head wrapped in golden scales appeared in the eyes of all the Xinhua captains in the sky. All the second-level Xinhua captains of the Bai and Song families gasped. This was an extremely hideous head. The width of the head alone was hundreds of meters, and the horn in front of its nose was 1,000 meters long. The dazzling golden light gathered, making it impossible for everyone to look directly at it. Just imagine, if this horn hit a warship, even a cruiser would be pierced through. More importantly, the scarlet eyeballs on its head were filled with tyranny. Even if you glanced at it from tens of thousands of meters away, it would make people feel tyrannical, as if endless anger was accumulating in their hearts. Song Qi quickly retracted his gaze, not looking at the terrifying creature, and pressed the fire button immediately. Swish, 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 dozens of beams burst out at the same time, directly pointing to the hideous head below. Not only Song Qi and his men The 10 main guns on the 5 cruisers were also roaring, and the secondary gun projection module group unique to the third-tier cruiser followed closely behind. For a moment, more than 3 digits of various artillery fires all fell on the head of the golden armored beast. Boom! 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 The terrifying explosion and energy shock wave covered the entire surface area of the large copper mother mine. This is not over yet. Although the main guns have ended, the secondary guns have no buffer time. The continuous secondary gun fire network continues to cover the position where the golden armored beast drilled out below. Gray-brown smoke and dust were scattered, and gravel was flying. No one could see the specific situation in the crack below. They could only make a rough judgment through the radar on the warship. However, before the second round of main gun buffering was completed, a terrifying figure had already rushed out from the smoke and dust below at a very fast speed. The thick golden scales on its body turned into a golden afterimage under the rapid flying, and rushed straight into the sky. This figure wrapped in golden scales was nearly 10,000 meters long, and from time to time, there were strands of golden mysterious energy flowing through its body. There was a longer tail with a sharp tail hook behind it. It can be imagined that if it was hit by this 1,000-meter-long giant tail, I am afraid that ordinary cruisers would disintegrate on the spot. Seeing the golden beast rushing at them at high speed, everyone was shocked. They were not shocked by its ability to fly through the air. As a starry sky beast, it was their basic ability to travel freely through the starry sky. Even life forms above the third level could fly through the air for a short time. What shocked everyone was the row of golden scales on its head that had only broken. In other words, the attack just now, which was almost a joint attack by everyone, only broke some of the scales of the golden armored beast, and did not cause any substantial damage to it. Such a result is somewhat difficult to accept. Are fourth-order creatures really that terrifying? In the sky, Song-Chi was also somewhat doubtful. He had just used the mixed whole extreme yang sword intention divine light, which was the strongest attack method on the sky. Although he was sure that the row of golden scales on his head that collapsed must have been the result of the mixed whole extreme yang sword intention divine light, the result of only breaking the scales was obviously far from satisfying him. No wonder Grandpa and the others have been emphasizing that this golden armored beast has amazing defense. If there are armor-piercing attack methods, try to use them to attack. Although he understood, Song-Chi still did not rush to use the external armor-piercing cobalt bullet launcher component, even though he had made sufficient preparations before setting off this time and purchased several family-made cobalt bullets in advance. This thing was not cheap, and he had to leave the field and reload after launching too, so he had to use it at a critical moment. For example, when attacking the 1,000-meter wound in the opponent's abdomen. Yes, there is a wound of nearly 1,000 meters on the abdomen of this golden armored beast, which seems to have been cut open during a fight with something, and this wound is definitely not light, but the key is that there seems to be some kind of alien law power remaining in this wound, which is constantly hindering the recovery of the wound. If it weren't for the fact that the star beast has strong vitality, and has the ability to absorb gold energy for recovery, I'm afraid that just relying on this horrible wound would make its vitality disappear. However, it was precisely because the wound was in its lower abdomen that it was difficult to attack. So the direction everyone chose to attack was only its head. Perhaps because it was disturbed from its deep sleep, and was particularly furious. The golden armored beast rushed upward at an astonishing speed, and it passed nearly 100,000 meters in almost the blink of an eye. This made the second-level Shinhua warship that retreated upward in the first place in the sky not only unable to increase the distance with it, but also getting closer and closer. Buzz, buzz, buzz. On the outside of the ship, countless tiny golden spears continuously bombarded the warship's energy shield, and the dark matter energy shield was shaking violently. This is one of the special talents of the golden armored beast. The gold spear, combined with its talent of affinity with gold. As long as there is enough metal energy supply, it can almost achieve unlimited attacks. Battleship is attacked. Energy shield is damaged. Shield value minus 24,600. Battleship is attacked. Energy shield is damaged. Shield value minus 23,400. The intelligent warning that sounded in his ears made Song-Chi frightened. It can only be said that it is worthy of the attack method of the fourth-level creature. The damage caused by these tiny golden spears to the dark matter energy shield per second completely exceeds the recovery ability of the neutron star core pulse characteristics. The orange-quality dark matter energy shield generator enhanced to level 39. If this is the case, the other second-level Shinhua captains can imagine it. Scanning around, You can clearly see that the outer energy shields of the surrounding second-level frigates are dimming at a terrifying speed. If this continues, when the energy shield is completely overloaded, it will be the turn of the ship armor and the ship itself. For a moment, all the warships are fully activating their engines, trying to further speed up and get out of the attack range of the golden light spear behind. Below, the 5 cruisers were talking in the group chat. Song, you and I will stop the other party directly, and the others will try to grab the opponent's lower abdomen and attack. The person who spoke was Bai Chengwen, and he was the only one who dared to call Song Mingsong that. After saying that, without waiting for Song Mingsong's reply, he took the lead in controlling the ship to meet the enemy below. Swish! The golden armored beast responded immediately. It flicked its golden tail behind it, shining with golden light, and turned into an afterimage to strike. Seeing this, Bai Chengwen did not control his ship to dodge, but went straight up to meet it. Only in this way could he stop the pursuit of the golden armored beast. Clang! Amid the strong sound of metal collision, Bai Chengwen's ship did not suffer much damage. Only 8% of the ship's armor was damaged. In the sky, Song Mingsong seized the opportunity and fired at full force. 2 main guns bombarded the hull of the golden armored beast, and at the same time, he was very concerned about the battle below. Seeing that Bai Chengwen's ship was not seriously damaged after being hit by the golden armored beast's tail, Song Mingsong's first thought in his mind was that the opponent's hull armor must have been strengthened to the 4th level. Roar! The golden armored beast was completely enraged, and the golden mysterious energy on its body suddenly gathered. The next second, the speed of the 2 cruisers closest to it suddenly slowed down. As if trapped in a quagmire, it fell into the opponent's golden armor field. Chapter 203 Domain Collider. The moment this invisible domain spread out, the 2 cruisers were first restricted, and then as it expanded rapidly, the 3 cruisers in the sky were soon trapped in it. This was not the end. The domain of this golden armored beast was surprisingly large. Even the second-level frigates that were more than 100,000 meters away in the sky were about to be covered by it. Seeing this, more than 20 frigates could only use their own methods, and for a moment, the speed of the line of warships that were already flying at a high speed increased again. In the sky, Song Qi did not choose to use the ability of the escape orb, but activated the light energy aggregation feature of the light energy aggregation engine. As the engine entered a high overload operation state, the speed of the sky suddenly doubled. This speed increase was the highest among all the frigates around. Therefore, one frigate after another was covered by this invisible field, and the speed of the flying dropped sharply. It looked like a slow-motion camera. In the sky, while controlling the warship to fly at high speed, Song Qi did not take his eyes off the warships behind him. Seeing their speed slowed down inexplicably, he felt a strange feeling. After an unknown period of time, the golden armor domain released by the golden armored beast below finally stopped expanding. By this time, the diameter of the domain had reached a terrifying 1 million meters. The sky of the entire Tangshan floating land was almost completely covered by this domain. Looking at the surroundings of the sky, there were only 5 frigates rushing out at the same time. 3 of them were from the Bai family. Besides the sky, there was only my father's blue sky. Before the 5 Xinhua captains could discuss the follow-up response plan, the invisible field below was transformed again. As the controller of the field, the golden armored beast undoubtedly had absolute control in the field. Although it was not as powerful as the Lord of Rules in the Secret Realm, it was enough to crush 5 cruisers and 21 frigates. The sky and earth were changing colors. Metal energy was boiling in the whole area. The boundless shining golden light almost covered the entire sky of Tangshan floating land. If you think that's all, you're totally wrong. As the boundless golden light rose from the sky, soon a golden giant spear that was 10,000 meters long pierced through the entire cloud layer of Tangshan floating land and fell from the sky. The tip of this golden giant spear was surrounded by the terrifying power of the Law of Gold, and it fell all the way down at a very fast speed. As it fell, there were terrifying black cracks in the void, and the spear wrapped with the Law of Gold easily tore the surrounding space apart. The hulls of more than 20 Xinhua warships in the golden armor domain were shining with dim light at the same time. You can imagine how frightened the Xinhua captains in these warships were at this moment. There is no doubt that the target of this terrifying 10,000-meter golden spear is them. Once hit by this golden spear that is completely condensed by the power of law, I am afraid that all the Xinhua warships in this domain will inevitably sink. There is no doubt about this. The attack condensed by the power of law, and the blessing of the power of the domain, This level of means is definitely not something that cruisers and frigates can resist, unless they have components like the neutron star core armor installed on the sky. Outside the domain, Song Qi and Song Chao were anxious. Although they were not within the range of the golden armor domain, the rest of the family was still there, including Chen Lixiao. Compared with the anxiety of Song Qi and others, Bai Chongwen in the cruiser at the bottom seemed particularly calm. His eyes condensed, and at the same time, his mind turned, and a special part in the warship was activated. Orange light flashed, and a strange halo was generated from the ship under his feet. And the strange energy emitted from the halo was still spreading rapidly around. It's the domain collider. This old thing finally decided to activate it. And the angry lion, Song Mingsong, who saw the scene, muttered to himself. He knew about this orange quality domain collider part. When Bai Xiaorong took the initiative to invite him, she had already sent him the attribute diagram of this part in advance. It was this special orange part that made him finally accept this invitation. Otherwise, just based on the severely injured state, he would not be able to easily accept it. No matter how seriously injured they are, a 4th level life form is still a 4th level life form. When seriously injured, they may not be able to use the power of the laws they control for a long time, but the golden armored beast is a starry sky beast with a special domain. In the domain, it can make up for the limitations of its own serious injuries to a certain extent, allowing itself to activate the power of the laws to fight the enemy many times. Therefore, only by breaking the power of its domain together can they really have the possibility of fighting it. With the emergence of this special energy, wherever they go, the golden armored beast's golden armor domain is rapidly dissipating. In a short period of time, the entire domain space that spread over 1,000,000 meters collapsed. For Song Qi and others, it was really a feeling of a tiger with a head but a snake with a tail above the floating land. Without the blessing of the domain power, the seriously injured golden armored beast was obviously unable to continue. And even the golden spear falling rapidly above the sky was greatly affected. As it continued to fall, the length of 10,000 meters was shrinking rapidly. And in the blink of an eye, only about 3,000 meters remained. The other warships did not wait. While raising the altitude of the warships again, the main guns also fired one after another. Amid the roar of the gunfire, the power of the 3,000-meter golden spear of the sky was still being consumed, and soon its length was only about 1,000 meters. But at this time, the threat of this spear of law had also dropped to a limit. Below, the angry lion was rising rapidly, and the two main guns at the bow had turned into a glowing axe gold ramming horn without knowing when. Boom! The golden spear collided head-on with the axe gold ram. A terrible energy wave was overflowing, and at the same time, a rapid warning sounded from inside the angry lion. However, compared to a 4th-order attack, this warning sounded somewhat pleasant. Warning, the energy shield is under attack. The shield value is dropped by 54%, and the current shield value is 28%. Don't think that the shield value of the angry lion's energy shield has been consumed by more than half at once, but don't forget, this is a 4th-order attack. In theory, one attack can at least completely overload the angry lion's energy shield, which is only a purple quality, and it must also destroy most of the ship's armor. In the angry lion, Song Mingsong's deafening laughter echoed, confronting the attack of the 4th-order life form head-on. Even if it was a much smaller attack, made him quite excited. He activated another component on the warship again, a blue-quality energy shield recovery component, and waited until the energy shield on the outside of the angry lion became much more solid. He once again controlled the angry lion to fall downwards. Below, Bai Chongwen had already controlled his ship to fight with the golden armored giant beast, providing attack opportunities for other warships in the sky. Seeing this, the slightly dimmed axe gold ram on the bow of the angry lion was retracted and transformed into two main guns again. Buzz buzz buzz. The orange quality Apocalypse Annihilation Cannon among the two main guns was accumulating energy. When Song Mingsong saw the right opportunity, the Apocalypse Annihilation Cannon suddenly exploded, and the hot annihilation pulse ray hit the lower abdomen of the golden armored beast directly from the bottom. However, although it deliberately aimed at the wound position to attack, the effect was not ideal. Although the Apocalypse Annihilation Cannon had been strengthened to level 39, its ordinary bombardment was the same as the pure Yang sword light cannon on the sky, and it did not have the armor-piercing property. Its active characteristic, Apocalypse Annihilation Pulse, does have an additional armor-piercing effect, but this characteristic has been used in the first attack and cannot be used again in a short period of time. Although the lower abdomen of the golden armored beast is its weak point of defense, it is also relative to the indestructible scales of its entire body. For only the third-level artillery attack, without the armor-piercing attribute, the damage to it is very limited. In addition, this golden armored beast also has a very high intelligence. The people of the Bai and Song families know that they can attack around the wound on its lower abdomen, and they naturally have corresponding responses. A protective light curtain condensed by the power of metal law only fits the wound on its lower abdomen. It is hard to say that the artillery bombardment of the Xinhua warships can directly penetrate this layer of law light curtain and injure the wound inside. Seeing this, Song Mingsong's eyes lit up. The two main guns on the Angry Lion, in addition to the orange main gun Apocalypse Annihilation Cannon, there is also a purple main gun, and this purple main gun has a special shield-breaking feature. The main gun with the shield-breaking feature quickly completed the charging, and bombarded the lower abdomen of the golden armored beast at the same angle. When the explosion dissipated, Song Mingsong frowned. As expected of the power of law, the shield-breaking effect can only dim it a little bit, and it is completely unable to achieve the degree of direct collapse as before. After a moment of hesitation, Song Mingsong's voice was heard in the group chat of the cruiser projections. Who else has a shield-breaking main gun? The secondary gun is not good, and the power is too weak. It must break through the law light curtain under its abdomen. I have it. Bai Shirong was the first to reply. Her ship happened to have a shield-breaking main gun, but before it could make its next move, the golden armored beast in the middle was completely enraged by Bai Chongwen's warship that was entangled with it. Its already scarlet eyes became even more blood-red. At the same time, its thousands of meters long tail suddenly shot straight into the sky. The terrifying golden light turned the originally golden tail into a golden light column. As the golden light column shot up into the sky, the boundless golden light condensed in the sky, and finally condensed into a golden canopy that stretched endlessly at the top of the sky. Countless 1,000-meter-long golden spears were hung under the canopy, densely packed, giving people a creepy feeling. No one knows what method the golden armored beast used, but everyone knows that compared to the small golden spears it had fired before, these are more like the real spears of law. And once this canopy of spears denser than raindrops falls, the land within a radius of 1 million meters below will be poked into a sieve. Not to mention the Xinhua warships that are completely covered. Everyone, do your best to interrupt this beast. In the projection group chat, an old voice came. In the sky, Song Chi could not care less. The mixed whole extreme yang sword light had not yet finished cooling down. He could only use the external armor-piercing cobalt bullet launcher. Click, click, click. Right below the sky, the launcher that had been perfectly gathered soon became exposed. The two special cobalt bullets over 30 meters long mounted on it were particularly dazzling. This was not over yet. In the sky's main control room, Song Chi's psionic energy surged, activating the market walk order in his hand. After the sky successfully entered the law-enhanced state, he pressed the launch button without hesitation. Swish! Without holding back, the two special cobalt bombs were fired at once, leaving two long flame tails in the sky. Below, the golden armored beast, which had been subjected to various deceleration, restraint, freezing and other effects, and had no domain blessing, could not avoid the continuous artillery fire. Crack! After countless rounds of bombardment, the scales of the golden armored beast, no matter how strong, could not withstand it. The golden scales on the top of the head cracked on a large area, and the subsequent attacks finally succeeded in attacking the flesh and blood inside. At this time, two cobalt bullets fell from the sky, and accurately hit the crack on the top of the golden armored beast's head. The specially made cobalt bullets have excellent penetration, and coupled with the armor-piercing properties of the external armor-piercing cobalt bullet launcher, the two cobalt bullets instantly embedded into the flesh on the top of the golden armored beast's head. Boom! After two consecutive violent explosions, a roar also came from below. There was obviously a faint sense of howling in this roar, as well as boundless brutality. Obviously, this attack has caused considerable damage to the golden armored beast. Because of this attack, the golden law spear canopy above the sky also dimmed greatly, and the countless thousands of meters long spears that were about to fall all over the sky had not fallen off the canopy. Below, several cruisers also noticed this, and they also revealed their own external launch devices, such as nuclear bomb launchers, deep space torpedo launchers, etc. In this way, After a continuous bombing of about a few minutes, the dense golden spears in the depths of the sky had completely dissipated. Just when everyone thought that the golden armored beast was about to collapse, this giant with a body length of nearly 10,000 meters actually no longer paid attention to the Xinhua warships. It turned its body, and the golden law was constantly flowing around it. No matter how the Xinhua warships in the sky attacked, it fell down without paying any attention. It wants to go back underground, stop it. As a golden starry sky beast, the golden armored beast can do well on the floating land with extremely rich metal minerals below. Once it drills back to the bottom of the floating land, they will have no way to deal with it. At this time, the cruiser controlled by Bai Chengwen suddenly accelerated, and in a short time, it caught up with the golden armored beast flying downwards. After narrowly avoiding the hooktail strikes of the golden armored beast several times, the cruiser flew behind the golden armored beast. It was unknown what new special parts it activated, but several chains rushed out from the cruiser's hull and quickly wrapped around the body of the golden armored beast in front. In addition, 4 more chains shot out from the rear of the hull, rushing straight towards the 4 cruisers behind that did not dodge. In this way, the 5 cruisers activated their engines with all their strength and continued to pull upwards. Through this special chain, they combined their strength into one and dragged the golden armored beast below with all their strength to prevent it from falling further. The 2 sides were deadlocked. At the same time, the old voice also echoed in more than 20 frigates. Quick! Attack with all your strength. This part will not last long. There was no need for his reminder. At the moment when the 5 cruisers and the golden armored beast were deadlocked, more than 20 frigates had already started their own actions one after another. Chapter 204 Starry Sky Plant Bloodthirsty Vine. No warships chose to land. Compared with the 1,000-meter wound on its lower abdomen, the wound on its head, that was exploded by 2 special cobalt bombs at this moment, was obviously more suitable for concentrated fire attack. Under the full-scale concentrated fire of more than 20 frigates, countless artillery fire fell on the hideous head of the golden armored beast. As time passed, it was obvious that the wound on its head continued to expand, and the injury was getting worse. However, even so, Song Qi and others did not have much joy on their faces. The vitality of the 4th-level creatures is too terrifying. Even though there is a horrible wound on the head and lower abdomen, it is still very strong. As for dying? No, that does not exist. It is not to say that the attack of the frigates did not work, but it is not obvious. After all, not everyone is like Song Qi, who can get an orange glory quality main gun early. Even after many people were promoted to the 3rd level, their ships were only equipped with purple main guns, or even blue ones. In addition, they only had the blessing of the 2nd level ship body, so their damage to the golden armored beast was extremely limited. In this case, Song Qi alone is naturally far from enough, and it is impossible to quickly kill this golden armored beast. If it were in normal times, this would not be a problem. Slowly grinding the enemy to death is a fighting method that many Xinhua warships would choose. But the problem is different now. The 5 cruisers below are obviously unable to hold on. The short-term balance maintained before is just an illusion. With the terrifying size of the golden armored beast, even if 2 Zhulu warships are here, they may not be able to hold the opponent. Can 5 cruisers be compared with 2 chasing warships? The answer is obvious. The golden armored beast is gradually approaching the ground below. The distance is less than 10,000 meters. There is no time for them to attack slowly. Suddenly, Bai Chengwen, the owner of the cruiser at the bottom, can no longer bear it. He did not take back the special chain shot by his ship, but opened the hatch of the warship a little, and then a centaur terracotta warrior rushed out of the gap and flew straight down. Centaurs are floating land creatures, and have no flying ability, but the centaur terracotta warrior tree on Bai Chengwen's ship has been strengthened to level 40, and the terracotta warriors naturally have mastered the ability to skim the sky. Of course, compared to creatures born with the ability to fly, its speed is like the difference between a tortoise and a rabbit. If they really engage in flying combat, these creatures that can barely fly, the terracotta warriors, will be greatly restricted. However, at this time, Bai Chengwen released this pseudo 4th level terracotta warrior not for coordinated combat, but for a special purpose. Below, the golden armored beast was surrounded by a strong 4th level creature pressure, coupled with the golden law surrounding it. The sense of oppression was far beyond imagination. If it were an ordinary creature, it would probably be crushed into a ball of meat paste by this terrifying pressure before it even got close. However, The Centaur Terracotta warriors were different. They were also of the fourth order, although they could only be regarded as pseudo-fourth order because they did not control a special supernatural system. They would not be greatly restricted when facing the pressure of the fourth order. In any case, they all had the bodies of puppets of the fourth order. Swish! As if sensing the approach of the Centaur Terracotta warriors, the golden hooked tail of the golden armored beast lashed fiercely. The Centaur Terracotta warriors were directly lashed far away. But this was not the end. The second and third Terracotta warriors followed closely. 20 Centaur Terracotta warriors were sent out of the warship one after another by Baichongwen. In the sky, inside the Angry Lion cruiser, Song Ming Song was somewhat puzzled. Are you trying to harass the other party? Are you bored? He was extremely suspicious of Baichongwen's actions. Although they were both fourth level, the difference between the Terracotta warriors and the real fourth level creatures was like the difference between heaven and earth. In the eyes of the golden armored beasts below, the attacks of these centaurs might not even be considered tickling. Just as he was about to ask, the sudden change below attracted the attention of all the Xinhua captains. Everyone looked at the golden armored beast below in surprise, or more precisely, at the wound on the golden armored beast's head. At some point, densely packed things like blood vessels appeared in the wound on the golden armored beast's head. They were like a bunch of densely packed unknown tentacles, scrambling to spread out from the wound. What is this? The first feeling is a bit disgusting, but the second feeling is a bit familiar. I feel so familiar too. In the battleship group chat, the second-level captains of the two families were quickly discussing this unknown creature that suddenly appeared. At this time, a second-level Xinhua captain of the Bai family, who was over 200 years old, suddenly said, I remember. This seems to be the bloodthirsty vine. As soon as the three words bloodthirsty vine came out, all the Xinhua captains in the group chat immediately had information about the bloodthirsty vine in their minds. Bloodthirsty vine is a kind of starry sky plant. Generally speaking, the areas where this kind of starry sky plant is bred are starry sky battlefields, with a large number of corpses. Only in this way can they pass through the initial growth stage as quickly as possible. After all, they are plants that specialize in extracting energy from blood. As long as there is enough flesh and blood in the environment, they can support their rapid growth. After the flesh and blood are consumed, they will breed seeds on their own. These seeds will continue to spread to the surrounding star fields. Once they encounter flesh and blood life, these seeds will parasitize and devour these lives. Finally, the flesh and blood they devoured will be stored in the offspring, waiting to be sent back to the mother plant later. Well, to be more precise, the blood-sucking vine that appeared in the wound on the head of the golden armored beast below is the blood-sucking vine seed transformed from the blood-sucking vine seed. Thinking of this, Song Qi narrowed his eyes. Is this the last trump card in the Bai family's hand? It's a bit unexpected, but it's really useful. As long as this golden armored beast can't completely uproot the bloodthirsty vine in its body, the bloodthirsty vine will continue to extract the flesh and blood in its body, until it finally devours all its flesh and blood. In the Angry Lion, Song Ming Song was also full of surprises. At this time, Song Shen's voice came from the separate communication on the side. Bloodthirsty vine substrain, their trump card is actually this, speaking of which. They will use this to extract the source blood from the body of the golden armored beast later. Right? Song Ming Song shook his head at first, then nodded slightly. He then said, it is impossible to extract the source blood. Bloodthirsty vine substrain does not have this ability, but later on, they can use this substrain to take away all the flesh and blood from the body of the golden armored beast, and then ask someone to refine the flesh and blood in the future, so that the source blood can also be extracted. Hearing this, Song Shen's projection on the side nodded slightly. Just as everyone was thinking about different things, the golden armored beast below also felt a huge threat. It no longer insisted on breaking free from the chains, but began to mobilize the power of the laws of its body, to cut and deal with the bloodthirsty vine on its head. Roar! In a rage, the infinite blood energy in its body was surging. The golden laws on its body turned into blades of laws, flying around it at a high speed, randomly cutting everything it encountered around it, including the special chain. Clang, clang, clang. Amid the sound of metal collisions, countless tiny gaps began to appear on the special chains around. Seeing this, Baichongwen hurriedly retracted the chains, and at the same time, his own ship also flew into the air at a high speed, pulling upward. For the blood-sucking vine seed, he had absolute confidence. In his early years, he was lucky enough to get a few sealed blood-sucking vine seeds, and use them to kill many alien creatures. All along, the blood-sucking vine seeds gave him the feeling of being invincible. But just as his ship was pulling upward, the radar on the side suddenly beeped with an emergency prompt, and at the same time, someone in the battleship projection group chat on the side exclaimed. Seeing this, the instinct he had developed over the past 500 years made him activate the active defense characteristics of the ship's armor without hesitation. As the outer layer of his ship was wrapped with a special alloy protective layer, a violent tremor came from the warship under his feet the next second. At the same time, before he could figure out what happened, Bai Chongwen, who was still a little confused, heard a quick shipborne intelligent warning. The ship was attacked. The ship's armor was damaged by 84%. And the ship was damaged by 67%. Please repair it as soon as possible. This sudden alarm made Bai Chongwen turn around quickly. He had no time to be shocked. The ship's armor, which had been strengthened to the 4th level and had the active protection characteristics turned on, was damaged by more than 60% in one blow. His mind raced, and he immediately activated a hull repair component on his ship. But before he could think about it, the next second, the image on the display screen of the battleship in front of him made him feel cold. He saw a golden light with a slight blood color passing over his ship, and directly struck another cruiser in the sky. Although this cruiser also responded in advance and activated the protective characteristics of the hull armor, it did not have the hull armor of Bai Chongwen's ship that was strengthened to the 4th level. Crack! This cruiser, which was intact just a moment ago, was completely cut in half from the middle. This cruiser was the second senior cruiser of the Bai family besides him, and the captain was his grandson. As for the golden afterimage that flashed by, what else could it be but the ferocious hooked tail of the golden armored beast? Bai Chongwen had no time to feel sad for his grandson. He quickly controlled the ship to rush into the sky. Yes, rushing into the sky, his choice was to run away. Through the rear image displayed by the warship, the golden armored beast below was steaming a lot of blood-colored mist all over its body. Through this constantly burning blood, it not only quickly suppressed the bloodthirsty vine plant above its head, but also freed up its hands to attack the Xinhua warships above. Just after the previous blow, it has now launched a second blow again. So, whoever runs slower will become the target of its second attack. Damn, how can this thing have the secret technique of burning life? This secret technique is not something that ordinary golden armored beasts can control. Quickly, let's go! In the Song family group chat, Song Ming Song was roaring. This sudden change made him feel angry. After such an incident, this operation has obviously failed. No one expected that the blood inheritance of this golden armored beast actually has a secret method of burning vitality. At this moment, he no longer cared whether the action failed or succeeded. He cared more about how many casualties his family would have after this, under the pursuit of a 4th level golden armored beast that burned its life. Most of these Xinhua warships would have to stay here. Thinking of this, his heart was bleeding. You have to know that the members who came here are all his children and grandchildren. He couldn't accept the death of any one of them. Thinking of this, Song Ming Song clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes narrowed suddenly in the next second. Boss, you take Hongxue and the others away first. I'll come to cover you. You want to kill my descendants? Song Ming Song? No way. After saying that, regardless of Song Shan's reaction, he suddenly turned the direction of the angry lion and headed straight for the golden hook tail below. Below, seeing Song Ming Song's reaction, Bai Chongwen, who was originally pale, suddenly felt happy. He increased the engine power of his ship and said hurriedly, Song boy, this time it was my Bai family's intelligence error. I swear, I will definitely give Xiuqin enough compensation when I go back this time. Song Ming Song did not respond to his words. His eyes were as big as copper bells, and he stared at the golden armored beast wrapped in endless blood below with a crazy look. Although he looked crazy on the surface, he actually had deep regrets in his heart, but his temperament did not allow him to show it. I regret why I accepted the invitation of the Bai family so easily. I regret how I dared to underestimate a 4th level star beast whose genetic bloodline ranked 5th. I regret that I realized it too late. If the 4th level unit is so easy to kill across levels, then how can it pull a tribe into the category of medium civilized tribes by itself? I regret why I took my family to take risks, and ended up hurting the whole family. However, at this moment, there was another change below. A 120-meter Xinhua warship suddenly appeared out of thin air above the head of the golden armored beast, and then rushed into the mouth of the golden armored beast that just opened its mouth and roared without hesitation. Xiaoqi, come back! Song Ming Song roared in the angry lion. His eyes were already a little wet. The frigate that appeared out of thin air below was the sky. As for why Song Chi made this choice, I believe there is no need to say more. With the escape orb, and the Zutian market, in fact, as long as he wanted, the sky could leave safely at any time. But he obviously couldn't do that. Grandpa, Dad, Mom, Uncle and others were in danger, and they could be like the cruiser before at any time. So, he couldn't run. He could run away easily, but it didn't mean he could save people from the golden armored beast at will, unless he killed it directly. So, this is what Song Mingsong saw just now. Song Chi saw the right moment, and while the golden armored beast was roaring, he used the escape orb to teleport to its vicinity, and then rushed into its mouth without hesitation. The next moment after rushing into the mouth of the golden armored beast, he directly activated the characteristics of the neutron star core armor. Neutron star fission. Chapter 205. Killing, conflict of interest. With the activation of the neutron star fission property, the sky changed its form, starting to shrink from the battleship form, and finally transformed into a miniature neutron star. The miniature neutron star emitted a dazzling purple pulse beam, and at the moment of transformation, millions of degrees of high temperature radiated from its surface. Sizzle! Instantly, a violent burning sound began to be heard from the mouth of the fourth-level golden armored beast, which was the blood and flesh in its body rapidly evaporating at the millions of degrees of high temperature. Gugugugu! The hooked tail that was swiping towards the sky at high speed suddenly stopped. A vague gurgling sound came out from the throat of the golden armored beast. The violent look in the scarlet eyes froze, and turned into fear. It wanted to roar, want to wail, but it couldn't do it under the millions of degrees of high temperature burning on the surface of the neutron star. The body was covered with golden scales, and the golden mysterious energy quickly gathered on it. The magnificent vitality given by the bloodline of the star beast prevented it from dying under the terrifying burning at the moment of neutron star fission. With the last bit of rationality, the golden armored beast mobilized the power of the law in its body, hoping to use it to suppress and fill the hideous wound that had almost melted half of its head. However, it was obvious that under such injuries, no matter how hard it struggled, it was powerless to save the situation and would definitely die today. But then again, although the result was already determined, it did not mean that it was no longer a threat at the moment. The rapidly gathering golden law, in addition to suppressing the terrible wound on its head, was also for its last struggle before death. Endless power of the golden law poured into its mouth, cutting towards the sky, which was still staying in it. As an extremely sharp law, after the power of the golden law was poured into its mouth, it rushed madly towards the sky, which was still in the form of a micro-neutron star. Song Chi was not afraid of this at all. Although the terrible high temperature on the surface of the micro-neutron star had dissipated, it could not continue to cause damage to the golden armored beast, but its defense power remained unchanged. The power of the law condensed by the seriously injured golden armored beast could not really hurt the sky at this moment. But he knew it well. But it didn't mean that others did. In the sky, the angry lion had bypassed the hooked tail of the golden armored beast and came close. Even though the thick black smoke from the mouth of the golden armored beast and the half of its head that melted instantly made him confused, it did not affect his worry about his grandson. So, a dramatic scene came. Hull interchange device. Activate. As Song Mingsong activated a special purple component on the angry lion, the space around the sky, which was still deeply trapped in the mouth of the golden armored beast, suddenly changed. By the time he reacted, the pitch-black micro-neutron star had appeared above the golden armored beast, and the angry lion replaced the sky and stayed in the mouth of the golden armored beast. Song Chi was shocked. He could basically guess what had just happened. At this moment, the head of the golden armored beast, which had already melted a little, broke again. The first thing that appeared in Song Chi's sight was the bow of the angry lion, which had transformed into a halberd-shaped ram. Then the entire angry lion broke through the head of the golden armored beast and rushed out. Under this situation, the golden armored beast, which was already at the end of its strength, could no longer hold on. The spirit in its scarlet eyes completely dimmed, and the blood-colored mist that continued to evaporate on its body also dissipated, and it completely turned into a corpse. At the same time, without the suppression of the blood-colored mist, the blood-sucking vine on the head of the golden armored beast was no longer restricted. Endless vines followed the crack on the head of the golden armored beast, scrambling to drill into the depths of its flesh and blood, and began to rapidly absorb the flesh and blood from the corpse of this fourth-level star beast. under the nourishment of the fourth-level flesh and blood nutrients. The aura emitted by this blood-sucking vine was rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the sky, which had already returned to the battleship form, Song-Chi sighed. The vitality of this bloodthirsty vine is really... You should know that the half of the head of the golden armored beast melted, including the place where the other party had taken root before, but this bloodthirsty vine did not evaporate under the terrifying high temperature of millions of degrees, but its vitality can be imagined. Thinking, a beam of light suddenly shot out from Grandpa's angry lion below, and this light shot straight at the bloodthirsty vine that was quickly absorbing the flesh and blood of the golden armored beast. Song-Chi raised his eyebrows. He could naturally recognize this familiar mark. Slave mark, Grandpa. This is... Before he could guess anything, the warship received a request for a separate communication from the angry lion. After the call was connected immediately, Grandpa's urgent voice was the first to sound. Shao-Chi, the blood-sucking vine seedlings cannot be enslaved in the seed form. It can only be enslaved after it is officially rooted and transformed into a seedling form. The mother plant of the blood-sucking vine below is probably at least a fifth-level existence. The purple slavery parts on the angry lion that have been strengthened to the third level have a low success rate in enslaving it. Quick, you should try it too. Song-Chi had some doubts in his heart, but not many. He could basically guess why his grandfather did this. Taking the initiative to try to contract this blood-sucking vine seed strain, it did violate the profit distribution agreement signed with the Bai family before, but the reason was that the Bai family had made a mistake in intelligence, which almost caused heavy losses to the two families. So, the profit distribution agreement that was finalized before naturally did not need to be followed. Besides, the ability to kill this golden armored beast this time was completely unrelated to the Bai family, at least the final kill was not theirs. So, it was completely reasonable for them to take over the biggest profit after the war. Above the sky, the shocking reversal of the battle situation below came too quickly, leaving most people unresponsive. However, Bai Chongwen was not one of them. At the moment when the golden armored beast was completely killed by Song Mingsong's axe gold ramming horn, he immediately turned the direction of his ship and flew downward at a high speed. He knew the situation of the bloodthirsty vine strain very well. Only the purple slavery parts on his ship that were also strengthened to the fourth level had a high probability of successful enslavement. Because of this, even if he did not make any contribution to the final killing of the golden armored beast, he was still the one with the greatest possibility of enslaving the bloodthirsty vine strain. But he was obviously overthinking. It was difficult for the slavery parts on the angry lion to enslave the bloodthirsty vine. But there was still the slavery metal on the sky. After hearing his grandfather's words, Song-Chi immediately brought Chell back to the Zhutian market and sealed it temporarily. After the slavery mark was vacated, he returned to the sky and quickly activated the slavery metal on the bloodthirsty vine that had grown to the first level in a short period of time. However, even with the red epic quality slavery metal, this first enslavement attempt also ended in failure. From this, we can see how frighteningly difficult it is to enslave this blood-sucking vine. Song-Chi's face showed no emotion, and he soon launched a second enslavement attempt. At this time, Bai Chongwen's ship in the sky was less than a kilometer away. Fortunately, there were no accidents in the second enslavement attempt, and the blood-sucking vine was successfully enslaved. In the battleship's main control room, Bai Chongwen's turbid eyes widened, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Impossible. How could he enslave the blood-sucking vine? It's just a frigate. Could it be an orange-quality enslavement part? Countless questions flashed through his mind, and Bai Chongwen's face became gloomy. His eyes were cold, and he silently controlled the battleship to fall downwards. Song-Chi was unaware of Bai Chongwen's psychological changes. At this moment, he was facing the bloodthirsty vine that was babbling in his heart, and gave the order to continue to devour the flesh and blood of the golden armored beast. To be honest, he was very excited. Before officially arriving at the Tangshan floating land, everyone in the Song family thought that the titanium crystal vein was the biggest gain, and he was no exception. But after coming here, Grandpa and Uncle guessed that the biggest goal of the Bai family was actually this golden armored beast. The two later told everyone in the family about the fourth-level biological source blood. Therefore, he actually had a clear understanding of the value of the flesh and blood of this golden armored beast. It could be used to extract the fourth-level biological blood later, and the high-level biological blood could greatly assist the promotion of cruisers and the breakthrough of high-level guidance techniques. And it was extremely valuable. In addition, he also thought of the ancient starry sky battlefield. where there were many high-level alien ancient corpses, which were equivalent to high-level biological blood, waiting for him to collect them in the future. However, there was one thing he didn't know at the moment. In addition, Song Ming Song actually had another invisible benefit. In the Angry Lion, Song Ming Song looked at the virtual light screen that appeared in front of him, and there was excitement in his eyes. Worship Promotion Mission Angry Lion. Current promotion success rate 14.05%. Initial success rate 0.05% plus bathing in the blood of the 4th level golden armored beast 14%. Special resource formula for promotion 0/3. 4th level life crystal *1, earth attribute law crystal *1, 10,000 years pure yang jade *1. Additional promotion resources, none. Bathing in the blood of aliens. 4th level golden armored beast 14%. That's right. Before killing the golden armored beast with the axe gold ram, he hesitated for a moment and chose to activate the Angry Lion's worship promotion mission. Although the Angry Lion was promoted to the 3rd level only 60 years ago, its foundation is far less than those peak 3rd level cruisers. However, a golden armored beast that may have been at the peak of the 4th level in its heyday, and the drop of 4th level source blood that it can condense. This opportunity that can be said to be rare in 1,000 years. He does not want to waste it. If he misses this opportunity, he does not know if he can encounter it again in his lifetime. He happened to have accumulated a large amount of gold merit before, and successfully exchanged it for a ray of orange quality upgraded fire source, upgrading his own fire seed to purple quality. Under such a coincidence, he thought he should not hesitate. Besides, there is still a full year for him to collect other resources. Based on the above, the success rate of the promotion of the Angry Lion is actually not small. So he chose to start the promotion task at the last moment. And the current facts have proved that this choice is not wrong. This 4th level golden armored beast with a good bloodline has directly increased the promotion success rate of the Angry Lion by 14%. If the 3 special resources are collected later, as well as the bloodthirsty vines that Song Chi has already enslaved. Without further ado, the success rate of the promotion of the Angry Lion will reach at least 40% in 1 year, and this success rate of promotion will definitely be among the highest among all the 3rd-tier cruisers that are trying to be promoted. Thinking of this, Song Ming Song's face also showed excitement involuntarily. Just when the grandfather and grandson were excited, the arrival of an uninvited guest quickly dispelled the excitement. On the side of the Angry Lion, the cruiser belonging to Bai Chongwen slowly landed, and at the same time, the communication that had been cut off by Song Ming Song before also received a connection request again. Song Ming Song was not going to answer the call, because Bai Chongwen's previous behavior of running away faster than anyone else had left him with a very bad impression. However, after thinking about the blood-sucking vine and the subsequent titanium crystal vein, he knew that the 2 families had to discuss a new distribution plan. So he still accepted the other party's communication. However, as soon as the communication was connected, Bai Chongwen's cold voice came immediately. Song boy, isn't this unfair? The previous agreement is not. Hearing his tone of questioning, Song Ming Song could no longer hold back. Unkind, Mr. Wen. If you don't make it clear to me today, I need to ask you for advice. Not only did you make a mistake in intelligence, but you also fled first, without caring about the lives of the younger generations. Who is unkind? If my grandson didn't have a disposable weapon in his hand, at least half of your Bai family would have to stay here this time. How dare you say that I am unkind? Hearing Song Ming Song's merciless sarcasm, Bai Chongwen's already gloomy face seemed to be dripping with water. You? Just as he was about to respond with a roar, Song Shan and Bai Xiaorong's ships landed in the sky one after another. After connecting to the communication channel, they quickly spoke to dissuade him. With the 2 joining in, the cold atmosphere finally eased a little. And then the 2 sides formally discussed the benefits of this operation. As for the main content of the discussion, it was actually mainly about the titanium crystal vein. As for the blood-sucking vine, the Song family had always refused to give up. After all, no matter from which perspective, the Song family is in the right. The Bai family also knows that they are in the wrong. So they did not argue with the Song family on this matter. As for Bai Chongwen, he has not spoken again. Doesn't he know that his family is not in the upper hand in terms of emotion and reason? Of course not. The reason why he said that before was purely because he was extremely unbalanced. For this operation, their lineage spent so much effort. But in the end, not only did they lose a cruiser, but they also didn't get the biggest reward at all. This is probably hard for anyone to accept. Chapter 206 Grandfather and Grandson Confidential Talk. The secret of family sequence. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it had been 2 hours since the 4th level golden armored beast was killed. However, even after such a long time, the Bai and Song families were still arguing about the distribution ratio of the titanium crystal vein. Impossible, 64% is definitely not enough. You have already taken the flesh and blood of the golden armored beast, but you can extract a drop of 4th level source blood later, and this is the source blood of the star beast. Compared to ordinary 4th level creatures, the source blood of the star beast is more effective, 82%, it can't be any less. On the Bai family side, a 2nd level female Xinhua captain spoke sharply. However, Aunt Zhao Hongxue was not afraid at all. She said in a cold voice, "Haha. The golden armored beast was killed by my Song family. What does it have to do with you? It's really funny. To put it bluntly, if it weren't for us, you would have to stay here. How dare you bring this up? Anyway, we have been planning for decades. This Tanshan floating land was also discovered by my Bai family." After repeated arguments between the two sides, the 3rd level Xinhua captains of both sides finally made the final decision. Forget it. Let's just say 65% and 35%. 65% for the Bai family and 35% for the Song family. Okay. That's it. In fact, Song Mingsong was still a little dissatisfied. But thinking that the other party had lost a senior 3rd level Xinhua captain, and that they would need to rely on the other party's transit warship to return later, if things got too awkward, it would still be very troublesome. In addition, Song Shan also tried to dissuade them. So he agreed. After both parties agreed, the mining of the small titanium crystal vein officially began. This titanium crystal vein is located in the corner area of Tanshan floating land, thousands of meters underground, and it is difficult to mine. The Bai family seems to have a high-quality component for ground detection. Otherwise it would be difficult to even find this vein, let alone mining. With the two families each releasing 2 floating land mining vehicles, the mining of this vein officially began. 5 days later, 4 floating land mining vehicles completed the mining of this small vein, and the amount of titanium crystals mined in the end was quite satisfactory. The Bai family's previous estimate was more than 50,000 pieces, and the actual number mined was 57,500 pieces, which was slightly exceeded. According to the previous distribution, the Bai family finally got 37,375 pieces, and the Song family got 20,125 pieces. After this distribution, the two sides did not make any other moves. As for the Copper Mountain floating land under our feet, as a 3-level resource floating land, it is naturally far more than just the small titanium crystal vein. There are also a large number of other metal veins, such as the large copper mother mine selected by the golden armored beast before. It is certain that this floating land will have great value in the future, but it has nothing to do with the Song family. This floating land was discovered by the Bai family, according to the rules of the human civilization. This floating land is the property of the other party, unless the discoverer is unable to develop the floating land and takes the initiative to sell or transfer it. Secondly, if they really compete with the Bai family for the control of the Tanshan floating land, it is not a trivial matter. It is not impossible that the families behind both parties will intervene in the end. Although the Bai family is far weaker than the Song family, it does not mean that they can let the Song family control them. As a family in the capital star field of the principality, the Bai family is different from the Dinghai Song family, which is a family with a disguised territory. It is a subsidiary family of the royal family of the principality. If the matter is really made big, it is possible that the royal family of the principality will be involved in the end. Therefore, no matter how you look at it, you can't plan to go to Tanshan floating land. Time passed, and soon half a month had passed since they came to Tanshan floating land. On this day, the first transit warship of the Bai family finally arrived. Without any hesitation, all members of the Song family chose to return. However, it was different for the Bai family. Bai Chongwen and more than 10 second-level Xinhua captains chose to stay on the Tanshan floating land. No one in the Song family was surprised. The golden armored beast had been killed, which meant that there was no danger on the Tanshan floating land. The Bai family would naturally have to fully develop the resources on this 3rd-level floating land. Their operation was a loss of both the wife and the army, so they would naturally have to try to make up for it with other resources. In the outer space of the Jinhua floating land, 2 Bai family frigates were guarding an empty star field, waiting for the return of the clansmen on the Tanshan floating land. I don't know how many hours have passed. Suddenly, there was a violent space fluctuation in the empty starry sky ahead. It was the transit frigate that was deployed yesterday that successfully returned. When the surrounding space stabilized again, the hatch of the frigate suddenly opened, and 10 Xinhua captains rushed out. The first to rush out were the 9 people from the Song family. None of them let the Xinhua Warship Man certificate seal themselves. All of them chose to pay for the second-level floating land origin. In addition to preventing the Bai family from doing anything, it was also because the harvest of this operation was not small. There were only a few hundred or thousands of second-level floating land origins in total, which was still affordable. The last person was naturally Bai Xiaorong. After she escaped from the warship, she came to the side of Grandpa and Uncle and said softly, "We are sorry for the wrong intelligence this time. As for the old man, don't take it to heart. He is just that kind of person, and he has a short lifespan, so he is inevitably a little anxious. We can't let this ruin the friendship between our two families." Hearing this, Song Mingsong and Song Shan just nodded slightly. As for what they were thinking, only they knew. After a brief chat, the two parties parted ways. One heading south, back to the capital of the principality, the Golden Dragon Star region, and the other heading north, back to the Dinghai Star region, the Song fleet, the separate communication channels of the Angry Lion and the sky. Song Mingsong asked solemnly, "Shao Qi, what exactly is your method of melting half of the head of the golden armored beast?" What he had said to the Bai family before was a one-time killing move, just to dispel the other party's doubts and suspicions. In fact, he himself did not know what kind of horrible method his grandson used. If it were a normal day, if Song Qi hadn't taken the initiative to speak, he wouldn't have asked further questions, but it's different now. Song Mingsong has his own plans. "Shao Qi, Grandpa knows your temper, and you often don't want to show the true combat power of your own ship to others, but it's different now. The competition for the 7th sequence of this generation of the family is about to begin." Speaking of this, seeing that Song Qi was about to say something, Song Mingsong didn't give him this opportunity. He said again, "The family sequence is far from as simple as you think. Each generation of the family sequence of our Song family not only can be on par with the heads of various veins in the family in terms of status, but can also get the full support of the family. Grandpa knows that you have opportunities, and you may not lack high-quality parts, but what Grandpa wants to tell you is that, if you become a sequence, the family support you can get is far more than that." Hearing this, Song Qi paused for the words he was about to say, and there was a little more curiosity in his eyes when he looked at his grandfather, and there was also a hint of expectation. Seeing this, Song Mingsong smiled, and continued, "Let's not talk about anything else. After becoming a sequence, the family will give a certain amount of titanium crystals every year for free. There are many high-quality components on your ship. You should be very clear about the importance of titanium crystals." "Right. Of course. This is just one of the many resource subsidies the family provides to the sequence. There are also other resources such as high-level floating land origins, lost stones, and soul resources." Hearing this, Song Qi's heart was already a little moved. But Song Mingsong's words were obviously not finished yet. "Besides that, there is something more important. How should I put it?" Song Mingsong paused, as if he was organizing his words. "Take the golden armored beast as an example. The reason why this operation almost failed is that it controls the ability to burn its own vitality to greatly improve its strength. You know this?" Song Qi nodded. He had heard about this in the group chat before. The ability of the golden armored beast to burn its own vitality is called a secret art in our human civilization. Secret arts are extremely rare. Only those who have gone very far in the way of laws can create secret arts and pass them down. And the life forms that can control this secret art, without a doubt, have far greater combat power than those of the same level. After all, compared to the characteristics given by the Star Sea Wonders, secret arts are not only incredibly powerful, but can also be continuously enhanced with the improvement of one's own law perception in the future. More importantly, secret arts have no so-called cooling time limit. As long as you can bear it, you can perform it continuously and greatly improve your combat power. Taking advantage of the opportunity when Grandpa paused, Song Qi took the initiative to say, "So, Grandpa, are you trying to say that our Song family also has a secret art that is passed down? And you can only learn and practice after you become a family sequence?" Song Mingsong coughed and explained, "Of course not. It is extremely difficult to practice secret arts. Generally, You can only practice after you have mastered the power of the law. Therefore, as long as you can be promoted to the 4th level, the family's inherited secret arts will be open to you. But, can practicing after the 4th level be compared with entering the family's secret place in advance to practice after becoming a family sequence and mastering the secret arts in advance? You must know that as long as you master the secret arts in advance, once you are promoted to the 4th level, your control over the secret arts will be unprecedentedly improved, and your understanding of the corresponding laws will also be enhanced to a certain extent, which will be of great benefit to the road after the 4th level. Looking at the look in his grandson's eyes that could no longer be concealed, Song Mingsong added fuel to the fire again. And it is said that our secret place has a certain effect in promoting the improvement of mental power, and can further accelerate the breakthrough of Captain Shinhua's mental power. After such a conversation, Song Chi's heart was already burning. After adjusting his breathing and calming down his somewhat agitated heart, he nodded gently and said, "Grandpa, the ability used by the sky before is called neutron star fission, which is..." After telling Grandpa about the characteristics of neutron star fission, I originally thought that Grandpa would continue to ask about the specific information of neutron star nuclear armor, but I didn't expect Song Mingsong to just laugh suddenly, and then there was no follow-up. Okay. Grandpa got it. I'll leave the follow-up to Grandpa. Your main task now, Xiaoqi, is to accumulate as many gold merits as possible. Exchange them for an orange upgraded fire source as soon as possible, and upgrade the quality of the fire seed to purple. If you want to compete for the family sequence, the blue fire seed is still too low. Hearing this, Song Chi nodded. He was very clear about this. After hearing about the purple fire seed, he suddenly remembered the attribute map of the Angry Lion battleship promotion task that his grandfather had sent in the family group chat. Since Grandpa has already started the battleship mission to upgrade to the 4th level, it naturally means that the Wrath of the Lion, that is, Grandpa's flame seed, has turned purple. After all, the blue flame seed cannot start the battleship mission to upgrade to the 4th level. Grandpa, have you collected the 3 special upgrade resources required for the Wrath of the Lion? Hearing this, Song Mingsong shook his head. Grandpa just gathered the gold merit points to exchange for the orange upgrade fire source 2 months ago. For this, he even traded the 10 strands of the 4th level floating land origin obtained from the 3rd level origin eruption in the vein last year. Now he is penniless. Otherwise, he would not have only strengthened the Yejin Jiao component to the 4th level, which almost caused this disaster. Hearing this, Song Chi, who had some speculations, was not surprised. It was the Yejin Ram that made him a little confused. He was a little confused before, and the Angry Lion finally broke the head of the golden armored beast so easily and killed it, although half of its head was melted by the neutron star fission. It was filled with the power of the law by the golden armored beast at that time, and it was impossible to be torn apart so easily. Now he heard that it was the Yejin Ram that was strengthened to the 4th level, which made sense. As for why Grandpa strengthened the Yejin Ram instead of the Apocalypse Annihilation Cannon or the Hull Armor, he could understand this. As a rare short-range weapon on the Shinhua warship, the Yejin Ram itself has a good armor-piercing attribute, which has a significant restraining effect on the golden armored beast known for its defensive power. In addition, with Grandpa's hot temper, the chance of strengthening the hull armor to act as the tortoise shell of the Angry Lion is certainly not high. As for the Apocalypse Annihilation Cannon, although it is an orange main gun, as mentioned before, it has no armor-piercing attribute under ordinary bombardment, which is a flaw for the golden armored beast known for its defensive power. After all, the Apocalypse Annihilation Pulse feature, which can only be used once in a battle, cannot cause fatal damage to a 4th level life form. When he turned around, Song Chi thought about it, and then a light flashed between his eyebrows, and a ball of light floated out. It was nothing else but 40 strands of the 4th level floating land essence. These 40 strands of the 4th level floating land essence were obtained from the Goblin Luke. It has been more than a year since then. Originally, he planned to keep them until his Seed of Fire was promoted to purple, and use them to strengthen several parts such as the Neutron Star Core armor. But now Grandpa has started the promotion task, and the next year is the most critical moment. If he wants to accumulate 140 gold merits, it will take at least 1 or 2 years. It is more cost-effective to give it to Grandpa first. With these 40 strands of 4th level floating land origin, plus the large amount of titanium crystals obtained this time, I believe Grandpa can strengthen several key components on the Angry Lion to the 4th level in advance. In this way, the Angry Lion will be able to hunt more alien creatures in the next year and increase its own promotion success rate as much as possible. Seeing the 40 strands of the 4th level floating land essence that Song Chi took out, Song Ming Song did not ask any further questions. Nor did he refuse. He directly pulled it over. At the moment, the Angry Lion was in urgent need of the 4th level floating land essence. So he would not hesitate. As for the follow-up, if the Angry Lion could successfully upgrade, he would return double to his grandson. If the upgrade failed, he would have to use the public resources in the veins first. In short, he would never let his grandson suffer for nothing. Chapter 207 Titanium Crystal Distribution All Components Level 3. Speaking of titanium crystals, this time they got a total of more than 20,000 titanium crystals, which can be said to be a huge harvest. However, this amount of titanium crystals cannot be distributed. Everyone first took out 5,000 of them. These 5,000 titanium crystals will be used to trade for void crystals, high-level void crystals. The Dragon Blood Secret Realm in the veins also has a unique resource such as the Dragon Blood Tree. Not long ago, a high-level soul plant quenching spirit fruit tree was transplanted, which is equivalent to having 2 unique resources. However, the problem is that both resources need many years to fully mature, or to maximize their value. In this way, it is difficult for people to accept the normal flow of time. After all, even a 4th level Shinhua captain has a lifespan of only 2,000 years, and a normal fruit ripening of the Quenchen fruit tree requires 6,000 years. Who can wait? Even if the Dragon Blood tree can produce Dragon Blood fruit after 1,000 years, it is just an ordinary Dragon Blood fruit, which can only extend life by 10 years, and is not very valuable. The top quality Dragon Blood fruit that extends life by 20 years requires 3,000 years, and the top quality Dragon Blood fruit that extends life by 50 years requires 10,000 years. Both resources require a long time to produce, and that is why void crystals are needed to speed up the flow of time in the secret realm. And low-level void crystals are not enough. Void crystals of level 4 or above are required. Otherwise, the span of time acceleration is too small, and the above 2 resources cannot be guaranteed to be produced. A level 4 void crystal is enough to speed up an ordinary broken secret realm for thousands of years. And even a higher level Star Sea secret realm can speed up for more than 1,000 years. This is what they need now. As the lowest level of the broken secret realm, the Dragon Blood Secret Realm only needs 1 4th level void crystal to accelerate the secret realm for thousands of years, ensuring that the 2 super rare resources in it can be produced for at least 1 round. Excluding these 5,000 crystals, the remaining 15,000 crystals are the share they can distribute this time. In the Fleet Projection Communication Group, everyone is discussing this. Song Shan, Mountain, let's not talk about anything else. Dad and Xiaoqi have made the greatest contribution this time, and they should take the lion's share. Song Chao, Blue Sky, I agree. Zhao Hongxue, Ruixue, what about more specifics? Song Yang, Qiang, how about this? Dad and Xiaoqi each get 2,000 crystals. You and Mom each get 1,500 crystals. And the rest of the people get 1,000 crystals each. The last 125 scattered pieces? We can take out 475 more from the 5,000 spare titanium crystals used to purchase high-level void crystals. A total of 600 pieces, 200 each for Xiaolin, Xiaowen, Xiaoyu. How about that? 4th Uncle Song Yang's distribution plan is the most reasonable, and it was recognized by almost everyone as soon as it was proposed. But there are also opponents. Grandpa Song Ming Song shook his head heavily. I have already taken the right to kill the golden armor beast, and the source blood extracted from the bloodthirsty vines enslaved by Xiaoqi will also be used on the Angry Lion. I don't need so many titanium crystals. 1,000 pieces will be enough. In this regard, the old man has made up his mind. No matter how others persuade him, he did not continue to speak. Finally, Song Shan said, then put these 1,000 titanium crystals into the secret vault first, and use them as public assets in the vein. If anyone wants them later, they can exchange them by themselves. Okay. That's it. After the distribution plan was finalized, 20,000 titanium crystals were quickly distributed to everyone. In the sky, looking at the 2,000 titanium crystals in front of him, it was impossible not to be excited. You know, if it was only Zhou Ping, it would take at least 3 years to accumulate such a number of titanium crystals. After calming down a bit, Song Chi immediately started a new round of strengthening the sky. He still had more than 800 strands of the third-level floating land essence. Tens of thousands of strands of the second-level floating land essence. Plus these 2,000 titanium crystals, which were enough for him to strengthen it again. Now, the various parts on the sky, plus the Shinhua Battleship Man certificate and Plasma Guardian that he had just obtained not long ago. The number has reached 27. With so many parts, how to strengthen them? And which one should be strengthened first? This is obviously a problem that needs to be considered. After all, except for the 6 parts including Pure Yang Sword Light Cannon, Dark Matter Energy Shield Generator, Neutron Star Core Armor, Fire Sunflower Soldier Tree, Healing Fruit, and Abnormal State Purifier, which either reached the upper limit of the ship's hull reinforcement, or reached its own upper limit and could not be further strengthened. The other 21 parts can be strengthened at any time. Of course, before considering this matter, he first upgraded all the parts on the sky that had not been strengthened to the 3rd level to level 30. Brainwave Remote Control System LV25 LV30 Phantom Thruster LV23 LV30 Water Molecule Isolation Membrane LV20 LV30 Escape Bead LV20 LV30 Plasma Guard LV20 LV30. The reason why these parts have not been strengthened is because of the lack of titanium crystals. Song Chi naturally has no scruples now. With sufficient titanium crystals, he has already accumulated a mountain of second-level floating land origins. This strengthening only consumed 304 titanium crystals, and there are still 1721 left. After that, Song Chi began to carefully consider the subsequent third-level enhancement. Compared with the second-level floating land origin, he did not have much third-level floating land origin. And this hard-won titanium crystal must be used on the blade. This time, for the small titanium crystal vein, the whole family was in crisis. If it were not for the Neutron Star Core Armor, it would be unknown what irreversible consequences would be caused in the future. What Song Chi wanted to express was, in the future, if he wanted to obtain so many titanium crystals at once, he didn't know when it would be, and he didn't know what kind of danger he would have to go through. In addition, after what his grandfather said before, he now attaches great importance to the family sequence. If there are no unexpected situations in the middle, he must participate in the subsequent competition for the 7th sequence of the family. In this way, he must make good use of the titanium crystals in his hands to maximize the combat power of the sky. The first enhanced third-order component. This did not take long to resolve. As multiple purple components were enhanced to the third order, the energy consumption of each component on the sky naturally reached a new level. In addition, other third-order components will need to be further enhanced in the future, so sufficient energy supply must be guaranteed. Soon, he upgraded the Orange Engine Light Energy Aggregation Engine from LV30 to LV39. This enhancement increased its energy supply efficiency from 2835/S to 3561/S. In this way, there was no need to worry about energy supply. Song Chi continued to think about the subsequent enhancements. After strengthening this light energy aggregation engine component, he only had 496 strands of the third-level floating land origin and 1,361 titanium crystals in his hand, which was only enough to enhance 2 more purple components to LV39. If it was an orange component, he could only enhance 1 more. In this case, it is natural to consider it carefully. After thinking for a long time, Song Chi's sight mainly fell on the 7 parts. Among them, the 3 orange ones are Silver 3 Generation Super Wave Magic Energy Detection Radar, Void Shadow Killing Clan Warrior Tree, and External Armor Piercing Cobalt Bullet Launcher. The purple ones are Cold Light Sky Thrust Cannon, Phantom Thruster, Escape Orb, and Plasma Guardian. These 7 parts are all parts that can directly or indirectly enhance the combat power of the sky. No matter which one is enhanced to level 39, it will have a good effect. After a while of hesitation, Song Chi eliminated the Void Shadow Killing Clan Soldier Tree, External Armor Piercing Cobalt Bullet Launcher, Cold Light Sky Thrust Cannon, and Plasma Guardian. Void Shadow Killing Clan Soldier Tree only improves the combat power of the soldiers, and does not significantly improve the combat power of the sky in the battleship form, although it is the main force of the Three-Eyed Clan Supergiant flagship in the subsequent exploration of the ancient Starry Sky battlefield. That is after it is strengthened to the 4th level, and before its own Seed of Fire is promoted. It is destined to be unable to do so. In addition, the sky has a level 39 orange main gun. As long as we don't encounter an enemy unit with exaggerated defense, like the Golden Armored Beast, the pure Yang Sword Light Cannon is enough for now. So the external armor-piercing Cobalt Bullet Launcher is also temporarily put aside. Cold Light Sky Thrust Cannon is a component. Its main function is to slow down enemy units. But this effect can only be qualitatively changed after a large-scale enhancement. The last Plasma Guardian is the same as the Void Shadow Killing Clan Warrior Tree. It has no amplification effect on the sky in the battleship form. So it was finally excluded by Song Chi. Now the Plasma Guardian component has been enhanced to level 30. The shield value of the plasma shield it can provide has soared from the previous 22,500 to 306,000. Which should be enough for now. Finally, Song Chi only had the Silver 3 Generation Super Wave Magic Energy Detection Radar, Phantom Thruster, and Escape Orb in front of him. Of course, to be more precise, it was 2. The latter 2 components were both purple. But if they were enhanced, both could be enhanced to level 39. After struggling for a while, Song Chi finally chose the Orange Radar Silver 3 Generation Super Wave Magic Energy Detection Radar. Well, the patrol radar is like the eyes of a battleship. It is more important to anticipate the enemy than anything else. In addition, the upper limit of orange parts is much higher than that of purple parts. And the cost-effectiveness of strengthening is higher. Well, this is the reason why Song Chi convinced himself. After making the decision, he did not hesitate anymore and directly strengthened the Silver 3 Generation Super Wave Magic Energy Detection Radar from LV-30 to LV-39. Like the Light Energy Aggregation Engine part, a total of 360 titanium crystals and 387 strands of third-order floating land essence were consumed. At this point, this orange radar has also reached the upper limit of the ship's hull reinforcement. Silver 3 Generation Ultrawave Magic Energy Detection Radar LV-39. Quality, orange. Features, Magic Energy Detection. Feature 2, Star Map Collector. Consumption, 300/S psionic points detection range, 1,800 light hours. Accuracy, 890. Required for upgrade, 100 strands of floating land essence 3rd order, 2 strands of floating land essence 4th order, 70,000 psionic points, 4,000 Terra stones, 60 titanium crystals, 1 rule stone magic energy detection. All life or objects with special energy reactions within the detection range will be specially marked on the display. Star Map Collector. After entering an unfamiliar star field, after half an hour of collection, the patrol radar will automatically generate a star map with a detection range of 400 times. Note, the upper limit of ship hull strengthening has been reached, and it is not possible to strengthen it further. After strengthening, the properties of this orange engine have been greatly improved. Whether it is the detection range, accuracy, or the diameter of the generated star map, etc., there has been a significant increase. Not to mention anything else. The star map that the LV-30 Silver 3 Generation Ultrawave Magic Energy Detection Radar can generate before has a diameter of only about 65 light-years. But now it has exceeded 100 light-years. In addition, its magic energy detection feature has also significantly improved the detection depth inside obstacles, which is quite good. Turning his eyes away from the various parts of the sky, Song Chi counted the remaining funds in his hand. The second-level floating land origin had fallen to 5 digits, leaving only more than 9,000 strands, and only 109 strands of the third-level floating land origin, and 1,001 titanium crystals. However, in the blink of an eye, most of the resources in his hand were gone. Fortunately, the combat power of the sky has been improved a lot, and it is still very satisfactory overall. Thinking about it, he thought of a part that he had not paid attention to for more than a year. Blue Fire Ship LV-20. If he wanted to strengthen it, he could always upgrade it to level 29. But after thinking about it, Song Chi still didn't strengthen it. Compared with other parts, this Shinhua ship body itself can't directly increase the combat power of the warship, except for the 6 special part slots provided every 5 levels, and the effect increase of all basic parts in each major level. There is no other benefit in strengthening it. On the contrary, the level of the Shinhua ship body itself will affect the area where it is deployed in the alien domain. The higher the level of the Shinhua ship body, the higher the probability of being deployed in the territory under the jurisdiction of the advanced alien river civilization, and vice versa. Based on this, generally speaking, unless there are special reasons, such as insufficient special slots in the warship's major rank promotion, etc., Captain Shinhua will not be too anxious to upgrade the Shinhua's ship body. After all, the higher the level of alien civilization, the higher the degree of danger, and the greater the danger in 24-hour exploration. At present, there are 26 special slots on the Sky 2 plus 6 plus 6 plus 6 plus 6, 20 of which have been used so far, and 6 are still available. So, there is no need to rush to strengthen this component. Time passed, and several days passed in a blink of an eye. The Song family returned to Longji continent yesterday. After telling the details of the trip to Tangshan floating continent to Bai Xiuqin and others who stayed behind, the faces of several people first showed solemnity. After praising Song Qi softly, Bai Xiuqin's expression suddenly turned cold. In this way, there is no need to keep too close contact with the other side in the future, just keep 2 basic communication channels. Hearing this, Zhao Hengxue and others on the side were ready to persuade them, but Bai Xiuqin, who is usually known for her gentleness, was very determined this time, and did not give anyone any chance to persuade her. In this regard, everyone can actually understand that this is not a joke, and it almost led to an irreversible outcome. As a result, the Bai family not only did not take the initiative to apologize, but took the initiative to speak, and was aggressive. In this case, how could Bai Xiuqin not be angry? The other party did not consider the feelings of her, who married into the Bai family. Chapter 208 Ding Hai Earl Song Xuansong, 4th level Vampire Marquis. Seeing that Bai Xiuqin didn't seem to be angry, but seemed to have made up her mind, the crowd stopped persuading her. In fact, from the bottom of their hearts, they supported this decision more. What Bai Chongwen did before was really disgusting to those of them who had experienced it personally. The reason why they didn't take the initiative to show it was that they didn't want to embarrass Bai Xiuqin. No matter what, it was her family. If they really showed too much malice, the only one who would be uncomfortable would be Bai Xiuqin. Now that she had made up her mind, they would not deliberately embarrass themselves. After finishing the affairs of the Tangshan Fulu group, Song Mingsong took out the remaining more than 10,000 titanium crystals. Except for the more than 4,000 crystals that were agreed to be used to purchase high-level void crystals, and the 1,000 crystals placed in the secret vault. The rest were distributed to Bai Xiuqin, Song Hai and his wife, as well as Song Lin, Song Wen, Song Yu and others. After finishing these, the whole family discussed the promotion of the Angry Lion in detail. This matter is of great importance. It can be regarded as the most important event in the history of their 10th straight vein, or even in the next few decades. No one dares to be careless. After some discussion, Song Mingsong said, "Let's do this. In the next year, the boss and I will jointly explore and kill as many high-level aliens as possible to increase the success rate of the Angry Lion. Others, remember to pay attention to the 4th-level biological crystal, the Earth Attribute Law crystal, and the 10,000-year pure Yang Jade. These 3 materials will be enough. Don't worry about the others. You can't help much with the 2nd-level ones." As he said, Song Mingsong remembered something. There is also a 4th-level void crystal. If we can successfully trade for one of these, and make the spirit-tempering fruit and top-grade dragon blood fruit produce in advance, we may be able to trade for unique resources, like 10,000 years of moon tree juice that can increase the success rate of worship promotion. Understood? Don't worry, Dad. After all matters were arranged, the group left the underground secret room one after another. There was actually a small episode in the middle. Song Qi took out all the void crystals that he had hunted from the void space before. Although the 1st, 2nd and 3rd level void crystals are far inferior to the 4th level void crystals, if all of them are added together, they should be able to speed up the Dragon Blood Secret Realm by about 100 years. If I remember correctly, among the 10 Dragon Blood trees in the Dragon Blood Secret Realm, 2 of them have Dragon Blood fruits that are more than 900 years old. If it can be accelerated, it can produce 10 ordinary Dragon Blood fruits. It is indeed not too precious to extend life by 10 years. But 2 of each Dragon Blood fruit can be taken. If it lasts for 20 years, it should arouse the interest of many Xinhua captains. Perhaps it can also obtain information about the 4th level Void Crystal and the 4th level Life Crystal. But Grandpa refused directly. The reason given was also very simple. The competition for the family sequence was not far away. Now his main task was to accumulate gold merit points and exchange them for a ray of orange upgraded fire source as soon as possible, so that he could be promoted to purple fire seed, and there was no need to worry about the rest. In this regard, Song Chi could not say much. All the way back to his personal courtyard, Song Chi said something to his parents, and when he entered the bedroom, the surrounding space began to change rapidly, and then he appeared in the market. Then, he hurriedly headed towards the market. Before, when he was in Tanshan floating land, he did not find an opportunity to start the market transaction that had been cooled down. Now that he was back home, he would naturally not delay any longer. Just when Song Chi was busy starting the market transaction, a 1,000-meter warship emerged from the sky above Qinghua Manor, and then quickly soared into the sky, and rushed all the way to the direction of Longji Divine Mountain. In the main control room of the Angry Lion warship, Song Mingsong activated the space jump component. As the Angry Lion's jump charging was turned on, a violent space fluctuation came from the deep clouds above Qinghua Lake. At the same time, his mind moved, and he looked towards the battleship's engine room. There, a blood-colored vine plant, about 20 meters high, was quietly standing. It was the bloodthirsty vine plant enslaved by the slavery metal. The aura emitted by this bloodthirsty vine plant, it seemed to have reached the peak of the 3rd level, half a step to the 4th level. After completely devouring all the flesh and blood of the star beast, its body had already reached 1,500 meters, and now it has shrunk to 20 meters, naturally because of the size, as you wish feature of the slavery metal component. Because he had decided to participate in the subsequent Family 7th sequence competition, Song Chi no longer deliberately concealed himself. For example, the slavery metal component on his warship. Of course, it was not that he directly revealed the properties of this red component, but that he no longer deliberately misled others to think that the slavery component on the sky was only a purple component. 100-fold reduction in size was not something that a purple slavery component could do, and it had to be at least of orange quality. This time, Song Mingsong brought this bloodthirsty vine to Longji Mountain, in order to let the family leaders take action, to refine the flesh and blood of the golden armored beast that it had devoured. Song Chi had already known about this, and ordered the bloodthirsty vine to obey all of Song Mingsong's orders in advance. Longji Mountain. Deep in the mountain, it stretched endlessly. Ancient stars hung overhead, and in the dark ancient hall that could not be seen at a glance, Song Mingsong bowed and stood at the head of the hall. His face was serious and respectful, no longer as rough and irritable as before. Suddenly, a voice of vicissitudes came from the top of the hall. The 10th straight vein opener. Please come into the hall this time. What's the matter? This voice, which was obviously plain, when it reached Song Mingsong's ears, had a special sense of richness, as if it was carrying a majestic power, which made him subconsciously tense his body. After organizing his words, Song Mingsong said in a deep voice, "Report to the master. I, Song Chi, have many opportunities, and the combat power of my ship is far superior to that of the captain of the same level. I hereby apply to participate in the subsequent sequence competition of the family." After saying this, Song Mingsong's heart, which had been tense, relaxed a little. If someone familiar with him were here, they would be surprised. Song Mingsong, the angry lion known for his hot temper, was now cautious, fearing that he might say something inappropriate. However, if people knew the identity of the person at the head of the hall, they would probably immediately dispel this idea, because the person at the head of the Song family ancestral hall at the moment was none other than Song Xuansong, the current Earl of Dinghai in the Morning Star Principality, the head of the Dinghai Song family, and a descendant of the Song family. After hearing what Song Mingsong said, Song Xuansong at the head of the hall showed no emotion under his calm face. "Do you have any proof?" Hearing this, Song Mingsong, who had been prepared, tapped the quantum communication bracelet in his hand several times, and then a projection screen with a length and width of more than 100 meters appeared in front of him. Although the projection screen was large, but compared to the endless, starry sky hanging above the head, as if in the ancient hall of the starry sky, this 100-meter projection screen is completely insignificant. Of course, these are just details. The key is the image that appears in the light screen at this moment. If Song Chi was here, he would definitely recognize the image in the image at the first time. If it wasn't the scene where he severely injured the golden armored beast with the fission characteristics of the neutron star in the Tanshan floating land. What else could it be? As if he was aroused by the image, the upper Song Xuansong let out an almost inaudible hum. The video was not long. It stopped abruptly after half of the golden armored beast's head was melted. However, Song Xuansong's voice soon rang out in the hall. "Has this boy ever participated in the Soul Floating Land Expedition?" Report to the master. We stayed in the Soul floating land for more than a year. Song Ming Song nodded in response, and then waited quietly. Originally thought that it would take a long time. But surprisingly, Song Xuansong responded quickly. Okay. You can be included in the candidate list. For a moment, Song Ming Song was overjoyed. It is not easy to compete for the family sequence. It is not that everyone has the opportunity to participate in the competition. Only those who have shown considerable potential and have been recognized by the head of the family or the elders can be included in the candidate list. And only those on the candidate list will be eligible to compete for the sequence later. As for a family competition, a starry sky competition with hundreds of thousands of people, don't be ridiculous. Where is the time for that? You know, when the remnants of the Moro royal family were involved in an event of that level, it was difficult for the family to send people to assist. Is it because the remnants of the Moro royal family are not high enough? Of course not. The main reason is that the Song family is short of manpower. The Song family has been passed down for nearly 3,000 years, and with a base of millions of clansmen. In these 3,000 years, how many floating lands of star sea with considerable value have the Song family discovered during the exploration of alien star regions? And how many people are needed to garrison and develop in order to finally decide only one family sequence? Is it possible to recall hundreds of thousands of clansmen to participate in some starry sky competition? This is also the reason why the family leaders will take the initiative to select those who are qualified enough to participate in the sequence competition. Unnecessary large-scale personnel transfers have a significant impact on the entire family. However, this also makes the selection more rigorous, preventing the subsequent family sequence from being unworthy of the name. If a family member wants to be successfully included in the candidate list, he often needs to produce multiple rounds of credentials, and then be repeatedly selected by the family's senior leaders. Therefore, Song Ming Song was extremely surprised. But before he could think about it, the vicissitudes of life voice came again from above. Okay. Is there anything else? Song Ming Song did not dare to think too much. His eyebrows flashed, and the angry lion was summoned. Even the kilometer-long raging lion was not worth mentioning in this ancient starry sky hall. As the hatch opened, the blood-sucking vine sprig sprang out. A 5th-level blood-sucking vine sprig, which devoured all the flesh and blood of the golden armored beast. Before Song Ming Song could speak, Song Xuansong's voice rang out again, and he also revealed a lot of secrets. At least before this, Song Ming Song had no idea what level the mother plant of this blood-sucking vine sprig was, and there was no need for him to explain anything more. The voice from above had already guessed everything he had experienced on the Tangshan floating land. Did your ship also start the promotion mission before killing the golden armored beast? What is the success rate now? Song Xuansong was obviously interested in the promotion of the 4th-level ship of his family members. Report to the master, it is currently 14.05%. Well, don't relax in the next year. With the success rate provided by this golden armored beast, the subsequent promotion probability should be quite high. After saying that, the vicissitudes of life voice turned again. Do you want the family to refine the source blood for you? If so, have you thought about the price to pay? It is not a simple matter to refine the source blood of 4th-level creatures. Not only does it require the help of the captain of the same level, it also takes a long time. Naturally, the family leaders cannot refine it for you for free. However, Song Ming Song had obviously considered this as well. He said directly, Master, I am willing to exchange all the flesh and blood of this golden armored beast for a drop of blood from an ordinary 4th-level creature. After saying this, Song Ming Song waited quietly. There was not much tension on his face. He was very confident in the conditions he had given. It is common sense in the broken star sea that the blood from the same level star beast has a much better effect than ordinary creatures. If a drop of the 4th-level blood from a star beast can increase the success rate of a cruiser to a chasing ship by 10%, then the success rate of ordinary 4th-level blood is basically only 8%. Although the difference is only 2%. For a Xinhua captain, this number is already very large. After all, the initial success rate of all cruisers' promotion is only 0.05%. As expected, Song Xuansong quickly agreed. Above the hall, the arm with a glowing light waved gently, and then Song Ming Song only felt a slight space fluctuation in front of him. And then a white jade porcelain bottle appeared in front of him out of thin air. This is a drop of the source blood of a 4th-level vampire marquis, which should increase the success rate of your ship's promotion by 8%. Okay. Retreat if you are fine. As he said, The 20-meter-high blood-sucking vine plant beside Song Ming Song slowly floated up, and floated all the way to the top of the hall. Because of Song Ming Song's signal, the blood-sucking vine did not resist at all. Here, Song Ming Song also put away the angry lion again, bowed again, and turned to go out of the hall. He tightly grasped the white jade porcelain bottle in his hand, and did not feel too much regret in his heart. Although the source blood of the golden armored beast is more effective, his pockets are cleaner than his face at the moment, and it is obviously difficult to come up with a suitable reward in the next year. This choice at the moment is actually the most suitable one. He does not need to waste more time on this matter, and he can also focus all his energy on hunting high-level aliens in the future to improve the efficiency of hunting aliens. Before turning around, he raised his eyes slightly, and quickly glanced at the top of the hall. It was this glance that made Song Ming Song raise his eyebrows slightly. The figure standing at the top of the hall was not the real one, but a phantom formed by the light. Obviously, the real body of the head of the family, Song Xuan Song, was not here. The one who appeared in this ancestral hall was just a projection of him. In this regard, Song Ming Song only raised his eyebrows slightly, without much surprise. As mentioned before, the family was already short of manpower, and high-level combat power was naturally no exception. Of course, the lack of high-level combat power is not uncommon for all forces that are actively expanding in the territory of human civilization, unless it is like the Eagle family, where the internal struggle has become so serious that it is difficult to reconcile, and it has basically given up external exploration and expansion 1 or 2,000 years ago. Otherwise, the lack of high-level combat power is a normal state. At the same time, in the market of the heavens, Song Qi, a wolf man who was mixed in with various alien races, narrowed his eyes suddenly, as Grandpa already handed over the blood-sucking vine seed to the family. Chapter 209, A New Species. Fire element life. Just now, he completely lost contact with the bloodthirsty vine. He focused his mind on the mini sky and the Xinhua acupoint, and found that the bloodthirsty vine was no longer on the slavery medal, and a new slavery mark was vacant. Obviously, the bloodthirsty vine was either completely dead, or the family leaders used some special ability to dispel the slavery mark on the slavery medal. In response, Song Qi sighed softly. He sighed for the blood-sucking vine seedlings. Each blood-sucking vine seedling can only parasitize and devour once. After the flesh and blood are sent back to the mother plant, or its own survival time ends, it will die completely. This also makes his subsequent treatment of the ancient corpses in the starry sky ancient battlefield more difficult. Otherwise, with the blood-sucking vine seedlings alone, he can quickly deal with the flesh and blood left in those corpses in the future, and maximize its benefits. What a pity! Shaking his head helplessly, Song Qi no longer thought about it. This is the characteristic of the blood-sucking vine seedlings. No one can change this, unless they can enslave a blood-sucking vine mother plant. But it's just a thought. It's not very realistic. Let alone the fact that the blood-sucking vine is a starry sky plant. It is extremely rare. And even if it is found, it is basically the mother plant that has grown to a very high level, which is definitely not something that ordinary creatures or even civilizations can plan to take advantage of, because the middle and low-level blood-sucking vine mother plants have mostly been controlled by the middle and high-level civilizations in the Broken Star Sea. How can it be the turn of others to enslave them? Song Qi dispelled all these little thoughts in his heart and concentrated on checking the stalls around him. The luck in the market transaction was not bad this time. The positions of the dozens of space gates were all good. In just a few hours, the number of alien creatures in the market had exceeded 2,000, which was twice the number of the previous times. With such a large number, there were naturally more good things. For example, white and blue quality rare objects. It was rare to see 1 or 2 in ordinary transactions, but Song Qi had seen more than 5 at the moment. However, they were not rare objects with excellent properties. Either they could not be transformed into shipborne parts, or the few that could be transformed were just regular basic parts. They were no longer attractive to him now. Of course, if the real owner needs something with a big price difference and a very low value resource in the territory of Xinhua human civilization, he will still take it without hesitation. And it is a waste not to make money. In addition to this free stall area, there are also considerable gains in the strange object exchange shop. After a few hours, several aliens have taken out different white and blue strange objects to exchange for other strange objects of the same quality in the shop. Among these, there are several that can be converted into shipborne parts, which is equivalent to him using several useless strange objects that cannot be converted to exchange for several strange objects of the same quality that can be converted into shipborne parts. After this trip, he had already made a net profit of tens of thousands of zero-level floating land origins. The only pity was that no purple quality rare items appeared, which made Song Chi's profit not as great as he had imagined. In addition, there were few customers in the floating land origin exchange shop. In this regard, Song Chi could roughly determine that the exchange rate he gave was indeed not very competitive in the market. After all, there were more than 2,000 alien creatures gathered in the market at present, and more than 100 second-level creatures. With so many alien races, it was impossible to say that all creatures did not have mid to high-level floating land origins. That would be too abnormal. Thinking about it, Song Chi changed his mind and stopped strolling around. Instead, he transformed himself into one of the many creatures setting up stalls. Don't miss it if you pass by. The origin of the floating land is exchanging at a loss. In a corner of the free stall area, Song Chi, who had transformed into a jackal, set up a small stall by himself. Although the stall was not big, the shouting was loud, and it soon attracted the attention of many alien races around. Soon, a large number of alien creatures gathered around the stall. Looking at the stall again, there were only 3 items on display. 3 rich light balls. The first light group is the largest, and it is full of zero-level floating land essence, and there are more than 1 million strands. And below this light group, there is also a sign with words written in the common language of Shanghai. 14 strands of zero-level floating land essence exchange for 1 strand of first-level floating land essence. The second light group contains first-level floating land essence, and there are also many of them, more than 100,000 strands. There is also a sign below it. 16 strands of first-level floating land essence exchange for 1 strand of second-level floating land essence. The third one is second-level floating land essence, and there are only about 10,000 strands. The sign below reads, 18 strands of second-level floating land essence for 1 strand of third-level floating land essence. Seeing the price he offered, many aliens became interested and began to ask, or directly took out high-level floating land essence for exchange. For a while, a large number of second-level and third-level floating land essences were taken out by some aliens. Song Chi, who had been mentally prepared, was not moved. The price given by the floating land essence exchange shop has always been 13 strands of zero-level floating land essence for 1 strand of first-level floating land essence. 14 strands of first-level floating land essence for 1 strand of second-level floating land essence. 15 strands of second-level floating land essence for 1 strand of third-level floating land essence. Compared to the exchange rate he offered now, it was obviously much lower, and it was understandable that no one was willing to trade in the shop. At the stall, Song Chi, who looked like a jackal, had his eyes flashing. While he was quickly dealing with the exchange requests from the surrounding aliens, he was also considering whether he should take the initiative to adjust the exchange ratio in the origin exchange shop in the future. The reason why he specially set up this exchange shop was that he wanted to exchange more mid and high-level floating land origins from alien creatures. And it was also to save trouble. Now he was setting up a stall in a temporary disguise, which was a waste of time. Thinking about it, suddenly an alien with sharp sickle limbs next to him, who looked like an alien in his previous life, attracted Song Chi's attention. He took out a ball of extremely high-level floating land essence, 4th-level floating land essence. Song Chi was naturally very interested in this, and he immediately communicated with the other party. He knew too well the rarity and importance of the 4th-level floating land essence. Not to mention anything else, when his seat of fire was promoted later, the parts on the sky that had been strengthened to LV39, if they wanted to continue to strengthen them, the 4th-level floating land essence must be used. Therefore, even if the 4th-level floating land essence that the other party took out was not much, only 5 strands, even if the 3rd-level floating land essence in his hand was extremely limited, Song Chi also gave it enough expectations. My friend, how would you like to exchange? He asked in the common language of Shanghai. Song Chi casually looked at the other person's body again, seeing that the other person seemed to have been promoted to the 2nd level not long ago. His aura was not yet completely stable. He added another sentence. Do you need the 2nd-level floating land essence? Or all the 3rd level? Since the other person had just been promoted to the 2nd level not long ago, he should urgently need the 2nd-level floating land essence. If so, it would also be a good thing for him. At present, he himself was in urgent need of the 3rd-level floating land essence. but he had a lot of second-level floating land essence in his hands. Hearing his question, the sickle alien beside him also replied in the common language of Shanghai, "Exchange all for the second-level floating land essence. But the exchange rate must be higher. I have the fourth-level floating land essence, which is hard-earned." Song Chi thought about it, and then gave a ratio. 360 strands of second-level floating land essence for 1 strand of fourth-level floating land essence. Do you think it is feasible? The reason for giving this exchange ratio of 360 to 1 is very simple. In fact, it is to use the exchange price given by the floating land essence exchange shop 20 strands of third-level floating land essence for 1 strand of fourth-level floating land essence, and then add the exchange rate of third-level and second-level floating land essence at his stall. The sickle alien shook his head repeatedly. Not enough, if you calculate it this way. Wouldn't the exchange rate of the third-level and fourth-level floating land origins be the same as that of the market shops? No. After hesitating for a moment, Song Chi finally raised the price again. Then it's 378:1. After saying that, seeing that the sickle alien beside him was about to continue talking, he hurriedly took the lead and said, "This price is already very high, and it is also the limit I can accept. If you are still not satisfied, then forget it." Because of his first words, the sickle alien did not speak again, but fell silent. On the other side, Song Chi kept talking to other aliens beside him, and the ferocious wolf head tried to pretend to be indifferent. The two sides were deadlocked for about 10 minutes. And finally the sickle alien chose to compromise. In the end, Song Chi successfully exchanged 1890 strands of second-level floating land essence for these 5 strands of fourth-level floating land essence. However, after that, the second-level floating land essence in his hand also shrank significantly, leaving only about 6,000 strands. Time passed slowly during this transaction. More than 10 hours later, in the free stall area, there were already several aliens in front of the stall of Song Chi, who looked like a wolf. After such a long time, those aliens who had medium and high-level floating land origins and were attracted by the exchange rate he offered had basically exchanged them. The remaining aliens either did not have medium and high-level floating land origins or were unwilling to trade. Therefore, knowing that there was no need to continue the trade, Song Chi did not hesitate and directly closed the stall. But just when the market transaction was about to end, something unexpected happened. Just after closing the stall and preparing to go somewhere else, thinking of getting the few items that he had seen from a god's perspective and that were still profitable, Song Chi suddenly paused and turned his eyes to the outside of the market gate. There, he felt the vibration of a new space gate being touched. And the breath that touched this space gate seemed to be very different from ordinary carbon-based life. The energy fluctuations it emitted were particularly strong. And it was still the kind of energy fluctuations with an extremely single attribute. What is it? Is it a ball of fire? Or is it a fire-attributed creature like the Suzaku or the golden crow in the novel of the previous life? Song Chi had many guesses in his mind. Yes, in his perception, the creature that triggered this new space gate carried the power of scorching fire. While he was guessing, the space fluctuations outside the market gate became stronger, and then a figure emitting bright red light appeared at the entrance of the market. I exclaimed in my heart. If I am not mistaken, this figure is not a physical entity, but a humanoid figure transformed by flames. As for this kind of life, Song Chi remembered that there was a special introduction in the previous Xinhua Academy textbooks. Elemental life, or elemental life with fire attribute. Elemental life, also known as fire spirit, has an incomparable talent in the way of fire. They are the darlings of fire. Once they enter the 4th level, they will have a 10-fold or a 100-fold acceleration in the perception of the law of fire. In addition, this kind of life in the environment of corresponding attributes, the combat power will be greatly increased. After getting this answer, he quickly went through the relevant information of fire elemental life in his mind. At this time, the fire element creatures over there also entered the market through the gate. For this strange creature that suddenly appeared, all the aliens in the freestall area immediately showed great curiosity. But before some aliens could get close, this rare fire element life rushed straight to a corner of the freestall area. Song Chi noticed from the god's perspective that the stall he was close to had many different types of fire attribute materials on it. Is it interested in various fire attribute materials and strange objects? That's right, after all. It is a fire element life. Most fire attribute items should be able to promote its growth. And just as his thoughts were turning, this second-level fire element life quickly left the stall again. This time it rushed straight to the inside of the market along the central street. Obviously, although there are many fire attribute materials on this doll, they are basically low-level ores. They may be attractive to this fire element life, but not very much. In another corner of the freestyle area, Song-Chi's eyes suddenly lit up. If I am not mistaken, the area where this fire element life is heading this time is the strange item exchange shop he opened. And its purpose is not difficult to guess. What is the highest level strange item in the strange item exchange shop? The orange quality red origin sky fire. Orange fire. Fire element life. When the two are linked together, it is hard for him not to think too much. However, the only thing he can be sure of at the moment is that the thing that attracts this second level fire element life must be the red origin sky fire. The orange quality red origin sky fire is far more attractive to him than he imagined. I just don't know if he can come up with something of sufficient value. After all, it is just a second level fire element life. In addition, this strand of red origin sky fire was clearly stated by him to be exchanged for fire treasures of the same quality. If he can really come up with other treasures of the same quality, should he agree to this exchange? Without thinking too much, Song-Chi focused his attention on the treasure exchange shop. Maybe the other party can't even come up with a treasure of the same level as Orange Glory? Chapter 210 Fire-related rare items. Crystal of the Law of Fire Attribute. The rare item exchange shop. As expected, after entering the shop, the fire element life sight was completely on the ray of fire at the top of the shop that was emitting dazzling orange light. The flames that kept jumping around him seemed to be silently telling of his inner restlessness at the moment. This ray of red plain sky fire apparently brought him a huge impact. In the freestyle area, Song-Chi did not make any extra movements and watched everything quietly, although he was not so calm in his heart, after all. There was only less than half an hour left before the end of this market transaction. After several minutes, the fire element life finally took its eyes off the red plain sky fire. It walked all the way to the center of the store, without saying much, and the flame surged around it. Then several items appeared out of thin air, and no one knew where they were taken from. In the freestyle area, Song-Chi was slightly startled. The items taken out by the fire element life really surprised him. The invisible power surged around him, and the power of the law began to gather towards the strange item exchange shop. Soon he successfully obtained all the attributes of the 4 items taken out by the other party. Special item, Fire Fox Spirit Flame. Quality, purple. Transformable, Fire Seed upgraded to Fire Source. Note, a wisp of companion spirit flame of a 4-tailed fire fox in the fire element world. After a long period of gestation, it finally transformed into a wisp of precious fire seed. Special item, Flame Lizard Hardcore Fire. Quality, purple. Transformable, Fire Seed upgraded to Fire Source. Note, after a lava lizard in the fire element world died, its hardcore was roasted by lava for thousands of years, and finally turned into a wisp of purple fire seed. Special item, Heavenly Abyss Tribulation Fire. Quality, purple. Transformable, Fire Seed upgraded to Fire Source. Note, a wisp of superb purple tribulation fire generated by the Fire Sea and Heavenly Abyss in the fire element world after thousands of years is a superb purple special item. Rare item, Black Moon Flame. Quality, purple. This is why Song-Chi was still so surprised with his current vision. The 4 items taken out by this fire elemental life form were all rare items of fire type, and they were all of purple quality. What is even more incredible is that, among these 4 fire seed wonders, 3 can be transformed into purple quality fire seed upgrade fire sources. And the upgraded fire source transformed by the Heavenly Abyss Tribulation Fire is even more purple, which can upgrade white fire seeds to blue. Just this strand of Heavenly Abyss Tribulation Fire is enough to exchange for 40 gold merits in the Song Family Merit Building. If you add the other 2 ordinary purple upgraded fire sources, the 3 are equivalent to 60 gold merits. In comparison, the normal orange quality parts are sold at 80 to 120 gold merits in the Merit Building. Because red plain heavenly fire cannot be converted into upgraded fire sources and shipborne parts, its value is halved, and its actual value is 40 to 60 gold merits. If calculated in this way, the price offered by the other party is actually enough to exchange for this red plain sky fire. However, this is relative to the special restrictions of the territory of Shinhoi human civilization. If the prices of orange and purple items in the Broken Star Sea are really calculated, they are still not equal. So Song-Chi's answer was very clear. The projection screen in the middle of the shop changed for a while, and finally turned into 2 words. Not enough. The fire element life did not show any abnormality. It was obvious that it also knew that the things it took out were not enough to exchange for an orange quality fire seed item. After thinking for a while, it replied in a special voice, "Your Majesty, the Lord of the Great Market. Can you explain it more clearly? Is it the quantity that is insufficient? Or the quality that is insufficient?" The meaning of this sentence is very clear. To put it simply, it is asking one sentence. Can it be exchanged with purple fire seeds? If the quantity is insufficient, it means that if you add a few more purple fire seeds, it is possible to exchange for the red origin heavenly fire. If the quality is insufficient, it can only be exchanged with other orange fire seeds. The nature of these two are completely different. As long as it is suitable, it's okay. Seeing the reply on the light screen in front of him, the fire element life was overjoyed. Although it is only one level difference, for fire element life like them, the orange fire and the purple fire are essentially different. If it can exchange multiple purple fire for one orange fire, it is very willing. On the contrary, if it already has other orange fire in its hand, why should it exchange it for the red origin sky fire of the same quality? After a while of excitement, the fire element life began to get anxious again. There are only 4 purple fire seeds in hand for the time being. If it can be given some time, it will not be difficult to collect a few more. But the problem is that it has no time now. The market will end in less than 10 minutes. And there is no time for it to collect more. In anxiety, it can only take the initiative to ask Song Chi, the market controller hidden behind the market, for help. Although the world behind it is an infinite flame world, it has abundant flame energy and breeds a large number of fire seeds. Otherwise, a second-level fire element life, would not be able to take out 4 purple fire seeds at will. However, fire seeds of the orange glory quality are rare in the fire element world. Even if they appear, they are basically occupied by high-level fire creatures. It is not something that a small second-level fire element life can afford. Under such circumstances, this strand of red original sky fire is the orange fire seed wonder that it can really get. How can it not care? For fire element life like them, fire seed wonders can greatly promote their growth, optimize, and perfect their fire element bodies. The higher the quality of the fire seed, the stronger the effect. Therefore, it must do its best to take this strand of red origin sky fire. Master of the market transaction is about to end. I can't collect other purple fire seeds in a short time. I wonder if the remaining price difference can be replaced with other items? After saying that, without Song Chi asking, the fire element life took out a large number of items again. 10,000-year-old volcanic lava iron mother, Lihua copper, 1,000-year-old camphor wood heart, 1,000-year-old pyracantha fruit. The surprises brought by the other party continued. There were also many valuable items among the items taken out this time. Needless to say, the 10,000-year-old volcanic lava iron mother is one of the special resources that may be used when the frigate is promoted to a cruiser. Lihua copper is a high-level strengthening material, which is often used when strengthening high-quality fire attribute parts. The heart of the 1,000-year-old camphor wood can be used to repair the hull. Firethorn fruit is the same as the deep-water clam pearl, which can be used to assist the captain of Shinhua in practicing the guiding technique. However, these are not what Song Chi cares about most. What Song Chi values is the last piece of fiery red stone he took out. Although the stone itself is fiery red, the light it emits is orange, making it an orange wonder. Moreover, this orange wonder is extraordinary. It is an extremely rare wonder that Song Chi has heard about many times recently. Wonder, fire attribute law crystal. Quality, orange. Effect, contains a trace of fire attribute law. Carrying it with you can increase the speed of understanding fire attribute law. When actively activated, it can be used as a medium for one-time fire attribute law blessing. Note, a piece of law stone, under the nourishment of infinite fire attribute energy, was fortunately integrated with a trace of Star Sea fire law and turned into an orange quality Star Sea wonder. It's actually a law crystal. Song Chi was only slightly moved by the previous items, but after seeing this fire attribute law crystal, his heart was instantly hot. This thing is not very useful to him now, and he doesn't know what kind of law he will follow in the future. But this doesn't mean that he doesn't want to get it. The crystal of law is rare, and for creatures with matching properties, its attraction is far greater than that of the same level of rare objects. If he gets it now, even if he doesn't follow this law path in the future, he doesn't have to worry about it being a waste of money. As long as he releases it, he can sell it easily. even if he really meets someone who is in urgent need of it. It can be sold at a very high price. Thinking of this, Song Chi had already made a decision. The font on the light screen in the middle of the shop changed, and finally turned into several new lines of text. For this crystal of the law of fire attribute, I will give you two choices. First, use it to exchange for Hongyuan Heavenly Fire directly. Second, use it to exchange for the market guest order for the next 12 uses. As for Hongyuan Heavenly Fire, you can come and exchange it after you have gathered other purple fire seeds. After reading these 3 lines of text, the fire element life pondered. Seeing this, Song Chi was actually a little nervous, looking forward to the other party's subsequent choice. According to the point of maximizing benefits, he naturally hoped that the other party would choose the second one. In this way, the fire attribute law crystal would be equivalent to extra income, because if the other party chose the first one, in order to improve the quality of his own fire seed as soon as possible, he could only exchange this fire attribute law crystal to the family, in exchange for gold merit points to exchange for orange upgraded fire source. As for the second one, it might take a month or 2, but later he could directly take a few purple upgraded fire sources to replace the fire attribute law crystal, thus keeping this extremely precious law crystal in his hands. After a long wait, the final result was still in the direction he expected. This fire elemental life chose the second one, and used the fire attribute law crystal in his hand to exchange for the market guest order that had already appeared in front of him. Song Chi was very satisfied with this result. At the same time, he also had some small guesses about the other party's choice. There are roughly 3 reasons why this fire elemental life would casually take out an extremely precious fire attribute law crystal for trading. Either the other party felt that he was only at the second level, and there was still a long way to go before he could use this law crystal in the future, so it would be better to bind himself to this Shutian market, which was destined to have extremely amazing future potential. Or for fire elemental life like them, there was no need for the fire attribute law crystal to help them understand the fire law. The third possibility is that he has another fire attribute law crystal in his hand. Song Chi did not think about this guess for too long. No matter what the reason is, it will be clear in the future. It is useless to speculate now. As his mind moved, the bronze market guest token floating in front of him trembled slightly. When the token fell into the hands of the fire element life, the number of times the token could be used had become December 12th. The reason why this number was set to 12 times, instead of the 10 times that were common to orange wonders in the past, was naturally because the law crystal itself was special. Its value has always been the highest among the wonders of the same level. After the transaction was completed, the fire element life began to collect the items that had been taken out before. As for the 10,000-year-old volcanic lava iron mother in his hand, Song Chi was somewhat tempted, but the market transaction time had come to an end, so he could only wait and see. Anyway, the other party had already obtained the market guest order, and there was plenty of time in the future. In addition, Song Chi might not have realized it himself, but when the transaction was officially finalized, he subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. This ball of red original Skyfire has been in his hands for too long. So long that he even doubted whether it would be difficult to sell it in the next 5 years, or even 10 years. Now that the relevant transactions have been finalized, and he is in urgent need of gold merit points to exchange for the orange upgraded fire source nodes. To be honest, he feels much more relieved. Soon, a strong repulsive force acted on all the alien creatures in the market. The next second, these aliens were repelled from the market and returned to the position they were in before entering the market. The bright red clouds completely covered the sky of the world. 1,000-meter-high lava volcanoes stood on the vast land. Thick smoke gushed out from the crater with a diameter of several thousand meters, mixed with a large amount of hot magma. This is an extremely vast world of fire. The scorching heat is baking the whole world all the time. After a long time, this world is only suitable for the survival of fire-attributed creatures. At the foot of a certain vast hill, a flame figure suddenly appeared. After it appeared out of thin air, the small space door behind it also completely dissipated. The flame figure tightly grasped the bronze token in his hand, and then went straight to the secret place where the purple fire creature existed. It was very fast, and its eyes were very determined. It vowed to get the orange fire as soon as possible. Only in this way could it make its elemental body more perfect, and have the potential to move to a higher level in the future. The world it was in was vast and boundless, and no life knew whether it had an end. Such a large world was naturally not a pure land. It was also full of the law of the jungle. It was common for a fire element creature to devour another fire element life. Coupled with those equally terrifying fire-attributed creatures, danger was everywhere. Only by improving all the way, and finally becoming a fire element lord overlooking one side, and commanding a large area, could it truly enter the upper level of this world. To do this, it must work harder and harder. Chapter 211 Black Star Auction House 4th Order Void Crystal. Song Chi did not know what happened to the fire elemental life afterwards. After he finished the market transaction, he immediately counted the harvest this time. Except for 50 titanium crystals, 5 strands of 4th Order floating land essence, and fire attribute law crystal, the rest were more than 100 strands of 3rd Order floating land essence. The 2nd Order floating land essence did not increase this time, but only less than 7,000 strands were left. There were also several blue quality wonders, as well as 1st Order and 0 Order floating land essences, because there were still not many 3rd level floating land origins. Song Chi did not rush to strengthen the sky, but played with the fire attribute law crystal in his hand. To be honest, he has always been very curious about the power of law that can only be controlled after the 4th level of the Broken Star Sea, and the power of law that he can control in the market as the master of the market. He is curious about whether there is any difference between the two. He is curious about whether he will have any special advantages by controlling the power of law and advance through the market as a medium. I wonder if there will be some different changes after I control the power of laws in the outside world, and then enter the market to perform double superposition. Based on all these, Song Chi began to drive the power of laws in the market. Mysterious energy flowed between his hands. Under his deliberate control, the power of laws in the market began to slowly inject into the fire attribute law crystal in his palm. With the injection and guidance of the external law power, the hot flame energy inside this fire attribute law crystal began to slowly overflow. Suddenly, Song Chi felt that he was wrapped by a strong hot force, as if he was in an endless furnace of heaven and earth, and everything around him was roasting his whole body inside and out all the time. This feeling was different from before. If the power of law is likened to a knife, then the power of the market law he used before was more like a temporary knife holder, just roughly controlling the knife for his own use. But now, he is more like directly turning into the knife, and can clearly perceive all the details of the knife of law, and can use it as if it were an arm. In this way, his mind was throbbing, as if he had touched something that could not be expressed in words, intuition, or essence. But just when he wanted to further comprehend and explore, a sharp stinging sensation suddenly came from his mind, followed by an indescribable fatigue that swept through his whole body and mind. Feeling this, Song Chi quickly dissipated the power of the law around him, and stopped playing with, and comprehending the fire attribute law crystal in his hand. If I'm not mistaken, the pain in my head before was probably my mind giving me a warning. My mind is only in the 2nd stage of the ordinary state, which is not enough to support me to touch the realm of law perception that can only be stepped into by the divine state. If I really try it by force, the final result will be a mental breakdown, and I will become an empty shell without any mind. Thinking of this, Song Chi could only endure the fatigue and put the fire attribute law crystal back to the Xinhua Zuqiao, and then return to the bedroom outside. He must replenish the mental power that was consumed instantly by his unauthorized understanding of the law as soon as possible. At the same time, he also secretly decided in his heart that he would pay more attention to the improvement of mental power in the future and spend more time on daily visualization. As the strength increases, the higher the level, the more important the mental power will be to the Xinhua captain. It is not only related to the duration of the subsequent battleship mythical mecha form, but also affects the Xinhua captain's understanding of the power of the law, and must be taken seriously. Thinking of this, Song Chi recalled the remaining soul resources in his hands. There were still tens of thousands of top-grade soul stones, plus a lot of 2nd and 3rd level soul cores. In this way, as long as he practiced hard for a period of time, with the help of the mythical mecha projection rubbing map and these soul resources, his mental power would be raised to a higher level, from 1 mind and 5 functions to 1 mind and 6 functions, which is the 3rd stage of the ordinary mind state. It would not be too difficult. In addition, it was time to find an opportunity to use the remaining half of the 1,500-year-old deepwater clam pearls. It seems that I need to practice hard in seclusion for a while. Before falling into a deep sleep, Song Chi thought a lot in his mind, and made a detailed plan for his future. In addition, the deal with Hongyuan Skyfire has been finalized, and he will definitely be able to collect the gold merit points to exchange for the orange upgraded fire source in the next few months. During this period, he does not need to rush to hunt the void demons, explore the alien star domain, etc., and there is enough time for him to practice well. After making a complete plan, Song-chi could no longer hold on, and fell directly on the soft bed in the bedroom, and soon fell into a deep sleep. Qinghua Manor, the courtyard where Song Shan and his wife were. On the side of the Tianqing ship, Zhao Hongxue, who was quite anxious, called out a few words softly. "Mom." Soon, the door of the Tianqing opened, and Bai Xiuqin, wearing a training suit, walked out of the ship. At this moment, the breath exuded by Bai Xiuqin was a little unstable, and from time to time, there were strands of dark energy overflowing, making Zhao Hongxue in front of her feel a faint pressure. Feeling this energy fluctuation, Zhao Hongxue smiled. "Congratulations, Mom, for successfully breaking through to level 29. Bai Xiuqin also smiled. "You're lucky. I just broke through yesterday. What's up?" It's been more than 2 months since the Tanshan floating land operation ended and the family members returned. Because of the Bai family incident, Bai Xiuqin has been gritting her teeth and practicing for the past 2 months, in order to quickly upgrade her guidance skill to the 3rd level and become a true 3rd level Xinhua captain. In this way, the strength of the family can be improved again. There is no need to look at other people's faces for many things in the future. After all, a strong foundation is the hard truth, and the results in the past 2 months are not bad. The guiding technique has been successfully upgraded from LV28 to LV29. Although there is still a long way to go before breaking through the bottleneck of the big level and officially promoted to the 3rd level, the progress is real. In front of him, Zhao Hongxue's face changed after a little surprise. "Mom, we have news from a secret line below that." A 4th level void crystal appeared in the silver spear floating land of the Golden Shark Star region, and it will be auctioned in half a month. Hearing this, Bai Xiuqin quickly understood something. "Mei-song and the boss are not here." Zhao Hongxue nodded repeatedly. If not, she would not have bothered Bai Xiuqin. They went to Bailing floating land together more than a month ago. The order they left was to send a transit warship there 4 months later. "We can't make a decision on our own." Bai Xiuqin nodded and fell into deep thought. Bailing floating land was a 3-level Shanghai floating land that Song Ming-song had discovered and marked with a landmark decades ago. It was a controlled area called Bailing Civilization. Bailing Civilization, a civilization that has touched the threshold of intermediate civilization. Its civilization group is called Bailing Clan, and it controls a star field of nearly 10,000 light-years, including 1-3. Level Life-type Star Sea Floating Land, 1-2. Level Life-type Star Sea Floating Land, 4-2. Level Resource-type Floating Lands, and hundreds of 1. Level and non-level Star Sea Floating Lands. There are quite a few 3rd-level Bailing Clan in this Bailing Civilization, which is why the Angry Lion, which is in urgent need of bathing in the blood of high-level alien races, rushed there. When Song Shan's Mountain and Bai Xiuqin's Lyra were promoted before, they also went to the Bailing Civilization star field and hunted many 3rd-level alien races and starships of Bailing Civilization. Don't bother them. Raging Lion is in the most time-poor period. We can handle this matter by ourselves. After saying that, Bai Xiuqin turned to ask Song-chi. "Where's Xiao-chi? Isn't there either?" "Well, maybe he's in seclusion, or maybe he's out exploring." "I haven't seen Xiao-chi during this period." Because Song-chi has decided to participate in the family sequence competition, Song Ming-song didn't hide for his grandson anymore. Now all the core members of the clan basically know that Song-chi's ship has good combat power, at least with the combat power of an ordinary cruiser. That's why Bai Xiuqin asked this question. Hearing this, Bai Xiuqin frowned, and after a long pause, she said, "How about this, Hongxue, you go to the 7th straight vein, and see if you can invite the person who used to have a good relationship with me. This is about the 4th level void crystal, and I'm worried without a cruiser." "Got it, Mom." The next day, above Qinghua Manor, the 1,000-meter-long Tianqing was suspended in the sky, and around it were the Qikong and Heihai. At this time, a soft voice came from the Tianqing. "Lianji, I'll leave this base to you for now. I'll be back in 20 days at the least, or a month at the most. Then we sisters can talk more." Below, Yu Lianji's delicate face had a bright smile on it. She stood in the courtyard of Song Shan and his wife, and her White Lotus cruiser was parked on the 3rd-level Origin Eruption Eye. "Don't worry. Go ahead." As soon as she finished speaking, the 3 Xinhua warships in the sky did not stay for long. The engines roared, and they soon disappeared into the clouds above the Dragon Ridge continent. In the courtyard, several people withdrew their gazes. Yu Lianji turned to Zhao Hongxue, Chen Lixia and other women and nodded, and then returned to the White Lotus. Seeing this, Zhao Hongxue and other women looked at each other, and then left one after another. They were still relatively relieved about Yu Lianji, because she was the wife of a third-level uncle of the 7th direct vein. The third-level uncle had always had a good relationship with Song Mingsong, and she also had a good relationship with Bai Xiuqin. It was still very appropriate for her to suppress the third-level floating land origin eruption for a month. Half a month later, Golden Shark Star region, Silver Spear floating land. This time it was not the Eagle Auction House, but a Black Star Auction House belonging to the local 4th-level family, Chen family of the Golden Shark Star region. Compared to the Eagle family's branch auction house in Silver Spear floating land, the scale of the Black Star Auction House was naturally much smaller. After all, the Golden Shark Chen family has only been rising for more than 1,000 years, and its foundation is far inferior to that of the Principality Eagle family. Generally speaking, if there are really extremely rare resources or shipborne parts, they will put them in their own treasure house, and will not auction them at all. It is said that this 4th-level void crystal was auctioned by an outside client, and was not taken out by the Chen family themselves. Otherwise, they would have used it in their own secret realm. In the auction house, which was not very large, there were nearly 100 third-level Xinhua captains sitting. Although the reputation of the Black Star Auction House was not as good as that of the Eagle Auction House, the controllers behind it were all 4th-level forces. Even if the items flowed out from their fingers, they might not be unattractive to these third-level Xinhua captains. The auction went very quickly. The blue parts, intermediate mineral resources, etc., did not attract the interest of the third-level Xinhua captains in the field. The auction soon entered the second half. The next item is a purple-quality energy shield, named Nuclear Photon Shield. With the appearance of the first purple part, it also means that this auction has officially entered the climax stage. In a VIP box above the auction venue, Bai Xiuqin, Song Hai, Song Chao, and the other two did not make an offer. This time, they only have one goal, which is the 4th-level void crystal that serves as the secondary access item. After nearly 10 purple parts were auctioned off, the void crystal that the 3 people had been longing for finally appeared. The following item is the second to last item of this auction. I believe many friends have heard of it before. Yes, it is a 4th-level void crystal. According to the client's requirements, this item only supports purple-quality patrol radars and titanium crystals, or 3rd level and above floating land origins for bidding. Okay, there will be no starting price. Friends can bid on their own. Now, the auction begins. As the 3rd-level auctioneer Chen on the stage officially opened this round of auctions, several bids were heard from the boxes on the upper floor of the auction hall. 300 titanium crystals, 200 titanium crystals plus 20 strands of 3rd-level floating land origin, 500 titanium crystals, a purple-quality air patrol radar plus 100 titanium crystals. As the Chen family auctioneer said before, many of the 3rd-level Xinhua captains present came for this 4th-level void crystal, and nearly 10 bids were heard in a short period of time. In the box where the 3 Song family members were, the 3 looked at each other, and then Song Chao finally made the first bid. 1,400 titanium crystals. When this offer was made, many people in the auction hall turned their eyes to the box where they were, curious about who was in it. But soon they were attracted by the subsequent offers. The current price is far from the normal market price of a 4th-level void crystal. After all, it can be exchanged for 1 strand of 5th-level floating land origin, 200 strands of 3rd-level floating land origin, 100 strands of 3rd-level floating land origin plus 1,200 titanium crystals. Time passed, and the price continued to rise. After about a few minutes, Song Chao spoke again. 3,000 titanium crystals. Hearing this, the entire auction hall finally fell silent, and the 1st and 2nd level Xinhua captains took a deep breath. Chapter 212 5,000 Years Secret Realm Acceleration. 3,000 titanium crystals. What does this mean? This amount of titanium crystals. Its value is enough to trade for a purple top-grade upgraded fire source comparable to an orange component. According to the normal market price of 1 titanium crystal for multiple strands of 2nd-level floating land origin, these 3,000 titanium crystals are worth at least more than 10,000 strands of 2nd-level floating land origin, and nearly 1,000 strands of 3rd-level floating land origin. Although it is still far less than an orange quality component, by the same token, The value of this 4th level void crystal is also unlikely to reach the level of an orange component. This price is basically equivalent to the normal market price of a 4th level void crystal. I don't know if there will be other big guys who will continue to raise the price. Probably. For those medium and large forces that own secret realms, high-level void crystals have always been fought for by them. I feel that it's not just that. Besides, maybe the Golden Shark Chin family will not give up easily. Although they are entrusting the auction, there is no rule that they cannot participate in the auction. I don't know who is in the box. 3,000 titanium crystals are just a casual deal. Such a large amount of money. Could it be a force in the capital star field of the principality? In the auction hall below, many 1st and 2nd level Shinhwa captains were discussing. 3,000 titanium crystals, no matter where they are placed, are enough to cause a stir. At this time, a new bid sounded. 1,500 titanium crystals, 400 strands of 3rd level floating land origin. Compared with titanium crystals, 3rd level floating land origin is obviously rarer. When someone directly took out 400 strands, everyone's attention was naturally attracted. In the box, Song Chao narrowed his eyes. This bid sound came from a very unfamiliar box. If he guessed correctly, the bidder who followed him was probably the Golden Shark Chin behind the Black Star auction house. Thinking of this, the three of them exchanged some ideas, and then gave a new price. 3,400 titanium crystals. The Shinhwa captains in the auction hall were in an uproar again. This price obviously exceeded the market price of a 4th level void crystal. Although it was only a little bit, it was indeed higher than the normal market price. Just when everyone was wondering if anyone would continue to raise the price, the box that had made the previous offer spoke again. 1,700 titanium crystals, 400 strands of 3rd level floating land origin. Song Chao's eyes were ugly, and he said to the two people beside him in a deep voice, "Add one last time. If the Chin family continues to follow up, it's fine. It's not worth it to have too much premium." After speaking, the last offer came from the box where the three were. 3,600 titanium crystals. When this price was announced, the entire auction hall fell into complete silence. After dozens of seconds, seeing that no one continued to bid, the auction of this 4th level void crystal was officially declared over, and they successfully won this void crystal. In the box, Song Hai exclaimed softly, to express his inner excitement. For them, this 4th level void crystal is of great importance, not only related to the subsequent production of the Quenching God fruit and Dragon Blood fruit, it may also affect the promotion of the Angry Lion, which is of great importance. If not, they would not have paid such a premium to get it. After the 4th level void crystal, it was the last item of the auction. An orange quality Holy Light Devil Breaking Cannon. Holy Light Devil Breaking Cannon LV0 quality, orange features, Devil Breaking Holy Light feature 2, main gun power increased by 40% consumption, 500/times psionic points attack, 27 charging, 10s, buffer 20s upgrade required, 10 wisps of floating land origin 0 level, 1,000 energy points, 1 ton of Holy Light Stone Devil Breaking Holy Light, after 4 minutes of charging. Array of Devil Breaking Holy Light with 150% of the main gun power is sent in the specified direction. And the damage to the Star Sea Cthulhu evil godlike life forms is doubled. The cooling time is 48 hours. Facing this orange main gun, no one is unmoved. This level of main gun, even on a 4th level chasing ship, is an absolutely powerful main gun. However, this thing is destined to be out of their reach. Although there are still more than 1,000 titanium crystals left in their hands, they are public property in the veins. They will have to be used to collect 4th level life crystals. Crystals of the Law of Earth attribute, which are not enough. So how can they use them at will? Moreover, even with these titanium crystals, it is far from enough to trade for an orange quality component. The value of the ship-borne components of orange glory quality is very expensive. Considering this, the three of them did not intend to stay any longer. After discussing for a while, they left the box directly and decided to leave early. However, their action touched the nerves of many people. They took out nearly 4,000 titanium crystals at one time, and just got a 4th level void crystal. No matter which of the two, it was obviously a major event that attracted great attention from outsiders. So the result was that as they left, many figures followed them and left the auction house one after another, including some with the 3rd level guidance technique. It's actually just 3 2nd level Shinhwa captains. This is quite interesting. Could it be that the 4th level boss is playing dumb, second level, how dare they? Outside the brilliant street, some people were full of doubts. They didn't understand how the 3 second-level Shinhwa captains dared to take out nearly 4,000 titanium crystals so directly. Could it be that they thought that relying on that woman who had just broken through LV-29 in the guidance technique, and whose aura was not yet stable, was enough to scare away the prying eyes around? Or have they not experienced the beatings of the Star Sea era? Or do they have someone to rely on behind the scenes? Just when everyone was confused, the sudden appearance of the Tianjin cruiser made these people suddenly startled. Cruiser? That woman is not a second-level Shinhwa captain. She just hasn't broken through yet. After discovering this, the figures following behind were shocked. And many even chose to leave directly, giving up the idea of intercepting them. All of those who retreated were third-level Shinhwa captains. Was it just because they were afraid of the Tianjin? Of course. The truth is far from that. The appearance of the Tianjin cruiser was only part of the reason why these people left. The real reason was Bai Xiuqin. Judging from the aura that Bai Xiuqin exuded before, it was obvious that she had just broken through LV-29 not long ago, which meant that her guidance technique was only LV-28 before that. And the key lies here. Her guidance technique was only LV-28, but her ship had already been promoted to a cruiser in advance. What does this mean? It means that Bai Xiuqin is different from those Shinhwa captains who stayed at the second level for 100 or 200 years and practiced the guidance technique to LV-29 early. She stayed at the second level for a very short time. So short that before she could practice the guidance technique to the limit of the second level, her ship had already been promoted to the third level in advance. This alone is enough to make people think deeply. Because those who can usually do this are either the Shinhwa captains from big forces, or those who have the support of the third level Shinhwa captains behind them. This is the biggest reason why the group of people chose to leave without hesitation. However, although this unintentional scene scared away many people, there were still many cruisers following the Tianjin, until the Tianjin rushed out of the silver spear floating land and entered the dark starry sky. There were still more than 6 third-level cruisers following it. In this regard, Bai Xiuqin did not choose to rush in on her own. After all, she was only a second-level ship. If she crossed the level and controlled a third-level cruiser to fight, her combat power would always be discounted. In this case, instead of waiting for a disadvantage to reveal her identity later, it would be better to take the initiative to reveal her own foundation now. On! In the main control room of the Tianjin, Bai Xiuqin closed her eyes tightly, and her mind sank into her mind. She was stimulating the projection rubbing of the mythical mecha deep in her mind. As a woman who married into the Song family in a formal way, she also copied the projection of the dragon-backed whale and mythical mecha inherited by the Song family. Under her full-strength pulling, a nearly 2-kilometer-long shadow of the dragon-backed tyrant whale slowly condensed around the hull of the Tianjin. On, accompanied by the dragon-backed tyrant whale's long cry to the sky, the 6 cruisers that followed behind all the way suddenly stopped. Damn, dragon-backed tyrant whale is from the Dinghai Song family. It's actually the Dinghai Song family. Dragon-backed tyrant whale, get it. Get it. I can't afford to offend it. In addition to these 6 cruisers, there is also a dark 1,000-meter warship that is hidden very deeply. This cruiser seems to be integrated with the void. Not to mention the naked eye, even the 7 air patrol radars on the 7 cruisers present, all have not detected any trace of it. The main control room of the pitch-black cruiser. Second uncle, are you still going to continue with the previous plan? How can we continue? My Chen family ancestor may not even be in the top 10 among the elders of the Dinghai Song family. If the other party really wants to make it, they can destroy my Chen family with a wave of their hands. Go back. Hearing this, the young man on the side of the main control room frowned slightly, feeling a little uncomfortable. Second uncle, is the gap really that big? Are you exaggerating a little? Based on this sentence, you still have a long way to go. The Dinghai Song family has been passed down for nearly 3,000 years. There is only 1/3 direct vein. There are 3 fourth-level beings in the open, which is more than our entire family, not to mention the 2 direct veins above, and the extremely mysterious ancestral vein. After saying this, seeing that the young man on the side was not looking good, the man patted him on the shoulder gently. My Chen family has only been passed down for 1,000 years. The foundation needs to be accumulated bit by bit. Come on. Maybe you can be promoted to the 4th level in the future, and add more foundation to my Chen family. Not knowing the subsequent situation, after attracting the phantom of the dragon-backed tyrant whale, even if it was quickly dispelled, Bai Xiuqin's face was still slightly pale. Arousing the phantom of the mythical creature is something that can only be done after the power of the mind enters the divine state. Now she is forcibly showing the phantom of the dragon-backed tyrant whale with the mind of the second stage of the ordinary state, which will naturally be counterattacked to a certain extent. This is also the reason why the Dinghai Song clan members below the 4th level rarely take the initiative to trigger the phantom of the dragon-backed tyrant whale. After all, without the mental power of the divine mind state, even if the phantom of the dragon-backed tyrant whale is triggered, it will not produce any blessing. And it is really unnecessary. Mom, how is it? Behind them, Song Hai and Song Chao looked worried. Bai Xiuqin waved her hand, while setting the warship to the automatic driving mode, and slowly adjusted her own state. She only slightly revealed her identity, and she did not maintain the phantom of the dragon-backed tyrant whale myth for a long time. So the impact was not great, and a slight adjustment would be enough. Dinghai Star Region, Dragon Ridge Continent. Underground of Qingwei Manor, the innermost secret room. As Bai Xiuqin threw the 4th level void crystal in her hand into the entrance of the secret realm, the acceleration of the Dragon Blood secret realm officially began. They had just returned to the Dragon Ridge Continent yesterday. After thanking Yu Lianji, after she left, everyone in the veins could not wait to gather in this underground secret room. Mom, how is it? After the 4th level void crystal was thrown into the secret realm, Song Chao and others asked. Bai Xiuqin smiled. Not bad, the original owner of this 4th level void crystal should be a senior 4th level void demon lord. This void crystal can roughly accelerate the Dragon Blood secret realm by about 5,000 years. Everyone was surprised to hear the number of 5,000 years. Such a long time, plus the 20% growth acceleration of the Fairyland Spirit Soil, is enough for the Dragon Blood fruit and Quenching God fruit in the Dragon Blood secret realm to produce a round. Quenching God fruit, needless to say, although there are only 8 pieces left on the Quenching God fruit tree, it is only about 2,000 years away from maturity. 5,000 years, including the 20% acceleration, is actually equivalent to 6,000 years, which is enough for it to fully mature. As for Dragon Blood fruit, currently, only 3,000-year-old Dragon Blood fruit can be produced, and there is no need to think about the 10,000-year-old Dragon Blood fruit for the time being. After the joy, Zhao Hongxiu on the side said, Mom, since in the following year in the outside world, 5,000 years will pass in the Dragon Blood secret realm, such a long time, we should also carefully plan the 2 resources in the secret realm. Everyone understood the meaning of this. The secret realm accelerated by 5,000 years, naturally. They couldn't just sit there and wait. We still need to make further plans for the 10 Dragon Blood fruit trees, and the Quenching God fruit tree. Let's take a simple example. The 8 Quenching God fruits on the Quenching God fruit tree will mature in about 2,000 years. Do we have to wait until the entire secret realm is accelerated before picking them? If so, wouldn't the subsequent nearly 4,000 years be wasted? If we can pick these 8 Quenching God fruits when they are ripe, when there are no Quenching God fruits on the fruit tree, the Quenching God fruit tree will automatically start the next round of fruiting. And when the subsequent 4,000 years are fully accelerated, a new round of 20 Quenching God fruits will grow again. In this way, it only takes about 2,000 years for these 20 spirit tempering fruits to fully mature, which is equivalent to saving a full 4,000 years. In addition, the same is true for the Dragon Blood fruit tree. If you wait until the 5,000 years of acceleration ends before entering, the Dragon Blood fruits on it will all be 6 or 7,000 years old. In this case, it is not good to pick them, and it is not good not to pick them, which is very troublesome. After all, Dragon Blood fruit itself is divided into only 3 types: 1,000 years, 3,000 years, and 10,000 years. The effect of 3,000 years of Dragon Blood fruit is exactly the same as that of 6 or 7,000 years of Dragon Blood fruit, unless it can grow to 10,000 years. So, it is also necessary to make a good plan. Chapter 213 Guidance Technique LV22, The Power of the Mind breaks through again. Song Qi did not know what happened in the external meridians. In the past 2 months, except for 2 market transactions and alien explorations that did not yield much, he basically spent all his time on visualizing the projection rubbings of the mythical mecha and practicing the psychic guidance technique. The full attribute training room, that has been strengthened to LV26, has an increasingly amazing effect on psychic training, which also makes his training results in the past 2 months quite impressive. Not only did he completely make up for the superficial foundation caused by the rapid breakthrough of the previous guiding technique, even the guiding technique itself has made considerable progress again. In addition, because of the help of the visualization map and various soul resources, the mental power has also made great progress. Although it has not soared to the peak of one mind and 5 uses, the improvement in the middle is visible to the naked eye. In the full attribute training room, Song Chi took out a very special potion. Unlike the previous high-level blue bodybuilding potion, this potion is more dazzling purple, and the outer potion test tube is more exquisite. It is the top-level bodybuilding potion sold for 10,000 merit points per potion in the family merit building. The preciousness of the top-level bodybuilding potion does not lie in its price, but in the fact that each clan member with a second level or higher level of the guiding technique can only buy 3 bottles per year. Obviously, even with the Song family's wealth, it is impossible to prepare too many bottles every year. After this purple tube potion, Song Chi took out the 1,500-year-old deep-water clam pearl that he had not used up before. He controlled the phantom energy in his body to grind the incomplete clam pearl into powder, and then neutralized it with the top-level bodybuilding potion in his left hand. This is not the end. He took out a box of second-level body hardening cream, and after applying it all over his body, he drank the top-level bodybuilding potion in one gulp. With waves of heat flowing from his abdomen and the skin all over his body, feeling this change, Song Chi immediately assumed the standard Dalian training posture. The only pity is that the Zerg meat in his hand has been completely consumed in more than a year. Otherwise, if he had another piece of third-level Zerg meat at this moment, the effect would definitely be better. The endless heat flowed through his body. Song Chi only felt that the meridians in his body were constantly burning, which was the domineering power of the top-level bodybuilding potion at work. As a medicine that only circulates among the top forces of Xinhua human civilization, its efficacy is known for its domineering effect. Otherwise, it would not be stipulated that it can only be used after the second level of the guiding technique. Fortunately, for Song Chi now, this degree of burning sensation can only be regarded as entry level, and it is not enough to have any impact on his practice. The burning energy flows through the body again and again with the circulation of the psychic energy and meridians, and finally merges into the limbs and bones. It is unknown how long it took. Song Chi, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes, and at the same time a circle of strong psychic energy overflowed from his body, and finally spread to the entire practice room, which increased the pressure in the practice room again. The corners of his mouth rose, and he murmured, "The guidance technique has finally reached level 21. After muttering casually, his hands moved quickly, and he took out a new box of second-level body hardening cream, smeared it all over his body again, and then closed his eyes again. There was still a lot of effect of the top-level body hardening potion in his body. With this box of body hardening cream, his guidance technique could continue to improve. If he was lucky, he might be able to break through a small level and reach level 22. Facts also proved that his luck was indeed good this time. About 10 days later, when he walked out of the full attribute training room again, the intensity of the psionic energy revealed by Song Chi had reached the level of LV22 of the guidance technique. In half a month, the guidance technique has been upgraded from LV20 to LV22. The effect of the 1,500-year-old deepwater clam pearl is indeed quite good. Unfortunately, deepwater clam pearls of this level are not common. Song Chi smiled on the surface, but in his heart, he was worried about the subsequent practice. This time, with the help of the 1,500-year-old deepwater clam pearl, his guiding technique was upgraded by 2 levels in a short period of time, but subsequent training will only become more and more difficult, and it is unknown how long it will take to upgrade to LV29. Thinking, his mind moved, and he suddenly thought of the pyracantha fruit that the fire element life had taken out before. The 1,000-year-old pyracantha fruit may not be as effective as the 1,500-year-old deepwater clam pearl, but it will not be a problem for him to break through a small level later. Thinking about it, he had already decided in his heart that he would try his best to find a way to get the 1,000-year-old pyracantha fruit from him. He even had to further inquire whether he could get more pyracantha fruits of a higher age. If he could, his subsequent practice of the guiding technique would be much easier. At this time, he suddenly stopped, and the sudden beating of the power of his mind made Song Chi seem to have grasped something. The next second he sat cross-legged on the ground, and at the same time, the power of the law flowed around him, and a large number of items suddenly floated out of the closed storage room in the distance. Thousands of top-grade soul stones, hundreds of second-level soul cores, and 10 third-level soul cores. All these soul resources were stacked in an orderly manner around Song Chi's body. Suddenly, this small area in the central street of the market was filled with rich soul power. At the same time, Song Chi's mind quickly sank into the depths of his mind, and was completely focused on the projection of the mythical Mecca in the sky. Woohoo! Outside, as Song Chi began to actively visualize, infinite soul power continued to flow into his body, and finally was integrated into the ancestral orifice of the fire between his eyebrows, as the psychic energy in his body circulated. One day later, Song Chi's Xinhua ancestral aperture was filled with soul power by 30%. 3 days later, 50% of the area of Xinhua ancestral aperture was filled with soul power. 5 days later, the filling progress reached 70%. On the 10th day, 99% of the chaotic space of Song Chi's Xinhua ancestral aperture had been occupied by this external soul power. And at this time, the soul power in the 1,000 top-grade soul stones and the 102nd level soul cores in the outside world had been completely drained. Even the 10 3rd-level soul cores, the soul energy in them had been drained by more than 80%. Swish. 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 Suddenly, Song Chi's body's speed of absorbing soul power increased again, and all the remaining soul energy in the 10 3rd-level soul cores was absorbed at once. Finally, it turned into a large ball of soul power, and poured into his body. Song Chi clenched his teeth, and the extreme swelling from the Xinhua Zuqiao made his head seem particularly dizzy, and an indescribable sense of drowsiness enveloped his whole body, just like a person who was under a sleeping spell, and could fall into a deep sleep without paying attention. He bit the tip of his tongue hard, and the intense stinging made him regain some energy. He knew that he couldn't fall asleep. Otherwise, this opportunity that he had finally caught would be wasted. He knew very well that this sudden inspiration was probably due to his own 2 consecutive breakthroughs in the guidance technique, and the extremely active nether energy affected his mind and spirit under extremely low probability. Therefore, once he missed this opportunity, it would not be so easy to have such good luck again in the future. Gugu, the large group of soul power gathered by the soul energy of 10 3rd-level soul cores, continued to flow along the ghost energy, and slowly moved towards the Xinhua Zuqiao on the head. But this cycle of the heavens, which could not be faster on weekdays, was so slow in Song Chi's eyes at this moment. I don't know how long it took, just when Song Chi felt that he was about to collapse, a huge soul power suddenly flowed into the Xinhua Zuqiao. And with the injection of this soul power, the chaotic space that was originally filled with 99% completely became 100%. The moment the Xinhua Zuqiao was completely filled, it was like a catalyst, and began to rapidly affect the changes in Song Chi's entire mental power. Boom! A sound like the creation of the world rang in his mind, and the Xinhua Zuqiao was rapidly expanding. At the same time, his mind, which was extremely drowsy a moment ago, was more energetic than anyone else at this moment. At this moment, Song Chi seemed to have once again entered the ethereal state when his mental power entered the second stage from the first stage of the ordinary thought state. His mind was extremely clear, and his mental computing ability once again made a qualitative leap. Compared with before, his mental power is now obviously on a higher level. This also means that in the future, in an emergency, he will be able to make a more favorable judgment for himself faster and more accurately. 1 mind and 6 functions. The third stage of the ordinary mind state. Has he finally entered this step? Song Chi couldn't describe his feelings at this moment, because the word joy alone was far from enough. What does it mean to have the mind of the third stage of the ordinary mind state at the second level of the guiding technique? This means that he can legitimately enter the ranks of geniuses recognized by the human civilization. Why do all the major forces of Xinhua human civilization unanimously regard this kind of Xinhua captain as a genius? Because this is not only related to the third stage of the mind of the ordinary mind state, it also means that this Xinhua captain will enter the third level in the future. After the third life sublimation, there is a very small chance that he will have a mind at the level of the divine mind state at the third level. As we all know, the divine mind state is a synonym for the fourth level of existence. Only after experiencing the baptism of the 4 super life level can you enter this level. If you want to reach this step in other ways, it is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Therefore, a creature that can cross the level of the divine mind state at the third level, even if it is only a very small possibility, is an absolute favorite of heaven no matter what race it is in the broken star sea. Waving his hand, Song Chi turned the spiritual resources around him that had long been turned into ordinary stones into ashes. And he tried his best to suppress the excitement in his heart and keep himself calm. The second level of the guidance technique has the power of the third stage of the ordinary mind state. This is only the first step. The most important thing is whether you can go one step further after entering the third level, and transform your own mind into a divine mind state. This is the most critical and difficult point. You must not relax. After reminding himself so many times, he finally calmed down completely. At the same time, he turned around and strode towards the storage room. A sigh came from the closed storage room. Although he was extremely lucky this time, it happened that the active psionic energy in his body affected his mind, which led to the breakthrough of his mind power. But for this breakthrough, the resources consumed were also amazing. The intermediate soul resources originally stored in the storage room had been consumed. The top soul stones, second-level soul cores, and third-level soul cores were all used up in the breakthrough just now, and now he had no soul resources in his hands. Forget it. Anyway, I have already used up a lot of it in the past year or so. The remaining amount was not enough for me to break through to the third stage of the ordinary mind state. Now it has exceeded my expectations. And it is worth it. Without thinking any more, Song-Chi turned around and left the market. This time, he stayed in the market for quite a while. Now that he has completed the training plan he made earlier, and even exceeded it, it is time to go back to Qinghua Manor. In addition, this breakthrough took more than 20 days, and a new round of alien exploration is about to begin, so he has to go out and prepare well. The only regret is that the fire element life has not collected enough purple fire seeds in the past 2 months. According to what it said last time, it should have to wait for the next market transaction to start. This also prevented Song-Chi from further strengthening the sky, and he could only wait for the market transaction after this alien exploration. In the personal courtyard, Song-Chi, who had just finished washing, happened to meet Song-Yu, who had just completed an exploration. Fourth brother, where have you been during this period? A lot of things have happened at home in the past 3 months. Song-Chi, seeing Song-Chi looking at him with doubts. Song-Yu immediately said, first of all, Grandma and the others got a 4th level void crystal not long ago, and the family secret realm has begun to accelerate. This is a good thing. Song-Chi nodded, and he was also a little happy in his heart. The acceleration of the Dragon Blood secret realm is of course a good thing. He still remembered that he could return 4 of the 8 quenching god fruits. However, Song-Yu continued to say, the time span of the Dragon Blood secret realm acceleration this time is about 5,000 years, plus the 20% growth acceleration of Grandpa's Fairyland spiritual soil, which is basically equivalent to 6,000 years. After talking about the Dragon Blood secret realm, Song-Yu moved on to another matter. In addition, the 6th sister of the 4th uncle's family also successfully awakened last month, and it was a blue fire seed. Grandma and the others were very happy for a long time. Hearing this news, Song-Chi was a little surprised. The 6th sister Song-Shusher. I remember that when the 4th uncle and his wife gave birth to her, they were all white fire seeds. So, Song-Shusher can awaken the blue fire seed, which is obviously a small probability. Shusher has actually awakened the blue seed of fire. It seems that after you, our family has produced another little genius. Song-Yu's eyes twitched at his words. Everyone in the family knows that Song-Chi is the real genius. He was promoted to the 2nd level in just over a year. Now his ship has the combat power of a 3rd level cruiser. In front of his 4th brother, he is just a little genius. Therefore, when he heard Song-Chi's words, he always felt that there was a sense of ridicule. Chapter 214 Blood Barbarian Continent Totem Barbarians. Qinghua Manor, the courtyard where 4th Uncle Song-Yan's family lives. After congratulating him, Song-Chi left the courtyard under the watchful eyes of Song-Shusher and 4th Aunt Xiaolon. Song-Shusher successfully awakened, so he naturally had to come over to congratulate her, which was the most basic courtesy. In addition, he also left 2 blue-quality shipborne parts for Song-Shusher. The fact that he had a great fortune was now no secret in the entire vein. Giving away 2 blue parts would not only make him look less stingy, but also have little impact on his own funds. Before, in that ancient starry sky battlefield, he had obtained a lot of white and blue parts, so he was not short of these. 2 days later, in the depths of the sky of the Dragon Ridge continent, with a violent spatial fluctuation, the sky disappeared in the clouds. A new exploration of alien star regions began. The unknown dark starry sky. This time, there was no need to wait for the star map generated after dozens of minutes. On the radar map displayed by the Silver 3 generation ultrawave magic energy detection radar on one side, a large floating land in the sea of stars suddenly appeared. It is more than 2 million kilometers long and wide. It is actually a 3 level floating land in the sea of stars. Seeing this 3-level floating land shown on the radar map, Song Chi's face was not happy at first, and he frowned subconsciously. Continuously strengthening multiple parts to level 39, has it really affected the overall combat power assessment of the sky? Before this, the area where the sky was deployed was, at most, a star field with a level 2 star sea floating land. But now it has been deployed to the vicinity of a level 3 star sea floating land, and from the information displayed by the magic energy detection feature, this is not a resource-based star sea floating land, but a life-based floating land, and the danger can be imagined. This alone is enough to show the difference from the past. After a little meaning, Song Chi quickly came back to his senses. He was still a little mentally prepared for this, and was not too surprised. Although the combat power standard of a Xinhua warship deployed in an alien star domain, most of it falls on the Xinhua ship body. But this does not mean that the other parts loaded on a warship will not affect the combat power evaluation standard of the alien star domain. In fact, the number, quality, and current level of enhancement of the parts of a Xinhua warship all have an impact on the combat power evaluation of the warship when it is deployed. But the proportion is not as high as that of the Xinhua ship body. Now it seems that even if Song Chi has been suppressing the Xinhua hull of the sky, and it has not been upgraded, parts like neutron star core armor and pure yang sword light cannon have also made the evaluation of the sky's combat power reach a new height. Thinking of this, Song Chi's vigilance instinctively increased. For the 2-level star sea floating land, the sky can basically crush it now. Just like the blue blood floating land before, where one ship suppressed a floating land. But the 3-level star sea floating land still needs to be treated with a certain degree of awe. This level of floating land in the star sea has a certain chance of hiding something that can pose a fatal threat to the sky. So we must not be careless. Just as he was thinking, a steel arrow several tens of meters long suddenly shot from the front. In response, Song Chi, who had been prepared, controlled the sky to slightly turn sideways, and accurately avoided this steel arrow that looked quite impressive. With the Silver 3 generation super wave magic energy detection radar, Song Chi was naturally very clear about the appearance of a strange starship in the vicinity. Buzz, the engine of the sky started, and it flew forward at a high speed, while the sword light phantom was rapidly condensing at the bow. After a short distance, a strangely shaped warship appeared on the display screen of the sky. This was an interstellar warship with a length of more than a kilometer, resembling the appearance of a medieval sailing ship in Europe in the past life. To be honest, when Song Chi saw it for the first time, he felt like he was dreaming of his past life again, but the weird thing was that, at this moment, this strangely shaped sailing ship just sailed straight in the universe. No matter how you looked at it, the style of the painting was a little wrong. On the deck of the Starry Sky warship, there stood many wolf-headed half-wolves with explosive muscles all over their bodies, all over 5 meters tall. From a distance, these half-wolves looked quite similar to the jackals, but a closer look revealed that they were definitely not jackals. Their sturdy bodies far exceeded those of the jackals, silently telling Song Chi that this was a race with extremely strong physical talents, and was definitely not a fake like the jackals. In addition, there was another thing on this Starry Sky warship that attracted Song Chi's attention. At the bow of this warship, there is a giant crossbow with a diameter of more than 100 meters. The crossbow frame of this crossbow is covered with mysterious runes. With the blessing of these mysterious runes, the range, firing speed and power of this crossbow are extremely terrifying. The crossbow arrow that just attacked the sky from a distance of 1 million kilometers was probably fired by this thing. Therefore, Song Chi is still quite curious about it. Of course, he was more curious about the fact that the sky had an orange quality patrol radar, which could achieve ultra-long distance positioning. And looking at the configuration on the other warships, how did they find the sky from a distance of millions of kilometers? Could it be that the Starry Sky warship in front of him also had a technological creation such as a patrol radar? It was unlikely no matter how you looked at it. Out of curiosity, Song Chi did not kill him. The target of the pure yang sword light cannon was only the bow of the warship. After completely destroying the ship crossbow, which was equivalent to the main gun component of the Starry Sky warship, Song Chi also cleared out the half-wolf on the warship. Seeing that the time was almost right, the possible threats were basically eliminated. Song Chi activated the fixed-point delivery platform and dropped 4 Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta Warriors. In addition, the Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta Warrior, with the brainwave beacon on its shoulder, also had a miniature thorn dragon, This thorn dragon had never fought a decent battle since it was enslaved. It just so happened that there was a third-level half-werewolf alien on the retro-version warship in front. So it was just right to let it move around. Buzz, after the space fluctuation, the 4 Void Shadow Killer clan warriors quietly disappeared into the void. So, in the sight of many half-werewolf aliens, only the thorn dragon remained. Ong, the little thing reacted quickly. After being dropped onto the warship, its size expanded rapidly. In just a blink of an eye, its wingspan had reached its peak of 1,500 meters. Whoosh! The blazing dragon's breath of flame swept across the entire warship, and for a moment, the entire starry sky warship seemed to have turned into a sea of fire. Roar! 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 On the deck of the warship, countless half-werewolf aliens were roaring violently. They also had the same mysterious runes as on the crossbow racks of the ship before. As they roared, these mysterious runes were emitting a faint light, but just as Song-Chi was curious, this thing just didn't show any effect, which made Song-Chi have 10,000 question marks in his mind. Silver Spear Wax Head. Strong on the outside but weak on the inside. In his heart, there were only these 2 adjectives for this group of half-werewolf aliens, who seemed to be full of fighting power. Under the spread of the thorn dragon's fiery breath, hundreds of half-wolves on the entire warship, including several third-level half-wolves, did not make any waves, and most of them were burned to ashes by the fiery dragon breath. If it weren't for the 4 Void Shadow Killer clan soldiers, who took down one of the third-level half-wolves, these half-wolves would have been completely wiped out. In the main control room of the sky, Song-Chi's eyes flickered. To be honest, this was really the first time he had solved a third-level alien warship unit so easily. From the beginning to the end, the thorn dragon only blew a few breaths of dragon's breath. And then these half-wolves were all submerged in the blazing flames, without even using their true third-level power. In doubt, Song-Chi walked into the cabin, and at the same time, his mind turned, and the slavery metal component was activated. After the bloodthirsty vine was gone, there was a vacant slavery mark, which was just playing its role at this moment. Song-Chi's idea was very simple. What happened just now was really not like the performance of a third-level creature. He always felt that there should be some hidden secrets. So he thought about enslaving this third-level half-wolf to see if he could get more detailed information from it. In front of the slavery metal, this level 3 half-werewolf was quickly enslaved. And Song-Chi also began to inquire carefully, including the previous Starry Sky warship, the ship crossbow, the mysterious runes on the crossbow rack, the level 3 Star Sea floating land behind them, etc. Nothing was missed. As the inquiry deepened, he slowly learned a lot of key information. Barbarian Sky Boat Wolf Barbarian Tribe Totem Spirit Pillar Totem Pattern Blood Barbarian Continent. According to this level 3 half-werewolf, they are called Wolf Barbarian Tribe, and are members of a group called Iron Wind Wolf Barbarian Tribe in the level 3 Star Sea Floating Land Blood Barbarian Continent not far away. This trip to outer space is to explore the outer space. As for why they are so weak, they are not like the third-level alien race at all. The reason is very simple. Because there are no totem spirit pillars on the warships. Specifically, the extraordinary system followed by these barbarians is called the Totem Way. On the Blood Barbarian continent, each wolf barbarian tribe has its own totem. They believe in and worship their own totems. They will also engrave totem patterns on their bodies or some special things. These totem patterns are the source of all their extraordinary powers. At the same time, it was these totem patterns that made them perform so poorly in the previous battle. To exert the power of one's own totem, one must either be within the range covered by one's own totem spirit, or carry a totem spirit column that has been copied with part of the power of one's own tribe's totem spirit. To put it bluntly, this totem spirit column is equivalent to a charging station, or an energy supply core. Without this totem spirit column, these wolf barbarians can't exert much combat power in the outside world. And the warship that was completely burned just now was the one that didn't carry a totem spirit column. After hearing this, the doubts in Song-Chi's eyes completely disappeared, and a trace of curiosity emerged again. Totem Road. Totem Power. Obviously, this is a brand new supernatural system. What does a new supernatural system mean? It means that on the floating land below, there is a high probability that unique star sea wonders will appear. Most of the star sea wonders are formed by the environment of the broken star sea. But there is also no shortage of unique star sea wonders formed by special civilization means in the broken star sea. This kind of strange objects, often have a strong civilization system style, and have completely different effects from ordinary star C strange objects. Once this kind of strange object can be really adapted, it can often play a good effect. Thinking of this, Song-Chi activated the sound wave silence field component on the warship, and combined with the effect of the void membrane component. No one knew that a 100-meter-long steel warship was quietly falling towards the 3-level star C floating continent below. The Blood Barbarian continent is not small in area, and the Wolf Barbarian tribe bred in it is even more than the Blue Blood tribe on the Blue Blood continent before. Song-Chi is going to the Iron Wind tribe at this moment. On the vast land, towering peaks reach the sky. In the huge valley formed by 3 towering peaks in the east of the continent, there is a Wolf Barbarian tribe that is extremely famous in the entire eastern part of the continent. The Iron Wind tribe has been passed down for more than 5,000 years. Since 3,000 years ago, the Iron Wind tribe has always had many third-level wolf barbarians in charge. It is one of the most powerful wolf barbarian tribes in the eastern part of the continent. On this day, a third-level wolf barbarian quietly returned to the tribe. Under Song-Chi's order, this third-level wolf barbarian wandered around the edges of several secret forbidden areas of the tribe. Outside the tribe, in the main control room of the sky, quietly parked in the mountains, Song-Chi stared at the radar map in front of him. After a moment of silence, he gave a telepathic order to the third-level wolf barbarian inside the tribe. Go to the Cold Bone Pond and take a look. On the radar map displayed by the Silver 3rd Generation Super Wave Magic Energy Detection Radar, there are 3 places in the Iron Wind tribe with the strongest energy sensing. They are the Totem Hall, the Blood Wolf Cave, and the Cold Bone Pond. However, because it is impossible to detect at close range, we only know the general situation at the moment. So we must let this enslaved third-level wolf barbarian go and take a look in person. As he gave the order, the third-level wolf barbarian in the tribe turned around and walked towards the forbidden area of the tribe, the Cold Bone Pond. Although he was a third-level wolf barbarian, his status in the Iron Wind tribe was not high. He had never been to any of the 3 forbidden areas, so he could only explore them one by one. As for the reason, the radar map of the Silver 3 Generation Ultrawave Magic Energy Detection Radar had already given the answer. According to the information displayed on the radar map, there were nearly 30 third-level biological fluctuations in the Iron Wind tribe. With so many third-level wolf barbarians, there were naturally different levels of status. As for why Song-Chi didn't just push forward, if he was still in the starry sky at this moment, it would be fine without the totem pillars, and the sky would certainly not be afraid. But now he is in the enemy's base camp, and these wolf barbarians can use the so-called totem power without restraint, without determining the degree of increase in the totem power, and whether it is a sufficient threat to the sky. He will not act rashly. Chapter 215 Silver White Giant Python Level 4 Power. Who, Tribe Forbidden Land, strictly prohibited from approaching. Outside the Iron Wind tribe Forbidden Land, the Cold Bone Pond, 2 shouts rang out. Then, 2 level 3 wolf barbarians released their internal pressure without scruples, directly pointing to a corner outside the Cold Bone Pond. Outside, on the sky, Song-Chi was also slightly startled. Perhaps because of the overlap, the radar map in front of him showed only a large group of erratic, sometimes at the peak of level 3, and sometimes just entering level 3 energy fluctuations. Who would have thought that there were 2 level 3 wolf barbarians guarding it? But besides being surprised, his curiosity became stronger and stronger. It seems that there must be a big secret in this Cold Bone Pond, otherwise there would not be 2 level 3 wolf barbarians guarding it. Hundreds of meters away from the Cold Bone Pond, the 3rd level wolf barbarian enslaved by Song-Chi had no choice but to show up. But before it could speak, the 2 3rd-level wolf barbarians on the other side called out its identity. Hey Jia, didn't you go with a team to explore the outer domain? How could it be? Before he could finish his words, Hey Jia, who had long been enslaved by Song-Chi, had already stepped back in advance. Song-Chi knew very well that it would only be a matter of time before he was exposed. It would be better to run away first. The dim light on the body surface gathered, and the totem pattern engraved on the skin quickly extended. In just a moment, Hey Jia's entire body was almost completely covered by this mysterious totem pattern. At this time, Hey Jia, who was originally only an ordinary 3rd level, suddenly soared to the peak of the 3rd level. In the sky, Song-Chi's eyes showed a trace of surprise and doubt, and he had a new understanding of the power of the totem. In Heijie's previous statement, he had already given a high evaluation of this totem worship extraordinary system. But now it seems that he still underestimated it. You know, according to what Heijie said before, they also have an ability called Totem True Body. Just like the Berserk, Violent, Law of Heaven and Earth, and Buddha's Golden Body and other extraordinary systems, which can greatly increase their own size, thereby increasing their combat power. At this moment, Heijie obviously has not used this ability. Even so, just relying on the totem pattern engraved on his body, he has also gone from ordinary 3rd level to the peak 3rd level combat power. What if the Totem True Body is added? Could it be that all the 3rd level wolf barbarians on this blood barbarian continent, when they go all out, can stimulate the temporary combat power of half a step to the 4th level? Thinking of this, Song Qi's breathing stagnated slightly. If so, the potential of this totem worship may be beyond imagination. However, after a brief speculation, he overturned this conclusion. Heijie, or the 3rd level wolf barbarians of the entire Iron Wind tribe, can achieve such a degree of increase with only the totem pattern, which is probably because the Iron Wind tribe has been passed down for more than 5,000 years. In such a long time, the totem spirit worship by the Iron Wind tribe should have evolved to a very high level, so it can have this effect. As for the other wolf barbarian tribes that could also have this level of increase, Song Qi absolutely did not believe it. While thinking, Heijie was still running away. After activating the totem pattern on his body, his all-round speed was increased, and his speed increased dramatically. Seeing him so panicked, the 2 guards of the forbidden area instantly realized something was wrong, and quickly activated the totem pattern on their body, chasing Heijie one after the other. Under Song Qi's deliberate guidance, Heijie's escape route did not point to the direction of the sky. Seeing that the 2 3rd level wolf barbarian guards were all transferred away, the fixed-point delivery platform on the sky that had completed cooling was activated again. The Iron Wind tribe's Cold Bone Pond forbidden area is just as its name suggests, a 1,000-meter cold pond located in the back mountain of the tribe. At this time, several subtle spatial fluctuations were heard from the edge of the cold pond, and after the 4 Void Shadow Killer clan soldiers were thrown over, they immediately sank into the void with the ability of rifting. In the back, the 3rd level wolf barbarians, who had just come to take over the guarding work, had not sensed this subtle movement at all. Unlike the interior of the 3-eyed clan warship in the ancient Starry Sky battlefield before, the void around the Cold Bone Pond did not have any special restrictions, and the 4 Void Shadow Killer clan soldiers could safely rush directly into the Cold Bone Pond in front from the dark side of the void. There is no need to worry about triggering fluctuations on the surface of the pond, which would alert the 3rd level wolf barbarian behind. This temperature is probably far below 0 degrees. But the water in the pond is not frozen, and is still in liquid form. It's a bit strange. Under the perception of the brainwave beacon, Song Qi could clearly sense the 4 Void Shadow Killing clan soldiers immersed in the bone-cold pond. The continuous hissing sounds coming from them were the biting cold corroding their puppet bodies. Fortunately, the Void Shadow Killing clan soldiers had the 3rd level physical strength, and they had no perception. So when facing the erosion of the extremely cold water, they did not feel much, and were not affected much. Thus, the 4 terracotta warriors continued to dive into the depths of the cold pond. After the 2 3rd level wolf barbarian guards left, the information displayed on the radar map remained unchanged. The energy fluctuations emitted by the Cold Bone Pond were still erratic. So Song Qi had to go to the bottom of the pond to find out. Zizizizi. As they continued to dive, the cold erosion on the bodies of the 4 Void Shadow Killer clan terracotta warriors became more and more severe, and even their movements became slower. In this regard, Song Qi was puzzled about what was in the depths of the cold pond. This biting cold was obviously not normal. In addition, the pool mouth is obviously less than a kilometer in diameter. But the deeper you dive, the more you will find that the space below is terrifyingly large. It was unknown how long it had been. Just when the Void Shadow Killer clan warriors with 3rd level puppet bodies were about to be unable to withstand the surrounding cold air. In the sky, Song Qi's eyes suddenly widened. From another perspective in his mind, following the line of sight of the Void Shadow Killer clan warriors, he saw a figure of astonishing size entrenched at the bottom of the cold pool. This was a silver-white giant python covered with white scales. Even if it was entrenched at the bottom of the pool, it could be determined that its snake body was more than 2 kilometers long. What is this? Song Qi was shocked. Although the aura emitted by the silver-white giant python was also of the half-step 4th level, The oppression it brought was obviously much stronger than the half-step fourth-level black water snake he encountered at the bottom of the Great Water Marsh in the northern region of the Seoul floating land. Song-chi had a feeling that even 3 of those half-step fourth-level black water snakes would be crushed by the silver-white giant python. And there was another point. The body of this silver-white giant python was also engraved with a very familiar mysterious totem pattern, which was obviously more or less related to the totem of the Iron Wind tribe. Thinking of this, Song-chi quickly mobilized his brain waves and ordered the 4 Void Shadow Killer clan warriors to retreat. Just kidding. Once the ordinary third-level wolf barbarian Black Jia activates the totem power on his body, he can reach the peak of the 3rd level. What about this silver-white giant python that is already half a step to the 4th level? Once it activates the totem power, coupled with the totem true body ability it may have, can it temporarily touch the true 4th level? After the last trip to Tongshanfulu, Song-chi has fully understood the terrifying 4th level creatures. Now the thing he least wants to encounter is this thing. Unfortunately, it was too late. The moment the 4 Void Shadow Killer clan soldiers turned around, the silver-white giant python at the bottom of the pool had already opened its eyes. Its strange vertical eyes were filled with a cold light, and it stared straight at the 4 Void Shadow Killer clan soldiers in the sky, without a trace of emotion. The next second, its coiled snake body trembled suddenly, and a large amount of extremely cold pool water was drawn by its snake body, rushing towards the 4 Void Shadow Killer clan soldiers flying upward at a very fast speed. As the rolling waves approached, the 4 Void Shadow Killer clan warriors simultaneously sank into the void, successfully avoiding the invasion of the waves. However, the price was that when they emerged from the void again, the silver-white giant python had disappeared at the bottom of the pool and appeared around them. Wisps of white mist emanated from the surface of its body, like a mist. As soon as it appeared, it quickly began to spread around. The 2 Void Shadow Killer clan warriors, who accidentally came into contact with this white mist, instantly turned into 2 ice sculptures. Looking at the sky, the Void Shadow Killing Clan Soldier Tree has 2 empty slots for summoning Void Shadow Killing Clan Soldier Trees, and it will take 24 hours before they can be summoned again. Song-chi, who was suddenly awed, could only activate the instant prison shadow killing ability of the remaining 2 soldiers at the same time. One of them was aimed at the silver-white giant python beside him, responsible for delaying time. And the soldier with Song-chi's brainwave beacon was wrapped up by 3 phantoms and rushed straight to the top of the cold pond. The LV-30 Void Shadow Killing Clan Soldier Tree naturally could not cause much damage to the half-step 4th level silver-white giant python, but it could still delay it for a moment. When the silver-white giant python dealt with this soldier, another soldier of the Void Shadow Killer clan had already rushed out of the Cold Bone Pond at a very fast speed. Without the restriction of the extremely cold water of the Cold Bone Pond, the speed of the soldier of the Void Shadow Killer clan was no longer affected by anything. With the blessing of the power of the Void, it was almost rushing out of the Iron Wind tribe in a few flashes. At this moment, a sharp roar suddenly came from behind. Under this roar, even Song-chi, who was 100,000 meters away, was also shocked. Above the Iron Wind tribe, the Void Shadow Killer clan's terracotta warriors, who had just shuttled out of the void, suddenly stopped, and could no longer use the rifting ability to enter the void again. The terrifying pressure coming from behind seemed to freeze the surrounding space. The extremely cold and mysterious energy completely froze the sky above the Iron Wind tribe, and even the clouds in the sky were frozen. At this moment, the puppet bodies of the Void Shadow Killer clan's terracotta warriors seemed to be pressed by a towering mountain, directly suppressing them in the sky, unable to move at all. Crack, crack, crack. The 3rd level puppet body was completely unable to withstand the erosion of this terrifying extreme cold and mysterious power, and its body was breaking apart bit by bit, under the force control of Song-chi's brain waves. Before the puppet body was completely destroyed, the head of the Void Shadow Killing clan's terracotta warrior turned a small angle to the back, and it was this small angle that made Song-chi see a shocking scene. On the sky of the Iron Wind tribe behind him, a giant python phantom with a length of more than 3,000 meters stretched across the void, and the infinite extreme cold and mysterious power emanated from the giant python phantom, and the entire sky seemed to be solidified under this infinite extreme cold power. The law of ice, it's really the 4th level. That silver-white giant python, as expected, had the means to temporarily possess the 4th level combat power. While howling, Song-chi also caught with his sharp eyes that, at the bottom of the cold pond below, where the silver-white giant python had been entrenched before, There was a strong orange light shining at this moment. Under the background of this orange light, the entire surface of the cold bone pond was covered with a layer of faint orange light. Crack! The mine suddenly went dark, and the last Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta Warrior was also completely frozen by the extremely cold ice mist transformed by the law of ice. In the sky, Song-Chi suddenly opened his eyes. The first thing he did when he came back was to control the sky to leave, as soon as possible, the temporary 4th level combat power. Obviously, as he had expected before, the threat of the silver-white giant python has reached a frightening level. Even with the current combat power of the sky, there is a great risk of sinking. Therefore, for the sake of caution, Song-Chi felt that he should not continue to stay here and take risks. But after thinking about it, he still did not leave immediately, because he thought of the orange strange object that might exist at the bottom of the cold bone pond. Is it worth taking a risk for an orange quality item? He was thinking about this question at the moment. At the same time, the slavery seal frenzy feature of the slavery metal appeared in his mind again. If he used this ability, he would not even need to take any risks. The temporary 4th level combat power obtained by activating the slavery seal frenzy feature was enough to last for dozens of minutes. As for the silver-white giant python just now, he already knew that it was the totem beast worshipped by the Iron Wind tribe. It's called Hanwha Snow Python, because of the faith and worship of the Iron Wind tribe for hundreds and thousands of years. It can have some 4th level abilities within the Iron Wind tribe's resident area. But this also means that the 4th level power that the opponent can control cannot last long, and it is not a real 4th level combat unit. Naturally, it cannot be the opponent of the enslaved creatures that have formal 4th level combat power because of the slavery seal frenzy. After confirming this, the only thing Song-Chi needs to consider now is it worth using the 1-year cooling time of the slavery seal frenzy characteristic to exchange for an orange quality wonder? For this question, Song-Chi did not rush to make a decision and must consider it in detail. 10 minutes later, he made a decision. Finally, he decided to do it. No matter what, the value of an orange glory quality star sea wonder is hard to let go. In addition, he also considered that after the end of this exploration, he would most likely be able to upgrade the quality of the fire seed to purple, and then strengthen the level of the slavery metal to the 4th level, and its cooling time would definitely be further reduced, and there would be no need to wait for a whole year. Moreover, he would also make the most of the opportunity to use the slavery seal frenzy feature later, which would last for dozens of minutes. After solving the Iron Wind tribe, he would most likely go to another large tribe to try. If successful, the benefits would be maximized. Of course, before taking action, he must make advanced preparations and gather intelligence, so that he can make the best use of the duration of the subsequent slavery seal rage. Thinking of this, the sky quietly took off and headed for another large wolf barbarian tribe marked on the radar map, 100,000 kilometers away. As for Hejia, Song-Chi had already given up on him and let him die under the pursuit of the 2 3rd-level wolf barbarians behind him. In the subsequent actions against the Iron Wind tribe, the user of the slavery seal rage feature naturally cannot be Hejia. After all, he is a wolf barbarian, and he also follows the extraordinary system of totem worship. He is likely to be inherently restricted by the totem beast worshipped by the tribe, the silver-white giant python. The candidate selected by Song-Chi is the humanoid alien Cher, who is currently sealed in the market. He is also a 3rd-level alien, and his bloodline potential is not high. He is very suitable for activating the slavery seal rage. As for Tuaguhong and Thorn Dragon, I'm sorry, Song-Chi is really reluctant to let them go. Chapter 216, Clash of Laws, Enslaving the Frost Moon Snow Python. A few hours later, it was still the Iron Wind tribe. After the previous incident, the Iron Wind tribe was extremely alert at this moment. A large number of wolf barbarians were patrolling around the tribe, guarding against any strangers approaching. At this time, a humanoid alien with a height of more than 10 meters walked out of the forest. The 3rd-level pressure emanating from his body immediately attracted the attention of a large number of wolf barbarians. Several 3rd-level wolf barbarians walked out of the tribe's residence and confronted him with strong hostility. At this time, Song-Chi, who was in the deep mountains, had a thought. Slavery seal frenzy. Activate. As he officially activated the characteristics of the slavery metal, Chell, who was confronting several 3rd-level wolf barbarians, suddenly underwent drastic changes. Endless blood and energy surged out of his body, and his body, which was only 10 meters long, was also expanding rapidly. 12 meters, 20 meters, 100 meters. But in the blink of an eye, its volume had expanded to more than 1,000 meters. And this was far from over. And the expansion continued. In front, the 4 third-level wolf barbarians showed strong fear in their eyes. They turned around immediately and wanted to escape to the depths of the tribe. But it was too late. The endless blood-colored mysterious power spread rapidly around the humanoid alien body, and all the surrounding wolf barbarians were shrouded in it. This blood-colored mysterious power was nothing else but the law of power that more than 90% of the creatures who took the path of blood refining in the Broken Star Sea would master after entering the 4th level. Swish, swish, swish. The 4 third-level wolf barbarians shone with dim light, and the mysterious totem pattern spread on the surface of their skin. At the same time, their bodies also began to swell, and the breath emitted from their bodies was rising bit by bit. Of course, they naturally could not expand their volume to more than 3,000 meters, like the humanoid aliens, who activated the slavery seal and the violent characteristics. After the bodies of these third-level wolf barbarians expanded to about 1,000 meters, they completely stagnated, and their aura also remained at the half-step 4th level. With the superposition of the 2 extraordinary abilities of the totem mark and the totem true body, they surprisingly possessed the combat power of the half-step 4th level. However, even so, when facing the humanoid aliens, who have reached the true 4th level combat power, they still seem so vulnerable. In front of the true power of the law, the so-called half-step 4th level is nothing but the biggest joke. Crack, crack, crack. For 1,000-meter-long wolf-headed giants, under the eyes of tens of thousands of wolf barbarians in the entire Iron Wind tribe, their burly bodies gradually bent, and the sound of bones cracking in their bodies spread throughout the entire tribe. After a few breaths, the 4 wolf barbarians exuding the aura of half-step 4th level completely collapsed to the ground, as if their spines were pulled out, limp, and no longer able to resist. Under the pressure of the law of infinite power, the bones in their bodies suddenly broke one by one, and they lost all vitality. Seeing this scene, panic spread rapidly in the Iron Wind tribe, and screams and roars spread throughout the entire tribal settlement. However, Chell, who had reached the peak of his combat power, did not let this situation last too long. His 3,000-meter-tall body suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already standing above the Iron Wind tribe. As before, a large amount of blood-colored mysterious power spread out in all directions. Under its unscrupulous release, the wolf barbarians in the entire Iron Wind tribe were like fireworks, exploding one after another. Yes, it exploded, and it exploded directly into blood mist. Compared with the previous wolf barbarians who were half-step to the 4th level, these ordinary wolf barbarians were like ants under the law of force, and had no ability to struggle. As for the silver-white cold moon snow python, Song-Chi did not rush to let Chell look for it. As the totem spirit beast of the Iron Wind tribe, the source of all its combat power came from the faith power of the wolf barbarians of the Iron Wind tribe. As long as these ordinary wolf barbarians were largely wiped out, the subsequent combat power of the cold moon snow python would be greatly weakened. As expected, under Chell's wanton slaughter, the frost moon snow python could not sit idly by. In the 1,000-meter cold pond on the back mountain of the tribe, a giant head emerged from the pond, and then the majestic frost power began to gather in the sky. As time passed, the sky above the entire Iron Wind tribe finally formed a situation where 2 forces competed with each other. The blood-colored mysterious power was extremely domineering and powerful, occupying 70% of the entire sky. Although the frost mysterious power was extremely corrosive, it was ultimately the power of faith condensed by totem worship, and then transformed from the special frost talent of the frost moon snow python itself. It was not a true 4th-order law, so it only barely occupied 30% of the area. It is clear at a glance who is better. On the humanoid alien body at a height of 3,000 meters, endless blood is steaming. This is very similar to the special talent of the golden armored beast, but it is not controlled by Chell himself, but is a passive gift of the slavery metal. Moreover, its talent is more domineering than that of the golden armored beast. Not only can it improve combat power across levels, but also after the duration ends, the user will completely exhaust his own vitality, which is a huge cost. Knowing this, Song-Chi did not waste time and gave Chell the order to fight quickly with the bridge of the mind. The humanoid alien raised his hand, and the blood-colored mysterious power gathered on its arm, and then suddenly blasted out. Boom! Amidst the violent sonic boom, the phantom of the blood-colored giant fist condensed by the law of force suddenly blasted out, and the void was twisting all the way. The momentum driven by the power of this law made the whole world change color. Boom! The phantom of the blood-colored giant fist slammed into the Xiebing domain, and the two laws of the star sea, the law of force and the law of ice, collided. Countless tiny cracks spread across the entire Iron Wind tribe, within a radius of tens of thousands of meters. Those were the space cracks torn apart by the full-strength blast of the two laws. Crack, crack, crack! A large amount of black ice was shattering. As the shattered black ice scattered, it was as if a terrifying rain of ice cones and arrows was pouring down on the entire Iron Wind tribe below, causing the wolf barbarians, who had already suffered heavy casualties, to suffer heavy losses again. It was obvious that, under the collision of the two laws of power, the ice law of the cold moon snow python was at an absolute disadvantage. Song Qi in the distant Sanxiong was not surprised at all. After all, he only controlled part of the fourth-level power. How could he be compared with a real fourth-level existence? Without hesitation, Chell took advantage of the victory and pursued. The blood-colored mysterious power spread further, compressing the frost power of the cold moon snow python with all his strength. Hiss! On the cold bone pond, the cold moon snow python poked its head out of the pond and roared to the sky. The next second, its entire body swept out, making a violent splash on the extremely cold surface of the pond and rushed straight into the sky. The mysterious totem pattern flickered on its body, and at the same time, the profound ice power that had only occupied 20% of the area above the sky quickly gathered towards the cold moon snow python. Under the condensation of this profound ice power, a large amount of ice crystals began to condense rapidly on the body of the cold moon snow python. In just a few seconds, the silver-white giant python that was originally more than 2,000 meters long turned into an ice crystal black snake that was more than 3,000 meters long, and the majestic fourth-level pressure was scattered all over, dispersing the blood-colored profound power that had previously occupied 80% of the area, turning into a stalemate of 50-50 confrontation. In the sky, Song Qi, who witnessed all this, understood it clearly. Is this the true totem of the totem beast? As he muttered, a purple light suddenly shot out from his brow. Soon, a purple light suddenly shot out from the side of the two 3,000-meter giant figures. With Song Qi's advance warning, the humanoid alien Chell quickly raised his head and caught the purple light. Then, under the gaze of the ice crystal snake in front, the purple light began to expand rapidly, and finally turned into a dark green spear with a length of more than 3,500 meters. It was the Qingming Ligong spear. Under the infusion of the law of Chell's power, the Qingming Ligong spear's body glowed, from pale blue to blood red, and at the same time, Chell suddenly waved his hand. A ray of blood-colored spear light swung out, and rushed straight to the ice crystal black snake in front. The battle began. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying sound of bombardment resounded through the world, and the entire Iron Wind tribe's 10,000 miles of land was shaking violently. This was the case when a fourth-level life form attacked with all its strength on the three-level Shanghai floating land. Because of the level of the floating land itself, its land density, space stability, etc., could not withstand the fourth-level attack. Therefore, when a fourth-level being attacks a level 3 Shanghai floating land, each move can cause irreparable damage to the entire floating land. More than 10 minutes later, the earth-shattering battle finally came to an end. The ice armor around the ice crystal snake was completely shattered, and there were terrible wounds all over the white scales. These were the marks left by the Qingming Ligong gun. Obviously, in front of a true fourth-level being, this Hanwha snow python, which controlled part of the fourth-level power with the help of totem faith, was ultimately defeated, and was seriously injured by the fourth-level share. This was the result of Song Qi's initiative to issue an order. Otherwise, it would have been completely dead now. Buzz! With a low engine roar, the Sanxiong, hidden in the distance, rushed out of the forest and flew all the way to the sky above the Iron Wind tribe. Well, it can no longer be called the Iron Wind tribe. Under the bombardment of two fourth-level beings and the ravages of the two laws, the entire Iron Wind tribe has long been reduced to ruins, and no wolf barbarian has been spared. Song Qi was not surprised. This was a direct confrontation between two four-tier units. Even though they were more than 100,000 meters apart, the dark matter energy shield on the surface of the sky was almost overloaded. If it weren't for the characteristics of the neutron star core armor, I'm afraid that half of the sky's hull armor would have been worn away. Not to mention the wolf barbarians, who were in the core area of the battle area between the two 4th-tier units. The sky slowly fell. And finally, when it was about 100 meters away from the dying cold moon snow python below, Song-Chi stopped the warship. And at the same time, the slavery medal was activated again. A red mark rushed straight down. The reason why Song-Chi asked Che to show mercy was not a whim. The blood power of this cold moon snow python is obviously not bad. Even if it relies on the power of totem faith to have some 4th level combat power, this does not affect the fact that its genetic bloodline is strong. You have to know that the blood barbarian continent under your feet is not the kind of star sea floating land that has touched the 4th level. At the beginning, the soul floating land was stuck at the node of promotion to the 4th level. And it had some characteristics of the 4th level star sea floating land. Finally, it gave birth to 2 half-step 4th level native creatures. This Han was Snow Python, obviously, reached the half-step 4th stage entirely by itself. Strictly speaking, its bloodline power is stronger than Tuguhong's, and it may even be included in the 5th tier of the Song family's gene lineage. After all, Tuguhong only touched the 3rd tier on the 2nd level floating land, while this Han with Snow Python has improved by a whole level. It goes without saying which one is more difficult, the 3rd or the 4th tier. Inside the sky, the mini-thorn dragon has disappeared, and was also sealed in the market by Song-Chi. There was no way, there were not enough slaves. Soon, Song-Chi frowned slightly. The first slavery failed. Although he had been prepared for this, he still felt a little gloomy in his heart. At present, Chel's fury duration has not ended, but it has already exceeded half. If he stays here for one more second, he will have one less second to deal with another large tribe later. He can't waste too much time here. But no matter how anxious he is, it is an undeniable fact that the Han with Snow Python below has briefly stepped into the 4th level. After the brief influence of the Law of Ice, its resistance to the slavery mark has been greatly improved. This also made the subsequent nearly 10 consecutive enslavement attempts all inevitably fail. Song-Chi wanted to send Cher to another large wolf tribe first, but he was worried about what else this Frost Moon Snow Python might have in store. After thinking about it, he could only temporarily strengthen the slavery metal parts. Fortunately, in the past 2 months, he obtained 200 strands of 3rd level floating land origin through the Spirit Machine Synthesis platform, and with the remaining ones before, he could still meet the temporary strengthening of the slavery metal. Soon, slavery metal was enhanced to level 39. As expected, its properties did not change much, including the number of slavery marks and the cooldown time of the violent feature. However, as Song-Chi cast the slavery mark again, he did not encounter much resistance this time and successfully enslaved the Cold Moon Snow Python. After completing the enslavement, Song-Chi did not have time to think about it. He used the size as you want feature to transform the Cold Moon Snow Python into a miniature form. The same was true for Cher on the other side. After bringing both of them aboard the warship, the sky soared into the sky, pointing directly to another large tribe 100,000 kilometers away. This tribe is called the Blood Elephant Tribe, and its totem spirit beast is a wild elephant. With Song-Chi's previous understanding, after arriving at this tribe, Chel rushed straight to the wild elephant, and the battle between the two sides soon began. Compared with the Cold Moon Snow Python of the Iron Wind tribe, the strength of this wild elephant is obviously inferior, and it is only at the peak of the 3rd level. Even with the blessing of the Totem True Body and the power of Totem Faith, it can temporarily control part of the 4th level power, but it is far inferior to Chel in the violent state, and soon fell under the Qi Ming Likong gun in Chel's hand. Chapter 217 Harvest Orange Wonder Totem Spirit Pillar. Compared to the Frost Moon Snow Python, Song-Chi was much less interested in this wild elephant. Not only because the slavery metal slavery mark was not enough, but also because its own potential was much worse than that of Tuaguhong, Thorny Flying Dragon, and Frost Moon Snow Python. Song-Chi estimated that the bloodline potential of this wild elephant could only rank in the 3rd tier of the Song family gene bloodline, which was the level of Chimera and Chamoyan giant snake. It had some value, but not too much. Of course, although he despised it, he did not let Chel kill the savage elephant directly. Instead, he quickly sealed the Frost Moon Snow Python in the market, and then enslaved it with the slavery metal. Of course, he did not want to keep the savage elephant. After returning this time, he would directly throw it to his grandfather, so that it could become part of the success rate of the Angry Lion's promotion, which would also maximize its value. As for Tuaguhong, like Chel before, sealing it in the market to serve as a carrier of the subsequent slavery seal rage characteristics. This is not feasible. For example, Tuguhong and Cheer. Their volume is no more than 15 meters. Only when they use special abilities will they explode to 1,000 meters. Therefore, sealing them in the market will not cause any other impact. However, for the wild elephant, its volume is more than 1,000 meters, and it occupies a huge space, which also causes great inconvenience to the market. This can be seen from the situation inside the market at the moment. The Thorn Dragon and the Frost Moon Snow Python, both of which have a volume of 1,000 meters, have occupied half of the market space. That is, the market trading has not been opened yet. Otherwise it will inevitably greatly affect the number of alien creatures that can enter. After dealing with the wild elephant, Song Chi severely injured the other 23rd level wolf barbarians of the Blood Elephant tribe, and finally imprisoned them in a special cage in the cabin of the sky. Together with the wild elephant, they will eventually become part of the success rate of the Raging Lions promotion. After cleaning up all the wolf barbarians, it was finally time to count and harvest. The Blood Elephant tribe has only been passed down for more than 1,000 years, which is far behind the Iron Wind tribe. Although it also has its own totem spirit pillar, the gestation time is too short, and the baptism time by the power of faith is insufficient, and it has not been transformed into a strange object. This is what makes Song Chi extremely disappointed. However, in the secret library of his tribe, he finally got 400 strands of the 3rd level floating land essence, more than 3,000 strands of the 2nd level floating land essence, not to mention the 1st level and 0 level ones. Although he did not find the Star Sea Wonders and the 4th level floating land essence, he was lucky enough to get a 10,000-year-old volcanic lava Iron Mother, which can be used later when the sky is upgraded to a cruiser, which is also a pleasant surprise. After the Blood Elephant tribe, it was naturally the Iron Wind tribe's turn. Song Chi was a little excited, after all. There was an orange wonder waiting for him there. However, before heading to the Iron Wind tribe, Song Chi first sent Chel's body to the sky. After killing the wild elephant, the duration of the slavery seal rage had ended, and Chel, who had burned out all his vitality, naturally died. For this slave creature that burned out his life for him, it was reasonable to give it a good burial. He planned to take it back and bury it by the Qinghua Lake, the first slave creature carrier of the slavery seal rage. The Komoin giant snake was also buried there. After doing all this, the sky soared into the sky quickly. Just over a minute later, Song Chi arrived at the Iron Wind tribe again. The first place he went to was the Cold Bone Pond, with the water molecule isolation outer membrane component. There was no need to worry about the water in the pond having any effect on the sky. As for the extremely cold air at the bottom of the pond, it goes without saying that in front of the red quality neutron star core armor, this level of cold air is really not enough. Soon, the sky dived all the way to the bottom of the pond, and the result was not surprising. At the bottom of the pond, in the area where the Cold Moon Snow Python once lurked, there was indeed an orange quality Star Sea Wonder. The reason why the Void Shadow Killer clan soldiers didn't find it at first was because the Cold Moon Snow Python blocked it with special frost power. But now there is no more. As a traction beam shot out from the sky, the object emitting a blazing orange light was pulled into the interior of the warship, in the sky's main control room. Under Song Chi's gaze, this strange object that has been transformed into a shipborne component showed its unique properties. Totem Spirit Pillar LV0 Quality, Orange Characteristic, Totem Pattern Characteristic 2, Totem True Body Consumption, 10/S Phantom Energy Points Effect, Bind a life form, and transform it into a Totem Spirit Beast currently bound Cold Moon Snow Python, and sacrifice and worship the Totem Spirit Beast, which will automatically accumulate Totem Faith value. The Totem Spirit Beast consumes Totem Faith, and can perform special blessings on itself or Totem believers. Faith Pool 0/10,000. Each 0-level worshipper can provide 1 point of faith per day, no need to charge or buffer. Upgrade requirements: 10 strands of floating land origin 0 level, 1,000 psionic energy points, 10 life pronuclei 0-level totem pattern. Engrave the totem pattern for the 0-level worship creature within the radius of 10,000 meters of the totem spirit column. The engraver can actively activate the totem pattern to bless himself, lasting 1 minute, cooling time 72 hours. Totem True Body. Within the radius of 10,000 meters of the totem spirit column, the 0-level worship creature fully activates all the totem patterns on the body surface, enters the Totem True Body form, and the combat power is fully increased, lasting 20s, cooling time 720 hours. After reading the properties of this special component, Song Chi's eyes sparkled. It is indeed a totem spirit pillar. After listening to what Heijie said before, he had some guesses whether this strange object would be the totem spirit pillar that he mentioned many times. Now it seems that his guess is not wrong. And judging from the properties of this totem spirit pillar, it is undoubtedly an extremely good component. It can actively provide good blessings for the creatures it worships. Although it has many restrictions such as faith value consumption and scope of action, it does not have the fatal side effect of the slave seal violent characteristics, which is its biggest advantage. If it can be used in conjunction with the slavery metal component, or even if the totem body and slavery seal frenzy are activated at the same time, it will surely produce an effect far beyond the ordinary. Thinking of this, Song Chi's heart was burning, and he was eager to try the effect of the two abilities superimposed on each other. But due to the cooling of slavery seal frenzy, he could not do so. With joy, this component was loaded onto the sky. But he was not in a hurry to strengthen it, but instead searched around in the ruins of the Iron Wind tribe. The Blood Elephant tribe has its own secret library. The Iron Wind tribe, which has been passed down for more than 5,000 years, cannot possibly not have one. Song Chi still has great expectations for the secret library of this ancient tribe. However, because the previous battle turned all the buildings of the entire tribe into ruins, the search process became quite difficult. It was not until several hours later that he found the secret library in a corner. The final result did not disappoint people. Compared with the Blood Elephant tribe, the Iron Wind tribe's foundation is indeed much richer. Not only are there 800 strands of the third-level floating land essence, more than 10,000 strands of the second-level floating land essence, and more than 100,000 strands of the zero-level and first-level floating land essence, but more importantly, Song Chi also got 10 strands of the fourth-level floating land essence in this secret vault, which is definitely the biggest surprise. So, including the original 5 strands in his hand, he now has 15 strands of the fourth-level floating land essence. If you count the 40 strands owed by his grandfather, it is 55 strands. With so many fourth-level floating land essences, even the senior third-level Shinhua captain, I am afraid that this is all he has. In addition, there is a rare item in this secret vault that can be transformed into a purple engine, which can be handed over to the family to exchange for gold merit points. After counting all the harvests, the time is approaching the note of return. Song Chi thought about it, and set the only space anchor point of the market on this blood barbarian continent. The subsequent value of this floating land is very large. After all, there are far more than 2 large wolf tribes, Taifeng and Shuixiang, on this 3-level floating land. There are more than 10 wolf tribes of this level outside the eastern part of the continent. And there may be other rare items, like Totem Spirit Pillar. Of course, Song Chi will not be able to explore here again in the short term. Without the Slavery Seal Frenzy feature, he really does not have the confidence to fight against the Totem Spirit beasts that control some of the 4th-level power in the large wolf tribes. After the subsequent Slavery Seal Frenzy feature is buffered, or when Grandpa successfully advances to the 4th level, he can come to this blood barbarian continent to plunder again. In addition, a level 3 life-type star sea floating land is of high enough value, and it is worth sending a large number of tribesmen from the veins to continue to develop it. After hitting the space anchor point, the sky quickly rushed to the sky of the blood barbarian continent. A few minutes later, a strong space fluctuation was heard. Qingwe Manor, the 10th direct vein meeting hall. Song Mingsong sat high on the main seat. Below him, on the left and right, were Song Shan and Bai Xiuqin, whose ships had also been promoted to the 3rd level. Below, in addition to Song Hai, Song Chao, Zhao Hongxue and other core members of the vein, there were also several 2nd-level Xinhua captains who joined the vein later. At this time, Song Mingsong, who was at the head, said, "The high-end combat power of the Bailing civilization has been cleared out. The Pulse has decided to go to the Bailing star field in a month to carry out continuous development. The transit warship is also ready. Does anyone have any opinions? This is the first time since the opening of our 10th straight Pulse that we have carried out large-scale development of an alien star field with a level 3 star sea floating land. Everyone must make all preparations." At this time, the 2nd-level Xinhua captain named Song Hua, who had just entered the Pulse more than a year ago, said, "Master, the Bailing civilization has just been cleaned up. You and Deputy Master Shan are currently busy jointly exploring alien star regions. If you rush over to develop them now, if there are still remnants of third-level Bailing warships in the Bailing Star region. Wouldn't it be? Hearing this, Song Mingsong affirmed, "Don't worry about this. When Xiaoqi comes back, he will go to the Bailing Star region with you and take charge for a while." As soon as these words came out, the eyes of several second-level Xinhua captains, who joined the vein later in the hall, were determined. And there was no objection. Now the entire 10th straight vein, or the entire Dinghai Song clan, has a full understanding of Song Qi. Not long ago, the family's upper echelons announced the current list of candidates for the 7th sequence. All those who have made the list now have a great reputation within the entire Song clan, and even have a certain reputation outside the Dinghai Star region. As a member of the list, Song Qi is no exception. All the Song clan members know that those who can be on this list must have a ship with at least the combat power of a third-order cruiser. Because for the Dinghai Song clan sequence, this is only the most basic requirement. The meeting ended, and everyone left one after another. At this time, a slight engine roar came from the sky above Qinghua Manor. It was the Songqiong that had just returned from exploring the alien star field. In the courtyard where Grandpa and Grandma were, Song Qi soon learned that he would have to go to Bailing Star Field to guard for a period of time in a month. He had no objection to this. According to what Grandpa and Uncle said, the Bailing civilization was just an ordinary third-level low-level civilization, with only ordinary regular third-level combat units. And there was no existence that could threaten the Songqiong. After nodding his head in agreement, Song Qi summoned the sky again, and brought out the nearly 20 seriously injured third-level wolf barbarians, and the third-level peak wilderness elephant. Song Mingsong did not hesitate. In the past 2 months, the second-level Xinhua captains in the central vessel have not been idle. Those who are capable will try to capture some third-level alien units alive during the exploration of the alien star domain, and finally let the Angry Lion kill them. In this way, the chance of the Angry Lion being promoted to the 4th level will be increased as much as possible. This is also the biggest advantage of backing up a force. There is no intrigue in the outside world. When one person is about to be promoted, others in the force will do their best to provide help. Many hands make light work, so as to maximize the success rate of promotion. However, although he was mentally prepared, Song Mingsong was still a little surprised when he saw nearly 20 level 3 wolf barbarians and a level 3 peak wilderness elephant coming down from the sky at once. This number was really scary. After calming down, Song Mingsong controlled the Angry Lion to kill these level 3 wolf barbarians and wilderness elephants one by one. He left their bodies aside. These bodies would be handed over to the family in exchange for certain merit points. After the family sent people to transport all the bodies away, Song Qi asked, "Grandpa, what is the current success rate of the Angry Lion's promotion?" Song Mingsong would naturally not hide it from his grandson. Without much hesitation, he said bluntly, "Not bad. With your more or less assistance, plus the results of the Bailing civilization, the success rate has now exceeded 28%. Hearing this, Song Qi frowned instantly, and the joy on his face instantly turned into worry. This number is much worse than what he imagined. Chapter 218, a rare fire item worth 150 gold merit points. Hearing this, Song Qi frowned. Only 28%? Is it so difficult to improve? You should know that the previous killing of the golden armor beast and the drop of the vampire marquis's blood, the success rate has reached 22%. If it is only 28% now, that means that in the past 3 months, with the assistance of many people in the family, at least hundreds of alien third-level combat units have been killed by the Angry Lion, and the success rate has only been increased by 6%. Calculated in this way, the success rate provided by a third-level unit is only about 0.05%. This alone is enough to show the difficulty of upgrading a cruiser to a chasing ship. However, if we wait until the 4th level life crystal, the crystal of the Earth Attribute Law and the 10,000-year pure Yang Stone, 3 special materials, are acquired, and 10% of these 3 are included, it will be 38%. In addition, there are still 9 months to go. If everyone in the vein continues to work together, it should not be a problem to push the success rate to more than 50%. Moreover, if we can get the 10,000-year-old MOU tree sap from the MOU secret realm of the family, the success rate can even reach more than 55%. A success rate of more than half is a terrifying success rate for upgrading to a 4th level Zhulu ship. Just thinking about it, Song Mingsong laughed. It's not low. And it's still because of the fact that you severely injured the golden armored beast before. But then again, if it's really that easy to upgrade to the 4th level, wouldn't the 4th level Shinhua captains in my Shinhua human civilization be everywhere? But what's the truth? After saying that, Song Minsong waved his hand without waiting for Song Chi to say anything more, saying, "Okay, you don't have to worry about this. Your uncle and I will continue to go to the alien star field to hunt high-level aliens. I think it will not be difficult to increase the success rate of the Angry Lion to more than 40% in the end. You just need to hoard gold merit points." Song Chi didn't say anything more about this. As for the Blood Barbarian continent, the Angry Lion has not yet been upgraded to a deer chaser, so it is not suitable to go there. It is too dangerous. Besides, the market space anchor point should not be exposed. We still have to wait for the space beacon launcher to buffer and leave a new beacon mark there. While thinking, Song Chi returned to his personal courtyard. After staying for only a moment, he once again controlled the sky to soar into the sky and headed straight for the family merit building. His purpose was simple: to purchase a sufficient amount of fire attribute materials. The next market transaction is just around the corner. If nothing unexpected happens, the fire elemental life will bring at least 6 purple fire seeds that can be transformed into fire seeds and upgraded fire sources to exchange with him for the orange-red plain sky fire. In addition to this established transaction, Song Chi is also quite interested in the 3 items in his hand: the 10,000-year-old volcanic lava iron mother, the firethorn fruit, and the 1,000-year-old camphor wood heart. In addition, as a fire elemental life, he is interested in materials with fire attributes. So he wants to try to see if he can use a large amount of fire attribute materials to exchange for these 3 items. It is true that there is a whole world of fire elements behind it. And it is also true that there are fire attribute materials everywhere. But don't overlook one thing. There are more creatures in the world of fire elements. And with a large number of fire attribute creatures piled up, even if there are more fire attribute materials, it will still cause a situation of supply exceeding demand. Therefore, he thought that this method still had a good chance of success. In the merit building, Song Chi, who still had more than 100,000 merit points in his hand, exchanged them on the 1st to 29th floors. 10 merit points for a ton of fire iron, 100 merit points for 10 kilograms of fire copper, 50 merit points for a fire mulberry tree, 1,000 merit points for a blazing fire crystal. Soon, more than 100,000 ordinary merit points were consumed. He then went up to the 30th floor again, exchanged the purple engine in his hand to the family, successfully obtained 5 points of gold merit, including the remaining points before. His gold merit points reached 11 points again. After finishing all this, Song Chi returned to Qingwei Manor, practiced the art of guiding the dark energy, while visualizing, quietly waiting for the arrival of the next market transaction. A few days later, another market transaction was officially opened. As expected, the fire element life arrived on time with 8 purple quality fire seeds for upgrading fire sources. Among the 8 fire seeds, except for 2 that could not be converted into upgraded fire sources, the remaining 6 could all be converted into fire seeds for upgrading fire sources. Among them, in addition to the Heavenly Abyss Tribulation Fire, there were also 2 fire seeds named Qianyuan Holy Flame, which could also be converted into purple top-grade upgraded fire sources. And so it was calculated. 40 plus 40 plus 40 plus 10 plus 1010 is equal to 150. Just these 6 fire seeds, which are enough to exchange for enough gold merit points in the family merit building, for him to exchange for a strand of orange quality upgraded fire source. The other 2 strands of fire seeds that cannot be transformed are more like additional gifts, which can be considered free. Seeing the fire elemental life in the middle of the shop with expectation, the projection screen in front of him changed for a while, and finally turned into a word. Yes. As soon as this word appeared, an inexplicable force surged into the strange item exchange shop, and then the 8 strands of purple fire seeds in the hands of the fire elemental life were all rolled up, and the 2 strands of fire seeds that could not be transformed were left in the strange item exchange shop, and turned into new strange items behind 2 counters. The other 6 strands disappeared without a trace. And then the strand of red plain sky fire slowly fell into the hands of the fire elemental life. At the same time, when the slightly excited fire elemental life walked out of the strange item exchange shop and headed towards the free stall area, Song Chi, who saw the opportunity, quickly set up his stall. At this moment, what he transformed into was a second-level wolf barbarian several meters tall. Shua, as he put a large amount of fire attribute resources on the stall. The fire elemental life, who carefully collected the red plain sky fire, was unexpectedly attracted by the many fire attribute materials on his stall. It was still that special voice. "Boss, how do you sell these fire attribute materials?" Song-chi, who had already considered it, hurriedly said, "Barter, preferably fire attribute resources." Hearing this, the fire element life hurriedly searched its body. After taking out the 10,000-year-old volcanic lava iron mother, the fire copper, the 1,000-year-old camphorwood heart, the pyracantha fruit, etc., it asked again, "Are these feasible?" Song-chi was slightly happy in his heart, but on the surface he remained calm, pointing to the 10,000-year-old volcanic lava iron mother and the pyracantha fruit and said, "These two are okay. Do you have any more?" The fire element life paused. "The 10,000-year-old volcanic lava iron mother is not good. This thing is quite rare. You have to rely on luck. I may be able to get some pyracantha fruit later, but at least I have to wait until the next market transaction." You? Hearing this, Song-chi, who had been prepared, directly showed the market guest order in his hand. "Don't worry, I can also enter the market next time." As he said this, he took the 10,000-year-old volcanic lava iron mother, the 1,000-year-old camphorwood hardwood, and the pyracantha fruit from the fire elemental life, and at the same time pushed most of the fire attribute materials on the stall to the other party. These should be enough to exchange for these 3 items. In addition, if you can get a higher age pyracantha fruit next time, I can also provide more fire attribute materials. It was a deal that everyone was happy with. The fire element life naturally had no reason to refuse. However, at this time, Song-chi saw that he had not yet received this batch of fire attribute materials. What's wrong? The fire element life looked at the large amount of fire attribute materials in front of him and said in embarrassment, "I can't take so many things out at one time." Hearing this, Song-chi, who looked like a wolf barbarian, pretended to be surprised and said, "You don't know yet? Isn't there a Xingyuan Empire store in the market? You haven't been there yet?" The fire element life, facing the other party's puzzled look, Song-chi, who had been in control of the other party's whereabouts from beginning to end, pretended not to know. "No wonder, watch it." As soon as the voice fell, he reached out and took out 2 palm-sized capsule boxes from behind. Then he tapped the capsule box lightly and saw the 2 capsule boxes slowly open. Then Song-chi poured out a large amount of fire attribute materials from the capsule box. These were also exchanged from the family merit building before, but not so much was used in the transaction with the fire element life. The fire element life blinked with a pair of eyes with blazing flames. He coveted the large amount of fire attribute materials in the hands of the wolf barbarian tribe in front of him, and secretly thought that he must try to get more firethorn fruits when he returned to the fire element world this time. These firethorn fruits are only effective for fire attribute physical life, and are useless for elemental life like it. This kind of transaction is a sure win for it. At the same time, he was also very interested in the 2 capsule boxes in Song-chi's hand. They were only the size of a palm, but they could hold so many things. It really made him curious. In this regard, Song-chi, who understood his general idea, said, "This thing is called a storage capsule. It is a storage device jointly launched by the Zhutian market and the Xingyuan Empire store. Although it looks only the size of a palm, the space inside is as big as a cubic meter." After speaking, Song-chi pointed along the central street of the market. "Okay, boss, I'll leave the stuff for you for a while." Walking along the street of the market, passing through the 3-story inn, the rare item exchange shop, the Xiaoxian hut, the special resource acquisition shop, the silver house, the floating land origin exchange shop, the centaur shop, the mineral resource shop, and the fire element life, all the way to the Xingyuan Empire shop. When passing by the silver house, the goblin Luke, who was sitting in his shop, curled his lips. Recently, the Xingyuan Empire shop launched a product called storage capsules, and coupled with a heavy recommendation on the market entrance rule light screen, the business of the other shop was extremely hot, and Luke was jealous. He had approached Alan many times to cooperate with him, to buy a large number of storage capsules from him, and sell them at a high price in the Silver Goblin Empire, but in the end, he found that Alan had signed a relevant agreement with the market under his feet. Except for small-scale sales within the market, other large-scale orders can only be carried out with the consent of the market itself. In addition, the market itself is now hoarding these storage capsules in large quantities. How could it be the turn of the great Luke in the Xingyuan Empire shop? The first thing the fire elemental life entered the shop was to ask about the storage capsules. At the counter, Alan said with a smile, "Storage capsules? We have 3 types of storage capsules in our store. The first type is only the size of a palm, with an internal space of 1 cubic meter, and is priced at 3 strands of first-level floating land essence. The second type is about 30 centimeters long, with an internal space of 2 cubic meters, and is priced at 1 strand of second-level floating land essence. The third type is about 40 centimeters long, with an internal space of 4 cubic meters, and is priced at 5 strands of second-level floating land essence. Which one do you need?" Hearing this, the fire element thought for a moment, and then said, "One of each. No, take 3 of the first type." After saying that, it was about to take out the not-so-many floating land essences on it, but then it heard Aaron behind the counter say, "I'm really sorry, unless you can take out the Star Sea treasures, otherwise. Each person can only buy 1 of each storage capsule." Finally, the fire element took out 3 strands of the first-order floating land essences, and 6 strands of the second-order floating land essences, and bought 1 of each of the 3 storage capsules. Song-chi saw this scene clearly, and his heart did not change much, because this purchase restriction was added by him. As for the reason, first of all, although Alan has gained a certain influence in the Xingyuan Empire after more than a year, the storage capsules that can be purchased at a low price every month are also very limited. Secondly, Song-chi himself is also hoarding this kind of storage capsules, preparing to sell them in the Xinhua human civilization territory later. Moreover, he also wants to use this to increase the circulation of strange goods within the market. Although this limitation basically only allows the explosion of white and blue quality items, it is at least better than nothing, isn't it? Time passed, and when the market was about to end, Song-chi once again took out the market guest order and market walking order, and launched a bidding auction. The result was very disappointing, and nothing that satisfied him appeared. The only unexpected surprise was that the fire element lifeform was covered in flames after seeing the new attribute of the market walking order, showing great interest, which made Song-chi have great expectations for its future. What Song-chi didn't know was that the shock in the heart of the fire element life at this moment was far beyond his imagination, compared with the restriction of market visitor order that only allowed 1 entry and exit of the market every month. This market walking order was simply a life-saving artifact, and in the extremely chaotic world of fire elements, this was what it needed most. Seeing that the auction had not produced any results, Song-chi did not delay any longer, and when the time came, he directly ended this market transaction. As for the exchange of floating land origin, he had adjusted the exchange price in the floating land origin exchange shop, which was the same as the value listed when he set up the stall before. And this indeed made the exchange amount of floating land origin in the past 2 market transactions increase significantly. After exiting the market, Song-chi, who held 6 purple fire seeds, had only one thought in his mind: to go to the Family Merit building as soon as possible to exchange for the orange quality upgraded fire source. Chapter 219 Promotion Purple Fire Seed. Of course, before going to the Family Merit building, Song-chi still summoned the core members of the clan to ask some questions. And when they heard that he took out 6 purple upgrade fire sources at once, 3 of which were purple top grade, all the elders in the clan were shocked again. The one who was most jealous was Song Chao, who had finally managed to get 2 purple top grade upgrade fire sources not long ago, which promoted himself and Chen Lixia to blue fire seeds. As a result, not long after that, his son took out 6 upgraded fire sources at once, which made him feel that he, as a father, had lost face. On the side, Chen Lixia gave him a fierce look, which was very obvious. "Why? Even your son wants to compete?" So, Song Chao smiled and shook his head. Only then did he happily accept the fact that his son had walked ahead of him. Although the elders in the clan were jealous, they had just spent most of their wealth on the preparations for the Tanshan floating land operation not long ago, and they obviously could not come up with so many gold merit points at the moment, so they could only shake their heads helplessly. Although everyone had been allocated a lot of titanium crystals in the previous actions, the titanium crystals were what they needed, and it was impossible to exchange them for the upgraded fire source at the moment. Seeing that no one spoke, Song-chi did not stay at home for long, and headed straight for the Dragon Ridge Divine Mountain. On the 49th floor of the Family Merit building, the Merit Point exchange counter. "Are you sure you want to exchange all 6 purple fire seeds for gold merit points?" Behind the counter, the clan member who was on duty today looked slightly surprised. even though he had worked on the 30th floor of the family merit building for quite a while, and had seen too many rare materials, resources and rare items from all kinds of family members, and even orange rare items more than once. This was the first time he had seen 6 upgraded fire sources at once. After Song-Chi confirmed it again, he said no more and reported the gold merit points that could be exchanged for the 6 fires one by one. Because of the special nature of the upgraded fire source, the family will buy it at full price. So the gold merit points that can be exchanged for these 6 upgraded fire sources are 150 points. Hand me the communication bracelet. After some operations, Song-Chi's personal account successfully added 150 gold merit points, a total of 161 points. When he turned and walked towards the corridor connecting to the 50th floor, many figures on the side cast curious glances at him. The 6 upgraded fire sources just now were obviously noticed by these people. However, after seeing Song-Chi's face, the curiosity on everyone's face turned into a look of realization. Several third-level clansmen also came over on their own initiative. Hello. Are you a brother of Song-Chi? Seeing this, Song-Chi could only smile and respond sideways. My fellow clansmen, may I ask you? Everyone knew him because of the family's 7-sequence candidate list. But he did not know these people. Earthvein Songbin, I have heard that my brother Song-Chi has had many good fortunes, and that he has been on the candidate list of the family sequence. I just happened to meet him today, so I thought I would come over to say hello. First straight Vein Song-Yi. Third straight Vein Song-Xiao. After saying hello to everyone, Song-Chi, who had already met the 100 gold merit points requirement, went all the way to the 59th floor, and came to the counter where the lava core fire was. Golden merit points -130, currently 31 points remaining. As the prompt sound came from the quantum communication bracelet, Song-Chi successfully exchanged for this orange ordinary upgraded fire source. After successfully getting what he wanted, he did not stay any longer. At the White Jade Square under the Dragon Ridge Divine Mountain, that Song-Chi quietly docked here, waiting for the Purple River jump device to buffer. Song-Chi was not in a hurry to strengthen the warship parts. He would have to use this lava core fire to upgrade his own seat of fire, and this step was the most critical, and there could be no accidents, otherwise all the previous efforts would be wasted, and his parents had already solemnly asked him to return to the veins as soon as possible after exchanging the orange fire, and they, and his grandmother would personally check for him. A few hours later, Song-Chi, who had come out of the market again, controlled the sky to slowly take off. Qingwei Manor, underground secret room. Song-Chi sat cross-legged on a stone platform inside the secret room, with his eyes closed, trying to adjust his state. Outside, Bai Xiuqin, Song Chao, Chen Lixia stood outside the door, with serious faces, maintaining the highest alert. As for Song Ming Song and Song Shan, they have already gone to a new third-level civilization star domain again, continuing to hunt those high-level alien races, and are not in the pulse at present. In the secret room, it was unknown how long it had been, until Song-Chi opened his eyes again. He reached out his hand, and tightly grasped the orange fire floating not far in front of him. At the same time, the dark energy in his body flowed rapidly, and finally gathered at the center of his eyebrows. He had adjusted his state to the best, and officially began to devour this strand of lava core fire. Under the gathering of this dark energy, the fire ancestral orifice at the center of his eyebrows slowly opened. At this moment, Song-Chi was like a great master who controlled the power of the sky eye. There was an additional magical sky eye with a blazing blue light at the center of his eyebrows. The next second, he raised his right hand, and the lava core fire floating in his palm began to drift slowly towards the center of his eyebrows under the absorption force transmitted from the fire ancestral aperture. A few seconds later, the lava core fire emitting a rich orange light completely sank into the fire ancestral aperture. As it entered the fire ancestral aperture, the blue fire seed in the chaotic space of the ancestral aperture suddenly became brighter, as if it had encountered the best combustion aid. The instinct of advancement was driving it, wanting to devour and fuse this strand of lava core fire as soon as possible. Under the traction force far exceeding the past, the lava core fire was rapidly approaching the fire seed in the center of the ancestral aperture. Zizizizi. When the two officially came into contact, the firewood seed emitting blue light seemed to have been added with a handful of dry firewood. The blue flame was jumping wildly, and the blazing fire was like a ray of eternal light in the chaos, illuminating the dim ancestral orifice space. Although the firewood seed was like a wild horse on stimulants, it was rampaging in the void of the chaotic space. The lava core fire was just the opposite. Under the swallowing and fusion of the firewood seed, it gradually dimmed, and the dazzling orange light gradually died out, until it was completely integrated into the firewood seed. The whole process lasted for about an hour. When the devouring was completely completed, the blue fire seed also officially completed its transformation, changing from its original blue to a brilliant purple. When the fire seed completed its transformation from blue to purple, Song Chi's mind was refreshed, because the energy consumed by trying to promote the fusion of the two flames was completely restored at this moment. In addition, with the blessing of the purple fire seed, his mind was more solid than before, which was far beyond the blue fire seed. Huh? After carefully feeling the changes in himself, Song Chi, who felt extremely good, closed the Shinhwa Zuchu again, and the purple light that continued to emit from the Zuchu space also completely dissipated. But at the moment when the Shinhwa Zuchu was completely closed, a purple flame flashed in the depths of his eyes. Boom, boom, boom. The door of the secret room slowly opened, and the three people who had been guarding outside the door and had never left were about to ask. But Song Chi spoke first. "Grandma, Dad, Mom, I've been promoted successfully." After hearing this, the faces of the three people who had been tense until now finally showed a smile from the heart. Okay. Half an hour later, the news that Song Chi's seed of fire had successfully been promoted to purple had reached the ears of all the core members of the vein, and the congratulations continued. But that was all. Under Bai Xiuqin's instructions, this news was temporarily blocked within the core members of the 10th direct vein. Even if it was spread, the impact it could have on Song Chi would be limited, after all. He had already entered the sight of all the members of the Song family. But Bai Xiuqin's reason was very simple. For the people on the candidate list of the family sequence, this was not a big deal, and there was no need to spread it to the point where everyone knew about it. Here, after talking with a group of elders, Song Chi, and Song Yu for a while, Song Chi quickly said goodbye and left. Everyone knew that he had just been promoted, and there must be many things on the ship that needed to be sorted out. So they did not stay for long. Jutian Market. Freestall area. After entering the market, Song Chi summoned the sky immediately. The seed of fire was promoted, and he had gained a lot in the blood barbarian continent before. In addition to the remaining titanium crystals, this was the node for the sky to be greatly strengthened. So he was of course anxious. After entering the sky, Song Chi first strengthened not the parts that had been strengthened to level 39, but the totem spirit pillar that he had just obtained. The subsequent use of this orange part requires the consumption of faith value. So the sooner it is strengthened to level 3, the more likely it is to use it to turn to a Guhong, Thorn Flying Dragon and Zhao Lei into its worshippers. Provide faith for them as soon as possible, and quickly fill the faith pool. This is the most important thing. Without hesitation, he consumed several zero-level and first-level floating land essences, plus 690 strands of second-level floating land essences, and 120 titanium crystals, and directly strengthened it to level 30. Then, he used the slavery metal to turn Tuguhong and Thorn Dragon into worshippers of this component. In addition, Song Chi also used the market walking order to add Zhao Lei, who was far away in the asteroid belt. However, it was not possible for Honda and Hun Air. They were level 3, and could not enter the market through the market walking order. He had to wait until he explored the ancient battlefield in the starry sky again. And then, he would turn them into worshippers, and engrave the totem pattern on them. He could also try the level 3 Chimera and Blackwater Mystic Snake under the other two. After this, looking at the properties of this Totem Spirit Pillar part again, there is indeed a great difference. Totem Spirit Pillar LV30. Quality, Orange. Faith Pool, 20/80,000 each third level worshipper. Can provide 8 points of faith value per day, no need to charge and buffer. Upgrade required. 15 strands of floating land origin third level, 40,000 psionic energy points, 15 life pronuclei third level, 32 titanium crystals totem pattern. Engrave the totem pattern for worship creatures of third level and below, within a radius of 400,000 meters of the totem spirit pillar. The engraver will be able to actively activate the totem pattern to bless himself, lasting 8 minutes, cooling time 2 hours. Totem True Body. Within a radius of 400,000 meters of the totem spirit pillar, the third level and below worship creatures fully activate all the totem patterns on their bodies, enter the totem true body form, and their combat power is increased in all directions, lasting 600 s, cooling time 360 hours. Totem True Body. Within a radius of 400,000 meters of the totem spirit pillar, The third level and below worship creatures fully activate all the totem patterns on their bodies, enter the totem true body form, and their combat power is increased in all directions, lasting 600 s, cooling time 360 hours. After level 30, Song-Chi did not choose to continue strengthening, not only because he had the resources to strengthen other parts, but also because there were no 4th level slave creatures on the sky. The 3rd level totem spirit pillar was enough. After the totem spirit pillar component, needless to say, the next component is one of the 2 highest quality components on the sky, the red epic quality neutron star core armor. But before strengthening this component, the light energy aggregation engine component must be strengthened first. All subsequent components must be strengthened to the 4th level. With only the current LV39 engine, the energy supply may be a bit tight, so Song-Chi first strengthened it to LV40. After reaching LV40, the psionic pool of the light energy aggregation engine has been increased to 180,000 points, and the energy supply efficiency has also been greatly improved, enough to meet the strengthening of the remaining components, and their subsequent consumption. After the engine parts were strengthened, Song-Chi officially started strengthening the neutron star core armor parts. Are you sure you want to consume 150 strands of 3rd level floating land essence plus 3 strands of 4th level floating land essence plus 110,000 psionic energy points plus 150 tons of cobalt stone plus 80 titanium crystals plus 1 law stone to upgrade the neutron star core armor from LV39 to LV40? Sure. With this confirmation, a large amount of resources disappeared out of thin air, and all merged into the hull armor of the battleship under his feet. If you look from the outside, you can find that the entire ship of the sky is emitting a strong fluorescent light. In this fluorescent light, there are also strands of mysterious power. That is the weak law power condensed by the law stone, and the 4th level floating land origin, with a large amount of psionic energy. Looking at the properties of the neutron star core armor parts at this moment, there has been a drastic change. Neutron star core armor LV40. Quality, red. Feature 3. Armor protection value increased by an additional 170%. Consumption, 900/S psionic points protection, 850-5000. No need for charging and buffering. Upgrade requirements, 5 strands of floating land origin 4th order, 130,000 psionic points, 300 tons of cobalt stone, 83 titanium crystals, for law stone's neutron star fission. Consume 70,000 psionic points. The battleship is temporarily transformed into a micro-neutron star form, resisting attacks from the outside world, duration 120s. Cooling time 24 hours. In addition, the other neutron star core pulse features have also changed again. From the original 3% armor layer repair every 15 seconds, 3% shipboard energy shield value recovery every 30 seconds. It has been increased to 4% armor layer repair every 10 seconds. 4% shipboard energy shield value recovery every 20 seconds. Although the change seems small, the actual increase is very amazing. Take the current LV39 dark matter energy shield generator component as an example. Previously, the shield value that this neutron star core pulse feature can restore per second is 11,800 points/S. And now it has become 23,600 points/S, which is doubled. In addition, when the dark matter energy shield generator is also strengthened to LV40, this value will be further improved. Chapter 225 parts at level 4, the skyrocketing properties. After his mind turned back, Song-Chi then counted the remaining resources in his hand. After strengthening 3 parts in a row, he consumed a lot of resources in his hand. Currently, there are 10 strands of level 4 floating land essence, 3 law stones, 396 titanium crystals, 859 strands of level 3 floating land essence. Whether it is titanium crystal or level 3 floating land essence, or level 4 floating land essence and law stones, there are not many left, which can only allow him to strengthen 3 more parts to level 40. Thinking of this, Song-Chi fell silent. If he could only strengthen 3 parts, then he really had to think about it carefully. After all, there were quite a few parts that could be strengthened on the sky. Slave metal, dark matter energy shield generator, pure yang sword light cannon, silver 3 generation super wave magic energy detection radar, void shadow killing clan warrior tree, just a random count. There were 5, not counting those purple quality parts. So he naturally had to think about it carefully. First of all, the slave metal part must be strengthened, and its slave seal frenzy feature is a big trump card in Song-Chi's hand. and its buffer time must be reduced to a minimum. Secondly, the dark matter energy shield generator component also needs to be strengthened. It complements the neutron star core armor component and can achieve the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. The cost performance of strengthening is much higher than that of the other orange components. This last component is what Song-Chi is struggling with. The pure Yang sword light cannon is the strongest and most commonly used attack method on the sky. The Silver 3 generation super wave magic energy detection radar is the eye of the sky. And the Void Shadow killing clan warrior tree component is the key to the subsequent exploration of the ancient battlefield in the starry sky. All three have reasons to be strengthened, but putting them together makes it particularly difficult. After thinking for 2 minutes, Song-Chi finally decided that he would still set his sights on the Void Shadow killing clan soldier tree. The reason is simple. After this component is strengthened to the 4th level, the 4th level Void Shadow killing clan soldier tree summoned will be able to officially start exploring the Supergiant 3-Eyed clan flagship. With the level of the Supergiant flagship, just exploring the tip of the iceberg may yield great gains. And there may be resources such as the 4th level floating land origin and the Lost Stone. With the choice, Song-Chi immediately began the subsequent strengthening. Are you sure you want to consume 150 strands of 3rd level floating land essence plus 3 strands of 4th level floating land essence plus 110,000 psionic energy points plus 80 titanium crystals plus 1 Lost Stone to upgrade the slave metal from LV39 to LV40? Sure. Another large amount of resources disappeared. And then the slave metal component flashed a dazzling red light. When the red light faded, the surface of this component was already filled with strands of mysterious power. Slavery metal LV40. Quality, red. Feature, Bridge of the Heart. Feature 2, Slavery Seal Furious. Feature 3, Size as you wish small. Consumption, 30,000/time psionic points slavery mark, 6/6. Effect, can enslave life forms whose life level does not exceed the 5th level, completely controlled by the captain of the Shinhua battleship. Restrictions, the weaker the resistance of the enslaved, the higher the success rate, and vice versa. Required for upgrading, 5 strands of floating land origin 4th level, 130,000 psionic points, 83 titanium crystals, for Lost Stones. Note, this component needs to occupy 3 special slots. Slavery Seal Frenzy. Consume 20,000 points of psionic energy, designate a slave object to enter the frenzy state at the cost of life. After the frenzy, the strength of this slave object will be upgraded by 1 level. Frenzy lasts for 30 minutes. The buffer time is 6 months 176 days, and 18 hours. The strength increase cannot exceed the limit of this component. Song-Chi's eyes were always focused on the detailed attributes of the Slavery Seal Frenzy feature. After seeing that its buffer time was reduced from 1 year to half a year, he was extremely excited. The buffer time was reduced by half, which would greatly improve his safety in the future. Slavery metal after the component, the dark matter energy shield generator is the natural one. Song-Chi finally consumed 100 3rd level strands, 2 4th level strands, 1 rule stone, 60 titanium crystals, and successfully strengthened this component to level 40. Dark matter energy shield generator LV40. Quality, orange. Features, shield value increased by 130%. Protection, 380,000. Shield value, 131 million/131 million. Charging, 20s. Buffer after overload, 30 minutes. Upgrade requirements, 4 strands of floating land origin 4th level, 90,000 psionic points, 700 tons of mercury crystals, 62 titanium crystals, 3 Lost Stones. After strengthening to LV40, as expected, the properties of this dark matter energy shield generator component also skyrocketed, especially with the neutron star core pulse. Feature, Song-Chi calculated that the shield value that can be restored per second has reached a terrifying 262,200 points. When he just calculated this data, Song-Chi was shocked. You know, it was only more than 30,000 points per second not long ago. But it soared to 260,000. It was really exaggerated. But this is exactly why he was determined to strengthen this component. Isn't it? It complements the neutron star core armor component, and has a very high cost performance. The last component to be strengthened is the Void Shadow killing clan soldier tree. There is no need to say more about this component. It also costs 100 3rd level strands, 2 4th level strands, 1 Lost Stone, and 60 titanium crystals. As for the properties of the component itself, The change is not big. It's just that the summoned Void Shadow Killing Clan soldier has officially reached the 4th level, and the number has increased from 30 to 35. Thinking about it, Song Chi waved his hand, and then a 2-meter-tall Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta Warrior quietly appeared in front of him. He looked around the Terracotta Warrior for a while, and finally found that there was a little more obscure mysterious power on the surface of its puppet body, but no other changes were found. After thinking for a while, he clicked on the detailed attribute panel of the Terracotta Warrior. Name: Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta Warrior. Quality: Orange. Level: Level 4 Upper Level 5. Level: LV 40. Active ability: Rift, Air Flash, Instant Prison Shadow Kill. Passive ability: Son of the Void as a Space Darling, possessing the ability to walk freely in the void, travel through. Spirit Shattering Dagger freely condense a void blade with the attribute of Spirit Shattering. Description: a space darling born in the void, possessing the ability to compete with the void demon. Okay. I thought too much. Apart from the changes in level and grade, the Terracotta Warriors really have no other changes. Seeing that he could not find anything, Song Chi, who guessed that he would have to wait and see the actual combat results, quickly lost interest. After recalling the Terracotta Warriors, he turned to open the battleship panel of the sky. Looking at the attribute panel in front of him, Song Chi was more and more satisfied. After this strengthening, the attributes of the sky had reached a new height. However, this round of strengthening had come to an end. Although there were still some 3rd-level floating land origins and titanium crystals left, Song Chi wanted to keep them for the subsequent strengthening of Pure Yang Sword Light Cannon and Silver 3-Generation Super Wave Magic Energy Detection Radar, and was not going to use them for the time being. In addition, his thoughts on the ancient battlefield in the starry sky were also hot again. With the strengthening of the Void Shadow Killing Clan Warrior tree to level 40, he could once again conduct a deeper exploration of that star field. In addition, he did not have much time left to explore the star field over there, so he naturally knew that he had to hurry up. There is no doubt that the ancient starry sky battlefield is definitely a rare opportunity. The owner of the super giant 3-eyed flagship is at least a 6th level, and may even be a 7th level existence. Even if he only gets some scraps from his flagship, it will probably be enough to benefit him infinitely. It is precisely because of this understanding, coupled with the initial requirements for further exploration, that Song Chi is naturally eager. Thinking about it, his eyes began to move constantly. The ancient starry sky battlefield must be explored again, and the sooner the better. But when to go, and what preparations need to be made, all these need to be planned in detail in advance. A quarter of an hour later, Song Chi left the sky, having made plans. Less than a month later, he would have to go to the Bailing Star region to take charge. After all, it was a star region that stretched for thousands of light years. Large-scale development was not something that could be done by only the 2nd and 3rd level Shinhua captains. A small-scale migration was needed. There were many 0-level and 1st level Shinhua captains, and of course, most of them were ordinary clansmen who had not yet awakened. Song Chi estimated that at least tens of thousands of clansmen would have to be migrated there in the beginning. This is still the minimum standard. There are hundreds of floating landmasses in the Bailing Star region. If they are dispersed, there are only about 100 people on each landmass. This is far from enough. More manpower will be needed in the future. It is a pity that their 10th direct vein was rebuilt not long ago. Although more than a year has passed, many people from the side branches have joined them, but now there are less than 100,000 people in total. It is already exaggerated to invest nearly half of the manpower at one time. If there are more, the normal operation of the entire vein will be affected. It is precisely because of the shortage of manpower in the veins that he is needed to take charge and prevent the occurrence of large-scale casualties. However, this is also an opportunity to have plenty of time to explore the ancient starry sky battlefield. He only needs to leave a slave creature in the Bailing Star region to get the latest news in real time, and then leave a space anchor point to ensure that he can return at any time in case of an emergency. He can devote all his time to the ancient starry sky battlefield. However, if he really wants to do this, he must ensure that no matter when he returns, he can leave a new space mark on the ancient starry sky battlefield. And he must also leave a mark on the Blood Barbarian continent. So, the current problem is that we must ensure that there are enough space beacons on the sky. So, we have to get another special space beacon component. The quality should be purple or above. In addition, We have to think of a way to deal with the ancient corpses in the ancient starry sky battlefield. They are all high-level biological blood. It is too torturous to just watch them. Muttering, Song Chi left the market. In his personal room, he opened the quantum communication bracelet, logged into the Dragon Ridge Continent Family Forum, and started searching for keywords directly. Parts related to high-level biological blood. As he clicked on the search, a large number of posts soon appeared on the projection screen in front of him. Boom boom boom, I broke into a small ruin not long ago, and got a drop of 4th level Blue Moon Viper blood, which can only be exchanged for orange quality upgraded fire sources, if interested. Please chat privately. Seeking 4th level blood at a high price, willing to give an orange engine part, to discuss details in person. I am Song He, the 8th direct vein, 550 years old this year, willing to use 4 purple parts as collateral, to borrow a drop of 4th level blood. If the impact of the 4th level is successful, will unconditionally support the lender to impact the 4th level in the future. Although there are many posts that pop up, they are either looking to buy blood, or selling blood. There are no parts that meet his needs. After thinking for a while, Song Chi typed in a new keyword. Large item scaling parts. He just wanted to give it a try. But after searching, he actually found a post that interested him. Purple Special Parts Proportional Zoomer. The property diagram is below. If you are interested, please chat privately. Proportional Zoomer LV0 quality. Purple features. Double the zoom multiple consumption. 2000/time psionic points charging. 30s. Buffering. 60 minutes effect. Scale to specified non-living items proportionally. The current maximum zoom ratio is 10 times 5/2. Required for upgrading. 7 strands of floating land origin 0 level. 700 psionic energy points. After reading the attribute screenshot below this post, Song Chi's eyes flashed. Obviously, this component perfectly meets his requirements. Although it can only scale non-living objects. Those ancient corpses have been dead for tens of thousands of years, and are no longer in the category of living things. In addition, it can only scale 10 times at present. But when the enhancement level is increased, this ratio will certainly increase significantly. Moreover, he will also test it in advance to see how much this ratio can be when it is enhanced to the 2nd level. If it can exceed 50 times, then it should be about the same. Chapter 221 Purple Holy Cross Beacon and the 4th level Star Devouring Vine. Clicking on the poster's avatar, Song Chi initiated a private chat with the other party. Is that proportional zoom device still there? I don't know why, but after sending the message for nearly half an hour, there has been no reply from the other party. Song Chi did not wait idly. He continued to refresh various posts in the Family Dragon Ridge Continent forum. Of course, this time it was various posts related to high-quality space beacon launcher. Space beacon launcher. This kind of component is extremely rare. Although Song Chi is also short of money, compared with those ordinary Xinhua captains, he is definitely a rich man among the rich. In just over 2 years, his ship has 2 reds, 7 oranges, and 6 purples. The configuration is definitely the ceiling among the 2nd level Xinhua warships. Even so, he did spend some time to acquire this space beacon launcher. But like the single shield and medical cabin components, he has never received any news. Why? Naturally. This is because such parts are rare. Even if a clan member gets one, they usually don't keep it for their own use, but will basically be bought by the clan. After all, large-scale development of alien domains and alien domain floating land expeditions all require such parts. Sure enough, these space beacon parts are not so easy to get. After checking all the way to no avail, Song Chi sighed softly. Although he had expected it, he still felt a little uncomfortable. Whether he could get a high-quality space beacon launcher part was related to his subsequent exploration of the ancient starry sky battlefield, and it was very important. But he also knew that this kind of thing could not be rushed. And he did not hesitate for too long. After careful consideration, he published his first post on the forum. The title naturally needs no further explanation. And it got straight to the point. 30 points of gold merit. Looking to buy purple quality space beacon parts. He just had 31 points of gold merit in his hand. So he directly put 30 points. As for whether it was worth it or not, he did not care about it for now. Anyway, let the tribesmen who had such parts show up first. As long as these people are willing to show up, the price can be discussed slowly. Of course, in Song Chi's opinion, the price of 30 gold merit points should be roughly the same. In fact, even if it is several times higher than the 5 to 10 gold merit points of ordinary purple parts. It is actually less than the price of a purple talk rate upgraded fire source. So it is not expensive. Not long after this post was posted, there was finally movement in the private chat over there. Is it still there? Can you talk in person? Dragon Ridge Continent. Taiha Mountain. A few light years away from Qinghua Lake. As the residents of the 9th direct line of the Dinghai Song family, Taiha Mountain has been open for nearly 200 years. Now there are more than 400,000 people in the lineage, which makes Taiha Mountain look much more lively than Qinghua Lake. In a quiet courtyard near the top of Taiha Mountain, the square-faced, middle-aged Song Fu was staring at the private chat panel projected by the communication bracelet in front of him. There was a trace of solemnity in his eyes, and there was also a hint of expectation. That's right. He was the poster who took out the proportional zoomer component. When he saw that the label on the private chat center's avatar was only the 2nd level, he didn't care at all, but instinctively felt that the two words Song Qi were somewhat familiar. It was not until he clicked on Song Qi's basic information column and confirmed that Song Qi was from the 10th direct lineage and had been included in the candidate list of the 7th sequence of the family that he responded immediately. The younger generation of the family may not know, but Song Fu is already 500 years old. He has witnessed the birth and competition of many rounds of sequences in the family. He knows too well the horror of the family sequence. I remember 300 years ago, when he was just a kid who had just entered the 2nd level. It was when the family was on an expedition to a 4-level floating land in the Star Sea. It was at that time that he saw the most amazing battle of the weak defeating the strong. The 3rd order family of that generation solely used a 3rd order battleship to defeat a 4th order creature blessed by the core rules of the floating land. After that battle, he truly understood the meaning of the 4 words. Family order. Because of this, over the years, he has paid close attention to each generation of family order and the events of order competition. So, he knows very well that even those who are only included in the candidate list of family order are all brilliant and talented people, and are the absolute pride of the new generation of the family. Maybe it can't reach the level of a 3rd level battle against a 4th level battle, which is enough to reverse the level of civilization. But a 2nd level battle against a 3rd level battle is definitely easy. 10 minutes later, a black stream of light swept out from the clouds and headed straight for Taiha Mountain below. On the mountainside of Taiha Mountain, a girl sat cross-legged on a blue stone on the edge of the cliff. Her skin was whiter than snow, and her soft black hair danced with the mountain breeze. At this time, the girl's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and her pair of delicate eyes stared at the sky, as if chasing the black stream of light slowly falling from the sky. Who is this? She frowned slightly. Her eyes fell on the dark energy shield on the surface of the battleship in the sky. Seemingly, she noticed the extraordinary fluctuations emitted by this energy shield. As she finished speaking, a peak level 3 figure walked out from the shadows of the trees behind her. This figure was slender, resembling a human, but with pointed ears. He bowed and said to the girl on the bluestone in front of him, "Miss, if the information is correct, it should be the one invited by Granduncle Fu." Song Qi. When she heard the word Song Qi, the girl's exquisite eyes flashed with a strange light. But the Song Qi who is on the candidate list? Yes, miss. Under the active guidance of the staff below, the Sky successfully landed in a courtyard. After getting off the warship, Song Qi quickly got down to business with Song Fu, the person who posted the message. "Can I try the proportional zoomer first?" Song Fu naturally would not refuse, and took out the purple component very readily. There were plenty of 0 level and 1st level floating land origins in his hand. After taking this component, Song Qi directly strengthened it to level 20. The current zoom ratio is 60/30/2. Seeing the number 60, Song Qi already had the answer in his mind. It was just the 2nd stage, and it could be zoomed to 60 times, not to mention the subsequent 4th stage, just strengthening to the 3rd stage, not to mention much, it would be easy to double it, that is, 120 times should not be difficult. And the 120-fold zoom ratio is enough to zoom those ancient corpses of nearly 10,000 meters to a degree of tens of meters, which can barely fit into the current Songqiong. After confirming this, Song Qi began to continue to negotiate with the other party on the subsequent price. But soon, he heard some bad news from the other party. Don't want gold merit points? Need to help you complete a fixed-point alien starfield exploration later? Song Qi frowned. His intuition told him that this could not be an ordinary alien starfield exploration. What are the details? Just as he thought, the words that the other party said later almost made him turn around and leave. A star field where a 4-level resource floating land is located. That 4-level floating land has bred a star-eating vine, which has just been promoted to the 4th level. Song-chi was silent, did not rush to reply, and various information about the star-eating vine flashed through his mind quickly. Star-eating vine, a kind of starry sky plant, promotes its own growth by devouring the core of the floating land of the star sea. It is extremely aggressive, and is a relatively dangerous kind of starry sky plant. Thinking of this, he shook his head slowly and said, "Sorry." Without hesitation, he refused directly. The combat power of the 4th level unit, he had just learned about it head-on not long ago, and it was a seriously injured 4th level unit. Even so, the horror of that golden armored beast still left a deep impression on him. Even though the sky has now had a new round of enhancements that have crossed the major levels, he still has an instinctive resistance to it, and is unwilling and dares not to face this level of life. Seeing Song-chi was about to leave, Song-fu was a little anxious, and hurriedly said, "Wait for me to finish my words first. That star-devouring vine has just been promoted to the 4th level for less than 10 years, and it has not yet fully mastered the power of the devouring law." Song-chi paused instinctively. Star-devouring vine, as the name suggests, can quickly devour the core of the star sea floating land. After entering the 4th level, it naturally controls the devouring law. This is also the most troublesome point to deal with it. More than 99% of long-range attacks can be swallowed by it, and it is impossible to hurt its body. If you want to severely injure or even wipe out its vitality, you must fight in close combat. However, in close combat, you will also have to face the attacks of its terrifying roots, which are much tougher than alloys and number in the tens of thousands. It is extremely dangerous. However, if it has not yet fully mastered the law of devouring, it means that you can try to use only long-range attacks to deal with the opponent, eliminating all unnecessary dangers. After thinking for a while, Song-chi felt a little confused again. If that's the case, why do you need to seek help from outsiders? Don't talk about the 24-hour return limit. The 9th straight vein has been open for 200 years. It won't be too difficult to get a few transit warships. Song-fu's face changed, and finally he said bitterly, "There is also a core brother in the vein who is nearly 550 years old." He only said this sentence, but Song-chi instantly understood the implicit meaning of his words. Obviously, in the 9th straight line, the clan brother's status is much higher than his. So Song-fu did not spread the news about the star-devouring vine. Otherwise, even if he killed the star-devouring vine later, the life crystals in its body, the star-devouring vine heart, etc., would probably not be his turn. After this explanation, Song-chi initially believed the other party's words, and then asked, "What is the specific time of action?" "The sooner the better." After considering it, Song-chi finally chose to refuse. It was not because of the star-devouring vine, but a decision made after much consideration. First, the other party did not inform the pulse, nor did they inform the family. If something really happened there, it would be like crying to the heavens and the earth for help. Secondly, the space anchor point is still in the Blood Barbarian continent, and it is not good to set it directly at home. Otherwise, there will be no chance to continue exploring the Blood Barbarian continent. Well, in the final analysis, the reward given by the other party is not enough. Just a purple quality proportional zoomer is not enough for him to take such a risk. Nor is it enough for him to give up the subsequent exploration of the Blood Barbarian continent. Seeing that he was really going to lead directly this time, Song-fu's heart sank, and he gritted his teeth again and said, "How about this? Aren't you buying high-quality space beacon parts? How about I add this Holy Cross beacon part?" Song-chi turned his head to look. Holy Cross beacon LV30 quality, purple features, beacon mark +1 consumption, 10,000/time psionic points available marks, 1/2 effect, launch a beacon mark that can last for 24 months towards the specified coordinates. This mark can be activated actively when the alien domain is deployed later, allowing the ship to be deployed at this coordinate after using it once. This mark will be directly invalidated. Charging, 10s, buffering time, 1 year. Upgrade requirements, 10 strands of floating land origin level 3, 30,000 psionic energy points, 10 life pronuclei level 3, 21 titanium crystals. Purple space beacon parts. Song-chi exclaimed in his heart, and his heart, which had originally been unwilling to get involved in this matter, became eager again. If it was the proportional zoomer and Holy Cross beacon, 2 extremely rare purple parts, then he would really be very interested. After all, just the sum of these two, the value is already more than 60 gold merit points, equivalent to half an orange part. After pondering for a long time, Song Chi did not answer directly, but asked instead, "Great Uncle Song Fu, do you have a lost stone? One will do. I will exchange it with you for gold merit points." "Of course," Song Fu answered quickly, and his expression did not change at all. After all, he was a man who lived for more than 500 years, so he still had some cunning. But in his heart, he was sighing repeatedly. The little guy who can enter the candidate list of the family sequence is really not simple. Lost stone. Is this to strengthen the 4th level components? It's only the 2nd level, and you have already started to strengthen the 4th level components? Alas, I'm old. Thinking of this, he took out a small lost stone from his body and handed it directly to Song Chi. "Forget about the gold merit points. You guys are the future of the family. Go for it." After taking the lost stone, Song Chi did not hesitate, turned around and summoned the sky to rush straight into the sky. "That's it. I'll come back in a week, and then I'll set off with you." Longji Continent, Qingwe Lake. After returning home, Song Chi took out the lost stone as soon as possible and began to strengthen the pure yang sword light cannon components. If he wanted to kill the star-devouring vine within 24 hours, he naturally had to ensure strong firepower. And the biggest firepower support on the sky was the pure yang sword light cannon. Do you want to consume 100 strands of 3rd level floating land essence plus 2 strands of 4th level floating land essence plus 1 lost stone plus 60 titanium crystals plus 1,000 tons of yin yang or plus 70,000 psionic points to upgrade the pure yang sword light cannon from LV39 to LV40? Confirmed. As he confirmed, a brilliant orange light shone inside the ship, and the 6th 4th level component on the Sancheong was about to appear. Chapter 222, the infamous star-devouring vine. When the light faded, Pure Yang Sword Light Cannon was also successfully strengthened to level 40. Pure Yang Sword Light Cannon level 40. Quality, orange. Features, Chaotic Extreme Yang Sword Light. Feature 2, Main Gun Power increased by 130%. Consumption, 5,000/Time Phantom Energy Points Attack, 655-5000. Charge, 4s, Buffer 5s. Upgrade requirements, 4 strands of floating land origin level 4, 90,000 phantom energy points, 1,100 tons of yin yang ore, 62 titanium crystals, 3 lost stones chaotic extreme yang sword light. After 20 seconds of charging, a giant sword strike with 1000% of the power of the main gun is sent in the specified direction, destroying everything that blocks the route. Song Chi's eyes were filled with joy. The pure yang sword light cannon, which was strengthened to level 40, had its power increased to a terrifying 6.5 million. Its characteristic, mixed whole extreme yang sword intention divine light, had its attack increase directly soared to 1000%. This meant that if a creature had no armor, it would need to withstand more than 65 million points of damage under this attack, which could almost knock out half of the shield value of the level 40 dark matter energy shield generator. After strengthening the pure yang sword light cannon parts, Song Chi could be said to have been beaten back to a penniless stage. He could not think of strengthening other parts in the short term. After accepting this fact, he began to seriously consider the relevant matters of the star-devouring vine. Although the great uncle Song Fu said that the other party had not yet fully mastered the power of the devouring law, he could not simply believe it. He had to consider the worst-case scenario. For him, the worst thing would be to encounter an accident later, which would prevent him from returning to the territory of human civilization. As for falling into the hands of the star-devouring vine, he did not have to worry about that. With the neutron star core armor, the escape orb, and the Zhutian market, he was absolutely confident in his ability to survive. After thinking for a long time, Song Chi chose the slavery medal, under the premise of not wanting to give up the blood barbarian continent in vain. It seemed that only this part could play a role. Thinking about it, he went to the market and brought out a second-level 4-armed blue blood. Then the slavery medal was activated, and the second-level blue blood was successfully enslaved. Fortunately, after the slavery medal was strengthened to the 4th level, the number of slavery marks increased from 5 to 6. Otherwise Song Chi would have a headache for a while. After all, the few people he enslaved at the moment, the 2 third-level souls, and Zhao Lei were mining in the asteroid belt, and the half-step 4th-level humanoid aliens were guarding the space wormhole leading to the ancient starry sky battlefield for him. The silver-white giant python was the totem spirit beast of the totem spirit pillar. And once it was sealed, it would not be able to continue to accumulate daily faith points. After all, no one could be sealed again. After the enslavement was successful, Song-Chi took out a market walking order from the market and gave it to the second-level blue blood. When he went to the alien star region, where the star-devouring vine was located, he would keep this blue blood at home. If any accident really happened during the operation, this blue blood would become the link between him and the family. And I believe that with the family's foundation, there should be a way to get him back from the alien star region. After doing this, Song-Chi logged into the family forum again, removed the post that had just been posted, and posted a new post. Buy shipborne secondary guns at a high price, break shields, break armor, prioritize secondary guns with binding characteristics, and pay up to 30 gold merit points. It has been more than a year since the Sky was promoted to the second level, but only 2 of the 4 secondary gun slots have been used so far, which is a point that Song-Chi has always been annoyed about. Taking this opportunity, he wants to try to get 1 or 2 high-quality secondary guns. At the same time, he shifted his attention to the external armor-piercing cobalt bullet launcher component. Speaking of the powerful firepower components on the Sky, in addition to the pure yang sword-like cannon, I am afraid it is this external launcher of the same orange quality, but now there are only 400 strands of the third-level floating land origin left, and only 136 titanium crystals, which can only be strengthened by 3 to 4 levels, which is not very useful. Helplessly, Song-Chi could only give up the idea of strengthening, and went to the market to continue to practice the art of guiding. He did not rush to use the pyracantha fruit in his hand, as he had just experienced a significant improvement, and it would take some time to settle. 7 days later, Taiha Mountain Sky Dome. Songfu cruiser fired a beam of interlocking light, and rushed straight to the sky not far away on the opposite side. After the beam belt tightly interlocked the 2 ships, one large and one small, Songfu also quickly activated the alien domain to release energy. In the main control room of the Sky, Song-Chi's face was slightly different. He was sighing. This great-uncle Songfu was indeed a 500-year-old third-rank Xinhua captain. There were so many rare special parts on his ship. First, there was the proportional zoomer and the Holy Cross beacon. And now there is a Xinhua warship chimeric device. All 3 of these are extremely rare special parts. Just as he was sighing, he suddenly felt weightless. In the silent starry sky, Song-Chi looked along the warship's projection screen to the indescribable floating land in the sea of stars at the end of his vision. It is clearly a supercontinent with a diameter of nearly 1 light-year. But the desolation of this floating land is comparable to that of the yellow sand floating land, the barren land, the rolling yellow sand, and the lush, well-growing thousands of meters of green vine in the center of the continent form a high contrast. In the communication projection, Song-Fu's deep voice sounded. The growth of this star-eating vine is based on the complete destruction of the floating lands of the star sea. The appearance of a high-level star-eating vine often represents the collapse of multiple high-level floating lands of the star sea. Therefore, among all the star sea civilizations, this kind of starry sky plant is also a very notorious existence after the Zerg and the Void Demon. Song-Chi was deeply touched by this. Take the Xinhua human civilization for example. Although it is also an extremely expansionist and aggressive civilization, in the process of plundering resources, Xinhua captains often only plunder the resources in the resource points, and will never deliberately destroy the external environment where the resources are born. In this way, it only takes a long time to wait for these resource points to breed the corresponding resources again. Well, it can be regarded as a disguised sustainable development. However, the Star Sea Zerg, the Void Demon, and the Star-Devouring Vine are completely different. Wherever they go, they will completely turn these areas into a dead end for life. This is the extreme among extremes. Okay, get ready for a while, and we'll start in 5 minutes. We don't have much time left. After a brief introduction, Song-Fu directly gave a specific order to start. But just after he finished speaking, he then gave another instruction. By the way, let me start first. Remember to slow down. I have a purple main gun on this ship that has been enhanced to the 4th level, which can add a layer of 10% armor penetration to the attack. Song-Chi was a little surprised. This can be regarded as an unexpected surprise, although 10% armor penetration is not too high, but for the pure yang sword-like cannon without armor penetration attribute, it is undoubtedly a great help. 5 minutes later, the bows of the 2 warships began to gather light. The bow of the Songfu was two groups of light with a diameter of hundreds of meters, while the Sanqiong was a nearly 2-kilometer-long mixed-hull sword light. In the main control room of the Songfu, even with the mentality of living for 500 years, Songfu's heart was shaken involuntarily. His intuition told him that the giant sword shadow condensed at the bow of the Sanqiong was likely to have a power several times that of the two main guns of the Songfu. Just as he was in doubt, a crisp voice suddenly came from behind him. "Great uncle, with all this commotion, what do you think the quality of the main gun the other party is equipped with?" Hearing this, Songfu glanced at the girl behind him and said in a deep voice, "At least it is orange level, and it is likely to be upgraded to the 4th level. After that," he added, "okay, stay quiet. This action is related to whether your great uncle can have the possibility of reaching the 4th level. Don't make trouble." He had some complaints about this girl who insisted on coming with him. At this critical moment, she took the initiative to speak to distract him, which made Songfu scold her softly. Hearing this, the girl stuck out her tongue and did not ask any more questions. Instead, she watched the battle that was about to begin as a bystander. Of course, although it was called a battle, the main target of attention was the Sanqing ship on the side from beginning to end. After a short charge, the two main guns on the Songfu ship fired first, and the beams of light shot straight to the star-devouring vine millions of meters away. It was not wrong to hear that the two warships were located at the moment millions of meters away from the star-devouring vine. There was no other way. The rhizome of this starry sky plant was incredibly long. Although the main body of this star-eating vine was less than 4,000 meters in height, the rhizome could easily stretch tens of millions of meters, so as to go deep into the crust of the floating continent and devour it, and absorb various energies. In order to avoid being affected by its rhizome, the two warships pulled away from each other. Under full concentration, Song Qi's reaction speed was naturally needless to say. Songfu said to slow down. So he did. In the instant after the two main guns of Songfu exploded, he also activated the pure Yang sword light cannon that had already been fully charged. The terrifying Chaos Cave Extreme Yang sword light roared out, and in a flash it crossed a distance of millions of meters and arrived in front of the star-devouring vine. At the moment when the two beams of light hit the back of the green vine, the sword light suddenly fell on it. Boom, boom, boom. The land covered with yellow sand was shaking violently. After the star-devouring vine itself suffered severe damage, the dense roots under the ground were churning violently, which was like an enhanced version of the Earth Dragon turning over, which was quite like a doomsday scene before the collapse of the sky and the crack of the earth. The yellow sand covered everything. Song Qi and the others did not know how much damage the attack had caused to the star-devouring vine. Under the sweep of the 4th-level energy shock wave, the area of hundreds of thousands of meters around the star-devouring vine was completely covered in thick smoke and dust. The two could only rely on the radar map and continue to bombard the smoke and dust. Fortunately, in those areas that were not covered by the smoke and dust, a lot of vines could also be seen coming out from the ground, and they continued to whip left and right in a chaotic manner, in order to determine whether the star-devouring vine in the smoke and dust was still alive. Keep attacking. Don't stop. Our first round of attack must have caused great damage to it. Otherwise the stress of the star-devouring vine would not be so exaggerated. Before this, Songfu had come to deal with this star-devouring vine many times, and he knew that the opponent's stress reaction this time was stronger than any previous time. So he was sure that the first round of attack must have caused it to suffer heavy damage. In this way, the two continued to attack. The main gun, the secondary gun, various attack methods continued to fire. A few minutes later, swish, 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 countless vines spread rapidly, rushing towards the direction of the two Xinhua warships. Obviously, the star-devouring vine had already discovered the location of the two Xinhua warships. However, when they spread to nearly 2 million meters, these vines seemed to have reached their limit. They drilled out from the ground, and continued to extend towards the sky, directly pointing to the location of the sky and Songfu. However, no matter how hard they struggled, the length of these vines was limited, and they could not reach the location of the two Xinhua warships. After about 10 minutes, the gunfire of the two warships did not stop, and continued to bombard the star-devouring vine in the smoke. Suddenly, the vines that had originally retracted into the ground came out again. Just when Song Qi thought that it was not giving up and wanted to try again to get close to the two warships in the sky, These vines that had spread to the extreme suddenly began to entangle with each other quickly. 1 entangled with 2. 2 entangled with 4. 4 entangled with 8. In a blink of an eye, thousands of vines were entangled into a giant vine dragon hundreds of meters thick. Roar! A sharp whistle came from the dark hole in the middle of the giant vine dragon, which looked like a mouth. The next second, a strong devouring force emerged from the hole that looked like a vine dragon's mouth. Under the cover of this strong devouring force, the 2 Xinhua warships in the sky began to gradually fall. No matter how hard they drove the warship engines, they could not escape this inexplicable devouring force. Song Qi could probably guess something about this. This star-devouring vine did not completely control the law of devouring otherwise. Under the first wave of attacks just now, it would not have been seriously injured. The characteristics of the devouring law, most artillery fire attacks are also a kind of energy, and are also within the scope of its devouring, and cannot cause much damage to its main body. But under the superposition of countless roots, even if the devouring law has not been fully mastered, it is still possible to make preliminary use of these devouring powers. In the Songfu, Song Fu turned on the communication projection again. He looked calm, and was obviously not surprised by the sudden devouring power. But just when he was about to ask Song Qi if he needed help, he found that the sky, which had been on the side, had quietly disappeared. When the sky was captured again, it was found that the sky had appeared hundreds of thousands of meters away. Looking at the sky again, Song Qi, who used the escape bead part to escape the range of the devouring gravity, restarted to attack the star-devouring vine in the distance. Chapter 223 Swallowing the Falling Star. Song Qi was not worried about his great-uncle Song Fu. From the previous actions, it was not difficult to see that this great-uncle had probably dealt with the star-devouring vine many times, otherwise he would not know it so well. Since he knew it, he must have his own way to deal with it, otherwise, wouldn't he have lived for 500 years in vain? He was different from his grandfather. Song Mingsong had a hot temper, and was not the kind of person who was good at thinking. In addition, he was just over 200 years old, and his experience in dealing with things was slightly less than that of an ordinary third-level Xinhua captain, so it caused the accident of the golden armored beast action. But this great-uncle Song Fu was completely different. He was cunning and experienced. And Song Qi really didn't believe that the other party had no corresponding backup plan. Just as he expected, he didn't know what method this great-uncle used. The Songfu, which had been falling continuously, actually began to stretch upwards again, and easily broke free from the devouring gravity circle. Song Qi was a little curious. Obviously, this great-uncle must have used some special shipborne parts again. But he turned around soon, and didn't think about it anymore. Each component is a special trump card on a Xinhua warship. The captain of Xinhua will never reveal it easily. It is useless to think too much. As the 2 warships escaped from the attack range of the giant vine dragon, the sound of gunfire was rekindled, and it continued to attack the star-devouring vine in the rolling sand and dust in front. As Song Fu said before, this star-devouring vine has not yet fully mastered the power of the devouring law, so its counterattack means are pitifully few. Facing the continuous attack of the 2 Xinhua warships, it can only passively bear it. In this way, the 2 warships continued to bombard for nearly 10 hours. In the warship communication projection, Song Fu's smile was particularly strong. Qi, I see that the vines below have not moved for more than 2 hours. Do you want to go down and take a look? Although he said this, Song Fu himself did not move at all. In his nearly 500 years of career as a captain, he has always relied on caution. And it is not luck. In the projection screen, Song Qi's eyes were solemn. He shook his head and said, "No. Not yet. The countless vines deep underground are still continuously providing energy for this star-eating vine." Hearing his words, Song Fu immediately understood. In the control room of Song Fu, a brand new purple component forbidden magic card was activated. Then, at Song Fu's command, a card with purple light shot out and soon sank into the rolling dust in the distance. On the sky, as this unknown card sank into the dust in the distance, the information on the radar map displayed by the Silver 3 Generation Super Wave Magic Energy Detection Radar suddenly changed. The energy that had been continuously flowing into the star-devouring vine from deep underground suddenly stagnated, as if it had been cut off out of thin air. At the same time, the voice of Song Fu's great-uncle came again from the communication projection. "I used the forbidden magic parts. In 1 hour, this star-devouring vine will not be able to absorb any energy from the floating land below to replenish itself. Qi, hurry up and attack." Hearing this, Song Qi, who was not very optimistic at first, had his eyes brightened. Before this, although he didn't say anything, he had great doubts in his heart whether he could solve this star-devouring vine within 24 hours. The reason is simple. Starry sky plants have a commonality. They basically control unparalleled healing ability. In addition, the continuous supply of infinite energy from the ground allows this star-devouring vine to have the ability to continuously repair itself. Although this repair speed is not as fast as the destruction speed of their two Shinhwa warships. In this case, it is obviously not possible to completely wipe out the vitality of the star-devouring vine in 24 hours. Now with the appearance of this magic forbidden effect, the energy supply of the rhizome below is completely blocked, which provides a great possibility for completely killing the star-devouring vine. Although the super-floating land under the feet has been desolate, it is still a 4-level star sea floating land. Before it is completely collapsed, the energy possessed by the core of its floating land origin is unimaginable. If there is no magic forbidden effect, let alone 24 hours, even if the star-eating vine is continuously supplied with energy for decades, until the star-eating vine reaches the peak of the 4th stage, I am afraid that there will be no exhaustion. Thinking of this, Song Chi felt anxious again. According to what this great uncle Song Fu said, this magic forbidden effect seems to last only 1 hour, so he must rush to get rid of the star-eating vine within this hour. Kakaka, under the sky, the external armor-piercing cobalt bullet launcher popped out. Although it has only been strengthened to level 30, but in order to gain all the firepower, Song Chi can't care so much at the moment. Swish, 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 the phantom sword light, and the two special cobalt bombs were fired almost at the same time, but the speed of the phantom sword light was obviously much faster than the real cobalt bomb. Until the phantom sword light had exploded in the smoke and dust below, the two black special cobalt bombs finally arrived. In the sky, Song Chi exclaimed lightly. Song Fu, who also heard his exclamation in the communication projection, hurriedly asked, Chi boy, what's wrong, what did you find? Song Chi stared at the radar map in front of him. Just now, the information displayed by the magic energy detection feature has changed significantly. When two armor-piercing cobalt bullets fell into the smoke and bombarded the star-eating vine, the energy fluctuations it emitted were obviously much dimmer. Although it was blocked by the smoke and dust, it was impossible to witness it with my own eyes. But the Silver 3 generation Super Wave magic energy detection radar would not lie. My cobalt bullet launcher seems to be able to cause extremely high damage to the star-eating vine. I don't know if it's because of the live bullet. After hearing his explanation, Song Fu shook his head and said, it has nothing to do with the live bullet. It should be because of the cobalt bullet. He tried everything in the previous few times, including live bullets, but there was not much difference. Chi, what is the enhancement level of your armor-piercing cobalt projectile launcher? Song Chi made a gesture of 30. LV30. Song Fu frowned. This enhancement level is not enough for the 4th level star-devouring vine. After a moment of silence, he gritted his teeth and decided to bleed a little. This star-devouring vine is related to his subsequent impact on the 4th level, and he can't care so much. How about this, Chi, calculate how many resources are needed to enhance this component to the 4th level. Song Chi's heart moved, somewhat surprised. From the sound of it, this great uncle Song Fu was going to help him enhance this external armor-piercing cobalt projectile launcher to LV40. By the way, are the special cobalt bullets on your ship enough? Song Fu asked. Strengthening a component to level 40 is not a small expense. Even with his wealth, it is very painful. He does not want to find out that there is not enough spare ammunition after the strengthening is completed. Uncle Fu, don't worry about this. After more than 10 seconds, Song Chi reported the resources he needed one by one. 487 strands of 3rd level floating land origin, 2 strands of 4th level floating land origin, 420 titanium crystals, and 1 lost stone. Hearing this data, Song Fu's eyes twitched. Is yours also an orange quality component? Seeing Song Chi nod, Song Fu could only bear the pain and took out the large amount of resources one by one, and then was slowly pulled over by the sky. After receiving this considerable amount of resources and confirming that it was correct, Song Chi turned around and bowed to the communication projection to thank him. He even choked up in his heart. Good man. Great uncle. You are such a good man. Holding back the choking feeling in his heart that was about to laugh out loud, Song Chi controlled the rapid descent, preparing to land to reload the cobalt bomb, and at the same time hurriedly began to strengthen this component. After all the resources he had just acquired were used up, he successfully strengthened this external launcher to level 40. After strengthening to level 40, the properties of this component naturally skyrocketed. After reloading 2 special cobalt bombs, the Sky quickly took off. I won't list the properties, so that you won't keep saying I'm weak. Swish. After it was pulled up to the appropriate height again, the 2 special cobalt bombs were immediately fired. Song-Chi didn't even look at what happened in the smoke and dust, and descended at a high speed again, and went down to hang the bombs again. The magic banning effect can only last for 1 hour. And each time it takes a lot of time to hang bombs. He must seize every moment. However, before the skyship completely landed on the ground, a deafening roar was heard from millions of meters away. After 2 consecutive deafening explosions, Song Fu's surprised voice came from the communication projection on the side of the skyship's main control room. Chi boy. Hurry up. It really works. Those dormant vines are starting to make trouble again. Ha! I think the star-eating vine is really hurt. Hearing this, Song-Chi hung 2 new cobalt bombs and controlled the skyship to take off again, and then looked at the radar map on the side. As expected, with the frontal bombardment of the armor-piercing cobalt bomb strengthened to level 40, the energy fluctuations emitted by the star-eating vine suddenly dropped a lot. If the weakening of the 2 previous cobalt bombs was 1, then now it has reached 3 digits. And the difference is obvious at a glance. Song-Chi did not hesitate, and fired the second round of 4th level cobalt bombs again. After this round, the energy fluctuations of the star-eating vine shown on the radar map have been reduced to the freezing point of the 4th level. At the same time, the countless vines as numerous as hair suddenly stopped, and fell to the ground one after another. These vines were not taken back underground this time, and they were scattered in a mess on the yellow sand land 2 million meters below, as if they had no vitality at all. Seeing this, Song Fu's anxious voice sounded. She, you didn't receive the reminder from Fu Liyuan, did you? Is this star-devouring vine gone? Song-Chi shook his head quickly. Of course, he knew why this great uncle was so anxious. This star-devouring vine was also a 4th level life. Although it had just been promoted to the 4th level not long ago, the promotion success rate it provided would not be as terrifying as that of the golden armored beast. But it should be 10%. The price it paid this time was not small. If it was really killed by him, it would be a big loss. Don't worry. This thing is pretending to be dead. But it should be dead soon. Hearing Song-Chi's firm tone, Song Fu did not doubt it. He still had enough trust in Song-Chi. Or in other words, in the words family sequence candidate. More than a minute later, the Sky, which had finished the 3rd round of bombing, took off again. Then it roared and fired again. However, this time an accident happened. The 2 special cobalt bombs did not explode, as if they had misfired at the same time. In this regard, Song-Chi did not have time to doubt it, and his eyes widened in the next second. I saw that in the sky millions of meters ahead, that is, above the main body of the star-devouring vine, a star with a diameter of more than 5,000 meters, which was gathered by the infinite law of swallowing, tore through the clouds in the sky, and slowly fell down. If the movement caused by the roots of the star-devouring vine before was the crack of the ground, then this could definitely be called the collapse of the sky. In this regard, Song-Chi probably knew what this was. If he guessed correctly, this should be one of the unique abilities of the star-devouring vine, called swallowing falling stars. But even though he had heard about it before, seeing it with his own eyes still made him feel extremely shocked. Of course, this devouring falling stars is not a means of attack, but more like an auxiliary ability. The surface of the star gathers the power of infinite devouring laws, which can greatly enhance the devouring laws controlled by the star-devouring vine itself, and suppress the laws controlled by the enemy units, thus becoming invincible. Swish! Song-Chi tried to launch a 100-meter sword-light phantom. As expected, this 4th level pure yang sword-light cannon ordinary attack did not cause any waves in front of the devouring star, and the entire phantom was completely swallowed by the star. Seeing this, Song-Chi looked at Song Fu in the projection screen. He knew that the star-devouring vine had this method, and this great uncle could not be unaware of it. So he was basically certain that the other party must have targeted this dark star full of devouring laws. As expected, after seeing this devouring star, Song Fu's face was not only not panicked, but also had a smile. You have not yet fully mastered the power of the devouring law, and forcibly summoning this devouring falling star is something that this star-devouring vine cannot bear. Old man, I will add fuel to the fire for you. Murmuring, a flash of orange light suddenly shot out from the Songfu cruiser. It was not clear what the orange light was. After it poured into the dark star, the devouring law on the surface of the star actually began to violently riot. The strong law aura began to spread all around. Even though they were millions of meters apart, the energy shields on the surface of the two Xinhua warships began to show violent ripples. Fortunately, the energy shield components of the two warships were strengthened to above the 4th level. With the emergence of a hidden and mysterious force, the two energies began to continuously resist the erosion of the external devouring law fluctuations. Looking at the radar map beside him, under the ravages of this endless devouring law power, the energy fluctuations emitted by the star-devouring vine in the distance were rapidly weakening. Obviously, it was completely unable to withstand the star condensed by the devouring law that it had summoned. Beep beep. In the communication projection, Song Fu's solemn voice sounded again. Okay, Chishuzi. Your mission has been completed. Just watch from the side. Chapter 224 Killing Development of Bailing Star Region. Boom boom boom. While watching the Songfu firing continuously in front of him, Song Qi, who had become a bystander, was filled with emotion. Compared to the golden armored beast, this time dealing with this star-devouring vine can be said to be smooth sailing. The difference between the two sides is only the point of whether or not they have complete control over the power of the law. From this, it is enough to see how terrifying the power of the law is in increasing combat power. It also indirectly illustrates the importance of the power of the law. If I can control the mind state after entering the 3rd level, and comprehend the power of the law in advance, I am afraid that I can open up a huge gap with the Xinhua captain of the same level. From the power of devouring the law, Song Qi thought of many things. The power of the mind state, comprehending the law in advance, the family secret technique. At the same time, it also strengthened his determination to achieve 10 functions in one mind at the 3rd level and enter the mind state. At present, he has achieved 6 functions in one mind. When the spirit tempering fruit matures, he should be able to improve again. In addition, the 3rd life sublimation in the future, the probability is actually very high. While thinking, good news came from the Songfu ship ahead. Because the star-devouring vine was unable to support itself, the dark star above the sky had quietly dissipated. And in this short period of time, the pervasive power of the devouring law also devoured the rolling smoke and dust below. The star-devouring vine, which was originally hidden in the smoke and dust, finally appeared in front of Song Qi and the others again. On the vine body that was thousands of meters high, there were countless terrifying cracks, and 2 giant holes, with a diameter of 100 meters, almost pierced the green vine body filled with mysterious energy. It was probably caused by the 4th level armor-piercing cobalt bomb. Seeing this, Song Fu did not make any extra moves. The duration of the forbidden magic card was running out, so he had to seize every moment. He wanted to ask Song Qi to help him, but when he thought of the 2 orange quality weapons on the sky that had been strengthened to the 4th level, he decided not to do it. He was really afraid that Song Qi would accidentally kill the star-devouring vine. After another 5 minutes, the star-devouring vine, which had already been at the end of its strength, was completely wiped out, as the Songfu received a notification that the 3rd level floating land origin had been credited. Songfu quickly scanned the battleship promotion task that had just been opened. Current promotion success rate, 10.05%. As he expected, the success rate provided by the star-devouring vine is exactly 10%. If we take into account the star-devouring vine heart and the drop of 4th level biological blood that may be traded, the success rate will be close to 20%. A 1/5 success rate, this is already a good chance. Thinking about it, Song Fu, who could hardly suppress his joy in his heart, smiled and said to Song Qi, "Qi boy, let's go down and take a look together." For Song Qi, he still likes him very much. Although it does cost more, if someone else comes, there is really not much confidence that they can complete the killing of this star-devouring vine. The 2 warships gradually descended, and soon they hovered over the completely withered green vine. A pulling force shot out from the Songfu, and soon 2 balls of light floated out from the withered star-devouring vine. In the sky, Song Qi's eyes condensed, and he murmured in his heart, 4th order life crystal. The 2 objects pulled out from the star-devouring vine. In addition to the star-devouring vine heart, the other one was the 4th order life crystal unique to plants above the 4th order. It was one of the materials needed for the promotion of the angry lion. After a while, Song Qi asked, "Great Uncle Fu, What resources do you need to upgrade your ship to a chasing ship? Hearing this, Song Fu was a little surprised. And then he thought of something. Does your grandfather's ship need a 4th level life crystal to upgrade? Song Chi nodded. The news that his grandfather's ship had started the upgrade mission had spread among some small circles in the family. So it was not surprising that the other party knew about it. Well, if you can find any of the 3 gold law crystals, the 10,000-year pure yang stone, and the black yang wood, you can exchange this life crystal with me. As he spoke, a traction beam was shot out from the Song Fu again. At the same time, under the effect of this beam, the 3,000-meter star-eating vine below began to shrink rapidly, and finally turned into a mini form of about 50 meters, and was put into the cabin of the Song Fu. Obviously, the other party used the proportional zoom device component. However, Song Chi was still quite happy when he thought that this component would soon belong to him. There were still more than 10 hours before the return. The 2 warships began to search the floating land separately, wanting to see if there were any remaining resources on this 4th level floating land. However, Song Chi was soon disappointed. Silver 3 generation ultrawave magic energy detection radar is the best at this kind of search. The magic energy detection feature can achieve large-scale, deep-to-ground real-time detection, and the efficiency is amazing. However, after nearly 2 hours, there was no energy fluctuation information on the radar map. It is conceivable that this 4-level floating land has been damaged by the star-devouring vine. All resources on the surface have been completely drained by it, including any valuable resources. In this regard, Song Chi persisted for a few more hours, and seeing that there were indeed no exceptions, he no longer insisted and returned to the meeting point agreed upon by both parties, waiting quietly. After he returned, more than an hour later, the Song Fu finally arrived. Great uncle, did you get anything? Although he knew it well, Song Chi still asked. In response, Song Fu sighed and shook his head. A few hours later, the time to return finally came. Above the sky of Taiha Mountain, he put the star-devouring vine into his courtyard, and the Song Fu took off again. At the same time, Song Fu took the initiative to invite Chi. Would you like to go to the old man's place again? Song Chi shook his head and refused. Forget it. You just started the battleship promotion task. It's urgent. I won't waste your time. Song Fu smiled and didn't force it. 2 purple lights slowly floated out from the Song Fu. Under the restraint of the traction beam, the 2 purple lights quickly sank into the sky. Finally, before leaving, Song Chi congratulated in advance. I wish my great-uncle a successful promotion in advance and enter the family elders' council in a year. Ha ha ha. Good. I hope Ming Song will do the same. Tens of minutes later, Qingwen Manor, the courtyard where the uncle and his wife were. The news that Song Fu had a 4th level life crystal in his hand, and might need to use one of the 3 items. The gold law crystal, the 10,000-year pure yang stone, and the black yang wood to exchange it, was immediately informed to the ant. At present, the collection of several special resources needed for the promotion of the angry lion is in the charge of the ant. However, after Song Chi spoke, Zhao Hongshua's beautiful eyes suddenly showed a deep joy. Xian Yang wood. This thing just happens to be in the secret library of the vein. This is really a coincidence. While muttering, Zhao Hongxue first praised Song Chi, and then rushed to deal with the matter, as it was related to the promotion of the angry lion. Everyone in the vein attached great importance to it, and no one dared to neglect it. As for Song Chi, he first opened the communication bracelet, and after seeing that there was no valuable reply to the post he had posted before, he entered the market again. First, load the 2 components, Holy Cross Beacon and Proportional Zoomer, and upgrade them all to the 2nd level. However, after upgrading to the 2nd level, because of insufficient titanium crystals, Song Chi had to temporarily give up continuing to enhance the Holy Cross Beacon component. Only one of the 2 beacon marks on it is available, and the other one will take 4 months to complete cooling again, and this will not change even if it is upgraded to LV30. In comparison, he may need to use the proportional zoomer in a month, and the 60-fold zoom ratio is far from enough at present, so he still has to upgrade it to the 3rd level as soon as possible. After spending hundreds of strands of the 2nd level floating land essence and 65 titanium crystals, this component was successfully strengthened to level 30. Looking at its properties, the scaling ratio has increased from 60-30 by 2 times to 140-70 by 2 times. According to this ratio, The ancient corpses can be directly reduced from nearly 10,000 meters to 70 meters. And the sky is large enough to accommodate them. After strengthening the two, Song-Chi turned to the full attribute training room and began to further practice the psionic guidance technique. Time passed quickly, and more than 20 days passed in a blink of an eye. Song-Chi walked out of the full attribute training room again, and his aura did not change much, and his guiding technique was still level 22. It was just that the second level blue blood in the bedroom outside had just sent a telepathic message, and someone in the veins called, and they were about to set off for the Bailing Star region. Returning to his personal room, he simply washed up, and after finishing these, Song-Chi quickly came to the courtyard where his uncle and his wife were. At this moment, many people had gathered in the courtyard. In addition to the core members, there are also several second-level Shinhua captains who joined the vein later. This time, they went to the Bailing Star region for preliminary development. In addition to Song-Chi, his father Song-Chao, and his second uncle Song-Hai-Wai. The others were these second-level Shinhua captains who joined the vein later. At this moment, everyone looked eager to try. As for the reason, it was very simple. Although it was a bit hard and dangerous to go out for development, it was also high risk and high return. For all the clansmen who participated in this development, the salary in the vein would be increased several times. And they could also make some extra money from time to time in the Bailing Star region. And the speed of making money was much faster than usual. Okay, now that everyone is here, I will first announce the management arrangements for the subsequent development of the Bailing Star domain. With her back against the Lyra, Bai Xiaoqin spoke calmly. First, Song-Chi is only responsible for the final combat support. If there is no attack by the remaining third-level units of the Bailing civilization, you must not disturb them at will. Secondly, Song-Hai is the commander-in-chief of this star domain development. Song-Chao is responsible for assistance, and everyone else must obey all orders issued by the two. Once a violation is found, those who pretend to obey but actually disobey will be killed on the spot. Do you understand everything? The voice stopped completely at this point, followed by the loud response of the people in the pulse. Understood. Received. Seeing that all the clan members had made all the preparations, Bai Xiaoqin spoke again. Since we are ready, let's go! The next second, 5 second-tier Shinhua warships appeared out of thin air, and in addition, there was also a third-tier cruiser. These 6 frigates were not warships of the 10th direct vein, but transit warships belonging to the family. Since we are going to develop an alien star region on a large scale, these transit warships are naturally indispensable. The 10th direct vein is still short, and there are not enough space-speaking components in the vein, so we can only apply to the family. The price is very simple. The harvest from subsequent development must be handed over to the family for 20%. The people of the 10th Straight Clan are naturally unwilling to do so, but they have no choice. A transit warship cannot be used casually. Each transit warship must have 2 space-beacon components, one of which must be purple or above. Otherwise, it will not be easy to shuttle between the family and the alien star domain. In addition, the warship must also be equipped with space expansion components. Otherwise, it will not be able to carry much in one trip. What the transit warships need to transport is not only the personnel who develop the alien star domain, but also various logistical materials. Tens of thousands of people develop alien star domains. Not to mention other things: food, water, medicine, mining vehicles, mining ships, exploration equipment, space suits, etc. All need to be equipped on a large scale. Otherwise, is it possible for people to develop an alien star domain that spreads for thousands of light years with their own hands? The 7 second-level Shinhua captains, including Song-Chi, were on several second-level transit warships. As the highest combat power in the mining team, they naturally could not accept the restrictions of Shinhua Warship Man Certificate. These families transferred the transit warships, and all the expenses incurred during the transportation process had to be paid by themselves. And the more they could save, the better. After the Shinhua captains boarded the warships, the nearly 40,000 ordinary clansmen of the 10th direct lineage boarded the 5 second-level transit warships. As for the only cruiser, the huge cabin equipped with space expansion components was filled with all kinds of supplies. Mining vehicles, civilian mining ships, food, standard medical equipment, etc. The boarding process lasted about half an hour. After everyone boarded the warships, the 6 Shinhua warships took off at the same time. Soon, the 6 warships that were activated to be deployed in the alien star field disappeared in the sky, and were deployed to the distant Bailing Star Field. Below, around Qinghua Lake, tens of thousands of the 10th Straight Vane clan members were reluctant to look away. They all prayed in their hearts, praying that the development team in the Vane would be safe and sound, and that they would be able to return safely in the end. After all, there were many of their relatives in that team. In order to earn more resources for their descendants, so that their descendants can have more resources to assist them, and increase the chance of awakening the seeds of the flame in the future, these people resolutely embarked on this development operation in the Vane. In Qinghua Manor, Bai Xiuqin, Zhao Hongxue, Chen Lixia and others also prayed in their hearts. This is the first development operation in the Vane, which is related to the subsequent development of their lineage, and nothing can go wrong. Chapter 225 Bailing Continent Re-entering the Three-Eyed Tribe Supergiant Ancient Flagship. The location of the space beacon placed by the 6 transit warships is the core star field of Bailing Civilization. Directly below them is the Bailing Star Fields only. Level 3 Life Floating Land, Bailing Continent. The Bailing Continent is 2 million kilometers long and wide from east to west, and 1.5 million kilometers long and wide from north to south. It is not like the Soul Floating Land that has already touched the Level 4 Floating Land threshold, nor is it like the Silver Spear Floating Land that has just been promoted to the Level 3 Floating Land. It is a regular Level 3 Life Floating Land. Shortly after the 6 transit warships appeared above the floating land, Song Qi and the other 7 second-level Xinhua captains quickly summoned their own ships. Wait a minute. Just as more than 10 warships were preparing to land, Song Qi's voice suddenly sounded. In the Qingkong, Song Chao asked, "Xiao Qi, what's wrong?" Song Qi stared at the radar map beside him, with a sneer on his face. "I found a rat hiding in the gutter. Wait for me a moment." After saying that, the Sanqiong shot out and flew towards a mountain range on the continent below. For ordinary Xinhua warships, it is obviously very difficult to conduct a carpet search of a level 3 floating land. But for the Sanqiong, this is very simple. In front of the magic energy detection feature of the Silver 3 generation Super Wave Magic Energy Detection Radar, all objects emitting energy fluctuations are invisible, as long as the opponent is not hidden hundreds of meters below the ground. In the northern area of Bailing Continent, as the Sanqiong landed above a mountain, the pure Yang Sword Light Cannon at the bow of the ship suddenly opened fire, without using the mixed whole extreme Yang Sword Light. Under the pure Yang Sword Light Cannon that has been strengthened to level 40. Even if it is just ordinary artillery fire, ordinary 3rd level combat units cannot resist it at all. Look! After 3 consecutive shots, the secret base inside the mountain has been completely destroyed. And even the 3rd level Bailing Wind Star ship hidden in it has been completely killed. The 2nd level Xinhua warships such as the Qingkong and the Black Sea also landed. Xiao Qi. How is it? Song Qi nodded. A 3rd level Bailing warship has been dealt with. Hearing this, Song Hai and Song Chao's faces changed slightly. This Bailing Continent was the area that Song Ming Song and Song Shan had focused on cleaning up before. But even so, there are still remnants of the 3rd level Bailing clan hidden in it. It is conceivable that there will probably be more on other floating lands. Thinking of this, Song Hai and Song Chao discussed for a while, and then said, "Xiao Qi, your ship can accurately locate the remaining units of the Bailing tribe. You should spend more time to search the entire continent carefully." Okay. After Song Qi nodded, Song Hai continued, "Since there are still many remnants of the Bailing tribe, for the time being, all the tribesmen should not be sent to other floating lands. Let's gather together to develop this Bailing Continent. With a few of us guarding it, nothing will go wrong. This Bailing Continent is a level 3 floating land, with many resource points, which is enough for tens of thousands of us to develop for a long time. Let's wait until my father's promotion is completed." Received. After the order was issued, the 6 transit warships also landed on the floating land below. They did not land in the same area, except for the cruiser and one of the frigates that landed in the former core city of the Bailing clan, Wanling City. The other 4 transit warships all landed in 4 different areas of the floating land. With them, each of them was followed by a frigate from the Vane, responsible for the subsequent garrison in the sub-areas. Only in this way can the development efficiency be maximized. In the following days, Song Qi controlled the sky to search around the entire Bailing Continent, and once again cleared several secret bases of the remnants of the Bailing clan. However, these are small and medium-sized strongholds, and no 3rd level Bailing tribe units were found. Wanling City, in a mechanical high-rise building. This is the retreat place arranged by my father and second uncle for Song Qi. After clearing most of the hidden strongholds on Bailing Continent, Song-Chi returned here. On the top floor of the high-rise building, in his personal room, Song-Chi entered the market and started practicing the guiding technique again. Although he couldn't wait to explore the ancient starry sky battlefield for the second time, but the monthly exploration buffer period could not be rushed. Moreover, for the next alien exploration, he would have to go to the Blood Barbarian continent through the market space anchor point, leave a beacon mark on the Blood Barbarian continent, and then transfer the space anchor point back to the Bailing continent. Only in this way, he could actively activate the mark of the space beacon launcher component in his second alien exploration more than a month later, and stay in the ancient star battlefield for a long time. In other words, he would have to wait for more than a month before he could officially go to the asteroid belt. Of course, Song-Chi was not too anxious. It just so happened that the second mark of the Holy Cross mark in his hand would take nearly 4 months to cool down, so it would be good to use up some time. Market. All attribute training room. Song-Chi, who had just applied a box of body-quenching cream, took the training posture of the guiding technique. However, before formally practicing, he took out the 1,000-year-old pyracantha fruit, ate it in one gulp, and then began to practice the guiding technique. A few days later, when he walked out of the training room again, the aura emanating from Song-Chi was much stronger. If there were outsiders here, they would definitely be able to see that his guidance technique had been upgraded from LV-22 to LV-23. The effect of the 1,000-year-old pyracantha fruit was naturally not as strong as the 1,500-year-old deepwater clam pearl, but it also saved him at least a year of hard work. Time passed quickly, and more than a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, another market transaction was opened. This time, there was no unexpected gain, but it successfully made the market meet the promotion conditions, from LV-26 to LV-27. In addition, Song-Chi used a large amount of fire attribute materials to obtain 5 pyracantha fruits from the fire element life. 4 of them were 1,000 years old, and 1 was 2,000 years old. Song-Chi was very satisfied with this. For him now, the pyracantha fruit is very useful. After more than a month, his guidance technique has improved further, from LV-23 to LV-24. However, correspondingly, there are only 3 of the 5 pyracantha fruits left. It is estimated that these 3 fruits can at most improve his guidance technique by 2 levels. That is, to LV-26. There is no way, who said that the further you practice the guiding technique, the harder it is to practice. He did not forget to continue the transaction with the fire elemental life, and asked him to get more pyracantha fruit. In order to trade with the other party, he had previously withdrawn 500,000 points from the 1.5 million ordinary merits owed to him by the pulse, and exchanged them all for fire attribute materials. Now there are still a lot of fire attribute materials piled up in the market storage room. However, it is not difficult to see from the difficulty shown by the fire elemental life before that it may not be easy for the other party to get the pyracantha fruit later. Thinking of this, Song-Chi could only sigh silently. Fortunately, he could still use the body-quenching cream and high-level body-forging potion to assist in cultivation. In addition, with a full attribute training room, his speed was several times faster than that of an ordinary Shinhwa captain. Comforting himself in this way, he stepped out of the tall building and summoned the sky to rush into the sky. Today was the second time he had explored the alien domain since he came to Bailing continent. A month ago, he had already marked the space beacon on the Blood Barbarian continent with the Holy Cross beacon component. Before setting off, he also set the space anchor point of the market in his room below, and also left the re-enslaved To Guhong behind, asking him to keep an eye on the situation on Bailing continent at any time. In this way, with everything ready, he can completely rest assured to explore the ancient starry sky battlefield again. Song-Chi was a little excited, or rather, looking forward to it. As for the terrifying supergiant three-eyed flagship, he never gave up the idea of exploring it again. He was still impressed by the starry sky plant silver apple mother tree that was suspected to be located in an independent cultivation room. Thinking about it, Song-Chi started the alien star field deployment, and activated the beacon mark in the core space of the giant asteroid in the asteroid belt. With a sharp dizziness, when he turned back, the sky had already appeared in the core space of the asteroid. Not far ahead was the wreckage of the familiar ancient starship of the Three-Eyed Clan. And at the same time, the half-step 4th-level humanoid alien also stood respectfully aside. Song-Chi nodded, and did not rush to enter the starry sky wormhole. go summon a third-level humanoid alien in. Although he killed all the ordinary third-level humanoid aliens who stayed behind, there were still many third-level aliens who went out to capture creatures in the asteroid belt. These lucky third-level aliens have now been appeased by the half-step fourth-level humanoid aliens. Before, Knocker had died under the burning of life, and Song-Chi was preparing to have another one as a backup, in case there was no new carrier creature after the slave seal and violent characteristics cooled down. After successfully sealing the third-level alien brought in by the half-step fourth-level humanoid alien, Song-Chi controlled the sky to dive into the space wormhole with a diameter of 10,000 meters in front. 2 days later, at the other end of the space wormhole, the sky was quietly hovering. As before, Song-Chi did not let the sky rush out of the wormhole, but chose the most stable way. Looking outward, Song-Chi frowned subconsciously. It can be clearly seen that, a few months later, in the outer area of the ancient starry sky battlefield outside the wormhole, the space cracks have once again advanced a long distance towards the center of the battlefield. Although it will take at least 10 years to completely engulf this starry sky, seeing them spreading so quickly, Song-Chi still felt anxious. We have to hurry up. Thinking of this, Song-Chi scanned the ancient corpses in the starry sky outside. After a moment of silence, he still did not rush to collect these ancient corpses. There are many reasons for this. First of all, he was most concerned about the terrifying giant ship that was more than 100,000 kilometers long. Secondly, if he wanted to collect these ancient corpses, the sky would have to leave the wormhole and enter the outer space in person. The danger level can be imagined. Moreover, if he wanted to collect these ancient corpses, the traction route in the middle naturally needed to be carefully determined. Although those hidden traces of the law could not cause much damage to these ancient corpses, Song-Chi was afraid that it would affect himself. So before traction, he still had to let those asteroid belt creatures clear out a relatively safe area first. Soon, many humanoid aliens came with a lot of asteroid belt creatures. According to the orders of the half-step fourth-level humanoid aliens, they began to carefully clean up the outside world. Without paying attention to these creatures, Song-Chi stood in front of the fixed-point delivery platform and delivered all 4 LV-40 Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta Warriors according to the coordinates of the last delivery a few months ago. Buzz buzz buzz. After the obscure void fluctuations, the 4 Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta Warriors were successfully delivered to the Supergiant 3-Eye Clan flagship, and did not trigger the space cracks and hidden law patterns. Under the command of Song-Chi's brainwave beacon, the 4 Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta Warriors headed straight for the familiar crack in the ship's hull. In the sky, even though he had witnessed it once with his own eyes a few months ago, when he looked up again, his heart was still full of amazement. Not to mention the length of the hull of this ancient warship. Just standing at the bottom and looking up, you can't see the height of the hull at a glance. This is enough to prove the terrifying size of this ancient warship. With a sigh of relief, Song-Chi stopped thinking about it and concentrated on controlling the 4 Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta Warriors to approach the warship. Suddenly, the Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers, who were advancing along the previous route, seemed to have triggered something. Even though Song-Chi immediately gave the order to dodge. Even though these Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers had already entered the 4th level, they had no ability to resist the invisible law mark that had changed its position at some point. Soon, the Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers, who were walking in the front, were completely annihilated by the terrifying power of this law mark. The remaining 3 soldiers could only try to avoid the location of this law mark and approach the rift again. After moving forward carefully all the way, finally, the 3 Terracotta Warriors did not encounter any other accidents, and finally arrived near the crack in the ship's hull again. Go in. Song-Chi gave the order without hesitation, and the 2 Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta Warriors took the lead, and stepped into the crack first, and finally the one that Song-Chi's brainwave was attached to followed closely behind. In the sky, Song-Chi subconsciously held his breath, and the scene of the 3rd level Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta Warrior being crushed into pieces in an instant was still very impressive to him. But he obviously thought too much. Under the puppet body strengthened to the 4th level, the pressure inside the supergiant flagship was terrifying. But it was not crushed directly. However, even so, Song-Chi could still hear a slight crackling sound. Obviously, even a 4th level puppet body was not so safe under this terrifying pressure. Song-Chi was awed, and a thought flashed through his mind. Is the pressure of a 6th level creature really so amazing? Or, thinking of this, He controlled the Void Shadow killing clan warrior to turn around and looked at the warehouse on the left that seemed to be a breeding room. He was still very interested in the plant that seemed to be the Silver Apple Mother Tree. Chapter 226, 4th Level Void Demon. See the red epic strange item again. After staring for nearly 2 minutes, Song-Chi finally confirmed that the silver plant in the cabin on the left was indeed the Silver Apple Mother Tree. After confirming this, Song-Chi's mood can be imagined. The Silver Apple Mother Tree, as an extremely rare species among the starry sky plants, is far more precious than star-devouring vine, bloodthirsty vine, and star-sea amaranthus, which is a starry sky plant that all forces dream of. The fruit it produced, the silver apple, had the miraculous effect of raising the quality of most qualified star-sea treasures by 1 level. For Song-Chi, this was absolutely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Thinking of this, he suppressed his excitement and turned his sights slightly, looking towards the cabin on the right side that he had not had time to glance at last time. However, this glance was very disappointing. A special alloy door isolated everything in this cabin, and it was impossible to see the situation inside. After thinking for a while, Song-Chi first tried to push the alloy hatch on the right side. Seeing no movement, he could only focus on the cultivation room on the left. Dong dong dong. 3 Void Shadow Killer Clan terracotta warriors slowly walked towards the cabin with the hatch wide open. Their footsteps echoed in the silent space inside the ship, and they were particularly eye-catching. However, there was no way. The stability of the space inside this supergiant flagship was far beyond those of the wreckage of ordinary three-eyed clan warships, not to mention sinking into the void. Even if they wanted to use the energy around them to fly in the air, it would be extremely difficult to do so. The door of the cultivation chamber seemed to have a transparent isolation-like curtain. As the 3 Void Shadow Killer Clan warriors stepped into it one after another, the scene in front of them suddenly changed. It was not that everything seen from the outside world before was an illusion. The silver plant really existed, and was standing quietly in the distance. Rather, the space inside the chamber was much wider than what had been seen before. There were mountains and water in it. At first glance, it looked more like a secret space of considerable size. In addition, the most surprising thing was that the Silver Apple Mother Tree, which looked only a few meters high from the outside world, was as high as 10,000 meters in this secret realm. And it was indeed a true 5th level starry sky plant. Song-Chi was shocked by this. A 5th level starry sky plant. And it was definitely not as simple as entering the 5th level. How could an outsider take advantage of such a level? Just as he was surprised, Song-Chi noticed another point. In this closed space similar to a secret realm, the restrictions on the Void Shadow killing clan soldiers seemed to have disappeared, and the effect of the brainwave remote control system was still there. This surprised him. But before he could think about it, several obscure space fluctuations suddenly came from another sky in this secret realm, and several dark figures slowly appeared in this secret realm. Seeing this, a thought emerged in Song-Chi's mind. Is there another entrance to this secret space? While guessing, he moved quickly. Before those dark figures were completely solidified, he let 3 Void Shadow Killer Clan warriors sink into the void first, and then quietly watched the figures that had just entered the secret space. In the sky, Song-Chi frowned slightly with his eyes closed. It's actually a void demon, and a 4th level void demon. When he saw the faces of the newly appeared black shadows in the sky clearly, he recognized the other party's identity at the first time. For 4th level void demons, this is trouble. The 4th level void demons, whose single combat power is far superior to the Void Shadow Killer Clan's terracotta warriors, with only pseudo 4th level combat power. Now there are 4 of them at once. How can this not give Song-Chi a headache? But before he could think about it, good news soon came. After these 4 void demons entered the secret space, their purpose was very clear, and they rushed straight to the 10,000-meter Silver Apple Mother Tree below, and the two sides soon engaged in a melee. Are they also planning to take those 2 silver apples? Song-Chi's eyes flashed, and countless thoughts instantly emerged in his mind. At the same time, he quickly realized that the silver apples were the essence of the Silver Apple Mother Tree, and each one took a long time to grow. For ordinary star-sea civilizations, the role of these silver apples may only be used to improve the quality of star-sea wonders, but for the void demons that can devour and absorb most of the energy essence contained in the silver apples themselves can directly help them to advance to a higher level. In this way, their desire for the 2 silver apples can be explained. Thinking of the silver apples, Song-Chi turned his sight and looked at the 2 fluorescent silver apples hanging on the Silver Apple Mother Tree. He was slightly suspicious. The last time he returned, he went to the family database to look up the specific information of the silver apple mother tree. The information he got was not the same as the one in front of him. The size of a normal silver apple should be about 10 meters, but the two on the mother tree in front of him, the smaller one is 30 meters, and the larger one is more than 100 meters, which is a bit different from the information he found from the family. Did they mutate under the cultivation of the three-eyed tribe, or are the qualities of these two silver apples better than those recorded by the family? The battle ahead was still going on. Song-Chi did not dwell too much on this matter, and began to carefully observe the situation on the battlefield ahead, but soon he found something wrong. A 5th level silver apple mother tree, and a 4th level void demon fighting back and forth. Focusing on the silver apple mother tree surrounded by 4 void demons, after about 10 minutes, Song-Chi finally noticed something unusual. The aura emanating from the silver apple mother tree is slowly weakening. Yes, although the attenuation is not large. Song-Chi still discovered it after careful perception. Instantly, Song-Chi seemed to understand something. Could it be that this silver apple mother tree is also like the queen and mother of the insects in the ruins of the Boluo civilization? Because of the lack of energy supply, its own level is continuously declining? As soon as this guess came into his mind, Song-Chi was basically certain that it should be similar to what he thought. It could also explain the volume of the 2 silver apples. While thinking, more than 10 hours passed quickly. A few hours ago, the level of this silver apple mother tree completely dropped to level 5. And its volume also shrank from 10,000 meters to 5,000 meters. As the level of the silver apple mother tree dropped, the 4 void demons that could only rely on the power of the void to carefully fight around gradually became much calmer. And the void cutting blades that were constantly thrown in their hands began to leave cutting marks on the trunk of the silver apple mother tree. No! In the distance, Song-Chi's heart skipped a beat inside the space wormhole. He caught the movement of one of the 4th level void demons moving towards a certain area. As the saying goes, those who are involved are confused, the bystanders are clear. The few people fighting in the field did not see its small movements, but Song-Chi, as a bystander, clearly saw the other party's intention. The area it tried to get close to was a hidden area behind the trunk of the silver apple mother tree. Song-Chi controlled the void shadow killing clan warriors to move a short distance in the dark side of the void, and changed his position to continue looking over there. This glance instantly allowed him to catch a ray of extremely obscure red light. Is this a red epic quality rare item? Song-Chi's heartbeat slightly accelerated. In the position deliberately concealed by the value behind the silver apple mother tree, there was a trace of red light. If I am not mistaken, the thing deliberately concealed by the silver apple mother tree is most likely a red quality star C rare item. After confirming this, Song-Chi, who was able to keep calm, began to breathe heavily. The red epic level star C wonder, regardless of whether it can be transformed into a shipborne component, its value is absolutely unimaginable. We must find a way to get it, and we must not let these void demons get away with it. Song-Chi narrowed his eyes, and a cold color flashed across his eyes. But at this time, another problem that made him uncomfortable appeared. Brainwave remote control system. The duration of the component is about to expire. The LV-30 brainwave remote control system. Its brainwave duration is 18 hours, and now the time is almost up. If this part is cancelled at this moment, let's not talk about whether the Red Wonder will be taken by the 4th level Void Demon in the subsequent buffer time. Even if their battle with the Silver Apple Mother Tree continues until that time, when the 4 new Void Shadow Killer clan soldiers re-enter this secret realm, the movement caused will inevitably not be hidden from both sides of the battle. Based on this, Song-Chi quickly made a decision. He still had some 3rd level floating land origin and titanium crystals left on him, and he took them all out. After 5 times in a row, this brainwave remote control system component was strengthened to level 35. Not only did its control distance increase to 4 light years, but its duration also increased from 18 hours to 23 hours. Seeing this, Song-Chi was relieved. This battle in the secret space obviously could not last too long. The Silver Apple Mother Tree itself was consuming its own energy to deal with it, and it could not hold on for too long. In this way, nearly 2 hours passed. The battle in the secret realm has reached a white-hot stage. Silver Apple Mother Tree has already eliminated one of the 4 4th level Void Demons, and another one was severely injured, leaving only 2 with fighting power, but its own state is also very dangerous. It had just dropped to the 5th level, and still had the peak combat power of the 4th level, but now it has only ordinary 4th level combat power. If it continues like this, it will probably be completely worn down by the remaining 2 void demons. But at this moment, the figure of the void demon that had been looking for an opportunity suddenly flashed, taking advantage of a flaw revealed by the silver apple mother tree, and directly used the void power to instantly reach the location of the red wonder. Just as he stretched out his hand to grab the red strange object, a small crack suddenly appeared in the void on the side. And then 2 strange mechanical devices swept out from it. Boom! 2 goblin magic bombing drones landed on the side of the void demon, and then exploded suddenly. The 3rd level explosion power for the 4th level void demon, whose whole body is blessed by the law of space, is basically just like a tickle. However, this sudden change made the void demon suspicious for a moment. And what Song-Chi wanted was this instant of time. Before this void demon, a puppet arm stretched out from the void, first grabbed the red strange object that the silver apple mother tree had deliberately concealed, and then quickly retracted into the void. Seeing this, the void demon's eyes suddenly turned blood red, and a violent aura surged out of its body. Even though he was in the dark side of the void, Song-Chi could still vaguely sense the domineering aura. Swish! A pure silver branch hundreds of meters long swung violently, hitting the 4th level void demon hard, and instantly whipping it away. Even if it continued to consume the limited energy in the body, it had to hide the thing. The importance of this red wonder to the silver apple mother tree can be imagined. After sensing that the thing was lost, and with only one person behind, it naturally transferred all its anger to this 4th level void demon. The void demon, which exuded a strong violent aura, completely ignored the silver apple mother tree. Its body was still flying backwards, and its figure quietly disappeared, and also sank into the void. As the darling of the void, how could it not know the methods used by the Void Shadow Killer clan's terracotta warriors before? However, just as it was chasing the 3 Void Shadow Killer clan's terracotta warriors from the dark side of the void at a high speed, the terracotta warriors, who had already taken this opportunity to go ahead, had already returned to the entrance above the sky. Quick! Song-Chi's brainwave beacon issued orders at a high speed. He had no time to check the properties of the red wonder he had already obtained, but was praying that the 3 Void Shadow Killer clan's terracotta warriors could get rid of the void demon behind them. He knew too well the horror of the 4th level existence. Although the Void Shadow Killer clan soldiers were also strengthened to level 40, they did not control the special extraordinary system. In front of the real 4th level creatures, they were just bigger ants. Therefore, they must not let the void demon catch up. The Void Shadow Killer clan soldiers rushed out of the wide open hatch one after another. The next second, the 3 of them quickly fell from the dark side of the void. The space inside the warship was extremely stable, and did not support shuttle in the void at all. Without the blessing of the void power, the 3 Void Shadow Killer clan terracotta warriors could only move step by step towards the gap not far ahead. Although Song-Chi was anxious, he had no other choice. In this supergiant ancient warship, it was like a natural rule that no creature could violate. Just like the 4th level void demon that had also chased out from behind, it also fell out of the void in a mess, and could only chase the 3 terracotta warriors step by step. However, it was a real 4th level unit after all. The power of the law flowing in its body made the speed of this void demon in the central corridor much faster than that of the Void Shadow Killer clan terracotta warriors. As time went on, the distance between the 2 sides gradually narrowed. Seeing this result, Song-Chi was naturally anxious. In this anxious mood, neither he nor the 4th level void demon noticed that the cultivation cabin behind him, which was originally a space of its own, had quietly disappeared at some point, and turned from an independent secret space into an ordinary battleship alloy cabin. Swish! A whistling sound came from behind him, and he looked behind him with the corner of his eyes. And then Song-Chi clenched his hands subconsciously. It was the void demon who took the initiative to attack. But the next second, joy appeared in his eyes again. Although this attack hit a Void Shadow Killer clan terracotta warrior behind him, it did not seriously injure it, but was resisted by the automatically triggered plasma shield. Chapter 227 Red Component Cheat Songs Number 004 Cultivation Secret Realm. In addition to being happy, Song-Chi was also full of relief. Plasma Guardian the component is currently only level 30, whether facing the space cracks, or the traces of the law that disappear into the void, it is completely unable to resist the slightest bit. The power contained in these 2 is far beyond the resistance of the 3rd level energy shield. Song-Chi is very clear about this, so when he launched it before, he did not expect this plasma shield to play any role at all, but habitually blessed all 4 Void Shadow Killing clan warriors, but he did not expect it to play a role at this time. But the bad news is that this plasma shield is only a 3rd level single shield after all. Facing the attack of the 4th level Void Demon, it has been dimmed to the extreme, and it is obviously difficult to resist the second attack. Thinking of this, Song Chi's brainwaves sent out several instructions. Then, the Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta Warrior, who was originally walking at the end, quickly stepped forward and passed the second Terracotta Warrior in front. At the same time, the second Terracotta Warrior turned around and stopped running away. Instead, he prepared to delay and cover the rear, trying his best to delay the time of the 4th level Void Demon. At this moment, the 3 Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta Warriors were less than 10 meters away from the crack at the end of the central corridor. As long as they could drag through these few meters and get out of the interior of the warship, everything that followed would be solved. The Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta Warrior raised his arm, and the last of the 3 goblin magic bombing drones he brought out this time was thrown out with all his strength. However, after the previous encounter, the 4th level Void Demon behind him had already been prepared, and a large number of law blades condensed by the laws of space shot out. The goblin magic bombing drone had not yet approached, and it had been detonated in advance, without hindering it at all. Seeing this, Song Chi immediately issued an order to take the initiative to attack. The void power flowed in the hands of the Void Shadow Killing Clan soldier, and after the soul-devouring dagger condensed, he stepped forward and rushed towards the Void Demon. Swish, swish, swish. A large amount of law blades condensed by the power of space law shot out again. In just 1 second, the plasma shield on the surface of the Void Shadow Killing Clan soldier was triggered. And then, the shield value was exhausted in an instant. In the second, these law blades fell on the puppet bodies of the Void Shadow Killing Clan soldier. Boom, boom, boom. It was also fortunate that the level of the Terracotta Warriors had reached LV40, and they had obtained a trace of the power of law through the Law Stone and the 4th level Floating Land Origin. Otherwise, the body of the Terracotta Warriors of the Void Shadow Killing Clan would have been cut into countless pieces in the blink of an eye. Even so, the Terracotta Warriors of the Void Shadow Killing Clan only lasted for a few seconds, and then they completely disintegrated. How could the power of law obtained through the combination of a large amount of psionic energy, law stones, and the 4th level Floating Land Origin compare to the huge power of law controlled by a real 4th level unit? Besides, this Void Demon was not simple. It was able to handle the Silver Apple Mother Tree, which was originally at the 5th level, with ease. Even if it was not at the peak of the 4th level, it was probably not far away. Fortunately, although the Void Shadow Killer Clan's Terracotta Warriors were also unable to get close to it, they still blocked the Void Demon for half a breath. So it was not a complete loss. Seeing that the distance was further increased, the 4th level Void Demon behind him did not know what means he used. The dark red spiral horns on his head suddenly appeared scarlet light, and then his whole body seemed to expand a little. After that, the opponent's stride speed was obviously faster than before. At this speed, the Void Shadow Killer Clan warriors might have been caught up by it before they could rush out of the gap in front. Helplessly, Song Chi could only let the warrior whose plasma shield had dimmed to the extreme turn around and rush straight towards the Void Demon behind. Needless to say, the result was even more exaggerated than the first warrior. In just 3 seconds, it was completely dismembered. Swish, swish, swish. The law blade continued to shoot, and the plasma shield on the surface of the Void Shadow Killer Clan warriors, to which Song Chi's brain waves were attached, was also activated, and the shield value was quickly exhausted. In a hurry, Song Chi tried to control the Void Shadow Killer Clan's Terracotta Warriors to activate the instant Prison Shadow Kill ability, but failed. In the internal space of this warship, all space-related abilities were strictly restricted. Crack, crack, crack. The cutting sound continued to be heard from the bodies of the Void Shadow Killer Clan's Terracotta Warriors. As time went by, the Terracotta Warriors gradually became overwhelmed. I can only take a gamble. Swish. Behind him, another blade of law shot out. Although under the limitation of the internal space of this warship, this blade of law could not cut through the space, and it was more like an ordinary energy attack. But it was still wrapped in the power of the 4th level, and the movement it caused was not small. The blade of law hit the puppet's body from behind the Terracotta Warrior. The Terracotta Warrior, which was already overwhelmed, suddenly paused. The next second, its body suddenly exploded. It could not resist the continuous attack. However, unexpectedly. At the moment when the terracotta warrior completely disintegrated and the brainwave beacon was about to fail, Song Chi controlled the terracotta warrior to throw out the strange object in his hand with all his strength. In the corridor, the blade of law shot out, trying to cut off the flying trajectory of the strange object. However, the terracotta warrior of the Void Shadow Killing clan was only 2 steps away from the gap before it collapsed. Even if the void demon behind him reacted quickly, he could only watch the strange object rush out through the gap in front. As the supergiant flagship approached, the second-level humanoid alien race, whose parts had been delivered here through the fixed-point delivery platform that had been rebuffered, received Song Chi's telepathic voice. "Here it comes!" After he finished speaking, a ray of red light shot out from the crack in front. The second-level humanoid alien race, who had been prepared, rushed over at the first time and accurately caught the red light. However, at this time, a blade of law followed closely behind and whistled. Even if it just passed by the second-level humanoid alien race, it would cut off its entire lower body in half. Suddenly, the light in the eyes of the second-level humanoid alien quickly dimmed. However, before it died completely, it still controlled the remaining energy in its body and activated the silver token tightly grasped in its left hand. In front of it, at the crack of the supergiant three-eyed flagship, the fourth-level void demon looked out with a cold gaze and happened to see the second-level humanoid alien disappearing out of thin air. Along with it, the Starsea Wonder that emitted a dazzling red light also disappeared. Whoosh! The violent aura emanated from its body, and its already red eyes became even redder. Anger was rising in the heart of this void demon. You know, it had been planning for thousands of years for this red wonder. At first, the Silver Apple Mother Tree was a 6th-level existence. After thousands of years of constant harassment, it was only recently that it degenerated to the level of a 5th level. It wanted to get the red wonder in one fell swoop, but it didn't expect to be intercepted by an unknown person in the end. It is conceivable how angry it is. Its cold eyes kept scanning the surrounding starry sky, but it didn't see any traces of the mastermind behind the scenes. Although it had endless anger, it had no weight of in it. As for the space wormhole at the end of the field of vision, although its diameter is 10,000 meters, it is completely insignificant in the face of the distance of hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Even with the eyesight of a 4th-level creature, it is completely impossible to capture it. After scanning several circles, in the face of the great terror hidden in the starry sky ahead, the 4th-level void demon still suppressed the violence in his heart and did not dare to take a step easily. Song Chi did not know what happened later. After the brainwave beacon completely failed, he immediately entered the Jutian market. On the 3rd floor of the inn, in front of the 4th walking room on the inner side, Song Chi quickly pushed open the door. In the middle of the walking room, the second-level humanoid alien had already stopped making any sound. Song Chi was not surprised by this. The moment the other party died, he, the slave master, got the prompt immediately. What he was staring at this moment was the tightly clenched hands of the humanoid alien. In his left hand, it was the silver-colored market walking order, and in his right hand, it was a palm-sized ball. Looking at the strong red light emanating from the sphere, Song Chi's breathing became heavier. He walked into the room quickly. With the help of the power of the law, the corpse of the second-level humanoid alien quickly turned into nothingness, leaving only 2 items in the room. Song Chi first carefully put the 4th market walking order into the Xinhua Zuqiao, and then turned his sight and nervously looked at the palm-sized sphere on the other side. As he watched, the properties of the sphere soon appeared in front of him. Wonderful item. Secret realm in the palm. Quality. Red/star C secret realm. Transformable. Cheat songs number 004 cultivation secret realm. Remarks. Three-eyed royal family. Chic on. An independent cultivation room built by special means. After a long period of baptism, it turned into a red epic quality star C wonder. Three-eyed royal family Shikong. Song Chi captured these 2 important information at the first time, which also made him more surprised. Among the 10 super civilizations ranked by Xinhua human civilization, the Three-Eyed Clan ranks 9th. And the Three-Eyed Royal Family is the ruler of the Three-Eyed Clan. Just from this point, one can imagine how noble the former owner of the supergiant ancient flagship in the distance was. However, Song Chi was not thinking about these things at the moment. He was happy that the higher the status of the flagship owner, the more good things there would be in the warship. After the excitement, his attention was drawn back to the sphere in his hand. According to the property introduction, This sphere can be transformed into a shipborne component. The psionic energy in the body surged, slowly gathering towards the hands. With the infusion of psionic energy, the shipborne component properties of this strange object soon emerged. Cheat songs number 004 Cultivation Secret Realm LV0 Quality. Red features. Plant growth rate increased by 70%. Feature 2. The success rate of transplanting allogenic plants increased by 20%. Feature 3. Secret Realm Accelerator Consumption. 20/S Psionic Energy Points Effect. After loading, the Secret Realm will be completely bound to the warship, turning into a shipborne Secret Realm, and can be entered and exited at will. No need for charging and buffering. Current creatures in the Secret Realm. Silver Apple Mother Tree sealed. Level 4 Void Demon *2 sealed required for upgrading. 50 strands of floating land origin 0 order. 5,000 psionic energy points. 5 void crystals 0 order. Note: this component requires an additional 3-slot Secret Realm Accelerator. Consumes 10,000 psionic energy points. Accelerates the time of the Secret Realm once. Current acceleration ratio is 10x current component level. Cooling time is 1 year. After reading the attributes in front of him, Song Chi's eyes flickered. Without a doubt, this is an extremely rare and precious shipboard component. First of all, let alone the Silver Apple Mother Tree inside, it is already of infinite value. If the Secret Realm can be accelerated continuously, it can continuously produce rare resources such as silver apples. Not to mention its Secret Realm Accelerator feature, which allows a round of Secret Realm acceleration for free every year. Although the acceleration time is almost negligible at present, as long as the enhancement level is increased, the acceleration rate will definitely be very considerable. Coupled with its plant growth rate feature, it is a perfect match. Finally, there is another thing that surprised Song Chi. He did not expect that the 2 4th-level void demons were also sealed in it. If he could enslave them later, wouldn't it mean that he would have 2 real 4th-level beings to serve as his own guards at any time? Thinking of this, how could Song Chi not be excited? In addition, there is another point. After seeing this cheat songs number 004 Cultivation Secret Realm component, he also thought of the Totem Spirit Pillar component. Before, he had always been troubled by the difficulty in accumulating faith value for this thing. With only a few slave creatures in his hands, it might not be possible to fill the faith pool in a year. But now, he has this shipborne Secret Realm. He can raise a group of alien races in the Secret Realm to provide faith. In this way, the faith pool of the Totem Spirit Pillar component can be replenished in time anytime and anywhere. With this idea flashing through his mind, Song Chi felt that this method was more feasible. This cultivation Secret Realm is different from the Shutian market. There is no need to let alien races enter every month. It is completely possible to raise a large number of totem clans. Shaking his head, Song Chi stopped thinking about it. Whether it can be truly implemented in the future depends on the actual effect of the captive breeding. The most important thing at the moment is to load this component first and upgrade the level as much as possible. In addition, he has always been thinking about the 2 silver apples. Thinking about it, Song Chi loaded this component on the sky and directly upgraded it to level 20. Unfortunately, he does not have enough titanium crystals now. Otherwise, he would have to upgrade it to level 30. Of course, the second level void crystals are also insufficient. This component is good in every way, but it requires a lot of void crystals to be strengthened, which is a bit of a headache. As for the properties after strengthening to LV20, cheat songs number 004 Cultivation Secret Realm LV20. Quality, red. Features, plant growth rate increased by 110%. Feature 2, the success rate of transplanting allograft plants increased by 28%. Upgrade requirements, 30 strands of floating land origin second level, 35,000 psionic energy points, 10 void crystals second level. Note: this component requires an additional 3-slot Secret Realm Accelerator. Consumes 70,000 psionic energy points, accelerates the time of the Secret Realm once. The specific acceleration ratio is 30x current component level, and the cooling time is 1 year. Chapter 228 Silver Apple. Song Chi can only say that the increase in this attribute is not intuitive. The effect of a Secret Realm depends on the speed of its plant cultivation. Through this attribute panel, we can only see the changes in the characteristics of the Secret Realm Accelerator. The acceleration rate has been increased to 30x the current component level. That is to say, if the acceleration is 600 years inside, it is equivalent to only 1 year in the outside world. In addition, if the additional plant growth rate bonus is taken into account, the ratio can actually be regarded as 1 to 1020. This effect, to be honest, is already very impressive. You have to know that this cheat song's number 004 cultivation secret realm is a star C secret realm, which is equivalent to the acceleration effect of a 4th level void crystal. And this is only LV20. If it continues to be strengthened to LV30, LV40, this effect will definitely be greatly improved. The only thing that is not satisfactory is that the cooling time of this feature is fixed. After strengthening 2 major levels in a row, the buffer time is still 1 year, which obviously will not be reduced due to the increase in the strengthening level. Song Chi didn't have much to complain about this. It was no exaggeration to say that he was lucky to get this component. And he couldn't ask for too much. Judging from the previous situation, those void demons were familiar with the road. It was obvious that it was not the first time they had fought with the Silver Apple Mother Tree. It was just that he happened to encounter this last battle. And he finally got the peach. Who cares? What's the saying? It's better to come at the right time than to come early. Anyway, it has become the 3rd red component on the sky. There is no reason to give it up no matter what. Thinking of this, Song Chi's figure suddenly disappeared. But this time, he did not enter the market secret realm, but came to the number 004 cultivation secret realm. Looking around, he nodded gently. It was basically the same as before in the 3-Eye Clan flagship, except that the area seemed to have shrunk a lot. And there was a silver mother tree sealed in the middle of the secret realm, and 2 pitch-black 4th level void demons. Everything else was the same. Oh, by the way, under the branches of the Silver Apple Mother Tree, which no longer had any law power or energy fluctuations, there was also a corpse of a void demon lying, which was the 4th level void demon that had been killed by the Silver Apple Mother Tree before. Looking at this 4th level demon corpse that was only slightly larger than the Void Shadow Killer Clan's Terracotta Warriors, Song Chi's eyes lit up. This thing was full of treasures. The dark energy flowed around him, and his figure was falling rapidly. After this part was loaded onto the sky, he connected his own fire seed through the fire ship. At this moment, Song Chi was already the master of this secret realm. It was easy for him to achieve basic abilities such as stepping into the air and flashing in it. At the same time, he could clearly sense that the corpse of this 4th level void demon was not dangerous to him. So he dared to approach it directly. At the same time, several Void Shadow Killer Clan warriors also descended from the sky with special alloy cutting machines, and began to cut the corpse of the 4th level void demon. This void demon corpse can extract a drop of 4th level source blood in the future. But before that, Song Chi had to take out the void crystal in its body. This is a 4th level void crystal, although it is not as good as an orange quality component. But for Song Chi, whether it is used to accelerate the secret realm in the future, or to continue to strengthen this cheat song's number 004 cultivation secret realm component, it is very good. Song Chi frowned. Under the continuous output of this special alloy cutting machine, the skin of the 4th level void demon was left with only a series of tiny white scratches. It was impossible to cut the 4th level biological skin on its body. In response to this, after frowning slightly, Song Chi quickly thought of a new way. He brought the corpse of the void demon into the market, and then asked several pseudo 4th level Void Shadow Killing Clan soldiers to summon their signature soul-breaking daggers. This soul-breaking dagger was condensed by the Void Shadow Killing Clan soldiers through the power of the Void. It was extremely sharp, although it was still difficult to cut the 4th level skin that had been tempered by the power of the law for many years. But then Song Chi waved his hand, and a large amount of market law power gathered on the soul-breaking dagger in the hands of the Void Shadow Killing Clan soldiers. With the blessing of this layer of law power, the sharpness of the soul-breaking dagger was further improved, and it was finally able to cut the skin of the 4th level void demon with difficulty. In this way, the 4th level void crystal in the middle of its chest was quickly taken out. Playing with this void crystal, Song Chi's eyes turned. He was carefully thinking about the difference between the market secret realm below him and the number 004 cultivation secret realm of Shikong. Although they were both the masters of the 2 secret realms, the 2 gave him completely different feelings. In the number 004 cultivation secret realm, although he could also control everything, he was far from being as handy as in the market secret realm, and he could not drive the power of the law in it. But this market secret realm was different. From the beginning of the 0 level, he could fully control this secret realm, whether it was the power of the law or anything else. Thinking of this, Song Chi shook his head. He could not figure out the reason, but he could vaguely know one thing. That is, the market secret realm under his feet was much higher than the number 004 cultivation secret realm. Cheatsong's number 004 cultivation secret realm is a star C secret realm. Since Market's secret realm is higher than it, what level of secret realm would it be? Primitive secret realm? Or a higher universe secret realm? Forget it. It's useless to think so much now. When your own strength is improved in the future, you will know these naturally. Muttering, Song Chi no longer thought about it. He actually understood this as early as when he was in the Moro secret realm. It's just that this question made him think of it again now. However, he was cautious about Cheatsong's number 004 cultivation secret realm. Since it was called number 004 cultivation secret realm, would there be number 005, number 003, number 002, or even number 001? Number 004 is already a star C secret realm. So would the other secret realms be higher? Thinking of this, he first sealed the corpse of the 4th level void demon in a closed storage room. As for whether to leave it to the sky, or hand it over to the family to exchange for the 4th level floating land origin, the lost stone, etc., or use it for his grandfather's angry lion, Song Chi was not in a hurry to consider these. Now he was thinking more about the silver apple mother tree, the 2 silver apples of extraordinary size, and continuing to explore the supergiant 3-eyed flagship. In the previous attribute introduction, the silver apple mother tree and the 2 living 4th level void demons were both shown to be sealed. As for the effect of the seal, he did not know whether it was the same as the Market's secret realm, where the seal could be lifted with just a thought from him, the master of the secret realm. Specifically, he still needed to continue to explore. Back to the number 004 cultivation secret realm, Song Chi stood under the silver apple mother tree, which had no energy fluctuations at all. At first glance, he thought it was just an ordinary ancient tree, although its color and size had already silently explained the extraordinariness of this ancient tree. He stretched out his hand and slowly moved towards the silver apple mother tree. As mentioned before, his control over the number 004 cultivation secret realm was not as good as that of the Market's secret realm. So if he wanted to understand the situation of the silver apple mother tree more specifically, he could only take the initiative to contact this mother tree. As the palm touched, many inexplicable messages suddenly emerged in his mind, all of which were related to the silver apple mother tree. When he retracted his arm, he had a comprehensive understanding of everything about the mother tree. This silver apple mother tree was transplanted by the 3-eyed royal family Cheatsong himself. It is nearly 200,000 years old. At its peak, it was a 6th level plant, but due to various reasons, it finally fell to the level of an ordinary 4th level plant. As for the seal effect on it, it is because the secret realm itself is not equal in level. If the seal is lifted directly, the cultivation secret realm, which is only strengthened to the 2nd level, will collapse directly because it cannot withstand the level of the silver apple mother tree. So it will be sealed by the rules of the secret realm. Similarly, the 2 4th level void demons are the same. During the seal, the 3 cannot move, cannot be attacked, and cannot even pick the 2 silver apples on the mother tree. To solve this problem, it is necessary to wait for the owner Song Chi to strengthen the level of this Cheatsong's number 004 cultivation secret realm component to the 4th level. Knowing this, Song Chi was quite helpless. At present, his resources were basically exhausted. It was not possible to unseal the 3 in a short time. As his eyes moved, Song Chi glanced at the 2 silver apples. Looking at the 2 silver apples, he thought of the specific information of the 2, and he felt a little relieved. According to the information he got, the specifications of the 2 silver apples were different from the information he had found before, because the family introduced only the silver apples bred by the 4th level silver apple mother tree. The 2 in front of us, the one about 30 meters away, is a 5th level silver apple. The 5th level corresponds to the upper limit of orange parts. So this silver apple can upgrade a purple quality wonder/part to orange glory quality. The one that is nearly 100 meters away is a 6th level silver apple, which can upgrade an orange quality wonder/part to red epic quality. However, it should be noted that in the past 1,000 years, due to the invasion of the group of void demons, the silver apple mother tree extracted some of the energy essence from the 2 fruits to fight against the enemy. Therefore, the 2 silver apples are actually defective products. If you want to use them later, you have to wait until the silver apple mother tree is unsealed, and then accelerate for about 1,000 years. Song Chi felt okay about this. After all, This red component itself has the property of acceleration, and there is no need to waste an extra precious 4th level void crystal. Retracting his gaze, Song-Chi slowly moved his eyes down and landed on the ground of the secret realm under his feet. This secret realm has mountains and water, and its approximate area should be around thousands of square kilometers. It has its own complete ecological cycle. If you really want to raise a group of alien races to provide faith in the future, you still have to plan it well. After sorting out these, Song-Chi did not stay in this secret realm any longer. The most important thing at the moment was to continue exploring the supergiant ancient flagship of the Three-Eyed Clan, to search for resources, and to upgrade the level of this red component as soon as possible. Only by unsealing the Silver Apple Mother Tree as soon as possible, the role of this secret realm can be maximized. Of course, he did not return to the sky, but entered the market and entered the full attribute training room. Brainwave remote control system, it will take some time for the components to be buffered, so there is no point in rushing. A few hours later, in front of the fixed point launch platform in the sky, 4 Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta Warriors, each still holding a goblin magic bombing drone, disappeared out of thin air. The launch area, this time, was still the same as before. After all, this was the fastest way to enter the ship. Song-Chi was betting that the nearly 4th level peak Void Demon had left. The 4 Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta Warriors approached step by step. With the experience of the previous time, the 4 Terracotta Warriors were not damaged this time. However, 2 seconds after the first 2 entered the crack, accompanied by the sound of sharp bombardment, Song-Chi quickly controlled the remaining 2 Terracotta Warriors to retreat. The Void Shadow Killer Clan Soldier Tree on the skyship showed that the 2 Void Shadow Killer Clan Soldier Trees were already dead. As for the 2 pseudo 4th level soldiers, who were eliminated in such a short time, it was needless to say who the enemy was. Swish, swish, swish. Several law blades shot out from behind. With the blessing of the space law, the surrounding space was easily cut open, even before these law blades exhausted the shield value of the plasma shields on the 2 soldiers. The large number of space cracks and law marks that were touched around them were completely swallowed up along with the several law blades. Inside the sky, Song-Chi's other perspective suddenly became dark, and the brainwave beacon had been erased. Haha, what a vengeful beast. Song-Chi sneered in his heart, and could only enter the market again. While waiting for the fixed-point delivery platform and brainwave remote control system to cool down again, he practiced the guidance technique. After several hours, the 2 components were cooled down again, but this time the delivery was not so lucky. The original safe route was no longer feasible, and he needed to develop a new route. This requires many or even dozens of slow explorations. This new round of 4 Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta Warriors were only deployed for less than 2 minutes, and they were completely wiped out. They could only wait for the next deployment. In this way, in this cycle of deployment, complete annihilation, waiting for cooling, practicing guidance or visualization, and deploying again. 2 months passed in a blink of an eye. During this period, he had opened up several safe routes and entered the flagship, but unfortunately they were all dead ends and could not be explored. On this day, Song-Chi habitually glanced at the Holy Cross beacon component and saw that the original 0/2 beacon mark on it had changed to 1/2, and 1 mark was restored. He was completely relieved. With this mark, no matter what changes there were in Bailing Continent in the future, he could return through the space anchor at any time. The key is that he can continue to leave the beacon mark here for subsequent exploration. Before this, he was always worried that something would happen in Bailing Continent in advance. But now it is all right, and he can continue to explore with complete confidence. Withdrawing his thoughts, the fixed-point delivery platform in front of him was activated again. This round should be able to get close to the crack. I hope it will succeed this time. Don't let it be a dead end again. Chapter 229 Mineral Chamber. The 3 consecutive hull cracks he chose were all dead ends that could not connect to the interior of the hull. Song-Chi was naturally not in a good mood. However, even so, every time before entering the ship, he still maintained good patience and enough expectations. There was no other way. He got a red epic quality rare item the first time he entered the ship, and also a silver apple mother tree that was extremely valuable among the plants in the Star Sea, plus 2 living 4th level void demons. All of this, no matter which one, for a 2nd level Shinhwa captain, it can probably be regarded as a great harvest that can only be encountered once in 100 years, or even a lifetime. But it is only his harvest from entering the ship once. In addition, Not long ago, it was learned that the owner of this ancient flagship was a member of the royal family of the Three-Eyed Clan, which further increased Song Chi's expectations and interest in this ancient flagship. Up to now, even with the Zhutian market, he has only seen red epic quality wonders. As for silver, he only heard his grandfather mention it once, and he didn't even know the title of silver wonders. This has always been a point that he cares about. Maybe, on this ancient flagship, there will be silver quality treasures? Orange glory, red epic silver. Mumbling, Song Chi's voice suddenly stopped. The 4 Void Shadow Killing Clan Terracotta Warriors had been deployed, and his attention was all shifted there. His mind was divided into 6 parts, 5 of which were all gathered on the Void Shadow Killing Clan Terracotta Warriors, leaving only one in the sky as a warning. Looking at the Terracotta Warriors, because of the many explorations before, the 4 Void Shadow Killing Clan Terracotta Warriors did not appear damaged after the deployment. The coordinates chosen for this drop are the safe zones demarcated by the previous explorations, and have been confirmed many times. As the brainwave imprint moved, the 4 Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers lined up in a row, and walked slowly forward along the route that had been marked before. The one that Song Chi's brainwave was attached to was naturally at the end of the team. At this moment, the 4 Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers were not far from the super giant flagship, only less than 100 meters away. The 4 soldiers moved forward all the way, pointing directly at the less than 10-meter crack in the hull in front. The first section was fine. After all, there was a general safety route marked in the previous times, and no accidents occurred. Until the 20-meter distance, a hidden law mark burst out, and the Void Shadow Killing Clan soldier, who was walking in front, was completely swallowed up, and the plasma shield on its body failed to trigger. Seeing this, Song Chi's expression did not change, and he circled again, allowing the 3 soldiers to continue moving forward. A few minutes later, the second Void Shadow Killing Clan soldier also triggered a hidden law mark, and there were only 2 left of the 4 Void Shadow Killing Clan soldier. However, at this moment, there were only 5 meters left to the crack ahead, and the 2 Terracotta Warriors would not retreat. At this last moment, luck seemed to favor Song Chi. The 2 Terracotta Warriors did not trigger any other dangers, and successfully stepped into the small crack ahead. The crack spanned more than 8 meters, but on a warship with a length of tens of thousands of kilometers, it was indeed only a small and insignificant crack. In the sky, Song Chi was actually a little nervous. The previous failures were really uncomfortable. He only hoped that his luck would be better this time. Otherwise, it would probably take at least a week to explore a new route. The moment the 2 Terracotta Warriors stepped into the gap, another picture in his mind suddenly changed, and then a trace of joy appeared in Song Chi's eyes. Finally, it's no longer a dead end. What appeared in front of him was similar to the previous one, and it was also a corridor. If there was any difference, it might be that the central passage in front of him was much longer than the previous one. The corridor of the cultivation room that we encountered before had only 1 cabin on each side. But now, looking forward along the corridor, it was even a little bit impossible to see the end, and it was vaguely visible that there were multiple cabins on both sides of the corridor. Seeing this, Song Chi was still very happy. After calming down, the 2 Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta Warriors walked forward slowly, one in front and one behind. Song Chi soon discovered something. As the 2 Terracotta Warriors took steps, their puppet bodies kept making creaking sounds. That was the sound of the surrounding pressure acting on their bodies. Listening to this sound, the pressure in this corridor seems to be stronger than before. Muttering, Song Chi's heart sank slightly. This was not good news. After all, the stronger the pressure, the greater the restrictions on the Terracotta Warriors. I hope to let the Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers explore a few more cabins. While thinking, the 2 soldiers had already stepped to the door of one of the cabins. Just above the door, there were 2 crooked and distorted characters. In the main control room of the sky, under Song Chi's command, the semi-automatic intelligence began to quickly query the specific meanings of the 2 characters. If it was the first time to explore, he could only stare blankly. But he had already known that the owner of this flagship was the Three-Eyed Clan. After returning, Song Chi naturally sorted out the information of the Three-Eyed Clan civilization in a systematic way, basically copying all the information on the Three-Eyed Clan that he could find at the family's side, which of course also included the Three-Eyed Clan's text. Soon, the semi-automatic intelligence gave the answer. Translation completed. meaning Basic Mineral Deposit Room 1. After getting this answer, Song Chi's eyes lit up. Mineral Deposit Room. Will there be titanium crystals, lost stones, or iron mothers of 10,000 years of volcanic lava? Thinking about it, he controlled the two terracotta warriors to take another step. The puppet arms of the two stretched out and pushed towards the alloy door of the cabin in front. Unlike the open door of the previous cultivation cabin, the alloy door of the Basic Mineral Deposit Room 1 was tightly closed, and it was unknown whether it could be opened. But to be honest, Song Chi did not have too much expectation. He had tried it once before in the first corridor. The alloy hatch did not move at all from beginning to end. Caw. Accidents often occur at the most unexpected moments. This sentence seems to be just right at this moment. Song Chi, who did not have much expectation, soon found that with the force of his two terracotta warriors, the alloy hatch in front of him was actually being slowly pushed open. After a few seconds, the two terracotta warriors successfully opened the door of room 1 of the mine completely, and the appearance of the interior was also completely presented in front of Song Chi. In the sky, Song Chi's eyes flickered. The area of the basic mining room in front of him was more than 10 times larger than it looked from the outside. He originally thought it was only a few thousand square meters, but after a quick look, he found that it was probably more than 20,000 square meters. In this cabin of more than 20,000 square meters, there were countless special storage cabinets for storing various minerals neatly arranged. Just by glancing at the outer row, Song Chi found copper mother ore, phantom crystal, and Yan'an ore. The two Void Shadow Killer clan warriors stepped forward again. Just as they entered the cabin, the door behind them suddenly closed, and then a red light jumped out from the side. Looking sideways, Song Chi's heart trembled. The owner of the red light was an alloy mecha with a height of dozens of meters. Its size was not conspicuous, but the aura fluctuations emanating from its body were actually 4th level. "Enterer, please inform your identity." An emotionless mechanical voice came out from the alloy mecha. Hearing this, Song Chi reacted instantly. The identity of this alloy mecha was probably the guard of the mine room. All creatures entering the mine room needed to verify their identity information. Otherwise they would be. Before he could think about it, the second mechanical sound echoed again. "Enter. Please report your identity." Although it was still the same question, Song Chi could clearly feel that the red light flashing in the eyes of the alloy mecha was even stronger. "Enter. Please report your identity." Seeing that the alloy mecha had already raised its alloy arm, Song Chi replied in an obscure three-eyed civilized language, "How dare you? It was Master Shi Kong who ordered us to come here." As soon as the voice fell, the mechanical sound came again. Identity verification failed, determined as an intruder, implementing Plan 2, killing on the spot. Song Chi was startled suddenly. The two Void Shadow Killer clan terracotta warriors retreated quickly under his control, wanting to try to open the closed alloy hatch again. However, a sharp cry came from behind. Shwa! The knife flashed. Under the sweep of the giant alloy sword in the hands of the alloy mecha man, the two Void Shadow Killer clan terracotta warriors were like 2 pieces of tofu, and their puppet bodies were lightly cut into 2 pieces. As the two terracotta warriors completely disintegrated, the alloy mecha's eyes dimmed, and it turned back to the guard docking area on the side. After refixing the body, the red light in its eyes suddenly dimmed, as if it had cut off the energy supply again and entered standby mode. This scene was seen by Song Chi. It was said that the other party was a creature without intelligence, but was acting completely according to instructions. Although it killed 2 Void Shadow Killer clan terracotta warriors, it did not erase the brainwave imprint attached to the terracotta warriors. In other words, Song Chi can still observe the various situations inside the cabin through this mark, but he can no longer control the terracotta warriors to move at will. In the sky, Song Chi, who had withdrawn most of his mind, was thinking hard and whispering softly, "From what I have seen before, one thing I can be sure of is that there is not much energy left in this alloy mecha. Even if it is on standby for a long time and stops consuming energy, it is a long time of 100,000 years. This is definitely not something that can be solved by just standing by." After saying this, he paused and had already come up with a solution. Inside the ancient flagship, the combat power of the Void Shadow Killer clan's terracotta warriors was greatly limited. It was impossible to fight against the 4th level alloy mecha head-on. The combat power of both sides was not at the same level. Therefore, it was necessary to use some tricks. For example, grinding slowly over and over again. Although the combat power of the Void Shadow Killer clan's terracotta warriors inside the supergiant ancient flagship was pitifully weak, their advantage was that they could be resurrected, summoned, and deployed infinitely. In this way, one only needs to enter the mining room again and again to keep the alloy mecha activated. In this way, the energy core, which was originally few in number, will be consumed faster. And as long as its energy supply is completely exhausted, all the mineral resources in the basic mining room one will naturally belong to him. Song-Chi. After confirming this plan, Song-Chi no longer thought about it, and took the initiative to cancel the brain wave that had not yet dissipated, and let the brain wave remote control system components enter the buffer. A few hours later, the second batch of 4 Void Shadow Killing Clan soldiers were deployed, and then they entered the mining room again step by step, and then the alloy mecha guard was reactivated, and finally the Void Shadow Killing Clan soldiers who entered were killed. After 4 times in a row, the sky was once again in a state of waiting. After several hours, the third batch of 4 Void Shadow Killer Clan terracotta warriors were deployed, and the cycle was repeated. In this fulfilling and boring daily life, a month passed in a blink of an eye. It was still the basic mine room one. As the new 4 Void Shadow Killer Clan terracotta warriors pushed the door in, the alloy mecha guard in the corner stopped moving. In the previous month, multiple rounds of terracotta warriors broke in every day, causing it to reactivate itself again and again. After a whole month, the energy in the alloy mecha guard was completely consumed, and it could no longer activate itself. Slowly walking to the alloy mecha guard whose body no longer had any energy fluctuations, Song-Chi stared at the alloy mecha guard through the Void Shadow Killer Clan sight. What a pity. This thing is a genuine 4th level combat unit. If I can get it, whether I hand it over to the family or sell it to the Goblin Luke, I'm afraid I might be able to exchange it for an orange quality component. Song-Chi sighed. This thing is too big. Tens of meters tall. Although it is not worth mentioning compared to the 3,000 meters of the regular 4th level unit. For the Void Shadow Killer Clan's terracotta warriors, this thing cannot be brought back to the sky. As for the proportional zoom device, it is not omnipotent. It is impossible to volatilize and work across hundreds of thousands of kilometers. It must be in person to take effect. But if Song-Chi is asked to come to the interior of this flagship in person, well, this is not realistic. First of all, his second-order life level does not allow it. Shaking his head, without thinking any more, the 4 Void Shadow Killer Clan terracotta warriors turned and walked towards the inside of the cabin. Of course, before further checking the counter storing mineral resources, Song-Chi first asked the 4 terracotta warriors to go to the place where the 2 terracotta warriors who first entered the mining city died. There were 2 storage capsules scattered. Those were the storage capsules carried by the first 2 terracotta warriors, which were used for loading and unloading the harvest. Now they were recovered in advance. After collecting the 2 storage capsules, the 4 Void Shadow Killer Clan terracotta warriors turned to the mineral counters inside. Chapter 230 Super Strategic Resource Hunyuan Copper. Song-Chi's joy was still growing. With a quick glance before, he judged that the inner area of this mining room was more than 20,000 square meters, but as he got closer, he found that he was still conservative. According to this, the area of this mining room is probably more than 40,000 square meters, tut tut tut. While being amazed, he was more delighted. The larger the area, it means that there are more storage cabinets in this mining room, which also means that there are more mineral resources in it. He did not rush to collect these minerals, but let the 4 terracotta warriors walk all the way to the innermost part of the mining room. There are a lot of resources in this mining room. So many that it is hard to describe, because each storage cabinet is equipped with a special space folding technology, and the mineral resources piled inside are far more than what looks from the outside. But because of this, he may have to selectively give up some of them. The storage device carried by the 4 Void Shadow Killing Clan terracotta warriors is a storage capsule. The space inside this thing is far less than the storage bag of the prehistoric continent. The best one at present is only 4 cubic meters, and it cannot hold too much at one time. Although he could ask the 4 Void Shadow Killer Clan warriors to take more storage capsules, or make more trips. But no matter what, it would take more than 1 or 2 days, or 3 or 4 days to take away all the mineral deposits. And the problem lies here. Time. What Song-Chi lacks now is time. He had said long ago that the starry sky under his feet could not last too long. He set himself a 5-year exploration time. Now that half a year is past, There is not much time left for him to continue exploring this supergiant ancient flagship. He does not have much time to waste on these ordinary mineral resources. The further in, the rarer the mineral resources are. When the 4 Void Shadow Killer Clan terracotta warriors walked to the innermost area, minerals such as mercury crystal, gas mine, and obsidian all appeared, and there were many mineral resources that Song Chi did not recognize. Without hesitation, the 4 Void Shadow Killer Clan terracotta warriors took out several storage capsules one after another. The internal space was 4 cubic meters, and the resources in these storage cabinets were quickly loaded, regardless of whether they were known or not. His idea was simple. Since it could be placed together with mercury crystal and gas mine, the value would not be too low. Later, he would see whether the family would buy it. If not, it would always be sold in the market. In addition to these, Song Chi would naturally not let go of the first row of phantom crystals. Strictly speaking, the value of this thing is higher than that of mercury crystals. Later, it can be integrated into the hull armor of the skyship to improve the effect of the fixed air feature. Soon, the more than 10 storage capsules carried were all filled, and only a small part of the resources in these counters were missing. I am afraid that they will have to be transported several times later. The 4 Void Shadow Killer Clan warriors could only carry these storage capsules full of supplies all the way to the crack in the hull. In the outside world, a second-level humanoid alien had already been thrown over by Song Chi. After receiving these storage capsules, the second-level humanoid alien successively entered the market with a market walking order and sent all the storage capsules filled with supplies to the market. Soon, with the help of Song Chi, the owner of the market, they returned to the outer space with more storage capsules and sent the empty storage capsules to the 4 Void Shadow Killer Clan terracotta warriors. In this way, a new round of daily cycle began again. After nearly 2 days, a round of brainwave beacons had been replaced, and 4 new Void Shadow Killer Clan terracotta warriors had been added. The current 8 terracotta warriors were still loading and unloading resources. At this time, standing at the innermost side of the mining room, the terracotta warrior to whom Song Chi's brainwaves were attached discovered a somewhat different counter. Compared to the other counters, the resources stored in this counter were pitifully few. Just 2 dry pieces. But Song Chi did not despise it at all, but was particularly curious, since it could be placed at the innermost side of the mining room. According to the rule concluded in the past 2 days, that the closer to the innermost, the rarer. This thing could not be simple no matter how you think about it. Controlling the Void Shadow Killer Clan's terracotta warriors, he carefully opened the counter, and the 2 green copper blocks weighing no more than 50 kilograms appeared in front of Song Chi. Looking at the suspected copper rust on the surface of the 2, he frowned, and had no impression of this thing, and did not know what kind of resource it was. Helplessly, he could only introduce the detailed information of the 2 unknown lumps to the semi-automatic intelligence. Since he did not know them, he could only let the shipborne intelligence that copied a lot of family information to conduct a detailed analysis. If the shipboard intelligence can't analyze it, then we can only ask Grandpa, Dad, or the family. Under his description, the shipboard semi-automatic intelligence quickly started the analysis. According to what was said, there is a 90% chance that this item is a super strategic resource. Hun Yuan copper. Hearing the word super strategic resource, Song Chi was stunned at first, and didn't react for a while. But then, he suddenly felt happy. Titanium crystal is one of the strategic resources. So this super strategic resource is easy to explain. It is probably something more precious than strategic level resources. Just from this point, one can imagine how precious these 2 pieces of things called Hun Yuan copper are. As his mind raced, the shipborne semi-automatic intelligence had already listed detailed information about Hun Yuan copper. Hun Yuan copper, super strategic level resources, extremely rare, prohibited from circulation in the market, also known as universal strengthening resources. As the name suggests, this resource has only one effect, that is, it can be designated as the resource required for strengthening any shipborne component except the floating land origin. For example, the lost stone, titanium crystal, or void crystal, etc. As long as it is a resource needed to strengthen a certain component, it can be replaced by it. After reading the complete information, Song Chi was delighted, and instinctively thought of a component he had seen before. I remember that when he was still in the White Tower floating land, he participated in an auction held by Baya City. The finale big axis of that auction was a drop of strange thing called ancestor blood. Among the shipboard parts that this purple wonder can transform, there is one called Scarlet Blood Clan Gene Transformation Chamber, which can transform the human body into the immortal species Scarlet Blood Clan, as a part that has a chance to extend life. It should have been an extremely rare part, but because it requires an extinct strengthening material called Scarlet Blood Clan Essence Blood, it has become a useless part. Now that I think about it, those auctioneers were probably far from having access to resources of this level of Hunyuan copper. Otherwise, they would not have put it up for auction. Recovering his thoughts, Song-Chi quickly used brainwave beacons to let the 8 Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta Warriors first send this batch of resources back, to avoid any accidents. After the second-level humanoid alien successfully sent this batch of resources back to the market, Song-Chi directly put the 2 pieces of Hunyuan copper into the closed storage room. He couldn't use it at the moment, but he might need it in the future, so he had to keep it well. As for trading it out, this didn't exist, and Song-Chi didn't have this idea. This thing is so rare that he was lucky enough to get such a small 2 pieces on the ship of the former 3-eyed royal family leader. How could he trade it out easily? Wouldn't it be better to keep it for himself in the future for emergency use? Or even to save his life? Inside the supergiant ancient flagship, the 8 puppet terracotta warriors who returned were divided into 2. 4 of them returned to the basic mineral deposit room 1 to load and unload resources, and the other 3 slowly walked towards another cabin door not far away. As for the Void Shadow Killer Clan warriors that depended on Song-Chi's brainwaves, they stood between the 2, ensuring that the range of the brainwave beacon's instructions would just cover both sides, so as not to make the warriors stagnant. This is the most time-saving method. Soon, the 3 Void Shadow Killer Clan warriors came to another alloy hatch on the opposite side of the corridor. Looking from a distance, Song-Chi saw the 3-eyed tribe characters engraved on the hatch. Vaguely, he roughly understood the meaning. 3-eyed Divine Guard, Rest Room 1. After translating it, Song-Chi raised his eyebrows slightly. 3-eyed Divine Guard? What is this? Chi-Song's personal guard? Guessing, the 3 Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta Warriors over there also began to push the door together. As time passed, Song-Chi's expectant eyes gradually turned into disappointment. With the 3 Terracotta Warriors' full efforts, the alloy door did not respond at all. Obviously, it was not in the list that could be opened at will. Helplessly, Song-Chi could only let the 3 Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta Warriors continue to go to another cabin in front of the corridor. This cabin is called 3-eyed Divine Guard, Rest Room 2. After the 3 Terracotta Warriors were in place, they started to push the door for the second time. With the experience of the first time, Song-Chi did not have too much expectation this time. In fact, as he thought, there was still no movement. So, the 3 Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta Warriors turned their target again, pointing directly at the basic mineral deposit room 2 opposite the 3-eyed Divine Guard Rest Room 2. Song-Chi was much more interested in this cabin, based on the experience of mineral deposit room 1. His intuition told him that the door of mineral deposit room 2 should also be able to be opened. In other words, he felt that the mechanisms of all these mine chambers should be the same. Don't push them together. Push them individually. If his guess was correct, there should also be a 4th-level alloy mecha guard in the second chamber of the mine. As for how to deal with it, he would naturally copy the previous method. With the previous experience, Song-Chi would certainly not let the 3 Void Shadow Killing Clan warriors enter together. If they enter separately, he can activate the alloy mecha guard inside several times in succession, and consume the energy in its body faster. If it weren't so, he wouldn't have been able to completely exhaust the first alloy mecha guard in just 1 month. After all, it had persisted for 100,000 years. Even if the energy in its body was exhausted, it was not so easy to be exhausted. As expected, the door of the second room of the basic mine was quickly pushed open. After the first Void Shadow Killing Clan soldier entered, the door suddenly closed with a clang. It was unknown what kind of alloy the door of this cabin was made of. The sound insulation effect was amazing. Song-Chi did not hear any sound from the beginning to the end. There was only the reminder of the death of a Void Shadow Killing Clan soldier from the Void Shadow Killing Clan soldier tree. Inside the flagship, the second Terracotta warrior followed closely, and after a while the third one came. As for the 4 Terracotta warriors of the Void Shadow Killer Clan in the mine room 1, Song-Chi did not call them, but let them continue to load and unload resources. Inside the sky, The fixed-point delivery platform component was activated, and a new batch of Terracotta Warriors of the Void Shadow Killer clan were deployed, and then led by the Terracotta Warriors, who were still inside the flagship. They entered the mine room one after another. In this way, time passed quickly again. Song Chi would naturally not miss the market transactions that were supposed to be open during this period. After all, it was only one day a month, so it would not waste much time. At the same time, he also took advantage of this period to upgrade his guidance skill from LV24 to LV25. The 2,000-year-old pyracantha fruit had not been used yet, so he had to wait a little longer. First, his guidance skill progressed too fast, so he had to stabilize it first. Second, the fire element life did not provide new pyracantha fruits, so Song Chi was reluctant to give it up. As for the mineral resources looted from the supergiant ancient flagship, he also sold a lot of them in these market transactions, which helped to digest a lot of them. There were too many resources to be found, so many that the mineral resource store could not store them all. Some of them could only be put into the cultivation secret realm. This was because Song Chi had just obtained the ship-attached secret realm component. Otherwise, he would have to worry about the storage problem. Compared with the mine room 1, the alloy mecha guards in the mine room 2 lasted longer, for a full 40 days, but the result was not very good. In the mine room 2, Song Chi did not find resources of the level of Hunyuan copper, but he did find a lot of phantom crystals and mercury crystals. He did not lose much, but the harvest was not that great. In the central corridor, 3 Void Shadow Killer clan Terracotta Warriors continued to slowly advance towards the other end of the corridor. Their target this time was the 3-Eye Guard Rest Room 3 and the Basic Mineral Deposit Room 3. The Void Shadow Killer clan Terracotta Warrior, to which Song Chi's brainwave was attached, was standing at the hatch of Basic Mineral Deposit Room 2. He needed to distract himself and command the 4 Terracotta Warriors, who had been transferred to Mineral Deposit Room 2 to load and unload resources. As the 3 Void Shadow Killer clan Terracotta Warriors took steps, Song Chi felt something was wrong. Looking at their increasingly slow steps, he had some guesses in his mind. The further we advance, the stronger the pressure we bear. Muttering, he followed the gaze of the Terracotta Warriors and looked at the end of the corridor. What is at the end of this corridor? It can actually emit such a terrifying pressure. Song Chi was puzzled and curious. But at this moment, he caught a glimpse of a hatch in the distance shaking slightly. No, that is to the right of where all the 3-Eye Guards lounges are located. Is there a hatch that can be opened in the 3-Eye Guards lounge? Chapter 231 Silver Strange Object. In an instant, Song Chi's curiosity was raised to an extreme height. For this so-called 3-Eye Divine Guard, he has always been very interested in it. If it is really as he thought before, the other party is the exclusive guard of Shikong, then the strength cannot be weak. Similarly, the stronger the strength, the more precious the things left behind will be. But there is no rush. At this moment, several Void Shadow Killer clan soldiers have already pushed open the hatch of the Basic Mine Room 3, and the first soldier has also stepped into it and started to consume the alloy mecha guard in the Mine Room 3 step by step. Originally, Song Chi thought that it would take at least one more month, but the fact gave him a big surprise. The alloy mecha guard in the third chamber of the mine seemed to have been consumed in the past, or its energy storage was insufficient. It took only half a month for it to completely run out of energy and fall into standby mode. After that, it was natural to let the Void Shadow Killing clan soldiers continue to load and unload resources. The resources in the second and third chambers of the mine can also only be selected with higher value. If there is still time later, we can try to take them all away, but not now. In addition, there are no resources of the same level as Hunyuan copper in chamber 3 of this mine either. It can only be said to be barely adequate. After this, Song Chi's intention was of course to continue to move forward. This corridor leading to the core area of the flagship is long enough, and there are several hatches waiting for him to explore in the area ahead. But just as several Void Shadow Killing clan Terracotta Warriors approached chamber 4 of the mine, an accident occurred. The Void Shadow Killing clan Terracotta Warrior, who was walking in front, suddenly disintegrated. It did not receive any external damage, nor did it trigger the trace of the law. It was simply unable to withstand the increasingly strong unknown pressure. The puppet's body was completely crushed by the pressure that was like a mountain pressing on its shoulders. Song Chi, who did not believe in evil, continued to call the second Terracotta Warrior behind, asking it to move forward slowly. Crack! However, under this pressure that was comparable to some supreme rule. Probing was useless. With the death of the second terracotta warrior of the Void Shadow Killing clan, Song-Chi completely understood. The LV-40 terracotta warriors have reached the current limit of what can be advanced. Unless the Void Shadow Killer terracotta warrior tree parts are strengthened to level 5, and pseudo-level 5 terracotta warriors are summoned, it will be difficult to continue exploring this passage. After reaching this conclusion, Song-Chi was a little unwilling. He looked along the corridor to the end in front of him. He could vaguely see that there were still many three-eyed tribe characters engraved on the alloy hatches in front. Basic Mineral Deposit Room 4, Basic Mineral Deposit Room 5, Rare Mineral Deposit Room, Total Mineral Deposit Room. He didn't have much feeling about the two Basic Mineral Deposit Rooms. But the Rare Mineral Deposit Room and the Total Mineral Deposit Room further inside were extremely eye-catching. Super strategic resources, like Hunyuan copper, can be found in the Basic Mineral Storage Room. What about the Rare Mineral Storage Room and the Main Mineral Storage Room? Will the things inside be worse than those in the Basic Mineral Storage Room? Song-Chi estimated that. The Rare Mineral Storage Room should have mineral resources like Hunyuan copper, including the Law Stone, and as for the Main Mineral Storage Room, it is possible that even the Law Crystal may exist in it. But there is nothing he can do. Now he can only watch helplessly. How can Song-Chi be willing to accept this? He turned his sight from the left side of the corridor to the right side, more specifically, to the lounge on the right side that seemed to have an open hatch. Just as Song-Chi tried his best to adjust the angle and look over there. In a trance, he seemed to catch a glimpse of almost imperceptible light. Am I seeing things wrong? It seems to be a silver light. Song-Chi's heartbeat suddenly stopped, and he held his breath and continued to look at the hatch that seemed to be open. The next second, he became more convinced, because the words engraved above this hatch were very different from those of the other cabins on the right. Three-Eyed Divine Guard, Chief of Guards Room. There is no need to say anything else. Just the two words Chief of Guards are enough to explain everything. Because of this, Song-Chi felt that he had not seen it wrong just now. After all, it was normal for a Chief of the Three-Eyed Divine Guard to have a silver-quality rare item, and it would not feel abrupt. His mind was racing, but his eyes did not move at all, and he just stared straight at it. At a certain moment, when a faint silver-white light flashed again in the Chief of the Guard Room with a small gap opened, Song-Chi in the sky also exclaimed in a low voice. He was sure that he had not seen it wrong. In the Chief of the Three-Eyed Divine Guard Room, there was indeed a silver light overflowing, and there was a high probability that there was a silver-quality Star C rare item inside. After confirming this, Song-Chi was full of excitement. Surprise was not enough to describe his mood at the moment. For him, this news was more like a big bomb, which exploded in his heart. Silver Wonders, although they are only one level lower than Red Epic Wonders, are very different in rarity. The upper limit of the shipborne parts transformed by Red Wonders is only level 6. As for Silver, the upper limit is level 7. As for the difference between level 6 and level 7, this is very simple. Song-Chi did not know it before, but after returning to Dinghai's Song family, based on the huge database of Song family, he had a detailed understanding of the division between level 6 and level 7. According to the records in the Song family database, the detailed civilizations in the Broken Star Sea are divided into low-level civilizations, intermediate civilizations, advanced civilizations, and then the Overlord-level civilizations. As mentioned before, the division between low-level civilizations and intermediate civilizations is whether there are fourth-level combat units to suppress the destiny of civilization. Under the fourth level, the first to third-level civilizations belong to the ranks of low-level civilizations. As for the division between intermediate civilizations and advanced civilizations, the key is the 7th level combat units. Under the 7th level civilization, the 4th to 6th level civilizations belong to the ranks of intermediate civilizations. In other words, the 7th level is the watershed between intermediate and advanced civilizations. In this way, the difference between a silver quality component and a red quality component can be seen. If the rarity of a red epic item is 100, then the rarity of this silver item is at least 1000, or even higher. Huh? Taking a long breath, Song-Chi suppressed his pounding heartbeat and forced himself to calm down. Although he learned about the silver item, it was an indisputable fact that he could not get it. Therefore, it is too early to be happy now. No, we must get it as soon as possible. This is the first time we have found the whereabouts of the Silver Wonder. There must be no other accidents. In a short time, Song Chi has made up his mind. Under the premise of ensuring his own safety, he must get this silver wonder as soon as possible at all costs. But the problem also comes. If the Void Shadow Killing Clan Terracotta Warriors want to walk all the way to the position of the guard chief's room in front, it is probably difficult to do even if they are strengthened to LV49. They must be at level 5. Thinking of this, Song Chi couldn't help but have a headache. The 5th level. This is not just talk. At least his own fire seed must be upgraded to orange. Just this point, the difficulty is extremely great. If the purple fire seed wants to be upgraded to orange, it needs an orange top-grade upgraded fire source. This level of upgraded fire source, he has not even seen it on the 50th to 59th floors of the Family Merit Building, which shows how rare it is. Without bragging, it would be difficult to get an orange top-grade upgraded fire source within 1 or 2 years. After deducing this time, Song Chi's heart sank instantly. If he waited so long, who knows what would happen next? You have to know that he is not the only outsider in this supergiant flagship. There are many high-level void demons. In a year or two, who can guarantee that they will not find this place? Thinking about it, Song Chi's mind was racing, and he soon thought of a way. If he wanted to advance to the guard room in front without his own seed of fire being promoted to orange, there was only one way, and that was the slavery metal. The current slavery metal part has been strengthened to the 4th level. If there is a real 4th level slave creature to carry the effect of slavery seal frenzy, then it can reach the 5th level in a short time. It just so happens that he now has 2 4th level void demons in his hands, and it is perfect to use one of them to do this. Although the slavery seal frenzy feature will definitely kill once used, but using a 4th level creature to exchange for a silver quality wonder, Song Chi does not feel that he is losing money, but thinks that he is making a lot of money. That's it. The subsequent tasks are to try our best to obtain the titanium crystal, the lost stone, the 3rd level and 4th level floating land origins, and to quickly strengthen the cheat songs number 004 cultivation secret realm component to the 4th level, and to remove the seals of the silver apple mother tree and the 2 void demons. Having made up his mind, Song Chi once again stared at the 3-eyed divine guard in front of him, the chief guard room. And then, without thinking any more, he recalled the remaining 2 exploration terracotta warriors, and began to load and unload the resources in the 2nd and 3rd rooms of the mine. 5 days later, the more valuable resources in the 2 mining rooms were all collected in the market, and then transferred to the cultivation secret realm. Seeing this, Song Chi did not stop, and controlled the 35 Void Shadow Killing Clan Terracotta Warriors to withdraw from the corridor, preparing to continue exploring other ship hull cracks. Master! The family, call! The intermittent telepathic voice of Tua Guhong suddenly sounded in his heart, disrupting all Song Chi's subsequent arrangements. In the sky, Song Chi immediately cancelled the brain wave imprint, and also took the initiative to remotely recall the 35 Void Shadow Killing Clan Terracotta Warriors. After just a few dozen minutes, the sky returned to the core space of the giant asteroid. After instructing the half-step 4th order humanoid alien race on some matters, he used the Holy Cross beacon component to create a new beacon mark. After doing all this, he did not have time to rush to the 2 soul spirits to turn them into worship creatures of the totem spirit pillar, and directly returned to the Bailing Continent through the market. Bailing Continent, Wanling City, mechanical high-rise. Tua Guhong quickly recounted the incident. Grandpa and Uncle are here? After listening to Tuguhong's explanation, Song Chi was full of doubts. According to Tuguhong, there seemed to be no accidents in Bailing Star region. It was Grandpa Song Ming Song who summoned him. Grandpa is busy hunting aliens. Why did he suddenly come to Bailing Continent? With doubts, Song Chi hurried out. Soon, he found Grandpa and his family in the building similar to the City Lord's mansion in Wanling City. As soon as he entered, Song Chi's heart tightened slightly, because at this moment, Grandpa, Uncle, Second Uncle, and Dad, all 4 of them were there. And such a scene. It didn't seem like a small matter. Grandpa. After greeting them, Song Chi became quiet. He believed that Grandpa would give an answer. Song Ming Song and his 3 sons looked at each other, and then said solemnly, Xiao Qi, the family has released the news that the competition for the 7th sequence will begin soon. This competition for the sequence is divided into 3 stages. The first stage will start in a month. All candidates must return to the family to gather. When he heard the 4-word sequence competition, Song Chi's heart subconsciously relaxed. He originally thought it was some bad news about the pulse, so he seemed a little nervous. Hearing that it was just a fight for the family sequence, he instinctively felt relieved. To be honest, he had enough confidence in the current combat power of the sky, and he was determined to win the 7th sequence of the family. It was not that he looked down on others, but the current configuration of the sky really made him fearless of any peers. Moreover, the family's selection of sequences this time was not random, but the age limit was set to under 45 years old. Under this age, there might be a 3rd-level clan member among the candidates, but there would never be a 4th-level clan member. This was also a major reason for Song Chi's confidence. Grandpa, I got it! By the way, what is the success rate of the Angry Lion now? This time he stayed in the ancient Starry Sky battlefield for 5 months, plus the previous 2 months. That is to say, it has been almost 8 months since the Angry Lion started the battleship promotion mission, and there are less than 4 months left. Song Mingsong smiled and said, not bad. Your uncle and I have cleared 2 more 3rd-level civil star fields during this period, and the current success rate has officially exceeded 40%. In addition, the Crystal of the Earth Attribute Law and the 4th-level Life Crystal have also been collected. The only thing missing is the 10,000-year Pure Yang Stone. The subsequent success rate should exceed 55%. Hearing 40%, Song Chi nodded gently, thought for a while, and said, Grandpa, I still have a 4th-level creature corpse. As he said, he took the 4th-level Void Demon corpse out of the sky. Seeing this, the 4 people in the room were all shocked, but they all tacitly did not ask any more questions. At the same time, Song Mingsong shook his head and said, each warship that is promoted to the 4th level can only fuse 1 drop of 4th-level biological blood at most. Chapter 232, the first stage of the sequence competition. Put it away, keep it for yourself. If you are in urgent need of any resources, you can also exchange it with the family. For this 4th-level creature corpse that can be used to extract source blood, the family will purchase it unconditionally. Of course, it's best to keep it for yourself as much as possible. Grandpa doesn't know how you got the 4th-level creature corpse, but this thing is indeed not easy to get. Song Chi looked normal in response to Grandpa's rather serious tone. As for the bottom of his heart, he curled his lips slightly. There are nearly 20 ancient corpses of 10,000 meters in that ancient Starry Sky battlefield. These high-level biological corpses are hard to find in the eyes of other Shinhua captains, but they are actually within his reach. Of course, he only said this in his heart, and he certainly would not say it directly. Seeing him nod, Song Mingsong continued, okay, let's not talk about this first. You and Grandpa will go back tomorrow. You don't have to worry about the Bailing Star region. Your uncle will stay here for the time being. Grandpa will tell you some specific information about the sequence competition. Hearing Grandpa mention the family sequence competition again, Song Chi also listened carefully. Confidence is confidence, but you still need to understand all kinds of information clearly. Otherwise it is not called confidence, but arrogance. After Grandpa carefully recounted all the information he knew, Song Chi also had a basic understanding. First of all, for the competition of the 7th sequence, the family has listed a total of 18 candidates, and all of these 18 candidates are the best among the younger generation of the family. Among the 18 people, there are 15 2nd-level people and 3 3rd-level people. Some of them are from the ancestral vein. Some are from the 2 major direct veins, and there are also many from the major direct veins. However, Song Chi only remembered one person, Song Zhe, who was the direct descendant. This person was born with purple fire, and had a 4th-level grandfather. It was no exaggeration to say that he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. However, it can also be seen from this that these candidates are of high quality, and they are definitely not the kind of people who are strong on the outside but weak on the inside. As for the specific information of the first stage of the sequence competition, no one knows this. It was jointly determined by the head of the family and the 5th-level ancestors of the clan. We may have to wait until the day of the official opening to know. In addition, the family sequence competition is not a smooth thing. It is accompanied by considerable dangers. There have been casualties in previous sequence competitions. Hearing this, Song Chi's eyes narrowed. Yes, the family selection sequence is to cultivate high-level clansmen. Not just the 4th level, but the higher 5th level. To achieve this level, the selected clansmen cannot be just flowers in a greenhouse, but must be true geniuses who have been baptized by iron and blood. After thinking this through, Song Chi felt a little nervous again. It was not that he doubted the combat power of this guy, but that he felt that some of his preparations were not yet done to the best. For example, the belief pool of the totem spirit pillar component has not been filled up yet. For example, whether the 2 4th level void demons can be enslaved in advance before then. 2 4th level combat units may play a significant role in the subsequent sequence competition. Fortunately, there is still a month to go, which should be enough for him to prepare. The next day, Song Qi and Song Ming Song took the transit warship back to Longji Continent. As soon as he returned to Longji Continent, Song Qi did not have time to go home, and his grandfather received the family's message immediately. "Let's go. The family is already urging us." After saying that, the two summoned the Xinhua warship at the same time, and then activated the space jump device, and soon disappeared in the sky above Xinhua Lake. When they reappeared, they had already arrived at the foot of Longji Mountain. The foot of Longji Mountain is the headquarters of the 5 major halls of the family. 2 warships landed one after another, seeing that Grandpa continued to go to Longji Mountain, instead of stopping at the Merit Hall or the Internal Affairs Hall. Song Qi's heart tightened slightly. "Grandpa, where are you going?" Song Ming Song did not look back, and only answered with 4 words. "Family Ancestral Hall." The 4 words that were clearly full of force made Song Qi feel a faint expectation. Family Ancestral Hall, you can tell from the sound that it is definitely not a place that ordinary family members can easily go to. But speaking of it, he is just one of the candidates for the family sequence. It seems that what was said in the family forum before, as long as you can be included in the family sequence candidate list, it is equivalent to stepping half a foot into the upper class of the family. This sentence is really correct. He is not a saint either. After hearing that he was included in the family candidate list before, he naturally made a careful study of it, and got a lot of information at that time. First, it is said that after being included in the family sequence candidate list, it is basically equivalent to stepping half a foot into the upper ranks of the family. It seems that even if the subsequent competition fails, as long as this kind of clan member does not die, he must be the best in the same level, and there is a good chance of entering the 4th level in the future. He didn't care much at first, but now it seems that the clan really attaches enough importance to these sequence candidates. As his grandfather walked along the ancient bluestone steps to the interior of the sacred mountain, Song Qi soon arrived at the so-called family ancestral hall. The sky is full of stars, surrounded by ancient bronze chairs, and the atmosphere is ancient and mysterious. When all this appeared in front of him, Song Qi was actually a little confused. He felt as if he was in an ancient galaxy, not an ancient mountain temple. At the same time, he felt an inexplicable feeling in his heart. Looking at the vast galaxy above his head, he felt that he was extremely small at the moment. When he felt something in his heart, a dragon wheel shadow suddenly appeared in the vast stars above his head, and on its head, there was also a mythical mecha shadow. The two stretched across the vast galaxy. Compared with the vast sea of stars, they were obviously not worth mentioning at all. But this scene was deeply engraved in Song Qi's heart, as if it had become eternal. In a trance, a soft voice echoed in his ears. This is the projection left by the founder of the Dinghai Song family long ago. Do you have any feelings? Somehow, Song Qi felt that his mouth and tongue seemed to be out of his control at this moment, and he blurted out subconsciously. The galaxy is vast. For us, 1 person, 1 ship, and 1 whale are enough. After he finished speaking, before he could think about it, the soft voice sounded again in his ears. That's right. After just 2 words, the voice suddenly stopped, and there was no follow-up. Looking at the hall again, there were already 15 clansmen waiting here, but all of them turned their eyes to him. Song Qi guessed that it might be related to his previous answer, but he didn't care. 15 people were looking at him, and he was also observing them. There were 18 candidates this time, including himself, and 16 people were already present, which meant that there were still 2 people who had not arrived. As for the 15 people in front of him, Song Qi could call out their names through his grandfather's introduction before, but he was not familiar with them. Beside him, Grandpa bowed and reported to the top of the hall. Report to the master, my candidate, Song Qi, has been delivered. Then a soft voice came from above. Thank you for your hard work, you can go down, I still need to tell these little guys something. Yes. After bowing again, Song Ming Song turned around, and at the same time he glanced at Song Qi beside him. Knowing that Grandpa was encouraging him, Song Qi nodded gently, indicating that he understood, and also told him not to worry, just work hard to improve the success rate of the angry lion. After Song Mingsong left, Song Chi consciously stood behind the 15 people, quietly waiting for the arrival of the last 2 people. The next person to arrive was the one Song Chi was most familiar with, Song Zhe, who was born in the earth vein. Compared with Song Chi's previous arrival, the dozen people present were obviously much more enthusiastic. Many of them took the initiative to greet Song Zhe. Obviously, many of these people knew Song Zhe. In this regard, Song Chi was unmoved. He was used to being steady on weekdays, and was basically equivalent to an invisible person. And this Song Zhe was not only born in the family's direct lineage, but also had the support of a 4th-level elder. He was also good at socializing. It was normal for him to know most people. But what was surprising was that Song Zhe actually took the initiative to greet Song Chi, as if they had known each other before. "Brother Song Chi, we haven't seen each other for nearly 2 years since the Soul Floating Land." Song Chi would not put on airs when someone else took the initiative to greet him, and responded with a smile. "By the way, Brother Song Chi, we haven't added each other as friends yet." As they spoke, they both connected to the Xinhua network at the same time, and then added each other as friends. In addition, the family quantum communication bracelet was not left behind. But at this moment, the last person finally arrived. But what's interesting is that, with the arrival of this person, the eyes of more than a dozen people in the hall all showed solemnity. Song Chi understood this. According to the information given by his grandfather before, this nearly 2-meter tall burly young man who arrived last was named Song Gang, and was born in the Song family. It is said that his background is stronger than Song Zhe. In addition, this person is said to have revealed 3 orange parts: orange main gun, orange slave parts, orange engine. Everyone's face remained unchanged, and they were recalling the relevant information of the other party in their hearts, until the voice of the head of the family, Song Xuansong, sounded above the hall. "Okay, since everyone is here, it's time to talk about business," said Song Xuansong. Stretched out his hand and waved, and then Song Chi and the other 18 people felt that the stars above their heads seemed to be falling collectively, and before they could react, the scene in front of everyone suddenly changed. The hall under their feet had disappeared, and the stars above their heads also disappeared, and what appeared instead was the dark and silent starry sky. In addition, below them there was a familiar, grid-shaped elliptical light curtain filled with countless mysterious powers. "Is this a floating land shield?" Song Chi recognized the light curtain below, and he also found that the floating land shield below was much stronger than the floating land shield of the Soul Floating Land. Whether in thickness, area, or the strength of the floating land rules, could it be a floating land shield of a level 4 floating land? This floating land shield is different from the Soul Floating Land. It is not transparent. It is impossible to see the scene inside the floating land from the outside, and it is impossible to judge the specific level of this floating land by its area. At this time, Song Xuansong, who was standing beside everyone, said, "The floating land under our feet is called the Blood Tea Continent, which is a floating land in the Star Sea that is almost at the peak of level 4. The dominant tribe in it is called the Blood Tea Clan, which has many level 4 people in charge." After hearing this, everyone actually had the answer in their hearts, and the following words of the head of the family further prove this point. After the death of these Blood Tea Clan, they will produce a special resource called Blood Bodhi, which has the effect of improving the genetic bloodline of organisms. And the target of the first stage of the competition mission is exactly this Blood Bodhi. Chapter 233. Re-enter the 50th floor of the Merit Building. Blood Bodhi, improve the potential of biological gene bloodline. Hearing this effect, everyone immediately paid attention, and also basically guessed that the floating land under their feet was most likely one of the extremely important floating lands controlled by the family. As for Song Chi, the first thing he thought of was the Thorn Dragon and Tua Guhong, both of which were creatures whose gene bloodline was at the limit of a stage. If they were allowed to use a little of this Blood Bodhi, could they enter the 5th level of the gene bloodline spectrum? While thinking, the voice of the head of the family, Song Xuansong, sounded again. This Blood Tea Continent was only discovered 200 years ago. The family's assessment of its value is as high as 7 stars. In order to avoid affecting the production of Blood Bodhi in the continent, the family did not invade it on a large scale, but adopted a free-range system. At this point, Song Xuansong paused for a moment before continuing. Because of this, it is very difficult to enter this floating continent to perform tasks. If the 4th level existences of the Blood Tea clan are alarmed, it may be upgraded to the Hell level. And your mission this time will last for 2 months. During these 2 months, the top 10 people who obtain the most blood bodhi, and the higher the quality, will pass this first stage. Hearing this, everyone's heart trembled. They knew the classification of family missions very well. 1 star is simple daily missions. Basically no danger. 2 stars are normal mortality rate is about 5%. 3 stars are difficult mortality rate is about 15%. 4 stars are dangerous mortality rate is about 30%. 5 stars are hell mortality rate is more than 60%, when they thought that there might be a 60% mortality rate. And they would have to stay in the mainland for more than 2 months. It was difficult for everyone to remain calm. The same was true for Song Chi. The combat power of the sky is not weak. But this is relative to the 2nd and 3rd level creatures. And the 4th level units are not in this category. Up to now, the sky has only faced 4th level units twice. The Golden Armored Beast and the 4th level Star-Eating Vine. Needless to say, the Golden Armored Beast was severely injured at the beginning, and the Star-Eating Vine was promoted not long ago. So, strictly speaking, neither of them is considered a normal 4th level unit. In addition, there is another point. Whether it is the Golden Armored Beast or the Star-Eating Vine, neither of them has the blessing of the 4th level floating land rules. The Copper Mountain floating land chosen by the Golden Armored Beast is only a level 3 floating land. In addition, the Golden Armored Beast is an outsider, and the Copper Mountain floating land is powerless and will not bless it. As for the Star-Devouring Vine, its growth is based on the premise of squeezing and destroying a floating land. And the floating land core origin of the level 4 floating land will not bless it. Even so, it also cost a lot to kill both. The level 4 blood tier clan of this blood tier floating land is different. They are native creatures of the blood tier floating land, and must be blessed by the rules of the floating land itself. Based on this, their combat power inside the blood-lifted floating land will far exceed that of ordinary 4th order units. Once they are really targeted, even the current Sanqiong will be in great danger. Seeing that everyone had different expressions, Song Xuansong continued, if there are those who are unwilling, you can withdraw now. But once you agree, you will never be allowed to regret it later. Otherwise, Song Xuansong did not finish his words. But Song Chi and others knew in their hearts that if they regretted it later, the family would definitely have corresponding punishments, and they would not be liked. Seeing that no one spoke, Song Xuansong's indifferent face showed a rare smile. Very good. This is my Song family. Since no one has withdrawn, all the information about the bloody floating land will be distributed to you in advance. In the next period of time, you can make targeted preparations. Hearing this, Song Chi and the other 18 people immediately understood that the family still gave them some special treatment. Although the danger of the sequence competition is still there, at least the detailed information about the bloody floating land was distributed to them in advance by the family, so that they can make various preparations in advance. In this way, a group of people can be effectively screened out, and those who are considered the top members of this generation of the family will not be lost in vain. As the head of the family Song Xuansong waved his hand for the second time, the scene in front of everyone changed again, and they returned to the family ancestral hall in a blink of an eye. At the same time, the quantum communication bracelets in their hands beeped one after another. You have received the file of Shui Ti Fu Lu related information. Please check it carefully. Song Chi opened the communication bracelet. Without waiting for a closer look, Song Xuansong said at the top of the hall, okay, gather here in a month. Officially go to Shui Ti Fu Lu. Now everyone retreat. 18 people walked out of the ancestral hall one after another, and when they returned to the foot of Longji Divine Mountain, then everyone started to discuss it. Behind him, Song Zai's voice sounded. Brother Song Chi, what do you mean? Do you have any idea of forming a team? After hearing this, Song Chi thought about it, and finally rejected the other party. Forget it. Thank you for your kindness, brother. But my ship is more suitable for single action. The family did not explicitly prohibit them from forming a team. This first phase of the sequence mission only screened out a small number of people. As long as it was not a large-scale team, the family would not say anything. As for the reason why Song Chi refused, it was just as he said. The sky has the sound wave silence field, void membrane, fixed point delivery platform, brainwave remote control system, and void shadow killing clan warrior tree, which can completely remotely control the search for the blood bodhi without any sound. In this way, He does not have to take any risks, and can also greatly increase the speed of the search without any worries. On the contrary, if he teams up with others, it will affect him. So Song Chi chose to refuse. Song Zae didn't seem surprised by his rejection. The two exchanged a few words again and soon left. On the other side, a second-level candidate asked through the battleship communication, "A's, why do you seem to be a little concerned about that person? Is there anything to say?" Song Zae's eyes were calm, and he said frankly, "What can I say? I'm just a little curious. Since I met this person, he has always been low-key." Family Merit Building. Song Chi did not choose to go back to Qinghua Manor directly, but came to the Merit Building instead. According to the information provided by the head of the family, the Bloodstick floating land is divided into 5 realms, and there are more than 20 Bloodstick people of the 4th level, which is very dangerous. That is why he needs to be prepared. To be more specific, he needs to improve the level of the 2 components, Totem Spirit Pillar and Cheatsong's number 004 Cultivation Secret Realm, as much as possible. Only in this way, he will have more cards in the Bloodstick floating land. However, if he wants to improve the level of these 2 high-quality components, the resources required are not a little bit, which is why Song Chi came to the Merit Building. On the 49th floor of the Merit Building, since there were still 31 gold merit points in his account, Song Chi came here easily. At the Merit Exchange counter, Song Chi took out the corpse of the 4th level Void Demon under the doubtful eyes of the clan member in charge of the exchange today. After he recovered from his astonishment, he quickly said, "A 4th level Void Demon corpse, without Void Crystal, can be refined into a drop of 4th level biological blood. The family purchase price is 80 gold merit points. Are you sure to exchange it?" 80 gold merit points. Song Chi frowned slightly. Normally, a drop of 4th level biological blood costs about 100 gold merit points, these 80 points. After thinking about it, Song Chi's frowned brows soon relaxed again. He figured out the reason. As far as he knew, refining the blood of a 4th level creature was not an easy task. It required the help of a 4th level Xinhua captain, and it would take quite some time. Presumably, the discounted 20 gold merit points were the reward for the family elder's help in refining. After thinking it through, he nodded quickly. Calculated in this way, this price was actually very reasonable. If it were placed in the outside world, let alone whether those 4th level Xinhua captains would directly swallow the corpse of the 4th level creature. Even if they did not do so, they would definitely ask for a high price. It was normal to directly ask for 50% of the value of the corpse itself. Ding! 80 gold merit points were successfully credited to the account. The current gold merit balance is 111 points. Looking at the prompt from the quantum communication bracelet on his left wrist, Song Chi stepped onto the 50th floor of the Merit Building. Song Chi stopped in front of a counter in the corner of the 50th floor. Item name: 4th level Floating Land Origin. Exchange restrictions: 2nd level and above clansmen can exchange up to 3 strands every 5 years. Exchange price: 2 gold merit points per strand. If he wants to strengthen the Cheatsong's number 004 Cultivation Secret Realm components in the future, the 4th level Floating Land Origin is indispensable. In addition, he also needs the Law Stone. Unfortunately, he had already used up the quota of 5 Law Stones per year, and there were still more than 2 months before the quota was refreshed in the new year. However, Song Chi did not worry about this. The solution was very simple. Anyway, he had enough gold merit points. He had already called his mother and waited for her to come over. He would transfer the merit points to her first and ask her to help him exchange 5 stones. Soon, 6 gold merit points were deducted, and Song Chi successfully obtained 3 strands of the 4th level Floating Land Origin. After doing this, he did not rush to exchange for other things. While waiting for his mother to come over, he was also carefully considering what resources he would need in the future. The 3rd level Floating Land Origin is not needed for the time being. In the past 5 months, he has obtained hundreds of 3rd level Floating Land Origins with the Spiritual Machine Synthesis platform, which should be enough for the time being. However, there are only less than 300 titanium crystals, which is not enough. There seem to be hundreds of them in the public account of Mahjong. I can only exchange some in Mahjong for emergency use. In addition to the 3rd level Floating Land Origin and titanium crystals, there are void crystals, which are also the most troublesome point. Cheatsong's number 004 Cultivation Secret Realm. This thing is needed to strengthen the components. It is not easy to get this thing. Song Chi is still short of a lot of 2nd level and 3rd level void crystals. Although he could go to the dark side of the void through the Jution market to hunt the void demons, it would take time. He did not think that he could hunt such a number of second and third level void demons in the next month. After thinking for a long time, he finally had to set his sights on the family forum. High price acquisition. Gold merit points exchange for second and third level void crystals. After making a headline that was big enough, Song-Chi gave his specific exchange price in the formal content below the post. According to the normal market price, 1 point of gold merit is almost equal to 10 second level void crystals. 20 points of gold merit is almost equal to 10 third level void crystals. So the price given by Song-Chi is also based on this, and a small discount is given. 1 point of gold merit is exchanged for 9 second level void crystals. 20 points of gold merit are exchanged for 9 third level void crystals. It's not that he is stingy, but the void crystals required for cultivating secret realms are not few, and the gold merit points in hand are already stretched. Click to post the post on the forum, and spend another 1 point of gold merit to activate the function of sticking it to the top for 1 hour, and my mother has arrived over there. A few minutes later, Jin Lixia retransferred 95 gold merit points to Song-Chi's account, and also 5 rule stones. After returning to Qingwen Manor, Song-Chi immediately entered the market, and then controlled the sky to rush into the outer void, and began the second void demon hunting operation. His gold merit points were not picked up, and if he could get more by himself, he would waste less gold merit points on acquisitions. The dark side of the stars sea. The void space. It has been nearly 20 days since Song-Chi returned from Bailing Star region. During these days, his luck was not very good. He only encountered a team of dozens of void demons and harvested 1 second level void crystal, and dozens of 0 level and first level void crystals. Although I exchanged a lot of them on the family forum. After the cheat songs number 004 cultivation secret realm component was strengthened to level 30. The subsequent strengthening of this component was stagnant. The third level void crystal was still too rare, and I basically didn't buy any. Sweeping the radar map on the side, it clearly showed that there was a void shadow killing clan soldier located tens of thousands of meters in front of the sky. In this regard, Song-Chi turned a deaf ear, muttering softly, "I hope I can attract enough void demons this time." Song-Chi deliberately let the demon team, that was cleared not long ago, leave a tracking mark on a void shadow killing clan soldier, in order to actively attract those large numbers of void demon teams that are hard to find. Time passed slowly, and soon more than 10 hours had passed. During this time, many void winds swept by. Fortunately, the void shadow killer clan soldiers were already level 40, and could move freely in the void winds. In the sky, Song-Chi narrowed his eyes slightly. Just when he thought that there would be no void demons coming in a short time, the sudden prompt on the radar map beside him made him very happy. Tens of thousands of void demons, among which the number of second level void demons will not be less than 1,000. And there are also about 100 third level void demons. Very good. Chapter 230 for the first 4th level enslaved creature. Song-Chi's mood at this moment is hard to describe in words. Before this, he had already given up hope of collecting enough third level void crystals. But he did not expect that this last minute would give him such a big surprise. More than 100 third level void crystals should be enough to strengthen Cheat Song's number 004 cultivation secret realm to the 4th level. In this way, he will be able to complete the unsealing and enslavement of the 2 4th level void demons later. Suppressing his excitement, Song-Chi did not rush to attack, and scanned the radar map on the side for several times. After confirming that there were no 4th level or even 5th level void demons, he summoned all the void shadow killer clan soldiers. At the same time, the light energy aggregation engine and phantom thruster were also running at full capacity, driven by the skyship, with a layer of dark energy shield covering the surface of the ship, roared out. Boom boom boom. Under the concentrated fire of the 3 ship guns pure yang sword light cannon, cold light thrust cannon, and electromagnetic lightning light cannon, the battlefield situation was completely one-sided. Needless to say, without the existence of level 4 or higher void demons in front of the sky, numbers are not a problem at all. Neutron Star Core Armor plus Dark Matter Energy Shield Generator. With the mutual addition of these 2 high-quality components, the advantages of numbers can be completely ignored. Just imagine facing level 4 ship armor and energy shields. It is difficult to even break through the basic defense plus Neutron Star Core Pulse. Characteristics. What's the use of having more numbers? Tens of thousands of void demons, All were killed in just a few minutes, and with a rapid cleanup of 35 Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta warriors, all the Void Crystals were delivered to Song Chi. But before he could count them, a terrifying breath suddenly came from the side. This is a 4th level. No. A 4th level Void Demon can't make such a noise. It's a 5th level Void Demon. Song Chi, who had already seen the 4th level Void Demon in action, made a judgment in his heart at the first time. At the same time, the engine and thruster of the sky suddenly exploded, and rushed in the opposite direction. His reaction was fast enough. But even so, the attack of the 5th level Void Demon behind was even faster. A blade of law with a diameter of more than 100 meters passed through the void space, shooting straight at it, and finally landing accurately on the side and rear of the ship of the sky. Buzz buzz buzz, the dark matter energy shield sent out violent ripples, and at the same time, under the bombardment of the blade of law with terrifying power, the hull of the sky was also blown away for dozens of meters, and the hull was rolling violently. Warning, the energy shield is under attack. The shield value is dropped by 76%. Please repair it as soon as possible. Energy shield damage detected. Neutron star core pulse characteristics activated. The shield value of the energy shield is being restored. The alarm sounded by the shipboard semi-intelligence, which made Song Chi's heart tremble violently. One strike destroyed 76% of the shield value of the dark matter energy shield. This was definitely the strongest attack that the skyship had ever received. That is, the dark matter energy shield generator had been strengthened to level 40 earlier, and possessed some law resistance. Otherwise, under this strike, the dark matter energy shield would have been completely overloaded, and even the ship's armor would have been cut off. After a brief moment of fear, Song Chi quickly came back to his senses. The reason why he had not taken the initiative to hunt down the Void Demon in the void space in the past was because he was worried about the emergence of this situation. Because of this, he had already made some preparations in his heart. After calming down, he no longer cared about the Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers. With a change of mind, the sky under his feet began to shrink rapidly. Before the sky could no longer accommodate him, Song Chi disappeared quietly. The sky also disappeared with him, which turned into a miniature form. What Song Chi didn't know was that the next moment after he and the sky disappeared, several blades of law with a diameter of more than 100 meters swept in one after another. If he hadn't brought the sky back to the market, I'm afraid these attacks would have directly damaged the sky. Of course, the premise is that he has not activated the neutron star fission feature. In the market, Song Chi's eyes flashed with fear. Although the subsequent blades of law did not hit the sky, he saw these terrifying attacks with his own eyes before returning to the market. At that moment, he even felt that the sky would be cut into 2 pieces in the next second and completely sink. I don't know how far away the air attack has such power. Is this a 5th level creature? After calming down, Song Chi smiled bitterly and said, "It seems that the subsequent method of actively using tracking marks to attract void demons should not be used too much. It's too dangerous." After a brief bitterness, Song Chi turned to the 5-digit void crystals in his hand. When he saw the more than 100 3rd-level void crystals, his original bitterness quickly turned into joy. With these void crystals, the Cheat Song's number 004 Cultivation Secret Realm component is strong enough to be enhanced to the 4th level. In this way, all other things will no longer be a problem. Summoning the sky again, Song Chi immediately began the subsequent enhancement. Are you sure to consume 20 strands of 3rd-level floating land origin plus 70,000 psionic points plus 43 titanium crystals plus 5 3rd-level void crystals to enhance Cheat Song's number 004 Cultivation Secret Realm from LV30 to LV31? Sure. After 9 consecutive times, this red quality component was enhanced to LV39. Finally, 150 strands of the 3rd-level floating land essence plus 3 strands of the 4th-level floating land essence plus 110,000 psionic energy points plus 80 titanium crystals plus 1 law stone plus 20 3rd-level void crystals were consumed. And this Cheat Song's number 004 Cultivation Secret Realm was officially enhanced to the 4th level. With the completion of the enhancement, the properties of the components have also changed greatly. The biggest change, of course, is that the sealed silver apple mother tree and the 2 4th-level void demons can be unsealed. Cheat Song's number 004 Cultivation Secret Realm LV40. Quality, red. Features, plant growth rate increased by 140%. Feature 2, the success rate of transplanting foreign plants increased by 40%. required for upgrading. 5 strands of floating land origin 4th level, 130,000 psionic energy points, 83 titanium crystals, for law stones, 1 4th level void crystal. Note: this component requires an additional 3-slot secret realm accelerator. Consumes 140,000 psionic energy, accelerates the time of the secret realm once. The specific acceleration ratio is 50x current component level, cooling time is 1 year. In addition to being able to unseal the 3 sealed ones, Song-Chi is undoubtedly most concerned about the Secret Realm Accelerator. Features: with its enhancement to LV40, the normal acceleration ratio has reached 1 to 2000, and for plant life, this ratio is equivalent to 1 to 4800, it is frighteningly high. In addition to being excited, his hands also move quickly. With a flash of his figure, Song-Chi disappeared in the sky. In the number 004 Cultivation Secret Realm, under the Silver Apple Mother Tree at a height of nearly 4,000 meters. His palm touched the pure silver tree trunk again. At the same time, the entire Secret Realm sky began to change. Half a minute later, the Silver Apple Mother Tree, which originally had no breath fluctuations, suddenly changed. The majestic breath of life and the power of the law emanated from the pure silver tree trunk. At a certain moment, Song-Chi felt that the vitality of the entire cultivation secret realm was several points stronger. This is not an illusion, but a fact. If he had to explain, Song-Chi could only say that this Silver Apple Mother Tree was not transplanted in the middle, but rather was transformed into the origin plant of this cultivation secret realm by the three-eyed royal family chief Song with special means, and is the root of this secret realm. As the Silver Apple Mother Tree was unsealed, the silver branches danced, congratulating itself on its unsealing, and also welcoming the arrival of Song-Chi, the new owner. He heard it right. After successfully binding this secret realm with its own fire seed, this Silver Apple Mother Tree also regarded him as the new owner. And he didn't even need to waste another slavery metal quota. Song-Chi was naturally happy about this. The slavery metal had limited slavery marks, so it was a good thing to save one. The only pity was that, as the core of the secret realm, this Silver Apple Mother Tree would most likely not be able to be transplanted out of the cultivation secret realm without special means. After unsealing the Silver Apple Mother Tree, Song-Chi turned his sight and focused on the 2 4th level void demons not far away. Sensing his will, the branches of the Silver Apple Mother Tree beside him began to emit a large amount of wood laws. These laws gathered around the bodies of the 2 4th level void demons, blocking all their subsequent actions. Without time to be surprised, Song-Chi changed his mind and began to unseal the first void demon. As the seal on the void demon was slowly released, a red light emerged from the sky, tearing through the clouds, and quickly and accurately sank into the body of the 4th level void demon. 2 seconds later, Song-Chi frowned, and the enslavement failed. He was not discouraged. While the void demon had not yet awakened, he once again activated the slavery metal component on the sky outside the secret realm. This time, there were no more accidents. This 4th level void demon was successfully enslaved. The void demon that returned from the seal had red light flashing in its eyes, and the laws of space on its body were changing. Finally, it bowed to Song-Chi and called, "Master." At this moment, joy appeared on Song-Chi's face. Although the Silver Apple Mother Tree is also a 4th level combat unit, it is a 6th level star seed plant at its peak, and its potential far exceeds that of this 4th level void demon. But the key is not here. It is limited by the number 004 cultivation secret realm under its feet, and cannot be regarded as a normal 4th level combat force. This void demon is different. It does not need to be restricted by this secret realm. It can follow Song-Chi wherever he goes. It is a real 4th level guard. When Song-Chi was excited, he happened to see the serious wound on the body of the void demon. It was left by the Silver Apple Mother Tree. It is not easy to heal the wound of a 4th level unit. There is no special medical cabin on the sky. This is a troublesome thing. Instead of spending resources to treat it, it is better to go to the ancient starry sky battlefield again, Song-Chi muttered. His eyes were determined, and a thought came out from the bottom of his heart. After this thought came up, he could no longer suppress it. In the end, he simply stopped hesitating, glanced at the other 4th level void demon, and did not rush to unseal it, but turned around and left the cultivation secret realm, the courtyard where the uncle and his wife were. Zhao Hongxiu aside, Shao Qi, There is no surplus, third-level floating land origin in the veins for the time being. Go to the family. Hearing this, Song-Chi could only put away the thousands of second-level void crystals in his hand. But before leaving, the ant took out 4 palm-sized fruits, which were similar to pomegranates in the previous life. The quenching god fruit tree in the dragon blood secret realm has matured for 1 round. These are the 4 fruits for you. Xiaoqi. After Song-Chi received the 4 quenching god fruits, his aunt Zhao Hongxue paused, and then said, Xiaoqi. Only the first quenching god fruit is the most effective. The effect of the second fruit will be greatly weakened. Do you want to buy it? Hearing this, Song-Chi naturally understood that his aunt wanted to buy it. But he refused. For quenching god fruits, Dad and Mom each got 1. And the remaining 2 needed to be kept for their own use. He has never neglected his own mental power. With the help of these 2 soul-quenching fruits, he should be able to break through to the level of 7 functions in one go. As for 8 functions in one go, this is unlikely. More soul-quenching fruits may be needed in the future. However, I can discuss this with my grandfather and others. After the acceleration of the Dragon Blood Secret Realm is over, I can transplant the soul-quenching fruit tree and Dragon Blood fruit tree to the Cultivation Secret Realm. With the blessing of the Fairyland Spirit Soil and the transplantation success rate of the Cultivation Secret Realm itself, there should be no need to worry about the problem of transplantation failure. In this way, the Secret Realm Accelerator feature of the Cultivation Secret Realm can be utilized to the maximum. After returning home, Song-Chi gave 2 spirit-tempering fruits to his mother. Chen Lixia knew the effect of the spirit-tempering fruit and did not refuse. Then Song-Chi rushed to the Merit Building. He needed to exchange the thousands of level 2 void crystals on him for level 3 floating land origin to see if he could strengthen the totem spirit pillar components to level 4 in one fell swoop. There were no accidents during this exchange. For void crystals, a secret realm acceleration resource, the family always wanted as many as they could get. When he returned to Qingwen Manor again, Song-Chi, who had made all the preparations, reactivated the alien domain delivery. Both the Holy Cross beacon and the space beacon launcher have not yet finished cooling down, which means that he needs to leave the space anchor point of the market here this time. It also means that he can only stay in the ancient starry sky battlefield for 24 hours. The time is not very sufficient. However, for collecting the Silver Wonder, this time is enough. After a dizzy moment, the sky appeared in the core space of the giant asteroid where the humanoid aliens are stationed. Song-Chi's heartbeat accelerated a little. Now he is only 1 step away from his first silver quality wonder. Chapter 235 Silver Legend. Before heading to the ancient starfield battlefield, Song-Chi called the half-step 4th level humanoid alien and asked him to actively summon a group of 2nd level and 3rd level humanoid aliens. The purpose was simple, not to let them explore the way, but to select worshippers for the totem spirit pillar. As the cultivation secret realm was strengthened to the 4th level, its secret realm space expanded a lot again. Song-Chi had carefully calculated before, and it was no problem to raise a worship creature tribe of no more than 300 in it. Considering the ecological balance, Song-Chi had already reasonably added a lot of creatures. If it is combined with a tribe of about 200 or 300 humanoid aliens, it will be a complete ecological cycle of the secret realm. Nearly 300 humanoid aliens were brought to this core space. Seeing this, Song-Chi activated the totem spirit pillar component. The illusory shadow of the Tongtian Jade pillar soon appeared, with the endorsement of the half-step 4th level humanoid aliens. These nearly 300 humanoid aliens easily became worship creatures of the Cold Moon Snow Python. In this way, they are completely connected to the totem spirit pillar components, and the sky has no more restrictions on them. After taking all these humanoid aliens into the cultivation secret realm, Song-Chi did not stop and controlled the sky to rush straight into the 10,000-meter space wormhole in front. There was no extra delay this time, except for letting a few Void Shadow Killer clan soldiers lead the way in front. There was no other episode. In the extremely broken ancient starry sky battlefield, the sky left the space wormhole for the first time and officially set foot in the starry sky outside. There was no other way. In order to acquire enough void crystals, he had already spent most of his gold merit points in the past 20 days. Song-Chi's idea was to use the proportional zoomer part to collect a few unknown ancient corpses in the starry sky. No matter whether he would use them to exchange for gold merits later, he wanted to first determine what level these ancient corpses were. According to their volume of nearly 10,000 meters, they naturally corresponded to the 5th level life in the star sea, But judging from the oppression emanating from their surroundings, it did not seem like the fifth level pressure, which had always puzzled Song Chi. He did have some guesses about this. And the first one that came to his mind was also the most likely one. These unknown ancient corpses were originally fifth level beings long ago. But they were attacked by void winds and void cracks for many years in this broken starry sky. And the remaining blood power in their corpses was greatly weakened. However, even if this was the final fact, he had to figure out one thing. To figure out what level of source blood these former ancient corpses could extract now. Fifth level? Or had it decayed to fourth level? The difference between the two seemed small. But in fact, there was an essential difference. The fifth level biological blood can also be used in the process of upgrading a cruiser to a chasing ship. And the success rate it can provide is as high as 16%, which is twice as effective as the ordinary fourth level blood. In addition, even if it is used in the upgrading of a chasing ship to a battleship, it can provide a success rate of about 8%. And its value is far beyond that of the fourth level blood. In the past 5 months, Song Chi has initially opened up a safe route to the two 10,000-meter ancient corpses through those asteroid belt creatures. So now the sky can slowly approach the two ancient corpses. Of course, it was not that the sky was sent to explore the way directly. In front of the warship, 10 Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers were lined up, and they were advancing slowly along the preliminary safety route. On the other side, 3 Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers and the injured 4th level Void Demon were also ready to be deployed. After blessing the 4 with plasma shields one by one, Song Chi activated the fixed point deployment platform. Buzz! After a slight spatial fluctuation, the 4 figures disappeared in the sky. Near the crack in the ship's hull that connected the passage to the basic mineral storage room, 4 figures quietly emerged. Under the quick command of Song Chi's brainwaves, 3 Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers were in front, and the 4th level Void Demon was behind, and the 4 slowly moved forward. The luck was good. There was no such low probability event as the law mark shifting, and the 4 stepped into the crack that they had entered and exited many times before. Passing through the basic mineral storage room 1, room 2 and room 3, the 3 Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers stopped consciously, and only the last Void Demon continued to move forward. Song Chi was not in a hurry to activate the Enslavement Seal Frenzy feature. He wanted to try whether the Void Demon could reach the head room of the Three-Eyed Divine Guard without using the feature. After all, the Enslavement Seal Frenzy feature was at the cost of burning all life force. And to be honest, Song Chi was reluctant to do so. The combat power of the sky has not yet reached the level of the regular 4th level creature. The 2 4th level Void Demons were sealed in the cultivation secret realm by chance, which allowed him to successfully enslave them. If possible, he didn't want to waste one here. Once these 2 4th level Void Demons were gone, it would not be so easy to get a normal 4th level slave creature. As the 4th level Void Demon stepped forward, Song Chi's hope was also increasing little by little. Compared with the 4th level puppet body of the Void Shadow Killing Clan warriors, the body of the Void Demon that had been baptized by the power of the law for many years was obviously much stronger. As it moved forward slowly, it actually passed the basic mine room 4 in front of it without realizing it, and was moving towards the mine room 5. But that was about it. Feeling the increasingly heavy footsteps of the Void Demon, Song Chi estimated that it had almost reached its limit, and its current location was still a long way from the head room of the Three-Eyed Guard. It seems that it is still unavoidable. In this case, his mind suddenly changed, and the Slavery Seal Frenzy feature was activated. Swish! Hot red steam emanated from the body of the 4th level Void Demon, and its body swelled up, accompanied by the sudden surge in life pressure. In an instant, the 4th level Void Demon was transformed from a wounded 4th level unit into a 5th level existence. As its physical strength increased synchronously, the pressure in the corridor seemed to be weakened, and the Void Demon's pace became much lighter. Song Chi was not interested in the change in the strength of the Void Demon. He only knew that he had only half an hour left. So the Void Demon quickly received his order to move forward quickly. Dong dong dong. The heavy footsteps echoed, and the Void Demon was constantly approaching the target cabin. Seeing that it was getting closer and closer to the chief room of the Three-Eyed Guard, Song Chi's brain waves attached to the Void Demon also seemed particularly excited. At the same time, Song Chi was completely sure this time that the door of the chief guard's room of the Three-Eyed Divine Guard in front of him had not been completely closed, and the silver light he had captured before became clearer and clearer. When his mind was in a mess, the Void Demon finally came to the door. Click! With the Void Demon's hands and feet, this alloy door did not remain motionless like other three-eyed Divine Guard lounges in the past, but was slowly pushed open. After confirming this, Song-Chi finally let go of his worries. In this case, it means that he will not return empty-handed this time. However, although this alloy hatch was slowly pushed open, it was not as simple as an ordinary mine chamber. Even with the current 5th level strength of the Void Demon, it was also extremely difficult to push. Fortunately, it was only a little difficult, and the gap in the hatch continued to expand. This process lasted for about 10 minutes. After a painful wait, the alloy hatch in front of him was finally pushed open completely. Following closely is the dazzling silver light. It is really a silver star sea wonder. In the distant Songkyung, Song-Si's mouth curled up, drawing a familiar arc, and he further urged the Void Demon. After receiving his order, the Void Demon walked into the guard room. Although it sounds quite high-end, the configuration of this lounge is actually very simple. In addition to a regular single bed, there is only a set of tables and chairs, and the object emitting strong silver light is now quietly placed on the table, without the obstruction of the hatch. The Void Demon quickly stepped to the table. Song-Chi did not dare to let it directly touch the bracelet-like object that emitted dazzling silver light. A ray of space law power surged from his palm, and soon touched the surface of the bracelet. Buzz! The subtle tremor echoed in the lounge. Seeing that there was no other abnormal movement, Song-Chi let the Void Demon pick up the bracelet-like object. Because it was just a brain-wave imprint, there was no way to check the specific information of this strange object in the first place. So he could only let the Void Demon put it away first. 2 minutes later, after a careful search, the Void Demon had another thing similar to an identity card in his hand. Through the Three-Eyed Clan text written on the card, Song-Chi knew its specific name. Three-Eyed Divine Guard Guardian Command. It seems to be an identity card. After thinking for a moment, Song-Chi still let the Void Demon take it with him. Although this thing is not a rare item, it may be used later. The Three-Eyed Divine Guardian. The status does not sound low. The duration of the Slavery Seal Rage feature has passed by nearly half, and Song-Chi did not let the Void Demon stay any longer. Soon, the Void Demon sent this strange object emitting brilliant silver light all the way to the crack of the corridor, and a second-level humanoid alien waiting outside sent it back to the market. The Void Demon did not return, but returned to the passage. Song-Chi wanted to take advantage of its last 10 minutes to see if it could play some other roles. For example, explore the subsequent rare mineral storage room, or the main mineral storage room. As for the basic mineral storage room, even if it was opened, it would take a very long time to load and unload. So Song-Chi directly ruled it out. In front of the rare mineral storage room, the Void Demon pushed the alloy hatch with all his strength. But what was hard to accept was that this rare mineral storage room seemed different from the previous basic mineral storage rooms, and its hatch could not be opened by brute force. In response, Song-Chi, who was unwilling to give up, asked the Void Demon to turn to the main mineral storage room, and then pushed its alloy hatch with all his strength. However, the result was still the same. The hatch did not move at all. Helplessly, with the idea of trying, Song-Chi asked the Void Demon to pick up the card Three-Eyed Divine Guard Guardian Command. But as the card was gently brushed in front of the alloy door, the hatch that had been motionless all the time seemed to have passed some special verification, and the hatch began to tremble violently, and then slowly opened. On the other side, in the sky, Song-Chi quickly entered the Zution market, and when he came out, he was already holding the bracelet-like Star Sea Wonder in his hand. With the infusion of wisps of psionic energy, he soon successfully obtained the specific properties of this silver wonder, including the properties of the wonder, and the properties of the shipborne parts. Wonder, Guard Chief Guling Bracelet. Quality, silver. Transformable, Three-Eyed Guling Ring. Note, a special accessory that is uniformly equipped for the Guard Chief level Three-Eyed Divine Guards. After 120,000 years of continuous evolution, it has transformed into an extremely rare silver legendary quality wonder. As for its wonder properties, Song-Chi only cares about the 4-word silver legend. Because of this, he finally knew the special title of the silver quality Star Sea Wonder. Orange Glory, Red Epic Silver Legend. After the wonder attribute, the only shipborne component attribute that it can transform is naturally. Three-Eyed Soul Fixing Ring LV0. Quality, silver. Features, all the following feature effects are doubled. Feature 2, the number of soul fixing per time is increased by 2-1 by 2. Feature 3. The number of slots occupied by this component is fixed to 1. Feature 4. The upper limit of soul fixing quality can be increased by 2. 1 by 2 consumption. 5,000/time psionic points effect. Applies soul fixing effect to the specified 3 1 plus 2 components. In the next 3 days, whether uninstalled or not, its enhancement level will not be reset to 0, and it can be effective for shipborne components of gold red plus 2 quality at most. Charging, 30s, buffering, 720 hours. Upgrade requirements, 30 strands of floating land origin 0 level. 3,000 psionic points. After seeing this silver legendary quality component, Song-Chi's face, which was originally full of expectation and joy, stagnated slightly. This is a special component that retains the enhanced level of shipborne components. It is not that its value is not high. On the contrary, this type of component is extremely rare and is an extremely scarce component in the market. But unfortunately, this thing cannot give the sky a direct increase in combat power for him, who is about to participate in the sequence competition. This is a fact. With a sigh, Song-Chi immediately loaded the component onto the sky. In any case, it was a silver quality component, and it only occupied 1 slot. You should know that if you want to load ordinary special red items, they often need to occupy 3 additional slots. And silver legendary items often require more. Just from this point, its value has been highlighted. The extra slots are extremely valuable. Although there are still many vacant slots on the sky, it is only because Song-Chi has awakened for less than 3 years. Once time accumulates, the slots of a Shinhua battleship will never be enough. Before he could think about it, his attention was quickly attracted by another perspective deep in his mind. The main mining room, as the alloy hatch was verified and opened by the guard chief, the void demon stepped carefully into it. It was indeed very different from the basic mining room. Not only were there only a few counters in the cabin, there were also no alloy mecha guards. As the void demon walked all the way to the lonely counters, a glittering silver light suddenly appeared in his eyes. The counter in the middle of the 5 counters, there was also a star sea wonder emitting dazzling silver light. The moment he caught this ray of silver light, Song-Chi's attention was completely attracted. There is no doubt that this must also be a star sea wonder of silver legendary quality. Chapter 236, the second silver component Fairyland 5 Elements Energy Shield. If the 3-eyed soul solidifying ring component is the long-awaited treasure for Song-Chi, then this unknown silver quality treasure is definitely a surprising surprise. Originally, because of the functionality of this 3-eyed soul solidifying ring component, Song-Chi was a little worried and sighed that it was not worth exchanging a 4th level void demon for the opportunity to get it early. Now, there is no need to worry about this. 2 silver legendary items, regardless of whether the second item can be transformed into a shipborne component, this operation will definitely pay off. 2 legendary items that can be upgraded to the 7th level, the value of 1 item alone is unimaginable, let alone 2 items. Under Song-Chi's full expectation, the void demon stretched out his arm to the storage counter in front. This counter also seemed to have special restrictions. The void demon was unable to open it for a while, which made Song-Chi's heart tighten instinctively. Almost subconsciously, he asked the void demon to take out the guard commander order again. Ding! After a slight sound, the storage counter was opened. Huh? Seeing this, Song-Chi exclaimed softly, and at the same time, a sense of relief surged in his heart. If it weren't for the gap left in the guard commander's room of the 3-eyed divine guard, he would not have been able to get the subsequent 3-eyed soul-securing ring and the guard commander order. And naturally, he would not have been able to open the hatch of the main mining room and get the second silver legendary item. All of this can be said to be closely connected. And the half-open guard chief's lounge is the starting point of all of this. There was no time to think about it. The void demon had already picked up the silver shining regular pentagonal ore on the counter. Knowing that brain waves could not check specific properties remotely, Song-Chi did not delay and asked the void demon to carefully put the unknown ore into the storage capsule he carried with him. At the same time, he turned around and walked towards the storage counters on the side. There are 5 counters in the main mine room, but for some reason, either they were taken away by the 3-eyed people, or the storage requirements are too high. In short, except for the counter where the silver rare ore was just now, 2 of the other 4 counters are vacant. As for the last 2, the items stored in them are quite familiar to Song-Chi. The crystal jade surrounded by the mysterious power. What else is it if not the crystal of law? However, The crystals of law stored in the two counters are also different. One of them exudes orange light, and the mysterious power surrounding the surface has a sharp feeling. It is probably a low-level crystal of law with gold properties. As for the second piece, it brought Song-Chi an even greater surprise. It not only radiated brilliant red light, but also gathered the power of the mysterious law, which was the familiar trace of nothingness. If I guess correctly, it should be a crystal of the intermediate law of space attribute. After taking out the two pieces one after another and placing them in two different storage capsules, the Void Demon did not stop and rushed out of the cabin. The three silver, red and orange pieces were tied together. It was a serious matter. Song-Chi did not dare to let it stay any longer. It was safer to send it back to the market first. When passing by the hatch of the rare mineral storage room, he wanted to let the Void Demon try the guard command in his hand. But after thinking about it, he did not stop and went directly to the crack at the end of the corridor. To be on the safe side, it would be better to let the Void Demon take it to the second-level humanoid aliens who had been waiting outside. After all, with the Void Demon's current fifth-level physique, it would only take 2 steps. Of course, the key is that the duration of the Slavery Seal Frenzy feature is nearly 9 minutes. And there is still time to explore this rare mineral storage room later. 10 seconds later, the Void Demon arrived at the edge of the ship's hull breach, and then carefully threw 3 storage capsules to the second-level humanoid alien. After the humanoid alien activated the market walk order in his hand and successfully teleported into the market, the Void Demon turned around again and walked towards the rare mineral storage room again. There were 3 Star Sea treasures in a main mineral storage room. 1 silver, 1 red, and 1 orange. Song-Chi still had great expectations for this rare mineral storage room, even if it was not as good as the main mineral storage room. It was not too bad anyway. Taking advantage of the last few minutes, the Void Demon quickly returned to the rare mineral storage room with Song-Chi's brain wave imprint. Beep! The guard commander brushed lightly, and the alloy hatch in front of him suddenly clicked. Just like the main mineral storage room, it passed the verification easily. The next second, just as half a foot stepped into the door of the rare mineral storage room, Song-Chi's brain wave faintly sensed something was wrong, and his sight turned to look at the corner of the cabin. The familiar red light flashed, and Song-Chi was slightly startled. Swish! Behind him, the alloy hatch closed with a strange sound. There was no time to think about anything else. Before the hatch closed completely, the Void Demon threw the guard commander's order in his hand toward the side of Basic Mineral Deposit Room 5. The 3 Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta warriors, who were staying in front of Basic Mineral Deposit Room 3, had their eyes glazed over quickly, and the action of picking up the guard commander's order by leaning sideways also stopped abruptly. The closed hatch cut off the brainwave imprint from sensing them, and without the command of their master Song-Chi, the Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta warriors naturally lost the ability to act independently. Hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from the supergiant Three-Eyed Clan flagship, the sky, which was slowly approaching a 10,000-meter-long ancient corpse, suddenly stopped. In the battleship's main control room, Song-Chi narrowed his eyes slightly, and most of his attention was focused on the Void Demon, or in other words, the rare mineral storage room. This mineral storage room combines the characteristics of the basic mineral storage room and the main mineral storage room. The hatch mechanism is the same as the main mineral storage room, but the interior is modeled after the basic mineral storage room, and there is an alloy mecha guard. Moreover, it was not an ordinary alloy mecha guard, but an advanced guard with 5th-level combat power. As a result, the unprepared Void Demon was immediately entangled by this 5th-level mecha guard after entering. Knowing that the Void Demon's combat power was greatly limited, it was basically impossible to defeat the opponent in the remaining few minutes. The order issued by Song-Chi was not to fight this 5th-level advanced mecha guard head-on, but to let the Void Demon delay time as much as possible, and while consuming its remaining energy as much as possible. He also inspected the entire rare mineral storage room. A few minutes later, as the 5th-order life force from the Void Demon gradually weakened, the alloy mecha guard quickly completed the final blow. Song-Chi, who had basically checked the entire mining room, did not continue to maintain the brainwave imprint. In the sky, Song-Chi, who had regained all his attention, had a lingering look in his eyes, and a wisp of heat surged in his heart. The rare mining room was indeed worthy of its name. In the past few minutes, he had seen the Law Stone, the Void Stone, the Titanium Crystal and many other valuable mineral resources through the Void Demon's sight, and the quantity was quite large. It was not like the main mining room, where one or occupied a counter alone. After a brief excitement, Song-Chi quickly turned back. Obviously, the resources in this rare mining room were not something he could get in a short time. If he wanted the Void Shadow Killing Clan soldier to be pushed to its hatch normally, and if he wanted to drain the energy inside the Advanced Alloy Mecha Guard step by step, he had to strengthen the Void Shadow Killing Clan soldier tree to the 5th level. After understanding this, he did not continue to dwell on this matter. The most important thing at the moment is to get the 2 nearest 10,000-meter long alien ancient corpses, and also to get back the guard commander's order of the 3-eyed divine guard, which is the key to opening the rare mineral storage room later. Of course, the most important thing is to check the specific properties of the 3-star C artifacts that have been collected in the market. The previous 3-eyed soul-securing ring component, because it is a special functional component, does not have much bonus to the current combat power of the sky. So Song-Chi has great expectations for this second legendary artifact. His mind was focused on the ancestral orifice of the fire between his eyebrows. When the Star Sea market order was triggered, Song-Chi's figure disappeared in the sky. After a few seconds, his figure reappeared, but there were 3 more items emitting different lights in his hands. Wonderful item, Crystal of the Golden Law. Quality, orange. Effect, contains a trace of the Golden Law. Carrying it with you can improve the speed of understanding the Golden Law. When actively activated, it can be used as a medium for a one-time blessing of the Golden Law. Wonderful item, Crystal of the Intermediate Spatial Attribute Law. Quality, red. Effect, contains a trace of the true meaning of the spatial law. Carrying it with you can greatly improve the speed of understanding the spatial law. When actively activated, it can be used as a medium for a one-time blessing of the spatial law. The 2 orange and red wonders are exactly the same as Song-Chi's previous guess, and they are the 2 crystals of the law. There is no doubt about the value of the 2. The crystal of law is the rarest and most expensive among the same level of wonders, especially the red quality intermediate space attribute crystal of law. For the 4th level Star Sea creatures who take the space path, it is definitely comparable to the silver legendary wonder. But unfortunately, no matter how high the value of the 2 is, Song-Chi can't use them at the moment, and can only absorb them all into the fire ancestral orifice, as the 2 crystals of law sank into the center of the eyebrows. At this moment, there are already 3 crystals of law in the chaotic space of Song-Chi's ancestral orifice. Fire, gold, space, 3 attributes, 1 each. If outsiders knew about this, even a 4th level or 5th level Shinhwa captain would be shocked. The Law Crystal, a special Star Sea wonder, is extremely rare, and it is even more rare for a 2nd level Shinhwa captain to hold 3. After shifting his attention away from the Law Crystals, Song-Chi's eyes fell on the regular pentagonal jade. After staring at it for a long time, an attribute panel popped up in front of him. Wonderful item, 5 element stone. Quality, silver. Level, 0. Evolvable, 1 5 elements glazed plate. 2 Immortal Realm 5 elements Shou Tian energy shield. Note, one of the inherited fairy treasures of the ancient immortal civilization 5 elements Dao Palace, which later fell into the hands of the 3-eyed royal family Cheat Song, and is a rare legendary wonder. 5 element stone. When Song-Chi saw these 3 words for the first time, he was certain in his heart. I don't know how to describe it. Anyway, when he saw these 3 words, his intuition told him that this strange item would definitely be good. After thinking for a while, he finally attributed it to the novels he had read in his previous life. He remembered that in the fairy tales in his previous life, everything that was connected with the words 5 elements, 4 symbols, and 8 diagrams was all awesome. With this idea in mind, he lowered his sight again, and at the same time, the light in his hand turned, and the original crystal jade suddenly turned into a colored glass array plate. It was one of the 2 forms that this strange object could transform into. The 5 elements colored glass plate. This 5 elements glazed plate is not a shipborne component, but more like a fairy treasure form of the ancient fairyland civilization. Perhaps it is precisely because of this that it has not produced any reaction to the phantom energy he continuously injected. Sure enough, it still requires the unique magic power of the immortal cultivator. Gently shaking his head, Song-Chi's mind turned, and the shape of this glazed jade plate also changed, turning into a shipborne component that fits the Shinhua warship. It is also the Fairyland 5 elements Shou Tian energy shield in the transformable column. The moment this component completes the transformation, its shipborne component attribute panel also emerges. Fairyland 5 elements show Tion Energy Shield LV0. Quality, silver. Features, 5 elements rotation mutual growth and mutual restraint. Feature 2, shield value increased by an additional 110%. Feature 3, protection value increased by an additional 100%. Feature 4, true defense. Consumption, 30/S phantom energy points protection, 46. Shield value, 966/966. Charging, 30s, buffer after overload, 1 hour. Upgrade requirements, 30 strands of floating land origin 0 level, 3000 energy points, 10 kg of each of the 5 elements or 5. Rotation of the 5 elements. With the power of the 5 elements, when the energy shield is attacked by the energy of the 5 elements from the outside, the power will be automatically weakened by 10%. Real defense. The 5 elements show Tion Energy Shield has a real defense attribute, is not affected by ordinary armor breaking, shield breaking, penetration attributes, and reduces the effects of real armor breaking, real shield breaking, real penetration and other attribute attacks to a certain extent after looking at the attribute panel of the new silver legendary component in front of him. Song Chi couldn't hide the smile between his eyebrows. Compared to the three-eyed soul solidifying ring of the same quality, this component is completely at the other extreme. It improves the current combat power of this guy, and is definitely the largest among all other components of the same quality, because it can be added with the Neutron Star Core Armor component, achieving the effect of 1+1 greater than 2. If it is also strengthened to the 4th level, combined with the Neutron Star Core Armor, Song Chi can't even imagine how much the defense capability of the sky will reach. Without saying too much, even if it encounters a 5th level creature head-on, it is likely to withstand a few hits. Pay attention to the key point. It is head-on resistance, not the previous long distance in the void dark space. There is still an essential difference between the two. If it was a head-on encounter before, the dark matter energy shield would probably be completely overloaded with one hit, instead of just reducing the shield value by 76%. Chapter 237 4th Level Peak Biological Blood. After calming down, Song Chi took the component back to the Shinhua Zuchu. He wanted to equip it directly, but even if he used the three-eyed solid soul ring component to remove the dark matter energy shield generator without damage, he did not have enough resources to strengthen this new silver shield to the 4th level in a short time. He still had to solve all the problems here first. As for the problem of replacing the 2 energy shield components, he could only consider it after returning to the family. Woo woo woo. The rapid whistling sound brought Song Chi back to reality. After confirming the surrounding situation, he frowned, and finally could only call on the Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers lined up in front of the warship to retreat, while the sky was also flying backwards. Not far to the side, a small void strong wind rushed out from a void crack with a diameter of tens of meters. The direction of the strong wind was exactly perpendicular to their forward route, and the two sides overlapped for a short time. The diameter of this void strong wind was not large, far less than the length of the sky, and the power it carried was limited. With the void fixing property, the void membrane, and the void resistance granted by the void escape orb. In fact, neither the Sanqiong nor the Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers are afraid. The reason why they avoid it so far is not because of the Void Gale itself, but because they are afraid of the hidden law traces that may be triggered by its advancement. The law traces suspected to be left by many 5th level Star Sea creatures are not just talk, and the Sanqiong also dares not to resist them. With the Neutron Star Core Armor, the hull may not be directly torn apart, leading to the situation of sinking, but this is based on the premise of a single round of explosion. If it encounters a double law trace explosion, or even a triple one, the Sanqiong will also have a great risk of sinking. After this accident, there was no follow-up. After the Void Strong Wind whistled past, Song Chi repeated the previous action. Dozens of Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta warriors served as the first pathfinders, and continued to slowly move forward with the sky. After about a few hours, the sky successfully reached the effective range of the proportional zoomer component without any other accidents. A ray of dim light shot out from the sky, and soon sank into the nearly 10,000-meter-long ancient corpse in front. At this time, the ancient corpse began to shrink rapidly. The original volume of more than 9,000 meters was reduced to less than 80 meters in the blink of an eye. At the same time, under the subsequent traction beam, the ancient corpse that had shrunk by 120 times was slowly pulled towards the sky. It's still not good enough. The volume of 80 meters is still a bit too big. The 120-meter sky can hardly accommodate it. With a headache, Song Chi could only take out the remaining third-level floating land origin and titanium crystal in his hand. After several enhancements, the proportional zoomer component was enhanced to level 39. With a 9th level upgrade, the scaling ratio increased from the upper limit of 120 times to 165 times. In this way, the ancient corpse, which was only more than 50 meters long, could finally be put into the sky. There was no need to go to the market. After pulling it into the warship, Song Chi directly sent the ancient corpse into the cultivation secret realm, and then went to the second ancient corpse that had initially opened up a safe route. As before, dozens of Void Shadow killing clan terracotta warriors led the way, and the sky followed behind, leaving 4 mines on the warship to be alert to the surroundings. Song Chi's remaining 2 mines extended into the cultivation secret realm. In a corner of the secret realm, the more than 50-meter-long alien ancient corpse was located, and the 2 mines gathered here. To be honest, he didn't care about the origin of this ancient corpse. Even if a creature that could take the initiative to attack a member of the royal family of a dominant civilization could not be ordinary, Song Chi still had no interest. After all, it was a grudge from more than 100,000 years ago. Now he only cared about the level of the flesh and blood in this ancient corpse. With the help of the control of the cultivation secret realm under his feet, Song Chi carefully explored it for a long time. But the conclusion he came to was not satisfactory. According to the strength of this body, it was undoubtedly a 5th-level creature when it was alive. But judging from the life pressure it exudes now, and the flesh and blood exposed on several parts of its body, it should only be at the 4th level. To be honest, this result is not satisfactory. Compared with the flesh and blood of a 5th-level creature, the value of the 4th-level flesh and blood is naturally greatly discounted. However, one thing should be certain. Even if a lot of energy was consumed by the raging void winds during the long years, the 4th-level source blood that can be extracted from this corpse later is definitely not an ordinary 4th-level biological source blood. Its effect on the promotion of the Shinhua battleship is likely to be stronger than many 4th-level source blood. How much will the success rate of a cruiser being promoted to a chaser be increased? 12% or higher? It's a pity that the Angry Lion has already fused a drop of 4th-level source blood. Song Chi had some guesses in his mind, but he couldn't be sure. After all, he was just a 2nd-level Shinhua captain. Even if he was recognized by the elders of the clan and included in the candidate list of the family sequence, his personal authority in the family has been improved recently, but after all, he was only a candidate sequence, and the time was still short. His understanding of confidential information above the 4th level was still very limited. But what he could be sure of was that the source blood extracted from this nearly 10,000-meter-long ancient corpse was 99% more effective than the source blood of the 4th-level golden armor beast. The blood of the starry sky beast was indeed good, but it was not enough to reach the level of a cross-level beast. With his mind turned back, Song Chi stopped thinking about it. There was some disappointment, but it didn't really affect him. There were dozens of ancient corpses in this starry sky. Even if only the 4th-level source blood could be extracted, it would be an extremely huge fortune. Song Chi focused all his attention on the second 10,000-meter-long ancient corpse. Although it was still a long time before he could return in 24 hours. He still had to go to Seoul 1 and Seoul 2. Some things had to be arranged. Therefore, it is necessary to get the second ancient corpse as soon as possible, in case there is not enough time later. Compared with the first one, the process of collecting the second ancient corpse was less accidental. In less than 2 hours, the second ancient corpse of 10,000 meters was successfully sent into the cultivation secret realm. After that, Song Chi did not stay any longer, but jumped to the mining area where Seoul 1 and Seoul 2 were located. Exploring the supergiant ancient flagship is indeed the top priority. But there is not enough time at the moment. And Song Chi also knows that now, he is only a pseudo-4th-level Void Shadow killing clan soldier, which is not enough to deeply explore the wreckage of this flagship with great internal restrictions. After all, there are only a few secret cultivation chambers, like the first one. There are more rare mineral chambers, and general mineral chambers. If you want to explore in depth, you must have level 5, or even level 6 creatures to come. Otherwise, you can only explore some low-value chambers, such as basic mineral chambers. Song Chi was not too distressed about this. Void Shadow killing clan warrior tree to reach level 5, you need orange fire, and level 3 ship, but there are still more than 4 years left. During this period, he still has enough confidence to upgrade the sky to a cruiser. As for the orange fire, orange top-grade fire sources are rare. But if he really wants them, it is not a big problem. For example, if he gets all the more than 10 ancient corpses and hands them over to the family, it is not impossible to ask the family to provide an orange top-grade fire source. In addition, whether it is Cheetsong's number 004 Cultivation Secret Realm or the newly acquired three-eyed soul-securing ring, as long as he takes out one, the family will never be stingy with an orange top-grade fire source. For those medium and large forces, these two parts are both strategic parts. Of course, Song Chi still has some selfish motives for the Cheetsong's number 004 Cultivation Secret Realm part. He prefers to keep it for himself. Apart from other things, he is reluctant to give up the silver apple mother tree. The value of silver apples does not need to be elaborated too much. Anyone would covet them. Once handed over to the family, it is hard to say whether he, a junior, will have a share of each round of mature silver apples. Even if he can get one, it may take a long time. Well, Song Chi naturally does not want to wait until then. On the contrary, the silver legendary component three-eyed soul-securing ring can be handed over to the family. This component is not often used. At most, it is used to replace components or to prevent the battleship from failing to upgrade. Even if it is handed over to the family, it can be borrowed from the family in advance when it is needed later. However, before that, he still has to test the specific energy supply of this component to see whether it can only be effective for the loaded battleship itself or can be used for all battleships. If it can only be used for itself, then the value will naturally be greatly discounted. In this way, it is destined not to be strengthened to a high level, and the parts that can be fixed at one time are limited. After all, it needs to be unloaded frequently. But if it can be used on other warships, its value will be unimaginable. Imagine that once the family strengthens it to the 5th level, or even the 6th level, it can fix more than 10 parts at a time. Then its efficiency will be directly improved by several levels, and its importance to the family will also increase linearly. Asteroid Belt, the mining point that Honda is responsible for. After the sky jumped to this place, Song Chi summoned Honda and Zhao Lei as soon as possible. And there was also the 3rd level chimera enslaved by Honda. First, all 3 of them were transformed into creatures worshipped by the Frost Moon Snow Python. Song Chi then turned his gaze to Zhao Lei. This time, he came here not only for the totem spirit pillar, but the most important thing was the distribution of the slavery mark on Zhao Lei. Slavery metal is very useful, there is no doubt about that, but its quota is too small. Each major level only adds 1 slavery mark. Now there are only 6 quotas for the 4th level, which is really not enough. 2 soul spirits, a half-step 4th level humanoid alien plus the Frost Moon Snow Python, that's 4 gone. The subsequent 4th level void demon must have 1, so only the last one is left. If this quota is still left for Zhao Lei, then who will carry the slavery mark violent characteristics in the future will be a problem. Although he could still seal the enslaved creature in the secret realm of the market as before, and then temporarily enslave an ordinary 3rd level creature. This is not very safe after all. If there is an emergency, by the time he replaces it temporarily, it may be too late. Thinking of this, Song Chi stopped wasting time and waved his hand to take back the enslavement mark on Zhao Lei. Before Zhao Lei could react, Honda, who had already received his signal, immediately cast a soul mark. In a blink of an eye, Zhao Lei's master changed from Song Chi to Honda. But it can be said that he was indirectly controlled by Song Chi. As for Soul 1, with its current soul strength, although it has lost the blessing of the origin rules of Soul Land, it can no longer enslave 2 creatures of the same level 3 by itself. But Zhao Lei is only at the 2nd level of foundation building. Even if a level 3 chimera is added, it will not have much impact on it. Seeing this, Song Chi nodded gently. This can be regarded as a mark that is free, whether it is used to enslave the Thorn Dragon or Tugahong in the future. In the next few hours, Song Chi went to Soul 2 again, and included it and the level 3 Blackwater Mystic Snake as the worship creatures of the Cold Moon Snow Python. Thus, with more than 10 3rd level worshippers, plus hundreds of 2nd level humanoid aliens in the Cultivation Secret Realm, Totem Spirit Pillar can accumulate more than 4-digit faith points in one day, as long as the faith is not exhausted at one time. This orange component can be used at any time, which can be regarded as officially on the right track. Qingwei Manor, Personal Courtyard. It has been several days since returning from the asteroid belt. Seeing that the distance to the Bloody Continent is getting closer and closer, Song-Chi seems a little anxious. The Silver Fairyland 5 Elements energy shield in his hand has not been used yet. He is waiting for his grandfather to come back. There is no orange energy shield on the Angry Lion. The first choice for the unloaded dark matter energy shield generator is of course the Angry Lion. Although the three-eyed soul-fixing ring has been strengthened to level 20. The soul-fixing duration is only 10 days. It is safer to use it after Grandpa comes back. Forget it. Wait for 2 more days. If it doesn't work, I can only uninstall it first. Just as he was muttering in his heart, Song-Chi was preparing to carry out the visualization task of the mythical mecha projection rubbing map today. But he saw a violent space fluctuation coming from the sky. Looking upward, he was delighted. Sure enough, before heading to the bloody land, Grandpa would come back. Without thinking about it anymore, Song-Chi quickly left the yard and headed for the fast-falling Angry Lion. Soon, the grandfather and grandson entered the secret room under Qingwei Island one after another. Time was running out, and Song-Chi did not mean to beat around the bush, but went straight to the point and told his grandfather the story in the simplest way. As expected, after listening to Song-Chi's words, Song Ming-song's eyes widened and he reacted greatly. Chapter 238, The Silver Legendary Parts That Defy the Heavens. Song-Chi said a lot, but there were only 2 words echoing in Song Ming-song's mind at this moment. Silver. Silver, Xiao Qi-yu. Almost subconsciously, Song Ming-song was about to ask. But the old man reacted quickly and turned around in an instant, and then abruptly stopped the following words. He just stared at his grandson with a strange look, and there was a different color in his eyes. Although he knew that Song-Chi had a great fortune, he really never thought about the silver legendary parts, not even the red epic. Before this, he always thought that Song-Chi's flagship had at most a lot of purple parts, and maybe 2 or 3 orange parts. Now he suddenly got a silver legend. To be honest, it was no longer a surprise, but a kind of shock. Silver legend parts. Even for the 5th level Star Domain Master, the Shinhua captain rarely had such parts on his ship. Even if he did, his ship would definitely be the top one among the battleships. What is Song-Chi's strength? My goodness. I'm afraid that my grandson's fate is the kind that is rarely seen in 10,000 years. After a brief sigh, Song Ming-song coughed a few times, and then turned his attention back to the main topic. Xiao-Qi, according to what you just said, this 3-eyed soul-securing ring component must be handed over to the family. As he spoke, Song Ming-song glanced at his grandson's expression, and seeing that Song-Chi remained calm, his heartbeat suddenly accelerated. With just one glance, he could infer that there was a high probability that there were still extremely high-quality components on his grandson's warship, which might not be as high as this 3-eyed soul-securing ring. It was probably red. Otherwise he would never be so calm. Retracting his thoughts, Song Ming-song continued, I don't mean anything else. Grandpa wants to say that this component can only play the greatest role in the family, and the family will never treat you unfairly. At least there will be a component of the same quality and suitable for you to be sent back. Hearing this, Song-Chi took the initiative to ask, does the family have many silver parts? The Song family has been passed down for nearly 3,000 years. Song-Chi was not surprised that the family had a silver legendary part. But if he was told that the higher-ups could easily make up for him with a suitable silver part, Song-Chi still had some doubts. He controlled the Jutian market, but he had not seen any silver wonders along the way. This was the first time he saw and obtained a silver legendary wonder in the wreckage of a ship of a member of the royal family of a hegemony-class civilization. This was enough to show how rare the silver legendary wonders were. In response to his question, Song Ming-song turned his head and glanced. The family has been passed down for nearly 3,000 years. But you are not the only one who has had such an opportunity. Do you know how our Song family rose to prominence? Where did the dragon-backed whale in the family and the mythical mecha visualization picture come from? Hearing this, Song-Chi's interest was instantly aroused. However, just as he was expecting the next part, Song Ming-song's tone suddenly changed. Forget it. You will know about this when you become a member of the family, or when you enter the 3rd level. I won't say more for now. Grandpa knows your concerns, but you don't need to worry about this. Over the past 2,000 years, it's not that no one in the family has handed in red or silver quality rare objects or parts. The family leaders will never ask any more questions about this. And there has never been any robbery. Our Song ancestor is still here, even if there are people with bad intentions. They will never dare to come out and serve as an example. Hearing this, Song-chi nodded thoughtfully. Just as he was about to speak, Grandpa took the lead and said again, "Of course. Although that's what I said. We still have to take precautions. Let's put it this way. There's no rush to hand it over. Everything depends on the follow-up situation of the angry lion. If it is successfully promoted to the 4th level, then Grandpa will be considered to have entered the ranks of the family's senior leaders. It won't be too late to hand it over then." Song-chi nodded. He understood what Grandpa meant. Once the angry lion is promoted to the 4th level, with Grandpa's age of just over 200, the subsequent guidance technique will be promoted to the 4th level. Becoming a true 4th level captain is just a matter of time. At the same time, joining the Elders Association is inevitable. In this way, if something unexpected really happened when Song-chi handed over the silver legendary component, he would have enough confidence to object. At worst, he could pass the message to the ancestor of the clan, which would be much safer. After discussing this matter, the two of them pushed open another stone door. This stone door did not lead to the Dragon Blood secret realm, but to the 3rd underground secret room newly opened in the vein in the past 2 years. The area of this secret room was much larger than the other two. Even summoning 2 cruisers at the same time was not a problem. It was a specially opened hidden battleship summoning room. Song Mingsong's eyebrows shone with brilliance, and the angry lion cruiser was summoned. "Come on. Let's try whether the 3-eyed soul-securing ring can be used on foreign ships." Song-chi nodded, and summoned the sky at the same time. Then he boarded the warship and quickly activated the 3-eyed soul-securing ring component. Not only Song-chi, but Song Mingsong and the angry lion was even more nervous than Song-chi at this moment. Whether it could be used on foreign ships was extremely important, and it affected the rewards that Song-chi could receive after handing over this component to the family. If it cannot be used on foreign ships, then at most it is just a special silver part, which needs to be repeatedly unloaded and can only be strengthened to the 3rd level at most each time. The 3-eyed soul solidifying ring that can only solidify 6 parts at a time is not worthy of the word family protecting. But if it can be used on foreign ships, then the family will definitely strengthen it to the 6th level or even higher. In that case, the 3-eyed soul solidifying ring that can solidify more than 10 parts at a time and can even be double solidified will be incomparable in value. Once it is handed over to the family, it will not only be exchanged for a silver component of the same quality, but also an additional orange quality upgraded fire source. Thinking of this, Song Mingsong subconsciously held his breath. As the grandfather and grandson stared, the 5 rays of light emitted by the 3-eyed soul-fixing ring component split into 2. One of them stayed inside the sky, and finally landed on the dark matter energy shield generator on the energy shield slot. The other 4 rushed out of the sky and sank into the angry lion on the side. According to Song-chi's thoughts, they fell into the energy shield, the ship's main gun, the engine, and the patrol radar of the angry lion. "It's done. It can be used on foreign ships." Ha ha ha. Grandpa Song Mingsong's hearty laughter came from the angry lion. Song-chi also smiled in the sky. In this way, the value of the 3-eyed soul-securing ring has reached the highest value in their previous communication. When they came back, Song-chi quickly unloaded the dark matter energy shield generator component. On the angry lion, Song Mingsong also removed a purple energy shield component that was also strengthened to the 4th level. As for the main gun, engine and radar, these were just 3 components that Song-chi picked at random. Although they were also soul-securing, Song Mingsong did not fiddle with them. They have no replacements. After Song-chi sent the dark matter energy shield generator part, Song Mingsong quickly loaded this good quality tidal energy shield, which was still at level 40. As for the 4th order purple energy shield in his hand, he had already contacted a clan member to take over in advance. The other party is currently on the way to Qingwen Manor. As for the cost of taking over, after Song-chi and Song Mingsong discussed, all the 0 order, 1st order, and 2nd order floating land origins were waived. As for the titanium crystals, 3rd order, and 4th order floating land origins, including the lost stone, which were used to strengthen this purple shield part, none of them could be reduced. In the sky, Song-chi was also waiting for the other party to arrive. He was penniless now. The newly installed Fairyland 5 Elements Shotion energy shield component had just been strengthened to level 20. There was no way. The titanium crystal, the 3rd level floating land origin, and the 4th level floating land origin were all insufficient. There was no way to strengthen it. Soon, Grandpa received the news. After going out, he came back with one strand of the 4th level floating land origin, one rule stone, hundreds of strands of the 3rd level floating land origin, and 330 titanium crystals. With these resources, Song-Chi directly strengthened the Fairyland 5 Elements energy shield to level 32. And then the titanium crystals were not enough. There was no other way. In order to strengthen the proportional zoomer, he had almost used up the few titanium crystals left in his hand. And now this silver energy shield. Just the first consumption of titanium crystals from level 20 to level 21 requires a full 4 pieces, which can be said to be a big consumer of titanium crystals. Hearing what Song-Chi said, Song Ming-song didn't think much about it. He went to withdraw some from your grandmother. She has been busy practicing the guidance technique for the past year, and she didn't use much of the titanium crystals she got last time. Song-Chi hesitated for a moment, then patted his forehead and said helplessly, "Grandpa, my grandson doesn't have enough 3rd level and 4th level floating land essences." Song Ming-song's expression remained unchanged. "This is easy. Grandpa and your uncle have visited so many 3rd level literary stars. Although we didn't get the 4th level floating land essence, we got a lot of 3rd level ones." As he said that, the old man threw a large ball of 3rd level floating land essence directly to Song-Chi. Song-Chi nodded, and was slightly surprised. This ball of 3rd level floating land essence was as many as 1,000 strands. Before he could think about it, Song Ming-song handed him another small ball of light. "These are 5 strands of the 4th level floating land origin, which your grandmother obtained by suppressing the origin eruption eye this year. You can take it first." Song-Chi wanted to say something, but saw Song Ming-song's eyes glaring. "If I tell you to take it, take it. With your 4th level orange shield, the angry lion can go to the 4th level Weming star domain that the family is still attacking. Or try the 4th level floating land. The success rate of promotion should be much higher in more than 2 months. You don't have to worry about anything else. Prepare well for this sequence competition. If you can really be selected into the 7th sequence of the family, our lineage will benefit from it. For you personally, once you become a family sequence, you will benefit a lot in the next 100 years. Having said that, Song-Chi naturally didn't say anything more. He went to the courtyard where his uncle and his wife were, took hundreds of titanium crystals from his grandmother, and then returned to the underground battleship summoning room to continue strengthening. Soon, after spending hundreds of strands of 3rd level floating land essence, for strands of 4th level floating land essence, 1 lost stone, and 618 titanium crystals, the Fairyland 5 Elements Shotion energy shield component was successfully strengthened to level 40. Fairyland 5 Elements energy shield LV40. Quality, silver. Features, 5 elements rotation mutual growth and mutual restraint. Feature 2, shield value increased by 190%. Feature 3, protection value increased by 180%. Protection, 9660000. Shield value, 420 million/420 million. Charging, tens. Buffer after overload, 30 minutes. Required for upgrade, 6 strands of floating land origin 4th level, 160000 energy points, 10 tons of 5 elements or each 5 elements rotation mutual growth and mutual restraint. With the power of the 5 elements, when the energy shield is attacked by the 5 elements energy from the outside world, the power will be automatically weakened by 50% as this component was officially strengthened to LV40. Song-Chi checked its specific attribute changes while rejoicing at its attribute surge, and carefully calculated the effect of the neutron star core pulse in conjunction with it. Soon, he got the specific recovery effect, which reached 840,420 points per second. You should know that the dark matter energy shield generator of the same level, this number is only 262,200 points, more than 3 times that. In this way, coupled with the real defense feature of this silver energy shield itself, the sky can now be said to be wearing a thick turtle shell. The name turtle shell may not be pleasant to hear, but for Song-Chi, he is only happy in his heart, because it means that the safety of his future exploration of the unknown star sea will be further improved, and this is what he has always pursued. However, as this silver energy shield was strengthened to level 40, its energy consumption was much higher than the previous orange dark matter energy shield generator, which also caused the orange light energy aggregation engine currently installed on the sky to be insufficient again. In this regard, Song-Chi had already made a decision in his heart. First, He told his grandfather about his plan to transplant all 11 rare plants in the Dragon Blood secret realm into his own secret realm, in order to prevent his grandfather from being too unbalanced. Song Qi did not specifically mention the quality of the Qitsong's number 00 for cultivation secret realm components this time, but simply explained that the secret realm bound to his battleship had the characteristics of accelerating plant growth and increasing the success rate of transplantation. Song Mingsong didn't think too much about this and agreed directly. Okay. After the Dragon Blood secret realm is accelerated, you can transplant all the Tempering God fruit trees and Dragon Blood fruit trees, and take Grandpa's Fairyland spirit soil as well. When combined with the characteristics of your secret realm, the effect will be even more amazing. Song Qi, who had this idea in mind, naturally would not refuse. After nodding repeatedly, he drove the skyship straight into the sky. To be precise, to go to the Family Merit building again. Light energy aggregation engine. The components are not enough at the moment. Song Qi's solution is very simple, that is to continue to strengthen its level. As for replacing a new red quality engine, no, Song Qi has no such idea. It's not that there is no need to replace a red quality shipborne engine. Song Qi means that there is no need to replace the light energy aggregation engine. Chapter 239 Yaoing Kingdom Star Destroyer. As the number of high-quality components on the skyship increases, the orange quality engine is indeed not enough, but it is not necessary to replace it directly. The red quality shipborne engine is not something that can be found everywhere. At least Song Qi has not seen it in the Family Merit building yet. Maybe there will be one above the 60th floor of the Merit building, but that will at least start with 500 gold merit points, and Song Qi even feels that it may be more than that. The price difference between orange parts and purple parts in the Family Merit building is about 10 times. It doesn't make sense that the price of orange parts and red parts is only 5 times. As for the red quality original eyeball of the multi-eyed clan on the 60th floor, Song Qi estimated that the original multi-eyed clan may have just stepped half a foot into the 6th level, and then the original eyeball was taken away, so this thing is the worst among the red wonders. The reason for this speculation is that Song Qi has a certain understanding of the multi-eyed clan. This kind of creature is similar to the three-eyed tribe. They all use their own eyes as the place where all their magical powers reside. Almost all their abilities rely on this original eyeball. Therefore, the eyeballs of this kind of creatures are very easy to evolve into rare items in the Star Sea. Song Qi once saw a purple quality original eyeball of the multi-eyed tribe in the hands of the mechanical tribe, who took out the dark matter energy shield generator parts. Unfortunately, the multi-eyed tribe is far from the three-eyed tribe. They do not have the great Star Sea masters, who can transform the original eyes of all races into blood-sacred items. It is very difficult for other alien races in the Star Sea to borrow them. Because of this difference, the two tribes had completely different destinies. One was a dominant civilization in the broken Star Sea, with a territory that stretched across 3 river systems. Its civilization was flourishing, and no one dared to compete with it. The other became the most popular captive tribe among many Star Sea tribes, allowing them to breed Star Sea wonders continuously and slaughter them at will, without any dignity. Song Qi shook his head, pulling back his increasingly distant thoughts. He certainly couldn't collect hundreds or thousands of gold merits in a short period of time. But don't forget that he still had the silver apple mother tree in his hand. That silver apple with a diameter of 100 meters would be just right for use on this light energy aggregation engine in the future, allowing it to be promoted from orange to red. Therefore, Song Qi's current task is to exchange some 4th level floating land origins and law stones, and try to upgrade the level of this orange engine. On the 49th floor of the Merit building, Song Qi took out one of the 2 unknown ancient corpses in his hand and handed it directly to the tribe member on duty today. Seeing this obviously extraordinary corpse, the tribe member's eyelids twitched. He was not a rookie either. He immediately saw the extraordinariness of this ancient corpse. He stood up and apologized. Sorry, I can't judge the specific price of this corpse. I have reported it to a deputy hall master of the hall. Please wait a moment. Hearing this, Song Qi nodded gently, but he was a little anxious in his heart, and sighed a little. In the past few days since he came back, he posted the information of the ancient corpse on the family forum early. However, he didn't know whether it was because the source blood had not been extracted yet. In short, not many clansmen were willing to trade the 4th level floating land source and the law stone, and the occasional offer was not high. In this regard, Song Qi was puzzled and could only come to the Merit building to try. Soon, a middle-aged man with a big belly came to Song Qi. His name was Song Yu. one of the vice-chairmen of the Merit Hall, and also a third-level Xinhua captain. Although his appearance is ordinary, his vision is very unique. He can tell the basic situation of the two ancient corpses at a glance. The time of death is at least 80,000 years. A lot of blood essence in the body has been dispersed. However, the source blood that can be extracted should be much higher than ordinary fourth-level source blood. It's a pity. When he said this, he sighed heavily. This sigh instantly attracted Song Qi's attention. Master, what's wrong with this ancient corpse? It's a candidate for the clan sequence after all. So don't bother calling me Grandpa. As for this ancient corpse, it was originally a fifth-level creature, but it has degenerated a lot due to various reasons. This also leads to a problem. If an ordinary fourth-level Xinhua captain wants to refine it, the effort required will increase greatly. But a fifth-level Xinhua captain doesn't think much of this pseudo-fifth-level thing. After this explanation, Song Qi naturally understood the meaning and asked, Grandpa, what should we do about this? Song Yu pondered for a moment, and then gave an answer. If you are willing to sell it at a discount, then everything is fine. But if you are not willing, then it depends on whether you have more ancient corpses of this type. If there are many, the Merit Hall can buy them at the price of the blood of a normal fourth-level star beast. After hearing this, Song Qi's eyes turned around. And then he said, I still have an ancient corpse. If the Merit Hall is willing to buy it, take it. If not, forget it. He was too lazy to argue about this. If they were willing, then it was fine. But if they insisted on buying it at a discount, he was not a fool. Even though the difficulty of refining has increased, its effect is far better than ordinary fourth-level biological blood, and even better than the blood of star beasts. Therefore, many fourth-level elders with bloodline clans would never care about this little time. Seeing Song Qi's firm expression, Song Yu didn't say much. After all, he was a candidate for the sequence. He could lower the price. But forcing a sale would be boring. He thought about it, and then said, okay. Then how about 2 drops of ordinary fourth-level biological blood? Song Qi was determined. 2 drops of fourth-level star beast blood. Forget it if it doesn't work. He was not joking. Even if these 2 corpses were difficult to refine, their subsequent effects would definitely exceed those of star beast blood. The fourth-level star beast blood could provide a 10% success rate of promotion, and the blood from these 2 would most likely provide 12%, or even more. In this case, it was not too much to ask for 2 drops of star beast blood. Song Yu thought about it, and finally he whispered to Song Qi, Qi boy, how about this? I will exchange one of the ancient corpses with you as an individual. Is that okay? Hearing this, Song Qi was not surprised. This was originally a third-level Xinhua captain, and he must be preparing for promotion to the 4th level. In addition, his background was not bad, so it was not surprising that he had some good things on him. As Song Qi was thinking, Song Yu in front of him had already taken out a porcelain bottle from his body. This is a drop of the source blood of a 4th-level rock and earth beast. The rock and earth beast is also ranked as a starry sky beast. Although it is inferior to the golden armor beast, it should be enough to meet your requirements. Qi kid. Hearing this, Song Qi nodded and agreed directly. In terms of rank, the rock and earth beast is naturally far inferior to the golden armor beast, which is a top-ranked starry sky beast. However, it is indeed ranked as a starry sky beast. Its source blood can increase the promotion bonus of the cruiser to the chaser by 10%, but it is at least 9%. After completing the transaction of one of them, Song Qi felt much better. If he directly used the starry sky giant beast's blood to trade for the 4th-level floating land origin, the lost stone, etc., it would be much more attractive. Seeing that this Song Yua's grandfather did not continue to speak, Song Qi also understood what he meant. Without staying any longer, he decisively turned around and left the Merit building. If he really had to use an ancient corpse that could extract the blood of the starry sky giant beast with a more effective effect to exchange for a drop of ordinary 4th-level blood, he would rather keep it. As for the drop of rock and earth monster blood in his hand, as expected, after Song Qi sent it to the family forum, it soon attracted the interest of many clan members. Finally, a 3rd-level Xinhua captain from Tianmai completed the transaction with 40 strands of 4th-level floating land origin and 20 lost stones. In this regard, Song Qi first lamented the other party's wealth, but then quickly strengthened the light energy aggregation engine. After consuming a large amount of resources such as 28 strands of 4th level floating land origin, 260 titanium crystals, and 24 law stones, this engine was upgraded from LV40 to LV44. It was only level 4. The improvement was not big, but it was barely enough to maintain the current balance of psionic energy supply. After strengthening the light energy aggregation engine components, Song Chi's initial preparations were completely completed. All he had to do was wait for the day of the official gathering. In the remaining days, Song Chi used the last 2,000-year-old pyracantha fruit to successfully raise his own guidance skill level from LV25 to LV26. Originally, he wanted to take advantage of the situation to use a quenching spirit fruit to see if he could break through to the state of one mind and 7 functions in one fell swoop. But time did not allow it. Xiao Qi, let's go. The family has called us. Outside the courtyard, Song Mingsong, who had not been out for the past 2 days, suddenly appeared. In response, Song Chi actually received the news earlier than his grandfather. But he did not say anything, just nodded to his grandfather. 2 warships, one large and one small, rushed straight into the sky, and soon they began to jump one after another. At the foot of Lungji Mountain, the family's white jade square, compared with the desertedness of the past, today's family square is bustling with people. Not only is there a large number of people on the square, but there are also a large number of Xinhua warships hovering in the sky above the square. Today is the day for the candidate of the family sequence to go to war. Many clan members came to see him off spontaneously. Seeing this scene, Song Chi couldn't help but feel a little strange in his heart, and he couldn't tell what kind of emotion it was. He instinctively felt that his heart was inexplicably agitated, and his body and mind had a vague boiling feeling, and he himself didn't know the details. Before thinking too much, grandfather's communication request had already been sent. What? Do you have any feelings? Hearing his grandfather's words that seemed to have a hint of meaning, Song Chi told his state truthfully. Song Mingsong smiled and nodded, saying, "It's good to have this feeling. This means that Xiao Qi is gradually integrating into the family. You are no longer the little guy who has been wandering outside and has no sense of belonging to the family. This is a good thing." Song Chi's eyes flashed. Before he could answer, a Zhulu ship wrapped in black and white light, with a length of more than 4,000 meters and a streamlined body, appeared out of thin air above the square. Below, some people in the family were cheering. In the void, some big figures hidden by the family were chatting. Song Mang Wu Ji, it's the Song Mang Wu Ji of the Patriarch. The Patriarch has returned in person? Didn't they say that the evil Buddha continent has already started a chaotic war? How could Xian Song get away? No matter how chaotic it is, there are also the star destroyers of the Yao Han kingdom to deal with it. The sky won't fall. These 18 little guys are all our Song family's treasures. If anything unexpected happens, we won't have a place to cry. That's right, but I don't know how the ancestors are doing in the evil Buddha continent. I hope we can get something. Alas, I don't think it's easy. The major forces in the Tianpan River area have already gathered there. I heard that there is also the shadow of the Saint Laurent kingdom in the Tianfeng River area next door. This voice that only echoed in the void was naturally not heard by outsiders. After receiving the call from the Patriarch, Song Chi greeted his grandfather, and then recalled that Song Qiong, and his figure fell downwards. Soon, the 18 candidates for the family sequence gathered together. Above the sky, a strong traction beam was shot out from the Kangmeng Wuji Zhulu ship. As the beam enveloped Song Chi and others, the 18 people felt that they were enveloped by an irresistible force. And in a trance, they had already appeared in the Kangmeng Wuji. A familiar energy surrounded their bodies, and the dark energy in their bodies was instantly blocked. And the same was true for the Xinhua Zuqiao in their eyebrows. Knowing that it was because of the Xinhua Captain's Man certificate, Song Chi and others would certainly not resist. Below, under the gaze of countless clansmen, the Kangmeng Wuji quickly disappeared in a violent space fluctuation. Shuedi Star Region, Shuedi Floating Land, Dinghai Song Clan and Jin Yuan Clan Joint Space Fortress. Song Chi and the other 18 people who had just walked out of the body culture chamber were full of curiosity. It had been more than 10 hours since the Kangmeng Wuji brought them to this large-scale space fortress, with a diameter of no less than 500,000 meters. After the auxiliary repair of the body culture chamber, their psionic energy in their bodies has now been fully restored. In addition, the official action is still tomorrow, so everyone is full of curiosity about the large space fortress under their feet. Isn't it said that the combat platforms temporarily assembled by the alien Starfield expedition are mainly responsible for maintenance, shutdown, and material supply? When did the Superbase railgun become the standard configuration of the alien Starfield space platform? Someone in the crowd asked in confusion. Hearing this, Song Zhe, who had a broader vision, took the initiative to explain. Generally speaking, it is like this, but there are exceptions. For example, when the family's garrison combat power is equal to or weaker than the alien creatures in this star field, and it needs to be stationed for a long time, the family will spend a lot of money to deploy Superbase rail guns to ensure the absolute safety of the garrison star field. Hearing this, everyone basically understood. According to the information given by the head of the family, this blood tile floating land is a 4-level floating land, and the number of the 4th level blood tile clan will not be less than 20. In this way, it also means that the family is likely to have no 5th level ancestors here. Otherwise, there would be no need to deploy any Fortress Superbase rail guns. Chapter 240, the real population base of the Song family. After deducing this point, everyone felt that it was reasonable. Although the blood Bodhi produced by the Shui Fulu has the effect of improving the potential of biological gene bloodline, through the information provided by the previous family head, they also know the shortcomings of this blood Bodhi. The number of blood Bodhi that a single creature can use is limited, and it can only use blood Bodhi of the same level as itself. Therefore, this also makes this blood Bodhi not have much effect on the genetic bloodline of a single creature, unless it is the kind of creature whose own genetic bloodline is at the limit of a stage, or the creature whose own bloodline is extremely low. Otherwise, the effect of using this blood Bodhi is very small. This also makes the value of this resource discounted. It may be important, but it is definitely not a strategic resource of the family. Therefore, the family has formulated a policy of harvesting it twice every 100 years, which is basically only used to harvest the middle and low-level blood Bodhi, to supply the family members of the 2nd level and above, and to improve the gene level by a small level. Specifically, it is to let the family members improve the normal 20 rated gene bloodline to about 31, which can be barely included in the 2nd level of the 31 to 50 gene bloodline spectrum, and enter the ranks of excellent star sea creatures. As for the effect, it can only increase the speed of practicing the guiding technique by about 20%. Combined with the psychic training platform on the Xinhua battleship, it is still barely enough. For nearly 200 years, the family has always arranged this way. Song Qi, Song Yu and others could have enjoyed this, but they were not born in the family. When they returned 2 years ago, the blood Bodhi harvested in the last round of the family had been consumed, which delayed it until now. However, after the new round of harvest is completed, I believe that the family will give them a sufficient number of blood Bodhi for the 10th straight vein. Back to the point, based on the various limitations of the blood Bodhi, the family would naturally not let the 5th level ancestors come to take charge. Even though the Song family has been passed down for nearly 3,000 years, the number of 5th level Xinhua captains is very small. If it is not for the resources related to the expansion of the family's inheritance, the Shanghai floating land, or the ruins of civilization, they would never easily send out such a level of existence. In short, the value of this blood Bodhi floating land is not enough. While the 18 people were chatting, 2,000-meter, 1,000-meter class warships suddenly landed on the warship berth on the other side of the fortress. It seems that they noticed the existence of the 18 people. 20 male and female figures walked out of these 20 Xinhua warships one after another. Seeing this, one of the 18 members of the Song family, who was well informed, whispered, "They are from the Golden Lion Earl family. The leader is the current Earl's 3rd son, Glenn Phillip. This Golden Lion Earl's 3rd son was promoted to the 3rd level 2 years ago. It is said that he once fought 1 against 3 and killed 3 captains of the same level of a famous star pirate group in the Chaos Star region. This is not the end. This family sequence candidate, who is also at the 3rd level, continued, I heard that the Golden Lion Earl's mansion is now selecting the crowned son of the current Earl's mansion. I guess the next trial of the Blood Tifulu group will also be one of them." After hearing a series of information from his mouth, everyone nodded thoughtfully. At this moment, Song Qi was recalling the relevant information about the Golden Lion Earl's mansion and the crowned son. The Golden Lion Earl's crowned son, whose family sequence is similar to that of the Dinghai Song family in each generation, is also the focus of the Golden Lion Earl's family training. As far as he knows, the number of crowned sons in each generation of the Golden Lion Earl's family is within 10 people. Although their combat power is not as good as the Song family sequence, They are definitely very famous people. As for the people of the Golden Lion Earl's family, Song-chi also knows why they're here. According to the information provided by the head of the family, the blood-soaked floating land under his feet was first discovered by the other family members. However, due to the floating land shield on the surface of the floating land, which was almost at the peak of the 4th level, it was difficult for the other party to break it by themselves. So he shared this floating land with the Song family. He wanted to use the means of the Song family to easily enter and exit this 4th level Star Sea floating land. The Earl of Golden Lion family, also known as the Philip family, has been passed down for nearly 2,000 years and is considered one of the rising families in the middle and late stages of the principality. Compared to the Golden Shark Chin family, the Golden Lion Earl family has a much deeper foundation. At least there are nearly 10 4th level Shinhwa captains in the family. Although there is no 5th level captain, it can be regarded as the first family in the Golden Lion Star region. For a long time, the Philip family and the Song family have been close. The upper classes of both sides have intermarried from time to time, and the relationship is very close. It is said that the first wife of a 5th level ancestor of the family is from the Golden Lion Earl mansion. It is precisely because of the relationship between the two sides that the Golden Lion Earl family found it difficult to develop the blood-lifting floating land independently. And they immediately thought of joining forces with the Song family. While thinking, the 20 people on the other side have already come over. And the leader, Grand Philip, took the initiative to speak with a smile. My fellow Song brothers, I have heard that the 18 candidates for the 7th sequence of Ding Hai have been decided. It is my honor to meet you today. There is no cliché comparison in fighting. The 20 people on the other side are also the most outstanding young people of the Golden Lion Earl family. In addition to their extraordinary personal fire talents, they are also the best among their peers in terms of human relations and worldly affairs. No one can be confused. Although the relationship between the two families has always been close, and they have mostly claimed to cooperate in all aspects, such as offensive and defensive alliances. No matter what, there is always a first and a last in terms of the right to speak. In this regard, the Song family, which has a longer inheritance time, deeper foundation, and stronger strength, naturally occupies a dominant position. For this point, the members of both families are very clear, although no one will take the initiative to mention these. They are real. Seeing that the other party took the initiative to flatter, Song Zhe also replied with a smile. Third young master is joking. We are the same. We will have to help each other in time when we go to the Bloodland later. We should help each other. A new round of Blood Bodhi harvest is about to start. The 20 people from the Golden Lion Earl family will also enter the Bloodland with them. Now we greet each other in advance. We don't ask for mutual help, but if we meet inside the Bloodland later, we won't add insult to injury. After greeting each other, the two sides quickly separated. Among the people from the Golden Lion Earl family, someone asked in confusion, Third young master, what do you think of the combat power of the Ding Hai Song family's 18 candidates? How do they compare with us? Hearing this, many people in the crowd had their eyes flickering, and curiosity emerged in their eyes. Obviously, they were quite interested in the 18 people from the Song family. However, the leader, Grand Philip, sighed softly. It's good to have ambition, but don't think about other things. The foundation of the Ding Hai Song family is not comparable to ours. As for their combat power, I will give you a simple explanation. Among the 18 people just now, at least 3 of them have ships that are stronger than me. Hearing his words, the group of young people from the Golden Lion Earl's mansion behind him fell silent, and most of them had a flash of surprise in their eyes. Third young master, this is too exaggerated. You are bound to be the crowned son of the family, not to mention the current sequence of the Song family. Are you not even better than those below them? Hearing this, Grand Philip's eyes showed bitterness. Although I don't want to admit it, this is the fact. The number of people in the Ding Hai Song family is too large, and there are many people with good fortunes. Population base? The Song family has less than 10 million people, and our family has exceeded the 4 million mark not long ago. Someone asked doubtfully. The answer he got shocked several members of the Philip family who were confused. You don't really think that this number is the real number of members of a family, do you? Our family has been passed down for 1,700 years. Even if the death rate of alien exploration has always been high, it is not possible that there are only 4 million people. Glenn Phillips' eyes flickered. This matter is not a secret, so he did not hide too much and continued to explain. The actual number of members of our family has long exceeded 20 million. As for the other members, most of them are distributed in the high-level garrison star fields in the alien field. Among them, those members with outstanding talents return to the family every year through transit warships and live in the family's ancestral land for a long time to maintain their sense of belonging to the family. After hearing the number of 20 million, several young members of the Phillip family were shocked, and soon someone asked, "What about the Song family?" Glenn Phillip shook his head. "I don't know the exact number, but the elders in the family speculate that the real number of Song family members may exceed 100 million. As soon as the word 100 million came out, several people gasped. That's not bad. It is said that the royal family of our Principality Rosetta has more than 500 million blood descendants. The Eagle family will not be much worse. So, we still have a long way to go. And the family still has a long way to go in the future. We must not be complacent." The 18 people of the Song family did not know what happened to the members of the Phillip family. After walking around the space fortress under their feet, they found an empty berth and summoned their own ships to make final adjustments for the trip to the Bloodland tomorrow. In the sky, Song-Chi was not in the warship, but entered the secret realm of cultivation, under the silver apple mother tree. He waved his hand gently, and soon the second fourth-level void demon began to gradually unseal. Seeing this, he quickly communicated with the outside world slavery metal with his mind, and a red light quickly fell from the sky. The result was not good, and the first enslavement failed quickly, compared with the injured void demon at the beginning. This void demon in good condition quickly recovered after Song-Chi failed in the first enslavement. That is, the silver apple mother tree was completely bound in advance, and Song-Chi used the cultivation secret realm to restrict it. Only then did he successfully complete its enslavement after 3 consecutive enslavement attempts. With the successful enslavement of this peak-level 4th-order void demon, Song-Chi's preparations this time were considered perfect. Although he was in a hurry to obtain the silver parts, the 2 trump cards in his hands, the market anchor and the slavery seal rage, could not be fully utilized for the time being. But with a 4th-order enslaved creature, a silver energy shield strengthened to the 4th order, and the red ship armor also strengthened to the 4th order, Song-Chi still had absolute confidence, and he was still sure to retreat unscathed. Time soon came to the second day. Outside the floating shield on the surface of the bloody land, 38 Shinhua warships quietly hovered there. Inside the 38 frigates or cruisers, the members of the 2 families all looked eager to try. After all, whether it was the sequence or the son of the crown, they represented extraordinary significance in the 2 families, and everyone wanted to take a chance. On the side of the 38 Shinhua warships, there were 2 steel giants with a hull length of more than 3,000 meters. Compared with the 38 frigates and cruisers, these 2 chasing warships were the key to deterring the entire bloody land below. In a separate communication between the sky and Song-Zai's ship, seeing a look of inquiry flashing in Song-Chi's eyes, Song-Zai took the initiative to explain. The Shinhua warship on the right with a hull of more than 4,000 meters is the Jingtao Chimang of our Song family's Tianmong ancestor, and the one on the left is the Crimson Thorn of the Phillip family. After hearing Song-Zai's explanation, Song-Chi nodded suddenly. At the same time, he subconsciously looked at the Jingtao Chimang of his own Tianmong clan elder again, the Zulu ship. According to the information he knew, the Tianmong clan elder was an older existence than the Tianshu clan elder who guarded the entrance to the family's secret realm, and his ship Jingtao Chimang was said to have the strength to face ordinary battleships directly. I don't know whether it is true or not. His conjecture was doomed to be unanswered. Soon, a dark light suddenly shot out from the Jingtao Chimang Zulu ship in his sight. Just as Song-Chi was curious, this black light fell directly on the blurred surface shield of the blood-raised floating land below. It was unknown what kind of special means this black light was generated by. With its effect, a small crack appeared on the floating land shield below that was almost at the peak power of the 4th level. At the same time, a faint voice came from the 2 Zulu ships, and it clearly echoed in the ears of Song-Chi and the other 38 people. Go ahead. This rift can only last for a month. Remember to return on time. Hearing this, dozens of warships fell towards the rift below one after another. This rift was not big, and the widest part was less than 200 meters. The frigates were fine, and they could enter directly, but the cruisers could not. In the end, less than 10 third-level Shinhua captains could only temporarily store their warships in the Shinhua Zuqiao. and then use their own flesh and blood to resist the strong pressure of the origin rules around the rift, and then summon their ships. In the worship projection communication, Song-Chi took the initiative to speak to Song-Zae on the opposite side. Brother Song-Zae, I will go first, and we will see each other in a month. After that, he waited for Song-Zae to chuckle and nod, and then he took the initiative to cut off the communication. And at the same time, the sky also fell rapidly downwards.